At the outset, I find myself transformed into a wealthy second-generation heir, blessed with a beautiful wife and an enchanting school flower as my sister-in-law. Yet, Su-mu cannot bring himself to rejoice. This is solely because he's become the mindless antagonist within the narrative, resorting to violence against his wife and relegating the Dragon King's sister to a doghouse, only for the Dragon King to return and scatter his ashes. Fortunately, Su-mu awakens to a justice system, determined to alter the grim fate that awaits him. A wife deserves affection, and naturally, the sister-in-law ought to reside in the comforts of a villa. Upon the Dragon King's return, what he discovers is a family enveloped in love and harmony. Su-mu realizes that, besides the Dragon King, numerous protagonists emerge one after another, all targeting him, compelling him to retaliate. How many breathtakingly beautiful senior sisters do you possess? Apologies, but they are now my senior sisters. You, a king of soldiers, have returned in search of your white moonlight? Regrettably, your white moonlight has long regarded me as her own. Chapter 1. Did I truly make the Dragon King's sister reside in a doghouse? Su-mu has traversed into another realm. Gazing at the golden bull emblem on the steering wheel before him, surrounded by carbon fiber, he falls into contemplation. This vehicle is a Lamborghini sports car, a sight he had only glimpsed on his mobile device before. I'm not dead yet. How did I end up crossing over? Just seconds ago, Su-mu had finished work at the company, wearing headphones while engrossed in an urban novel. He had just opened the door to his shiny car, only to find the interior transformed in this manner. An inexplicable memory surged through Su-mu's mind. Leaning back in his seat, he felt utterly disoriented. It turns out he had crossed into the very novel he had just been listening to. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The real issue lies in his role as the villain within the story. The protagonist is the Dragon King, returning with 3,000 soldiers, only to discover his sister dwelling in a doghouse. The true culprit is Su-mu, and his fate is all too predictable. I'm truly fed up with this melodramatic plot, Su-mu mutters under his breath. To force the protagonist to appear impressive, the author has lowered the intelligence of the surrounding characters, which is somewhat understandable. However, to diminish his own character to such a degree is simply excessive. The protagonist's sister is currently a high school senior, sweet and charming. Not only is she academically gifted, but she is also the belle of the school. How could such a woman, this villainous character, be relegated to a doghouse? Su-mu pinches the corners of his eyes, attempting to piece together the circumstances surrounding him. He is Su-mu, the second son of Su-sho, chairman of the Su Group. He has an exquisite older sister, a year his senior, who serves as the executive president of the company. Typically, beautiful female presidents are part of the protagonist's harem, and this novel follows suit. His sister is, in fact, the Dragon King's woman. However, Su-mu is aware, based on subsequent plot developments, that his sister is adopted. Her true identity is that of a descendant of Su-sho's close friend, who has since passed away. Su-sho took her in and treated her as his own daughter. As for Su-mu, he has a newlywed wife, the eldest daughter of a fallen family, Yi-tong. She is indeed the sister of the Dragon King. The protagonist's surname is Yi, which is quite logical. According to the plot, not only Yi-tong, but even Yi-yu is one of the Dragon King's women, as the Dragon King is the adopted son of the head of the Yi family, with a true identity that defies belief. This does seem quite reasonable. The Yi family, now in dire straits, requires a substantial benefactor, which naturally leads them to seek assistance from the Su Group, the foremost enterprise in Jiang City. After Yi-tong's marriage, she brought along a younger sister, the one who resides in a doghouse, as directed by Su-mu. However, the crux of the matter is that the antagonist, Su-mu, harbors a profound disdain for them, perceiving them as parasites. When the Yi family fell from grace, Su-sho, considering the ties between their families, invested a considerable sum, only to see it squandered. Instead, he has taken a liking to a beautiful teacher at Jiang City High School, showering her with flowers after class each day. Indeed, that is correct. This beautiful teacher is also one of the protagonist's love interests. Su-mu is in a thoroughly negative state, vying for the protagonist's woman, physically assaulting the protagonist's sister, and relegating the protagonist's younger sister to a doghouse. How can the Dragon King return and tolerate this? According to the narrative, the Dragon King possesses formidable strength, capable of resolving his own issues, and with 3,000 soldiers, he stands against the Su Group. Su-sho can only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. As for his own sister, she seems somewhat pleased. She despises him the most. Naturally, Su-mu feels the same, This villain truly exhibits a lack of intelligence. Despite having a strong hand, he plays poorly. Sumu is somewhat anxious. The protagonist is exceedingly powerful, and does he really intend to await his demise? When the time comes, his sister, wife, and sister-in-law will hardly assist him. They would be fortunate not to add to his troubles. The impression of these individuals cannot be repaired in such a brief span of days. Just as Sumu finds himself at a loss, a line of black text appears before him. Detected that the host possesses an innate villainous physique, posing a serious threat to the host's safety. Glancing at the black text before him, Sumu's face brightens. As a frequent reader of novels, he naturally understands what this implies. It seems that his system has arrived. System, what should I do? Sumu promptly inquires. Yet, the system does not respond to Sumu's question. Instead, black text appears once more. The host must perform acts of justice to gain justice points, countering the detrimental physique. Reward for the host, Eye of the God. Sumu squints, as if a memory is surfacing from the depths of his mind, something he feels he has known for ages. He takes a deep breath, having comprehended the function of his system. In essence, he must perform good deeds to foster goodwill towards himself. As the goodwill increases, he receives positive feedback, which in turn augments his justice points. These points can be used for a lottery. However, the general populace can provide only a paltry amount of justice points. Only those connected to the protagonist can offer a significant number. His Eye of the God allows him to discern who among the populace is linked to the protagonist. If he receives positive feedback from these individuals, his justice points will experience a substantial increase. Sumu calls upon the system in his mind, and his panel materializes before him. On the left side is his personal information, while the right displays a roulette, with rewards currently unseen. He first inspects his information. Name, Sumu. Character, villainous physique, manager of the Human Resources Department at the Su Group. Strength, 9. Speed, 11. Stamina, 6. Defense, 7. Skills, none. Note, based on the system's screening, the average attributes of all men in the same age group are 10. Sumu gazes at his statistics, eliciting tears even from dogs. Particularly his stamina, which is woefully inadequate. However, the memories he has acquired reveal that the former Sumu spent his nights in bars. How could his health be any good? Fortunately, with the system at his disposal, he need not be so passive when confronting the protagonist. Suddenly, Sumu turns his head to find a young man approximately 18 years old, currently engrossed in taking photographs of his car with his phone. He examines the young man's information through the Eye of the God. Name, Li Shuai. Character, student. Favorability, -3. Destiny level, 1, maximum level 10. Sumu is somewhat speechless. He does not even know this person, so why does he have a negative favorability? Yet, upon reflection, this is quite normal. In this world, there are many who resent the wealthy, instinctively harboring ill feelings towards affluent individuals. Thus, Sumu opens the car door and steps out. Upon noticing the owner exiting the vehicle, Li Shuai hastily puts away his phone. He cannot afford to offend such a wealthy individual, hastily exclaiming, "I apologize, this car is just too stunning. I couldn't help but want to take a picture. If you dislike it, I will delete it immediately." Delete it? Would you like to sit inside and experience it? Sumu offers a refined smile. This seems inappropriate. Li Shuai is momentarily taken aback. In his perception, young people driving sports cars are typically arrogant, looking down upon others. To his surprise, the handsome man before him is so accommodating. Favorability 5. Sumu observes the black text that appears before him, checking the young man's information. The favorability has shifted from negative to positive, now standing at 2 points. Moreover, Sumu himself has gained 5 justice points. What could be wrong? Sitting in it won't cause any harm. Sumu pats Li Shuai on the shoulder. Really? Thank you, big brother. Li Shuai exclaims joyfully, carefully entering the vehicle while snapping pictures with his phone. Lift the red cover on the central console. Underneath is the ignition button. You can press the accelerator a few times, Sumu advises with a smile from outside. Thank you so much, big brother. Li Shuai feels elated to the point of dizziness as he starts the sports car. With a roar, the sound of the sports car reverberates through the air. After pressing the accelerator several times, the ferocious noise, akin to a wild beast, sends shivers of excitement through Li Shuai. Favorability 8. Sumu's lips curl into a smile, pleasantly surprised at how quickly he has amassed over 10 justice points. At that moment, his gaze shifts towards the entrance of the school in the distance. 2 women come into view. One of them is the beautiful teacher he is pursuing, Mu Qingying. Clad in a black uniform, Her buttons are pulled taut. With her ponytail and bright eyes, she displays a stunning oval face. Even the stars on television seem to pale in comparison. Sumu recalls that this woman possesses a figure that measures a full E-cup. On this matter, Sumu finds himself in agreement. To be fair, the previous villain's taste in aesthetics was certainly commendable. Qingying, look, he's come again, truly undeterred by rain or shine, remarks a short-haired woman beside Mu Qingying, her expression one of envy. Oomph, he is nothing but scum. Mu Qingying approaches with a cold demeanor. Sumu, how many times must I tell you? There can never be anything between us. Meanwhile, Li Shuai, still savoring the experience in the car, witnesses this scene and hastily exits the vehicle. Big brother, I must take my leave. Very well, Sumu replies, disregarding Mu Qingying and waving at Li Shuai. Sumu, I am speaking to you. Take your flowers and get lost. Upon her arrival, Mu Qingying noticed the flowers in the passenger seat and continued to speak coldly. Who said my flowers are meant for you? Sumu gazed at Mu Qingying with a calm expression and remarked, aren't you being rather conceited? Chapter 2. Let us go. Return to the house with me. If one cannot tidy their own abode, how can they hope to conquer the world? Sumu's immediate objective was to resolve domestic matters. It was Friday, the day his sister-in-law, Yiyu, returned home for her holiday. Naturally, it was also the day she would be relegated to the doghouse. When that Dragon King returned, should one rank his displeasure? The highest grievance would undoubtedly be his sister sleeping in a doghouse. He needed to elevate Yiyu's favorability towards him. Through the eye of God, Sumu scrutinized Mu Qingying before him. Name, Mu Qingying. Role, teacher at Jiang City's premier high school, protagonist of the Dragon King Descends. Favorability, 80. Destiny level, 8, maximum 10. Upon seeing this favorability score, Sumu was utterly speechless. This antagonist was truly bereft of wit. Could she not perceive that he held no interest in her whatsoever? Moreover, he was already bound by marriage. If he wished to pursue women, a divorce would be the logical first step. Sumu, cease your pretenses. I swear, if you continue like this, I will report you for harassment. Mu Qingying exclaimed sharply. Others might cower before him, but Mu Qingying was unafraid. Although the Mu family was not as affluent as the Su family, they were still respectable within Jiang City. Should the Su family dare to confront the Mu family, they would surely face repercussions. A line of black text appeared above Mu Qingying's head. Favorability, 4. Sumu checked his justice points, relieved to find they remained unchanged. Ignoring Mu Qingying, he swiftly made his way to the passenger seat, opened the car door, and, clutching a bouquet, headed towards the school entrance. There stood a girl clad in a school uniform, elegant and poised. With shoulder-length hair and a figure as graceful as a willow, her skin was smooth and fair. She was laughing with her female classmates, her adorable dimples appearing. According to the storyline, this Yiyu was anything but ordinary. She possessed a greater depth than her sister, and it was not far-fetched to envision her aiding the protagonist in committing murder in the future. The juxtaposition of her residing in a doghouse at home while appearing carefree at school spoke volumes. Yiyu, school us out? Sumu called out from a distance. As Yiyu continued to chat, her smile froze upon seeing the man before her, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. The audacity of this man to call her out in school. Was he intent on humiliating her publicly? The thought brought tears to her eyes. More than once, she had fantasized about a heroic figure descending from the heavens to rid her of Sumu. Yet, fantasies remained just that. As the scion of Jiang City's foremost conglomerate, who would dare lay a hand on Sumu? Favorability, 7, damn it. Sumu cursed silently upon witnessing the black text above Yiyu's head. Just by uttering her name, how much animosity did she harbor towards him? Resulting in such a decline in favorability, he utilized the eye of God to inspect Yiyu's information. Name, Yiyu. Role, student, protagonist of the Dragon King Descends. Favorability, 160. Destiny level, 9, maximum 10. Sumu could scarcely fathom the depth of Yiyu's hatred for him. Mu Qingying had enough disdain to register a score of -80. Yiyu's score was double that. Sister's husband. Yiyu's fair hands clenched tightly, her body trembling. If not for her sister, she would never have returned home on the weekend to confront this loathsome man. School was her sanctuary, and now he had dared to invade it and humiliate her. Why can't Sumu just die? Here, let me take you home. Sumu offered the flowers to Yiyu, smiling at her. Though her insides churned with revulsion, she felt compelled to accept. To defy Sumu could lead to a slap across the face. Thank you, brother-in-law. Yiyu cradled the flowers. Wow, Xiaoyu. I never knew you had such a handsome brother-in-law. A plain-looking girl with long hair beside Yiyu, clinging to her arm with a starry-eyed expression. Sumu mused to himself that his appearance had not changed. He still resembled the man he had always been, standing at 185 centimeters, with a refined visage. He could indeed be termed handsome. However, he had never witnessed a woman display such infatuation towards him. Perhaps it was due to his attire, a Zegna suit worth over 50,000, complemented by a Rolex worth several tens of thousands. Being a tall, wealthy, and handsome man certainly added to his allure, yet it could not substitute for the substantial dowry and million-dollar home he would need to present. My sister just got married not long ago, Yi remarked, glancing towards Mu Qingying in the distance, having pieced together the likely reason for Su Mu's actions. He must have intended to deliver flowers to Mu Qingying, but upon her rejection, he chose to pass them to her to save face. Let us go home, Su Mu said to Yi Yu. All right. Yi Yu nodded gently, then turned to her female classmate, forcing a smile. I'm heading back now. See you on Monday. The girl waved cheerfully. Su Mu opened the passenger door of the sports car, and Yi Yu cautiously climbed in, anxious not to soil anything that might provoke Su Mu's ire. Su Mu jogged to the driver's seat, not sparing a glance at the standing Mu Qingying. With a swift motion, he closed the door, started the engine, and launched the car into motion, leaving Mu Qingying bewildered in his wake. As Su Mu reveled in the roar of the sports car, he marveled at the system's wonders. He had once been too intimidated to even visit a Lamborghini dealership. Yet under the system's influence, he handled the vehicle with the ease of a seasoned driver. Yi Yu sat silently beside him, clutching the flowers, unaware of Su Mu's intentions. Perhaps Mu Qingying's rejection had stoked a grudge within him. Upon returning home, he might seek any excuse to unleash his wrath upon her and her sister. Favorability. 5. Su Mu gazed at the black text hovering above Yi Yu's head. Utterly at a loss, he had not uttered a single word. The eastern district of Jiang City was known as the affluent area. Even at the break of dawn, security patrols roamed the streets. Su Mu resided in the Jiangshang Villa district of this area. Initially, he had lived in a manor with his family. But now that he was married, Su Mu was encouraged to move out, purchasing a villa here. He parked the car in the garage beneath the villa, which housed not only a Lamborghini but also two other vehicles, a Porsche 911 and a Cadillac Escalade. Exiting the car, Su Mu extended his hand toward Yi Yu, stating, "This flower is not for you." Yi Yu hurriedly returned the flowers to Su Mu, well aware that they were not intended for her, but for Mu Qingying. "This is for your sister," Su Mu replied calmly. Huh. Yi Yu thought she misheard him. "For my sister?" As Su Mu and Yi Yu emerged from the garage, they stepped into the villa's courtyard. On the adjacent lawn lay a doghouse. While it was referred to as a doghouse, it was not as deplorable as it sounded. It was constructed of double-layer wooden boards, reasonably spacious, and furnished with a single bed and a small table. Such a configuration, in Yanjing and Hudou, would require at least 2,000 for rent each month. Allowing Yi Yu to reside here carries a more insulting implication. As usual, Yi Yu walked towards her doghouse with a blank expression. Su Mu had previously stipulated that she was not permitted in the villa's living room, which was also equipped with surveillance cameras. Earlier, her sister had secretly brought her in for a meal, and upon discovering this, Su Mu had reprimanded her sister severely. Subsequently, whenever Su Mu was away, her sister would prepare meals and join her in the doghouse to eat together. With a soft pat on Yi Yu's shoulder, Su Mu commanded, "Come, return to the house with me." Yi Yu's body stiffened. Chapter 3. Brother-in-law, I find the doghouse quite satisfactory. Yi Yu trembled, her face filled with dread. "Brother-in-law, I do not wish to go. Did you not say that the doghouse is my home?" She had cursed Su Mu in her heart hundreds of times, forcing her to return to the house, then denying her presence, ultimately leading to another beating. Yi Yu would not fall for that trick. "I said to return to the house," Su Mu reiterated, his expression calm yet firm, leaving no room for dissent. Upon hearing his tone, Yi Yu realized that today's punishment was inevitable, and she could only nod in reluctant agreement. As she pushed open the grand door of the villa, the opulent decor revealed itself, exuding an air of extravagance. In truth, he did not favor such ostentation. It lacked refinement. In the kitchen, the sounds of cooking filled the air. Sensing someone entering, a stunning woman clad in an apron hurriedly emerged, spoon in hand. "Xiao Yu, how did you get in here? There are cameras." Before Yi Tong could finish her sentence, she spotted Su Mu and froze in place. Su Mu's gaze fell upon Yi Tong, who possessed an innate allure. Her hair was styled in a bun, accentuating her delicate features. With legs as long and straight as a model's, she was strikingly beautiful, particularly her eyes, which exuded an air of innocence and melancholy, evoking an instinctive desire to cherish her. The only slight imperfection was that she did not possess the ample curves of Mu Qingying. Yet, she was not lacking, having achieved at least a C cup, and her figure was equally captivating. Su Mu could not comprehend why the previous antagonist was dissatisfied with such a wife, resorting to violence against her. Moreover, the most perplexing aspect was that he had been married to her for nearly a month. Yet the former antagonist had never so much as touched Yi Tong. He had spent nights out, returning only to sleep the following morning. Su Mu could discern the author's intent behind this plot device. As a member of the Dragon King's harem, how could the antagonist dare to lay a hand on her? But now, he was no longer that antagonist. Gazing at his legitimate wife before him, he realized that not engaging with her would be a sign of folly. "Why are you here?" Yi Tong asked nervously. Sumu could read the apprehension etched on her face. Using his divine sight, he checked Yi Tong's information. Name, Yi Tong. Role, housewife. Protagonist of the arrival of the Dragon King. Affection level, 15. Destiny level, 8. Max level 10. Sumu was taken aback. Despite the previous antagonist treating her poorly, she held the highest affection for him. Based on the narrative, he surmised the reason. Yi Tong felt indebted to the Su family. When the Yi family faced financial turmoil, she personally beseeched Su Shou, citing a close ancestral relationship between their families. At that time, Su Shou had provided substantial funds and resources to support the Yi family. However, even this assistance proved insufficient, leading to the eventual collapse of the Yi family and the disappearance of her parents. The Su group suffered a significant decline due to this incident, plummeting from one of the top 5 enterprises in Jiangbei province to a mere mid-tier company within 2 years. Although the company remained a giant in Jiang City, the decline in status was palpable. This was also the source of the previous antagonist, Su Mu's animosity towards her. Once, in other parts of Jiangbei province, everyone had revolved around him, but now, with the family's diminished standing, even those who once flattered him dared to show him disdain. Of course, knowing the plot, Su Mu understood well that the downfall of the Yi family stemmed from the protagonist, Yi Chun, offending a reclusive family. Eyeing Yi Tong before him, he realized that despite her negative feelings towards him, deep down, she harbored a sense of debt, or perhaps a sense of obligation towards the Su family. According to the storyline, Yi Yu had repeatedly urged Yi Tong to divorce, yet she had never acquiesced. "This is my home. Why can't I come here?" Su Mu approached Yi Tong, handing her the flowers he had purchased by the roadside. "I bought these for you." Meanwhile, Yi Yu silently cursed, knowing the flowers were originally intended for Mu Qingying, and it was only after her rejection that they were bestowed upon her sister. This. Yi Tong was bewildered. Is the sun rising from the west today? Why would Su Mu give me flowers? Is he concocting some insidious scheme to torment me? As this thought crossed her mind, black letters floated above her head. Affection level 1. Su Mu sighed at this. The sensitivity of these individuals was truly remarkable. "Let us prepare dinner. We shall eat together today." Su Mu waved at Yi Tong, placing the flowers on a nearby coffee table. "All right, it will take another 20 minutes. Yi Tong replied, turning back towards the kitchen. In fact, the meal was nearly ready. She was simply waiting for Yi Yu to return home. However, she had not prepared Su Mu's meal, as he never dined at home. She was too fearful to mention it, worried that Su Mu would find an excuse to reprimand her, so she could only say it would take another 20 minutes. At that moment, the expansive living room was left with only Su Mu and Yi Yu. Yi Yu felt as if a thorn were lodged in her throat. Acutely aware of the tension in the air, she was reluctant to remain in Su Mu's presence and ventured, "Brother-in-law, I'm heading back to the doghouse." Su Mu beckoned her closer. "Sit beside me." Yi Yu was taken aback. She could not fathom Su Mu's intentions. Yet, under his imposing demeanor, she cautiously approached and sat on the sofa. "This villa has many rooms. You need not sleep in the doghouse any longer," Su Mu remarked, glancing at Yi Yu. Due to their proximity, Yi Yu's unique fragrance wafted to Su Mu's nostrils, prompting him to inhale deeply. Ah, the scent of youth. The former antagonist had indeed squandered a treasure. Yi Yu fidgeted, desperately wishing to ask Su Mu what he truly sought. If he wished to strike her, he could do so directly without all this pretense. "Brother-in-law, I find the doghouse quite satisfactory," Yi Yu spoke with trepidation. Su Mu did not respond to her, but instead took out his phone and messaged the property management, instructing them to dismantle the doghouse in the yard. Residing in such a villa district, the maintenance fees were exorbitant. Naturally, the staff here were far more diligent than those in ordinary residential complexes. Before long, the doorbell echoed through the grand hall. Su Mu rose and strode towards the villa's entrance, where 5 uniformed security guards awaited him by the fence. The leader, a middle-aged man, spoke respectfully. "Sir, what brings us here?" He had heard that this household belonged to a significant figure, and even the owner of their villa district would bow in deference to him. Su Mu swung open the door, gesturing towards the doghouse in the yard. "Remove this at once. I no longer wish to see it." "Understood." The middle-aged man nodded, promptly instructing the individuals behind him to return for tools, urging them to act swiftly. "Yes." The group hastily departed. Su Mu paid them no further heed and returned to the villa. Before long, the security personnel in the yard busied themselves with the task at hand. Yi Yu gazed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, a twinge of discomfort settling in her heart as she witnessed the dismantling of her home. Shortly thereafter, Yi Tong approached, carrying a platter of dishes. Upon seeing the doghouse being torn down through the window, Her complexion turned ashen. What are you doing? Are you planning to make Xiaoyu sleep on the streets? What has she done to deserve this? Yi Tong felt a surge of grievance, tears welling up in her eyes. Chapter 4, Eightfold Justice Points. Sister, it's not like that. Yi Yu promptly rose and joined Yi Tong's side. Brother-in-law just said that I can live in the villa from now on. What? Yi Tong placed the platter on the dining table, wiping her tears with her hand. She thought she must have misheard. What on earth was going on with Sumu today? Yi Yu, too, found the situation perplexing. Could Sumu be on the brink of death? Was this a fleeting moment of clarity? Let us eat first. Sumu addressed Yi Tong. Yi Tong nodded, enlisting Yi Yu's help, and soon enough, a modest meal was laid out before them. There were 3 dishes: stir-fried cabbage, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and sautéed greens with tofu. Sumu frowned slightly. Was this what they typically consumed? As the thought crossed his mind, memories resurfaced. The former villain, Sumu, had prevented Yi Tong from working and had withheld living expenses from her. With the downfall of the Yi family, she had no source of income. Yi Yu was in school and required funds for her meals. Given their current circumstances, having food to eat was already a blessing. Sumu, I wish to find a job. Yi Tong, sitting across from Sumu, lowered her gaze as she spoke. I sold my only pair of gold earrings for over 2,000, and it has all been spent. Sumu remained silent, inwardly cursing the former villain. The chasm between them seemed insurmountable, as she was willing to work despite not receiving any money. In truth, if Yi Tong desired, she could easily call Su Shou, who would undoubtedly send financial assistance. I beg you, Xiaoyu needs to pay her tuition soon. I don't want her to miss out on her education. Tears streamed down Yi Tong's face as she looked up at Sumu with a pitiful expression. Upon seeing this look, Sumu felt an overwhelming desire to chastise himself. Favorability 5. Black text appeared above his head, not pertaining to Yi Tong, but to Yi Yu. Sumu sighed, astonished that even now, Yi Tong's favorability had not diminished. Today, let us have a proper conversation as a family. Sumu picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of tofu. Do you understand why I was unkind to you before? The 2 sisters exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and uncertainty. Unsure of what had provoked Sumu's ire. The Su family was once among the top 5 in Jiangbei, but since we assisted the Yi family, our status has plummeted. Sumu took another bite of egg. Previously, in other cities, the young masters treated me with respect, but now they dare to look down on me and insult me. Upon hearing this, Yi Tong silently nodded. She had surmised as much. Thus, my disdain for you stems from the belief that you are leeches. Sumu fixed his gaze on Yi Tong, his expression earnest. I apologize. I have indeed been somewhat emotional. What? An apology? Both Yi Tong and Yi Yu were taken aback, incredulous that Sumu would offer them such a gesture. Sumu, do you need something from me? Yi Tong was still suspicious, aware of Sumu's character as a typical spoiled rich kid. He was not just unkind to them, but to others as well. Yet here he was, apologizing to her. No, I merely feel that we are family, and I have been excessively harsh. Sumu took out his phone, transferring 50,000 to Yi Tong and 10,000 to Yi Yu. The 2 sisters were rendered speechless by the notification of the funds arriving in their accounts. If you wish to work, come to our company. I can find you a less demanding position. Sumu glanced at Yi Tong. Of course. If you prefer to pursue something on your own, I will support that as well. Yi Tong was momentarily stunned, pinching her finger to confirm the reality of the situation. This was not a dream. All right, I will consider it. Yi Tong appeared slightly dazed. After finishing the meal, Sumu remarked, your cooking is quite delightful. Yi Tong was left in a state of shock. Favorability 20. Sumu observed the black text hovering above Yi Tong's head, astonished to find that a mere compliment had shifted her favorability into the positive. She truly was an easily satisfied individual. As Sumu checked his own information, his eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Tong's favorability had increased by 20 points, yet his justice points had surged by 55. Unbeknownst to him, he pondered whether the justice points were awarded randomly. Determined to experiment further, he said, Yi Tong, please tidy up a room for Xiaoyu. I will step out for a moment and return shortly. All right. Yi Tong, washing dishes in the kitchen, turned to respond, not daring to question Sumu's intentions. Through the window, Yi Yu saw Sumu drive away and finally let out a sigh of relief. She approached the kitchen and whispered, Sister, could it be that Sumu is on the verge of death? Is he altering his attitude towards us out of fear we might dig up his grave? Don't speak carelessly. Yi Tong shot a glare at Yi Yu. Rest assured, the cameras are on the 2nd floor. They cannot pick up our conversation. Yi Yu assured her sister. Yi Tong sighed softly, shaking her head. I have no idea what has come over him. I have a theory. Yi Yu said in a low voice. What is it? He wouldn't be considering divorce, would he? His father never listens to him. And perhaps he seeks to win you over so that you will initiate the separation. Yi Yu explained. Recently, Sumu has been pursuing our school's music teacher. Once he divorces you, he could marry someone else. Yi Tong, who had been washing dishes, paused, lost in thought. Sister, I know you feel indebted to the Su family and don't wish to divorce, but if Su Mu were to suggest it, you would likely agree, wouldn't you? Yi Yu pressed, having long desired for her sister to break free from Su Mu's grasp. Yi Tong merely nodded gently and resumed washing the dishes. Sister, you ought to have done this long ago. Do you truly believe someone like Su Mu is capable of reflection and change? Yi Yu cast a glance towards the window. He just apologized to you, and then immediately went out to socialize with others. He certainly won't be returning tonight. Enough of that. Let me find you a room. Yi Tong had already tidied the kitchen. You will sleep in the room next to mine from now on. Yi Tong led Yi Yu upstairs, preparing the adjacent room for her. Just as they were about to head back downstairs, they noticed Su Mu returning. Both Yi Tong and Yi Yu were incredulous, questioning the sudden turn of events. Shouldn't he have been staying out for the night? What did you go out for? Yi Tong hesitated before finally asking. Su Mu hurriedly ascended the stairs. Yi Yu's complexion suddenly turned pale. Could it be that this scoundrel deliberately waited for her to ascend the stairs before returning to strike? Yi Tong also pondered this possibility and stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of Yi Yu. I just went out to buy something for you, Su Mu said, extending his hand, revealing a small red gift box nestled in his palm. Yi Tong was momentarily taken aback, her mind a blank canvas. Yi Yu was even more bewildered. If the flowers were intended for Mu Qingying, then this present was undeniably meant for her sister. With great care, Yi Tong accepted the gift box and opened it to reveal a pair of golden earrings. At the sight, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Favorability 20. Su Mu had ventured out to procure a gift solely to enhance his favorability, curious to see how this score was calculated. Upon accessing the system, he discovered that his justice points had increased by 160. He finally comprehended the origin of this score. Yi Tong's destiny level was 8, meaning the justice points he earned were multiplied by 8. The earlier addition of 55 resulted from the system first rectifying the negative score. Initially, Yi Tong's favorability was negative 15. The recent 20 points compensated for that deficit. The remaining 5 points, when multiplied by 8, amounted to 40, culminating in a total of 55. Su Mu felt a surge of excitement. It was no wonder he sought individuals closely tied to the protagonist. The accrued justice points were several times greater than those of an ordinary person. Realizing this, he glanced at Yi Yu, recognizing the urgency to restore her favorability. After all, Yi Yu was at level 9 in destiny, making her favorability 9-fold. Yi Tong, I shall return to my room and await your presence. Su Mu smiled at Yi Tong before heading to his own quarters. He wanted to have a heart-to-heart with his wife. Chapter 5. She is Su Mu's legitimate wife. Yi Tong felt a flutter of unease at Su Mu's words, especially at the notion of waiting for her. Could it be that these earrings are identical to the ones you received before? Yi Yu mused, gazing at the golden earrings in the box, unable to suppress her astonishment. Could it be that Su Mu had truly turned over a new leaf? Impossible. She adamantly refused to be deceived by his facade. He must have some ulterior motive. Yi Yu tugged at Yi Tong, urging her downstairs. She needed to have a serious discussion with her sister. Su Mu's behavior was classic. He struck you 100 times only to offer a piece of candy afterward. Should they be grateful for such treatment? Absolutely not. Meanwhile, Su Mu lay on his bed feeling a twinge of anxiety. He was still a young man, having only graduated a little over a year ago and never having dated. He was rather traditional, avoiding the frivolous places of romance. But first the lottery. Su Mu thought to himself, recalling that the roulette allowed for a draw every 100 points. Now, with over 200 points, he was eager to see what rewards awaited him. These items were essential for contending with the protagonist. Opening the system, Su Mu placed his finger on the roulette, which began to spin, illuminating the entire system with a soft glow. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 attribute points. Upon reviewing their application, he realized they would enhance his personal attributes. Such a boon. A permanent increase in physical capabilities was the dream of many. Su Mu examined his attributes. Strength, 9 speed, 11 stamina, 6 defense, 7 logically. He should increase either strength or speed, with sufficient power and velocity. Even the Dragon King would be of no consequence. However, recalling the imminent challenges, Su Mu quietly boosted his stamina to 26. With each increment, he felt a subtle shift within his body. He clicked the roulette again for another draw. The wheel whirled rapidly before gradually coming to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a hall-level piano certificate. New memories flooded his mind. He found himself instinctively playing a tune as if it were embedded in his muscle memory. Yet, deep down, he yearned for strength. Su Mu sighed. His immediate concern was the return of the Dragon King. Fortunately, with Yi Tong's favorability now positive, her future contributions would be multiplied by 8. There would be ample opportunities for drawing rewards. And this was merely one female lead. there were several others linked to the Dragon King. Relying on them to build favorability would surely propel him forward. Before long, the door to his room swung open, and Yitong entered, noticing Su Mu nestled under the covers, her face warming slightly. In that moment, she found herself uncertain. Her sister had been right. Could Su Mu's mere act of gifting a piece of candy erase the past transgressions? Certainly not. She understood Su Mu's intentions. Yet she struggled to find a reason to refuse him. After all, she was his legitimate wife. Although they had not held a wedding, they were officially recognized as married. Come, let us sleep, Su Mu beckoned to Yitong. Yitong nodded gently. Su Mu watched a detective drama where the protagonist apprehended the instigators and unraveled the truth, culminating in a satisfying conclusion. Meanwhile, Yu felt a pang of regret, suddenly wishing to retreat to her own space. Why had she chosen to sleep next door? Sleep eluded her. It felt akin to being in a renovation, utterly restless. The following morning, Su Mu jolted awake, instinctively reaching for his phone to check the time. Realizing his phone had transformed into a flip model, he suddenly remembered he had traversed to another world. No longer did he need to clock in for work, fearful of being penalized for tardiness. As he glanced at the still sleeping Yitong, noticing remnants of tears at the corners of her eyes, he felt confident that his current stamina was sufficient to handle his wife. If it ever fell short, he could always enhance it further. Should he draw more attribute points, he intended to allocate them elsewhere. While fine wine is delightful, one must not indulge excessively. Reviewing his justice points, he noted a significant increase of over 500. Yesterday, he observed Yitong's favorability rising like a flowing stream, though it had dipped slightly later on. It seemed that moderation was key, otherwise, the results could backfire. Not wishing to disturb Yitong, Su Mu quietly rose, dressed, and exited the room. Only when the door creaked open and shut did Yitong finally open her eyes. In truth, she had been awake for some time, but with Su Mu nearby, she dared not reveal it. She feared he would insist on further intimacy. It was overwhelming. Even in the early hours, she found herself exasperated with him. After all, this was her first experience. Su Mu casually washed up before settling onto the living room sofa. After a night of diligent effort, he discovered he could draw 5 times. He urgently needed to enhance his abilities and promptly initiated the lottery. The roulette spun incessantly before finally halting. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 attribute points. Su Mu shook his head lightly. It seemed luck had not favored him this time, especially after drawing 20 points yesterday. Resolute, he continued with the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 attribute points. Again, congratulations, host, you have obtained a Master Chef certificate. Su Mu rolled his eyes at this, finding it to be utterly useless. At this juncture, he was focused on survival and in dire need of strength. Reluctantly, he continued to draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 50 attribute points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a storage space. Su Mu momentarily lost his train of thought. He paid no heed to the attribute points, opting instead to explore this newfound storage space. Upon summoning the system, an additional item slot appeared on the interface. With a mere tap of his finger, a transparent virtual cabinet materialized before him. The cabinet was roughly the size of a refrigerator and lacked doors. After a moment's hesitation, he stuffed a cushion from the sofa inside. Upon closing the system, the cushion vanished entirely. He reopened the system's item slot and found the cushion nestled within. He retrieved it once more. This was quite a valuable asset. Su Mu mused to himself, contemplating the possibility of storing a few self-defense weapons here. Traveling by plane or high-speed train would no longer pose a risk of detection at security checks. He had amassed a total of 80 attribute points and began augmenting his own attributes. He opted for a balanced enhancement, raising all his attributes to 30 points, which was thrice that of an average person. The remaining 13 points were allocated to speed. While increasing strength was an option, he was well aware of the plot. The Dragon King was an ancient martial artist. No matter how much strength he possessed, if he couldn't reach his opponent, it would be futile. It was wiser to enhance his speed. If he couldn't win, he could at least flee. With each point he clicked, Su Mu could feel a transformation within his body. It was akin to a thorough purging, as his muscles gradually became defined, and the previous sense of disorientation dissipated. Instead, it was as if he had returned to childhood, with the world around him becoming vivid and bright. He examined his attributes. Name, Su Mu. Character, villainous saint body, manager of the Su Corporation's Human Resources Department. Strength, 30. Speed, 43. Stamina, 30. Defense, 30. Skills, hall-level pianist, master chef. Upon observing the changes within himself, Su Mu nodded in satisfaction. Just then, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he noticed it was Su Shou, his father. According to the storyline, Su Shou was indeed a character, albeit one burdened with a prodigal son. Following the return of the Dragon King, After dealing with the villain Su Mu, his sister would become part of the Dragon King's harem. Ultimately, Su Shou would merely retain a nominal title, as the Su Corporation would be entirely under the Dragon King's control, serving as a stepping stone for his dominance in the Jiangbei business realm. Now that Su Mu had taken on his own identity, the Dragon King would find it far from easy to seize the family fortune. "Dad, what is it?" Su Mu answered the call. "It's Saturday. Don't forget to visit the Su family. Aren't you on good terms with that lad from the Su family? You must secure this contract for me." Su Shou instructed from the other end. "Come to the company first. I have a few things to brief you on." Understood. As Su Mu spoke, he noticed Yi Tong had descended from the upper floors. She was gripping the staircase railing, her legs trembling as she descended. Looking at Su Mu, her expression bore a hint of melancholy. Affection Level 1, Chapter 6, My Acquaintance with the Piano. Su Mu found it amusing to see the black text hovering above Yi Tong's head. It seemed that the so-called affection level was not a linear ascent, but rather resembled the fluctuations of stock prices, rising and falling, yet trending upward overall. After hanging up the phone, he smiled and said, "I plan to visit the Su family today. Why don't we go together?" Yi Tong appeared somewhat speechless, her legs still trembling as she walked. Couldn't he see her state? Yet, she dared not voice her discomfort, merely shaking her head. "I'm feeling a bit unwell. Let us postpone for today." "All right, rest well at home." Su Mu realized that the previous day's exertions had indeed taken a toll on Yi Tong. Affection Level 3, surprised by the sudden increase of 3 points from a single remark, Su Mu also noted the corresponding rise of 24 points in his justice value. "I'll prepare breakfast for you." Yi Tong had already made her way to the kitchen. "No need. My father has asked me to come over now. Today's task is quite significant. Securing the Su family's business deal could yield us billions in revenue, and I need to prove myself to the family." With that, Su Mu stood and made his way outside. Yi Tong watched Su Mu's retreating figure, still finding it hard to believe. Had he truly begun to engage in company matters? Had he genuinely changed? Su Corporation Building. Su Mu parked the Kayard in the garage and, upon exiting, headed towards the underground elevator. He noticed a woman disembarking from a Maybach. Suddenly, memories flooded back. His sister, Su Ningbing. She wore a black uniform, her features exquisite and her figure alluring, embodying a classic S-shape. Her presence rivaled Mu Qingying, yet their auras were completely distinct. Su Ningbing exuded a cold elegance, reminiscent of a domineering female CEO. True to her character, Su Ningbing was decisive and efficient in her actions. Though she donned glasses, Su Mu knew she was not nearsighted. She simply wished to cultivate an image befitting a corporate president. "Good morning, sister." Su Mu greeted her. Su Ningbing merely glanced at him without responding. Su Mu shrugged it off, fully aware that Su Ningbing had always looked down on him. The two took the elevator together, during which Su Mu accessed her information. Name: Su Ningbing. Character: President of Su Corporation, protagonist of the Dragon King's descent. Affection Level 60. Destin Level 10, Max Level 10. Su Mu was taken aback. Su Ningbing had reached maximum level, a first for him. Based on the storyline, he could surmise what this meant. Su Ningbing would, in the later stages, possess unfathomable strength, accompanying the Dragon King in his conquests. Her ruthless nature suited this role perfectly, displaying no mercy to enemies, dispatching them without a second thought. Yi Tong and Mu Qingying were both at Destiny Level 8, as they appeared infrequently in the later stages. Their temperaments dictated this. For instance, Yi Tong's gentle disposition would be of little help to the Dragon King in dire situations. Yi was at Level 9, appearing more often in later stages, aiding the Dragon King in managing territories and providing strategic counsel. "What are you staring at?" Su Ningbing noticed Su Mu's gaze lingering on her and frowned. Su Mu ignored her, simply pressing the elevator button. The basement elevator could not directly reach the top floor. They first arrived at the mid-level, where they switched to the staff elevator for the ascent to the top floor. Throughout the journey, neither exchanged a word. Top floor. Su Mu, hands in his pockets, approached the chairman's office door. To his surprise, Su Ningbing remained by his side. He knocked on the door, and a middle-aged voice called from within, "Come in." Su Mu pushed the door open and entered the office alongside Su Ningbing. The office was simply decorated, featuring a desk, a black leather sofa for guests, and a bookshelf. Aside from these, there were no superfluous items. Su Mu gazed at the middle-aged man before him, momentarily lost in thought. His father tragically perished in a car accident during his childhood. Had he survived, he would likely resemble the man before him now. Contemplating this, Su Mu resolved within himself to treat him well. The Dragon King has returned, intending to usurp his inheritance? What a delusion. Su Shou displayed a faint smile. His hairstyle was a buzz cut, with a sprinkling of gray hairs, giving him an air of resolute strength. At this stage of life, he could still be considered quite handsome. According to the narrative, Su Shou had once served in the military. Su Mu nodded in acknowledgement. taking the initiative to settle onto the sofa. Ningbing, you have come as well? Su Shou directed his gaze towards Su Ningbing, having only called Su Mu's name, neglecting hers. I am here to inquire how you squandered the family fortune. Su Ningbing approached the desk, pressing her hands down upon it. The Su family's order is of utmost significance. What have you sent Su Mu to do? Do you truly expect him to secure the order? Su Shou remained unperturbed, merely chuckling as he replied. What you are unaware of is that little Mu has a strong rapport with Su Weiming from the Su family. That wasteful scion from the Su family, can he truly be of assistance? Su Ningbing retorted. Sister, with your prowess, why not suggest a solution? Su Mu idly scratched his ear, crossing his legs as he mused. The Su family maintains a close relationship with the Mu family. The majority of their food supply is likely sourced from them. What strategy do you propose to wrest the order from the Mu family? Upon hearing Su Mu's words, both Su Ningbing and Su Shou were taken aback, for Su Mu had indeed pinpointed the crux of the matter. The only competitor for their Su group's contract was the Mu family. Su Shou believed that, by conventional standards, it was impossible to seize an order from the Mu family, which is why he turned to Su Mu, hoping he might have some unconventional approach. We can offer substantial concessions. Surely the Su family cannot refuse? Su Ningbing suggested, glancing at Su Mu. Concessions? The processing of food raw materials is the Mu family's forte. They possess the most advanced facilities. We are newcomers in this arena. Can your costs truly be lower than the Mu family's? Are you suggesting we sell at a loss to gain favor? Su Mu countered. Su Ningbing found herself momentarily at a loss for words, yet above her, the ominous words floated. Favorability, level 1. Ha! Little Mu, you are quite impressive. It seems you have done some homework. Su Shou laughed heartily. Humph. Then, what solution do you propose? Su Ningbing, for the first time confronted with this wayward scion, struggled for a retort and thus declared fiercely, I have no solution. Su Mu shrugged nonchalantly. It is precisely because no one has a solution that father sent me. Sister, you are so clever. Surely you can see this much? Su Mu wore a puzzled expression. You. Su Ningbing was rendered speechless with frustration. Favorability, level 1. Standing up from the sofa, Su Mu addressed Su Shou. Father, rest assured, I shall give it my all. According to my investigation, Su Weiye's daughter has become a disciple of Zhou Henning. This banquet is a celebratory affair, Su Shou informed him with a smile. Zhou Henning? The world-class pianist from our dragon country? Su Ningbing gasped in astonishment. Indeed, he is a master, possessing connections beyond imagination. Hence, I have arranged for a top-tier pianist from Jiangbei to accompany you. Even if you cannot secure the order, conversing with Zhou Henning would be a boon. A piano master? Su Mu was initially taken aback, then broke into a smile. Father, there is no need for that person. I have some knowledge of the piano myself. Chapter 7. Encountering the male protagonist. If you wish to dream, go home and sleep. Su Ningbing scoffed. You think you understand the piano? Her tone dripped with scorn. For she herself had merely dabbled in it as a child, able to play a few simple pieces, but lacking genuine interest to pursue it further. Conversely, she had a fervent passion for combat, sometimes even questioning whether she might be more masculine at heart. As for Su Mu, his childhood was spent gaming. The classes he attended were merely an excuse to play, and the instructors dared not discipline him due to his status. Sister, I feel you look down upon me. Remove that feeling. Su Ningbing crossed her arms, the formidable aura emanating from her seeming ready to burst forth. Very well. If I manage to secure the order this time, what do you propose? Su Mu initially held little hope, but with the mention of the so-called piano master, he felt a swell of optimism. The opportunity to converse with this eminent pianist was fortuitous. Indeed, Ningbing, if little Mu secures the order, what then? Su Shou chimed in with a smile. Aye. Su Ningbing pointed at Su Mu. If you achieve that, then whatever you propose shall be done. Agreed. Su Mu stroked his chin, assessing Su Ningbing's striking figure. Since I can recall, you have never smiled at me. If I obtain the order, you must smile at me and greet me warmly whenever we meet. I will speak for Ningbing. Su Shou chuckled, waving his hand. It is getting late, little Mu. You should be on your way. Very well. Su Mu turned to leave. Su Ningbing said nothing further, convinced Su Mu would undoubtedly fail. I shall return to my tasks, she stated before striding out. Observing their departure, Su Shou leaned back in his leather chair, wearing a look of resignation. When he took Su Ningbing in, Su Mu had yet to be born. However, Su Shou had learned through examinations that he was to have a son. Initially, he had envisioned raising a wife for his son, hoping that Su Ningbing would one day marry Su Mu, thereby solidifying their family ties. Yet, he had spoiled Su Mu excessively, molding him into this current state, while Su Ningbing had proven to be diligent and self-sufficient. The relationship between the siblings was far from harmonious. As a father, he could not forcibly bind them together, leading him to abandon that notion. The elder of the Yi family had once aided Su Shou, and with the fall of the Yi family, Yi Tong and Yi Yu became orphans. To provide for them, Su Shou arranged for Yi Tong to marry Su Mu, but his true desire was for Su Ningbing to become Su Mu's partner. If the siblings remained divided, the Su group would surely fracture upon his passing. Following the memories, Su Mu drove towards the outskirts of Jiang City, where a manor belonging to the Su family awaited. Upon his arrival, he noticed the parking lot filled with luxury vehicles. It appeared that numerous enterprises were vying for a chance at fortune. After parking his car, he stepped out and made his way toward the manor. At that moment, black text materialized before him. Warning: hostile rivals detected in the vicinity. Hostiles? What nonsense. Utilizing his divine vision, Su Mu scanned the area, ultimately focusing on a young man. This individual wore ordinary attire, stood approximately 6 feet tall, and bore an air of resolute vigor, his tousled hair lending him a spirited appearance. Name: Lin Yang. Character: male protagonist of The Return of the King. Destiny power: 1520. Destiny level: 15, max level 10. Note: the protagonist is independent of destiny levels. The host and protagonist are sworn enemies, requiring no reconciliation. After absorbing this information, Su Mu was utterly bewildered. How could there be another protagonist? Before he could voice his thoughts, more black text appeared. The host faces a choice: yielding to the protagonist. The system disappears. Alternatively, become the destined antagonist and seize the protagonist's fate. Upon encountering this choice, Su Mu immediately opted to become the destined antagonist. What a jest! With the aid of the system, confronting the return of the Dragon King, how could he ever relinquish this opportunity? The host has made a choice. Methods to counter the protagonist, along with the protagonist's information, have been integrated into memory. Su Mu felt the influx of new memories within his mind and smiled faintly. Truly, the protagonist is formidable and not easily dealt with. The protagonist's fate level is exceedingly high, rendering direct assassination impossible. Su Mu must lower the opponent's fate level to level 10, restoring a normal state before he can erase it. Should he act against the protagonist now? Even if he were to fire a shot, it is likely that someone would suddenly fall, shielding the protagonist from harm. Such beings as the protagonist are resilient. Even when cast into a chasm, they do not perish but instead gain opportunities. As for how to diminish his fate level, the methods are straightforward. There are 2 approaches. First, inducing setbacks for the protagonist can influence his fate. Secondly, the protagonist's fate is intertwined with that of the main supporting characters. For instance, his most formidable adversary at present, the Dragon King, Su Ningbing, his sister, is part of his harem. According to the original narrative, Su Ningbing was swayed by the Dragon King's power, ultimately offering the entire Su family conglomerate as a dowry. If Su Ningbing were to resist the Dragon King's influence and refrain from presenting the Su family corporation to him, the Dragon King's grip on the Jiangbei business landscape would face obstruction, thereby depleting his fate power. In simpler terms, to disrupt the protagonist's fate, one must cause those who are meant to belong to him to turn against him or become strangers. My dear lady, your hips are truly captivating. Shall we exchange contact information? Lin Yang remarked with a lewd grin, gazing at a woman adorned in an opulent dress. How vulgar! The woman scoffed, promptly striding towards the manor. Lin Yang observed her retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Su Mu was observing from a distance, fully aware of Lin Yang's storyline. To put it plainly, Lin Yang is a brash ruffian, exploiting his strength to bully others. He would shamelessly flirt with beautiful women, seeking to take advantage of them, and would use anyone who dared to confront him as a stepping stone for his arrogance. Such a protagonist is more villainous than the antagonists themselves. Su Mu felt no psychological burden in reaping his fate. He could readily use this man for practice, knowing he was merely a powerful mercenary from abroad. However, his true adversary is the Dragon King, who commands an army of 3,000 such beings. The Dragon King's fate level is undoubtedly far superior to his own. According to the narrative, Lin Yang's visit to the Mu family is to gather his harem. Having lost all his brothers, Lin Yang seeks to abandon mercenary life and find a wife to navigate the bustling flower city. On the plain, he fortuitously encounters Su Weiya's daughter, Su Yaya. It is worth noting that they were once middle school classmates, and Su Yaya is Lin Yang's unrequited love. Yet, how could an ordinary man like him dare to pursue such a lady? After graduating middle school, he did not continue his studies but went abroad for training, ultimately becoming a mercenary. Upon his return, he unexpectedly meets this long-cherished dream. Lin Yang flirted with her and learned that she was single, which aligned perfectly with his intentions. Utilizing his connections, he investigated the Su family and resolved that from this day forth, he would claim this dream girl as his own. Once a mere commoner, he now stands as the king of mercenaries. Noticing someone observing him, Lin Yang turned around to find Su Mu's silhouette. He squinted slightly, puzzled. Why did he feel an overwhelming annoyance upon first encountering Su Mu? Young Master Su, you finally arrived? I thought you wouldn't show. At that moment, a youth with dyed yellow hair dashed out from the manor. He seized Su Mu's arm, his face contorted in distress. "I'm so sorry, young Master Su. I've messed things up." Recalling his memories, Su Mu recognized the young man as Su Weiming, the son of Su Weiya. "Young Master Su, what happened?" Su Mu inquired with genuine curiosity. Chapter 8, Winning with the Piano? Su Weiming pulled Su Mu aside and recounted the events that had transpired. It turns out Su Mu had previously informed Su Weiming that the Su family desired the order for the Su family's new product. Thus, Su Weiming directly told his father that the order should be given to the Su family. However, his father was unwilling. As all of the Su family's supplies were provided by the Mu family, this time, they still wished for the Mu family to supply them. Yet, Su Weiming boldly threatened that the Su family could not afford to offend the Su family, nor could he afford to anger Su Mu. Should they provoke him? What would happen in the future? Su Weiya devised a plan, utilizing the identity of the piano master, Zhou Henning, to host a banquet. His goal was simple. Each family would perform a piece, and Zhou Henning would judge. The one who performed best would be chosen by the Su family. Naturally, there was a prerequisite. They had to be entrepreneurs from Jiangbei, ensuring no one would be offended. After hearing Su Weiming's account, Su Mu could only sigh, acknowledging the Su family's good intentions. Mu Qingying, the Mu family's representative, was also the music teacher Su Mu had pursued previously. It was rumored that her piano skills had reached a performance level. Thus, this banquet was merely a formality. In the end, the order would still go to the Mu family. However, a variable had now emerged. Su Mu was one such variable, as was Lin Yang. "Young Master Su, it's all right. You've already done your best." Su Mu patted Su Weiming's shoulder reassuringly. Su Weiming was somewhat bewildered. What was happening? Su Mu was actually comforting someone. Previously, he had been terrified, fearing that Su Mu would be displeased with his unfinished tasks and that he would be ostracized in the future. "Let us head in together," Su Mu suggested with a smile. "All right." Su Weiming nodded in agreement. The two approached the grand entrance of the manor, where Su Mu noticed Lin Yang being blocked by two bodyguards. "What is going on?" Su Weiming inquired as he approached. "Young master, this man has no invitation and insists on entering." A middle-aged guard pointed at Lin Yang and stated. Lin Yang, meanwhile, regarded Su Mu and Su Weiming with a smile. Having already gathered an understanding of the general landscape of the Jiang city, he recognized these two bright young men from the dossier. Su Mu from the Su family, a brainless rich second-generation heir. Su Weiming from the Su family, equally so. However, Lin Yang perceived Su Weiming as potentially more approachable, envisioning him as a future ally. After all, Su Yaya was Su Weiming's sister, making Su Weiming somewhat akin to a brother in terms of connection. With this thought, Lin Yang formulated a plan to assert his dominance by stepping on Su Mu today. "You there? What business do you have here without an invitation?" Su Weiming frowned, demanding. "If you're begging, do it elsewhere." "Hee, I have a good relationship with the Li family of Jiang City. Li Feiping is my elder brother," Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. "He must have already gone in, right? Li Feiping from Fengwei Foods? In that shabby attire, you think you know him?" Su Weiming mocked. "You lot, throw him out." Su Mu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Su Weiming was a quintessential villain, believing that this so-called protagonist was about to put on an ostentatious display. As expected, Lin Yang, with an impassive expression, took out his phone, preparing to make a call. All right. Su Mu suddenly clapped his hands. "Su Xiao, since he claims to know Li Feiping, we should bring him before General Li. If he doesn't know him, we can send him on his way later." Su Xiao truly possessed a heart of gold. He had a point. "Please accompany us inside," Su Weiming said, glancing at Lin Yang. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had just retrieved his phone, ready to flaunt, only to be interrupted by Su Mu. Li Feiping was not his elder brother, but rather a junior he had recently come to know. If he summoned Li Feiping, the latter would undoubtedly fawn over him, allowing him to bask in the limelight. Little did he expect to be thwarted by this young man. Su Mu smiled slightly upon witnessing this. "Well, all right then." Lin Yang put his phone away and entered the estate alongside Su Mu and Su Weiming. In the estate's garden, tables and chairs had been arranged on the lawn. Several uniformed waitstaff were setting out red wine and delicacies upon the tables. In the distance, a piano stood, with a few children playing it haphazardly. Meanwhile, the adults gathered in small groups, engaging in conversation. "Mr. Li, what brings you here without notifying me?" Li Feiping, who had been chatting nearby, noticed Lin Yang and quickly made his way over. This was a significant figure he had recently met, shrouded in mystery. He possessed evidence of Li Feiping's tax evasion, currently holding leverage over him. "So you truly know him," Su Mu remarked, before departing with Su Weiming. Lin Yang silently cursed Su Mu for robbing him of an opportunity to show off. At that moment, the gathering crowd suddenly gasped in surprise, their gazes drawn deep into the estate. Three individuals emerged, each capable of capturing the attention of everyone present. First was Mu Qingying, who today wore a simple long dress instead of her uniform. However, her statuesque figure rendered the modest attire anything but ordinary. Her hair was styled in a single ponytail, showcasing her flawless oval face. Beside her stood a tall, young woman with wavy hair and bright eyes. A petite oval face that seemed to be easily concealed by a man's hand. This was Suyaya. Accompanying these two stunning beauties was an elderly gentleman with graying hair, clad in a suit and sporting a white beard. Many attendees had come specifically for this venerable man, Zhou Henning, a national treasure and world-renowned piano master. His connections spanned both the business and artistic realms, both domestically and internationally. Establishing ties through him could lead to unprecedented success. At this moment, Sumu utilized his divine sight to examine Suyaya. Name, Suyaya. Role, university student, protagonist of The Return of the King. Affection level, 20. Destiny level, 8. Maximum level 10. Sumu sat at a table, savoring the desserts while quietly observing the unfolding drama. As anticipated, Lin Yang approached Suyaya with a mischievous smile. What a coincidence, we meet again, he greeted her. While speaking, he couldn't help but admire Mu Qingying beside her. He hadn't realized that apart from Suyaya, there was another stunning beauty. This woman had now entered his list of potential conquests. Nevertheless, his primary focus remained on Suyaya, the once beloved star of his heart. Is it you scoundrel? Suyaya recalled their previous encounter on a plane. Indeed. I am Lin Yang. I look forward to your guidance, he replied, flashing a smile. Suyaya ignored him, instead taking Mu Qingying's hand. Qingying, let us go over there. Zhou Henning was already surrounded by a throng of admirers. Sumu chose not to approach, discerning from Zhou Henning's impatient expression that these sycophants were ineffectual. To win Zhou Henning's favor, one would need to impress him with piano skills. Sumu, what brings you here? Mu Qingying suddenly spotted Sumu enjoying the refreshments. Her face contorted with disdain. What a pesky follower. Surely you didn't come here just to shadow me. Must I seek your approval to attend the Su family's banquet? Sumu replied with an indifferent expression. You. Mu Qingying's head was adorned with a black mark. Yaya. Congratulations on becoming Mr. Zhou's student. Your future is promising. Sumu smiled at Suyaya. Meanwhile, Lin Yang's expression darkened. Was Sumu intending to pursue the woman he had set his sights on? That would be a grave mistake. He promptly made his way over. Chapter 9. As expected of my arch-rival. Suyaya was well aware of Sumu's identity. However, as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Since he greeted her with a smile, she felt obliged to respond kindly. Thus, she offered a faint smile. Thank you. Yaya, let us go. My father has arrived. Mu Qingying said, barely sparing Sumu another glance. In her view, Sumu had likely realized he could not catch up to her, and was now resorting to a game of desire and restraint, deliberately growing close to Suyaya to provoke her. But she thought too highly of him. Mu Qingying would prefer if Sumu vanished from her world entirely. A middle-aged man with slicked-back hair approached, impeccably dressed, with deep crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. This was Suyaya's father, Su Weiya. Ha! Mr. Su has arrived. Congratulations. Yaya's enrollment under the Master's tutelage heralds an immeasurable future. As soon as Su Weiya appeared, many around him laughed and showered him with flattery. In truth, they were not mistaken. Having a daughter as Zhou Henning's student certainly enhanced Su Weiya's standing. Su Weiya smiled and clasped his hands, then turned his gaze to Su Mu. Realizing that the Su family genuinely desired this order. Had Su Shou come personally, he might have earned some respect. But for Su Mu, the prodigal son, to seek his family's order was laughable. Of course, Su Weiya was aware that Su Shou would not attend. The banquet was organized in his daughter's name, and figures of Su Shou's stature, holding a superior position, would hardly come to offer congratulations to his daughter. Had it been in his own name, Su Shou might have shown up, much like Mu Qingying's father, Mu Yuanxing, who also did not attend. Mr. Zhou, my apologies, I just received an urgent call. Su Weiya approached Zhou Henning, a look of contrition on his face. Not at all. I must congratulate you on raising such an exceptional daughter. Zhou Henning replied with a smile. Yaya is still young. Her accomplishments will surely be remarkable. Ha! Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Zhou. Su Weiya smiled and clasped his hands again, then surveyed the crowd. I believe everyone is gathered here not just to offer congratulations, but for other matters as well. The numerous businessmen surrounding them smiled in silence. The Su family's food business has been firmly established in Jiangbei for 2 decades, deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Recently, we are set to launch a new production line, yet the collaboration with our raw material processing partner remains undecided. Su Weiya paused momentarily, acknowledging the multitude of exceptional processing enterprises in Jiang City, noting the challenge of reaching a consensus. At this point, many eyes in the room turned towards Su Mu. Those present were seasoned veterans of the business world, having navigated its complexities for many years. They understood that the primary contenders for this opportunity were the Su family and the Mu family. Su Weiya likely still hoped to align with the Mu family, but doing so would inadvertently offend the Su family, who dominate the industry in Jiang City. A slight misstep could spell significant trouble for the Zhou family. Their primary purpose in attending this gathering was to become familiar with Zhou Henning, with the secondary aim of seizing any slim chance that might arise. Who knows? Perhaps this order would land in their hands. This time, I intend to allow Mr. Zhou to determine our collaboration partner. Su Weiya gestured toward Zhou Henning, proposing that each family send a representative to perform on the piano, with Mr. Zhou serving as the judge to select the best. Upon hearing this, the attendees began to whisper among themselves, astonished by Su Weiya's clever strategy, one that allowed for the selection of the Mu family without offending the Su family. Present today was Su Mu, the family's prodigal son. What could he possibly contribute? Should he fail to secure the order, it would merely reflect his lack of skill. At that moment, Mu Qingying exhibited a confident demeanor, her piano prowess having long reached a performance level. She had already played before Zhou Henning, who had remarked on her formidable talent, a rarity nationwide. Compared to Su Yaya, the only aspect she lacked was a touch of inspiration. Elated, Mu Qingying thought to herself that Su Yaya, being a member of the Su family, would naturally not compare herself to her. In fact, within Jiangbei, how many could rival her? What she did not realize was that there was another individual present, equally confident in his abilities. He was not Su Mu, but Lin Yang. As an overseas mercenary, Lin Yang had donned various roles while executing missions, necessitating the acquisition of diverse skills. He had also studied the piano, taught by a world-class pianist who had been lavishly hired by a wealthy tycoon from the Middle East. The maestro had once remarked on Lin Yang's exceptional talent, stating that ordinary individuals were no match for him. Splendid. I concur with Mr. Su's reasoning. Since Mr. Zhou is present, it is only fitting that we determine the victor through the piano, Lin Yang declared boisterously. The crowd turned to look at the youthful speaker, who appeared to be in his early 20s, yet none were aware of his true identity. Only Su Yaya furrowed her brow, sensing an odd familiarity about him. However, I must stipulate that we cannot enlist external assistance. It must be solely reliant on our own talents, Su Weiya remarked with a smile. This statement effectively sealed the fate of the Mu family. Without external aid, who among the gathered merchants could possibly rival Mu Qingying? At a nearby round table, Li Feiping leaned toward Lin Yang and whispered, Mr. Lin, what should we do? I am your distant cousin. I count as family, Lin Yang replied, maintaining his smile. Those who were invited as external experts were invariably renowned individuals, easily identifiable upon investigation. Yet he had never showcased his piano skills domestically. Su Xiao, I apologize, Su Weiming, seated beside Su Mu, expressed with a hint of resignation. It's all right. I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding the piano as well, Su Mu replied with a smile. His words elicited laughter from Lin Yang, seated at the neighboring table. Lin Yang positioned himself next to Su Mu, wearing an air of condescension, as if addressing a fool. Su Xiao, you understand the piano as well? He exclaimed, raising his voice for all to hear, intent on embarrassing Su Mu. A little, Su Mu replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, many in attendance erupted in laughter. This prodigal son, who was notorious in Jiang City, was well known for his frequent visits to entertainment venues, often declaring, Tonight, young Master Su will cover the entire bill. A little? I too possess a smattering of knowledge. Shall we both participate shortly? Lin Yang mused, relishing the opportunity to mock Su Mu. Very well, Su Mu acquiesced with a nod. Lin Yang smirked inwardly. This individual had previously attempted to court his muse. There would be plenty of time to outmaneuver him later. Let us commence. Who will go first? Su Weiya asked, viewing Su Mu as little more than a joke. We shall begin, declared a youth wearing black-rimmed glasses, ushering his elementary school-aged daughter toward the distant piano. The gathering, comprised of affluent individuals, had all nurtured their children from a young age, and this family happened to be teaching piano. The girl, appearing around 10 years old and dressed in a charming black dress, approached the piano and placed her fingers upon the keys. She performed a well-known piece, Wedding in a Dream. As the music concluded, applause erupted from the audience. Not bad, although there were a few missteps in notes and rhythm. Managing to play a level 4 piece smoothly is quite impressive, Zhou Henning remarked, seated nearby. Given that it was Saturday, the audience was predominantly composed of children. The older attendees, having come from families of limited means in their youth, often lacked musical knowledge. Once the few children proficient in piano concluded their performances, no one else stepped forward. At that moment, Lin Yang turned to Su Mu with a smile, eager to provoke him. Su Xiao, why don't you give it a try? His words once again prompted laughter from those around them, as they had all deduced the reason behind Su Mu's hesitance. Why would I? Perhaps even Su Mu himself recognized that he would be outshone by these children, It would only serve to embarrass him, Lin Yong thought to himself. I am far too skilled to perform first, Su Mu replied calmly, though internally he felt a surge of irritation, as expected of his rival, who, even without provocation, had been attempting to undermine him. If he wished to embarrass him, Su Mu would not hold back. I shall take my turn, Mu Qingying announced as she rose from her seat. The attendees paused, recognizing that a true virtuoso was about to perform. Chapter 10. This is a melody that touches the soul. Seated at the piano, Mu Qingying began with a few simple notes to familiarize herself with the instrument. From her vantage point, Su Mu had a clear view of her profile. The graceful curve of her slender waist was striking, and her figure was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, her fingers began to dance across the keys, the music soaring in tandem. As the prelude unfolded, Su Mu's mind instinctively recalled the piece and its techniques. This was Chopin's Fantasie Impromptu. Zhou Henning nodded discreetly. Among piano compositions, this one was relatively challenging. Yet Mu Qingying's fingers fluttered like fairies, elegantly leaping across the keys. Many in the audience, indifferent to music, closed their eyes to listen intently. The exquisite melody ebbed and flowed, transitioning from slow to fast and back again, enveloping listeners in a trance. As several minutes passed, Mu Qingying concluded with a final, resounding note, prompting an eruption of thunderous applause from the crowd. Indeed, Miss Mu. Even one who knows little of music like myself is captivated. Incredible. It seems unnecessary to compete any further. Apart from Miss Mu, who else could possibly be the victor? Not only the spectators, but at this moment, Su Yaya also approached, grasping Mu Qingying's hand. Sister Qingying, you are truly remarkable. My foremost goal now is to surpass you. Su Yaya beamed with a smile. Yaya, you are too modest. Mu Qingying responded with a smile, for who could rival her in this exquisite performance? Zhou Henning also chuckled, remarking, indeed impressive. You have reached the level of a performer. With your talent, you could easily host your own concert. Hearing this compliment, Mu Qingying's smile grew even more radiant. Ha! Mr. Zhou has spoken so favorably, then the victor today is Wait. Before Su Weiye could finish his sentence, Lin Yong stood up with a calm expression. Su Mu shook his head from the side, sensing that the main character was about to show off. What is the matter? Su Weiye inquired, directing his gaze at Lin Yong. This young lady's skills are indeed formidable, yet I have not yet taken the stage. It's perfect for Mr. Zhou to provide his evaluation, Lin Yong said, striding towards the piano. Su Weiye furrowed his brow. Who are you? You seem rather unfamiliar. Old Su. He is my distant cousin, Lin Yong, Li Feiping immediately clarified. All right, we are conducting this in a fair and open manner. Since this young brother wishes to give it a try, I shall not obstruct him. Su Weiye nodded lightly. He thought to himself that Mu Qingying had already performed exceptionally well, and no one present could compete with her. As Lin Yong sat before the piano, his fingers barely grazed a few notes, causing the few knowledgeable about music in attendance to freeze in astonishment. Su Yaya, observing Lin Yong, muttered, could he be playing La Campanella? Indeed, it is Liszt's La Campanella. Mu Qingying's expression turned grim. This piece is renowned for its vast range, and is considered one of the most challenging compositions in existence. Zhou Henning closed his eyes, listening intently, unexpectedly realizing the talent emerging from Jiang City. The rapid notes crashed upon the auditory senses of those present like waves, and even those unversed in music could discern that this individual was on par with Mu Qingying. Su Weiye was utterly bewildered. What is happening? Is he about to steal the spotlight? If he couldn't choose the Mu family, he would undoubtedly select the Su family. The Su family was affluent, and perhaps he could curry favor for future lucrative projects. But to have this person snatch it away was more unbearable than consuming cockroaches. Su Weiye regretted his decision. Had he known it would come to this, he might as well have collaborated directly with the Su family. As the saying goes, one should not put all their eggs in one basket. The Mu family had already secured numerous orders, and they surely wouldn't say anything. As the music concluded, applause erupted from the audience. Mu Qingying was left in a daze. She had not anticipated the presence of another virtuoso. Had she known, she would have opted for a more challenging piece herself. Su Yaya's eyes flickered. Despite being a frivolous person, his piano skills were extraordinary. Lin Yong smiled at those around him, relishing the atmosphere of this competition. Remarkable. This piece only faltered slightly in tempo at a few points. Otherwise, it is of top-notch quality. Zhou Henning praised Lin Yong with a thumbs up. Jiang City truly harbored hidden talents, with a few more years of refinement. Becoming a master was a certainty. Upon hearing such high praise, the audience was left speechless. This was indeed a surprising turn of events. Mu Qingying clenched her fists in determination. She refused to accept this outcome and could prove herself with an even more difficult piece. Initially, she thought it unnecessary to complicate matters. Su Weiye was left dumbfounded. He had thought himself ingenious for devising this plan, only to find himself crafting a garment for another. The most excited among them was undoubtedly Li Feiping. Lin Yong was indeed a treasure. His own assets totaled a mere 200 to 300 million. But if this order was handled well, it could easily double his wealth. Mr. Zhou, what do you think? Lin Yong inquired confidently. You both present quite the dilemma for me, but to be frank, you are slightly stronger, Zhou Henning replied, looking at Lin Yong. Lin Yong wore a proud expression, then proceeded to engage with Su Yaya, eager to capture this shining star. Su Weiye sighed deeply. There was no turning back now, especially with Zhou Henning present. He could not simply disavow his words. After completing his performance, Lin Yong could not resist mocking Su Mu. Su Xiao, weren't you supposed to be the grand finale? Are you still planning to take the stage? Of course, I was just about to, Su Mu replied, hands in his pockets, walking towards the piano. Meanwhile, the other attendees merely regarded this as entertainment. What could Su Mu possibly play? If he could successfully perform two tigers, it would be a feat worthy of several tables worth of applause. Beside him, Su Weiming hurriedly grasped Su Mu's arm. Su Xiao, don't embarrass yourself up there. You can't compete with them. Don't worry, didn't I say? I possess a modicum of understanding of the piano, Su Mu assured, settling at the piano. His mind flooded with an array of musical pieces. The sensation was extraordinary, as if he had once truly been a master pianist, only to have forgotten. However, this time, Su Mu prepared to showcase his talent. He intended not to play another composition, but to create an impromptu piece of his own. Su Mu's left hand descended upon the keys. Dun dun dun. The jarring sounds lacked any semblance of rhythm, merely a chaotic cacophony. Anyone with fingers could produce such discord. Many children in the audience covered their ears. As for the businessmen, they laughed, yet dared not intervene. After all, this was Su Mu of the Su family. Mu Qingying grimaced in disdain, finding it embarrassing. Zhou Henning frowned, preparing to speak when Su Mu's right hand began to move, though the left hand continued to produce noise. The addition of the right hand created an unexpected harmony. Zhou Henning's eyes widened, and he held his breath. Dun dun dun. The noise remained. But under the influence of the right hand, it gradually became less grating. Ultimately, it melded into a cohesive whole. The chaotic transformed into the orderly. Su Mu's music seemed to touch the soul, rendering those who had been mocking him utterly speechless. What was this? This was a piece that reached the very essence of the soul. In the final stages, the music reached its zenith. Most attendees felt goosebumps and rose to their feet, some even shedding tears, especially Su Weiye, who suddenly felt a pang in his nose as tears began to flow. Perhaps this was the resonance of the soul. From this piece, he found himself reflecting on his life. In his youth, he had been just as chaotic as the beginning of the composition, constantly facing obstacles and derision. Yet he had not given up. Only nearing 40 did his family's food business begin to gain recognition, just like Su Mu's piece, which began in disorder and gradually evolved into order, leading to an unstoppable momentum. At that moment, the once passionate music began to settle into tranquility. Su Weiye took a deep breath. Was this not a reflection of his current predicament? At over 50, he had lost the fervor of his youth. This new product had caused him years of turmoil. If it were in his youth, regardless of profit, he would have long since plunged into production. As the final note faded, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, where even the sound of a falling needle could be discerned. Unlike the previous attendees who erupted into applause immediately after the performance, Su Mu's melody lingered in the air, leaving the audience in a profound state of contemplation. At last, it was Su Weiye who initiated the first applause, followed in quick succession by the others, their clapping fervent and spirited. Mr. Zhou, I may not comprehend music, yet I am attuned to my own heart. Forgive my audacity in declaring the victor without your consent. Su Weiye bowed apologetically towards Zhou Henning, then pointed at Su Mu, proclaiming, this time, the winner is Su Mu. The applause from the crowd grew more fervent. Damn, I never expected that this young man from the Su family possessed such talent. A middle-aged man in the audience removed his glasses and wiped away tears. He found himself inexplicably moved to tears by the piece. Mu Qingying was also left in stunned silence, her heart a tempest of emotions. Earlier, she had felt disdain towards Lin Yong, believing that she could perform that challenging piece as well. However, facing Su Mu, she had no choice but to concede. His performance was extraordinary, with nearly every note striking a chord deep within the soul. Su Yayao felt similarly, astonished to discover that Su Mu possessed such remarkable skills. Lin Yang's expression darkened, irritated by this young man once again thwarting his attempts at grandeur. Earlier at the entrance, Su Mu had interrupted his show of bravado, and now he had outperformed him entirely, turning Lin Yong into nothing more than a stepping stone for Su Mu, who laughed just now. I have always asserted that Su Xiao's musical talent is unparalleled, Su Weiming exclaimed excitedly, rising to his feet. Do you think we went to the bar for mere amusement? We sought inspiration. He directed this statement towards his father, Su Weiye, who had frequently cautioned him to keep his distance from Su Mu, fearing that Su Mu would lead him astray. Now, witnessing this performance, what could he say? Whose composition was that? I have never heard such a piece before. What is its title? Zhou Henning approached Su Mu, trembling as he inquired. Tears streamed down his face. As a master of music, he was even more sensitive than the rest. For those who did not understand music to shed tears, how much more could he feel? It is an improvisation I performed. Su Mu replied, pausing momentarily. As for its name, let us call it Dawn. The crowd was once more struck with astonishment. Such a masterful piece was merely an impromptu creation? Mu Qingying was left bewildered, questioning if he was even human. Dawn, Zhou Henning murmured softly, from chaos to order, from darkness to light. Dawn. Splendid. You are Su Mu? Su Mu nodded. Zhou Henning then regarded Su Mu gravely and asked, May I take you as my mentor? Initially, the crowd felt no surprise. Such a gifted individual would naturally be sought after by Zhou Henning. However, a sudden realization swept through them. Zhou Henning was asking to be Su Mu's disciple, not the other way around. Su Yayao scratched her head in confusion, unsure of the situation. She had just become a disciple herself, and now there was an additional mentor? You do me too much honor, Mr. Zhou. I am unworthy, Su Mu smiled, but we may exchange musical ideas in the future. Indeed. Let us exchange contact information at once. Zhou Henning quickly pulled out his phone. Mr. Su, do you know anyone in the music industry? No, why? Su Mu inquired. To be candid, this composition is destined to endure, its value immeasurable. If you lack connections in this field, allow me to take charge of its release, Zhou Henning proposed. I will not take a single cent. All proceeds from the piece shall belong to you. Mr. Zhou, you mustn't be so modest. If you take nothing, it would be a fruitless endeavor for you. I am not in need of such trivial sums, Su Mu replied with a smile after exchanging contacts. A standard market division would suffice. Agreed. Zhou Henning's admiration for Su Mu grew. As the music concluded, the surrounding individuals came forward to congratulate him. Everyone present understood that compared to the orders from the Su family, Zhou Henning's connections were far more valuable. At this moment, Su Yayao approached Su Mu. Her eyes filled with admiration. Su Mu, you are incredible. This statement instantly struck a chord with both Su Mu and Lin Yang. Lin Yang felt a tinge of bitterness. The object of Su Yayao's admiration should have been him, yet this scoundrel Su Mu had stolen the limelight. Noticing the words appearing above Lin Yang's head, Su Mu activated his divine gaze. Name, Lin Yang. Character, male lead of the Return of the Soldier King. Destiny power, 1480. Destiny level, 14, maximum level 10. With this revelation, Su Mu understood how to deal with these protagonists. Previously, his destiny level had been at 15, but after several setbacks, it had dropped to 14. If he could reduce Lin Yang to level 10, he could deal with him directly. The other individual who felt the sting was naturally Mu Qingying. She suddenly felt a sense of failure. Since childhood, her greatest passion had been the piano. She had worked diligently at it, yet she found herself outshone by Su Mu. A seemingly idle wastrel. Not that impressive, Su Mu chuckled. I recall that you study in our city's university, do you not? We are close by. Perhaps we can learn from one another in the future. Wonderful. I will be sure to seek your guidance. Su Yayao exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Now, Su Mu. We should discuss matters of collaboration, Su Weiya interjected, approaching with a smile. He was relieved that Su Mu's presence had thwarted Lin Yang. Otherwise, he would have been in a dire predicament. Uncle, I am a layman in this regard. Please discuss it directly with my father, Su Mu replied with a smile. Very well. Su Weiya nodded, feeling a flicker of gratitude for his foolish son, who had formed such a close relationship with Su Mu. Could it be that fools are blessed? He had long sensed that Su Mu was extraordinary. Meanwhile, Su Ningbing entered Su Shou's office, holding a document. Our enterprises in Yang City are shrinking. At this rate, we may face closure once again. Taking a deep breath, she continued, Father, you should not have aided the Yi family. The Yi family once did us a favor. Moreover, those matters are in the past, Su Shou replied, stroking his stubble. Let us see if we can establish a partnership with the Su family. Their involvement could revitalize our ventures in Yang City. Father, what dream are you indulging in? Do you truly believe that Su Mu has the capability to succeed? Su Ningbing looked at him incredulously. Just then, there was a rapid knock at the door. Su Shou frowned. Come in. As the door swung open, a middle-aged man entered. Chairman, a significant incident has occurred with the young master. He has not bungled something again. Has he? Su Ningbing's expression darkened. I warned you. He should not have been allowed to go. Chapter 12. One of the Dragon King's 3,000 warriors appears. Su Shou sighed softly. Perhaps he had indeed been too naive. From now on, such matters shall be entrusted entirely to Su Ningbing. Chairman, young master is remarkably impressive. He has astonished the entire assembly. The smile on the middle-aged man's face could not conceal his excitement. What? Su Shou's expression grew serious as he immediately inquired about the situation. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and recounted the events that transpired within the Su family. Word for word, Su Shou and Su Ningbing exchanged glances, both perceiving the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Are you implying that Zhou Henning publicly declared his intention to take Su Mu as his mentor? Su Shou swallowed hard, unable to restrain his curiosity. Indeed. However, the young master did not acquiesce, stating that they could exchange musical ideas in the future. The middle-aged man elucidated. Very well, you may leave now. Su Shou leaned back in his executive chair and gestured for the middle-aged man to depart. The man turned and softly closed the office door behind him. How is this possible? Does Su Mu truly comprehend music? Has he even composed his own pieces? Su Ningbing found it utterly unbelievable. Could he have inadvertently mishandled the situation and allowed such rumors to circulate? Ningbing. As Su Shou spoke, his phone vibrated. He took it out and smiled slightly, flipping the device to show Su Ningbing. She saw the contact name, Su Weiya's call. Su Shou answered the call and switched it to speaker mode. Su Weiya's voice came through. Su boss, your son is truly a hidden gem. He may be silent, but when he speaks, it is nothing short of astonishing. You flatter me, old Su. I wonder what brings you to call. Su Shou replied. What else could it be? Your son is so exceptional that he has secured an order from my family. I am reaching out to discuss collaboration. When do you have time? Upon hearing this, Su Shou's face lit up with uncontainable joy, though he maintained a calm demeanor. I am available at any time. Excellent. Let us meet tomorrow afternoon. I believe there are numerous avenues for collaboration between our families, Su Weiya responded with a smile. I will arrange it right away, Su Shou agreed. After hanging up, Su Shou turned to Su Ningbing. Her regal countenance appeared slightly unsettled. Had he truly succeeded? Moreover, Su Weiya's proposed method of resolving matters was through piano, without the possibility of external assistance. If she were to attend, the order would undoubtedly slip away. Her rudimentary piano skills could never rival Mu Qingying's. Remember to uphold your promise to Su Mu and maintain a smile upon meeting him. Su Shou stretched languidly, reveling in the prospect of collaboration with the Su family. Do make an effort to see if you can invigorate our external company. Understood, Su Ningbing nodded. Yet she remained perplexed. When had Su Mu taken up the piano? She had never heard of it. The thought of needing to smile at Su Mu made her feel profoundly uneasy. Meanwhile, the banquet on Su Mu's end had concluded. He considered this event a significant success, having not only connected with Zhou Henning but also acquired contact information for Su Weiya and Su Yaya. Upon returning to the company, Su Mu first made his way back to his office. Hello, Su General. Greetings, Su General. As he walked toward his office, employees hurriedly greeted him, their gazes filled with both fear and flattery. As the manager of the Human Resources Department and the chairman's son, Su Mu wielded considerable power. Anyone who displeased him could be dismissed on the spot. Seated in his office, Su Mu turned his chair to face the window and accessed his system. This time, the protagonist had incurred a loss of 45 points of destiny power. He wished to ascertain whether he had gained anything in return. As expected, he discovered a new attribute added to the top of the system page. Name, Su Mu. Character, antagonistic saint body, manager of Su Group's human resources. Strength, 30. Speed, 43. Stamina, 30. Defense, 30. Destiny power, 45. Skills, hall-level pianist, master chef. Su Mu meticulously examined the system, then pressed and held the destiny power attribute, which revealed relevant descriptions. After reading it several times, he finally grasped the concept of destiny power. Unlike the justice value used for draws, which could only be acquired from supporting characters through goodwill, destiny power could solely be obtained from the protagonist. This value could be exchanged at a rate of 1 to 10 for justice value, or could enhance another's basic attributes. This aspect was rather formidable. Su Mu had not anticipated that he could also elevate others. He felt no fear of betrayal, for this destiny power belonged to him. He could bestow it upon others or reclaim it at will. Contemplating this, he decided to find someone to experiment with. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door. Come in, Su Mu called. The door opened to reveal a tall young man in a suit, sporting a buzz cut and appearing to be around 30. Through his memories, Su Mu recognized this individual as Wang Biao, the driver Su Shou had arranged for him. He also functioned as Su Mu's assistant, akin to a secretary. Su Mu felt a sense of gratitude toward this person. According to the original storyline, Wang Biao had no parents and was raised by his grandmother. When his grandmother fell gravely ill, Su Shou had provided 600,000 to cover her medical expenses, allowing her to live for an additional 6 or 7 years. Wang Biao harbored immense gratitude towards Su Shou and was exceedingly loyal to Su Mu. After the return of the Dragon King, he had died saving Su Mu from the Dragon King's subordinates. Su Mu examined Wang Biao's information. Name, Wang Biao. Character, driver. Favorability, 1. Destiny level, 1. Max level 10. Su Mu pressed and held Wang Biao's name, and detailed information appeared. Strength, 35. Speed, 20. Stamina, 30. Defense, 25. Su Mu nodded inwardly. Wang Biao served as a bodyguard arranged by Su Shou, and indeed, several individuals could not approach him unimpeded. He attempted to enhance Wang Biao's strength and, as expected, a plus sign appeared beside the strength attribute. With a click, his strength increased to 36, while Su Mu's destiny power decreased to 44. A smile graced Su Mu's face. With this, he could cultivate his own faction. Young master, here are the new employee profiles for your review. Wang Biao placed a stack of documents on Su Mu's desk. Would you like to meet them? If not, I can instruct them to report tomorrow. Su Mu picked up the documents and began to flip through them. Suddenly, he froze. Young master, what is the matter? Wang Biao inquired, puzzled. It's nothing, Lao Wang. You may carry on with your tasks. Su Mu waved him off. Wang Biao nodded and exited. Su Mu's gaze fell upon a woman in the documents, and his expression gradually hardened. The name inscribed was Meng Wanyue. According to the storyline, Meng Wanyue was one of the Dragon King's subordinates, among the elite of the 3,000 soldiers. Her joining Su group signified that the Dragon King had uncovered the whereabouts of the Yi family's orphans, Yi Tong and Yi Yu, currently residing with the Su family. Meng Wanyue had been dispatched by the Dragon King to monitor the Su family. In accordance with the narrative, Meng Wanyue would become Su Mu's secretary. After extensive investigation, she discovered that Su Mu frequently abused Yi Tong and forced Yi Yu to reside in a doghouse. It was she who alerted the Dragon King, prompting his return with 3,000 warriors. Chapter 13. This woman is rather haughty. Su Mu's countenance grew increasingly grave. It seemed he could not afford to be idle. It would be prudent to acquire more justice points for the lottery, thereby enhancing his own strength. He scrutinized Meng Wanyue's dossier, certain that the information therein was fabricated. Closing his eyes in contemplation, his fingers rhythmically tapped the desk. It was imperative not to dismiss Meng Wanyue outright. Her identity was far from ordinary. Should this approach prove futile, she would undoubtedly resort to other methods, leaving Su Mu vulnerable. The most optimal strategy was to adhere to the narrative and keep Meng Wanyue close under surveillance. By allowing her to witness the affection between himself, Yi Tong, and Yi Yu, she would likely refrain from immediately notifying the Dragon King. This would also afford Su Mu additional time to develop further. According to the storyline, Meng Wanyue was among the Dragon King's harem. More precisely, she harbored aspirations for the Dragon King, though he had always regarded her as a subordinate. It was only in the later stages that he consented to her becoming his woman. Su Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. If he could cultivate Meng Wanyue as an ally, he would inadvertently diminish the Dragon King's fated power. Picking up the telephone from his desk, Su Mu called Wang Biao, instructing him to bring Meng Wanyue to the office. Under normal circumstances, Su Mu would not entertain such meetings, yet there was a legitimate reason to see Meng Wanyue, given that she had applied for the position of his secretary. Before long, the office door swung open, and the two entered in succession, with Wang Biao leading the way, followed by a woman clad in office attire. Old Wang, you may step out. Su Mu gestured dismissively. Understood. Wang Biao nodded and departed. Hello, Su Zong. Meng Wanyue lowered her head slightly in greeting. Su Mu appraised Meng Wanyue. Her figure was well proportioned, with long black hair cascading down her back, only slightly curled at the tips. Her bangs obscured her delicate eyebrows, revealing most of her exquisite features. Indeed, her appearance was emblematic of a quintessential heroine. However, Meng Wanyue possessed a singular flaw: her eyes. Though beautiful, they exuded a lifelessness, or perhaps a natural coldness, devoid of emotion. Su Mu understood that this was tied to her background. Meng Wanyue's origins were tragic. Since she could remember, she had been sold abroad and trained as an assassin. It is worth noting that female assassins possess innate advantages over their male counterparts, particularly in the art of eliminating men. Meng Wanyue was one of the top assassins of an organization, and her final target was none other than the Dragon King. The outcome was predictable. She was captured by him. The Dragon King recognized her capabilities and annihilated all members of Meng Wanyue's organization, sparing only her. He presented her with two options: death or servitude. Not wishing to perish and harboring no affection for her former organization, she chose to remain. After several missions, Meng Wanyue found herself in awe of the Dragon King's strength. Yet, at present, her admiration was more aspirational than emotional. Her feelings for the Dragon King began to blossom only after his return, as she envied the love shared between him and several heroines, gradually developing an affection for him. Thus, Su Mu found himself with a potential opportunity. Utilizing the Eye of God, he examined her information. Name: Meng Wanyue. Role: assassin, female protagonist of the Dragon King's arrival. Affection level: 20. Destiny level: 9, maximum level 10. So Meng Wanyue. Su Mu regarded her dossier, accustomed to the negative sentiments others held toward him. After all, a brief inquiry would reveal his reputation. Yes, Meng Wanyue affirmed with a nod. What motivates you to become my secretary? You must have researched me during your application process. Correct? Sumu placed her file on the desk. Meng Wanyue's expression faltered momentarily. As an assassin, she would naturally investigate her target's character and habits. Sumu was notorious as a wastrel, frequently frequenting entertainment venues, often losing his temper for no apparent reason. She had dispatched many such wealthy second-generation heirs. Yet none possessed the self-awareness that Sumu exhibited. Could it be an act? I didn't inquire. I just want to earn money and found this position appealing. Meng Wanyue replied, her gaze cast downward, resembling a nervous girl. As a female assassin, her acting skills were equally crucial. Your dossier indicates you graduated from a prestigious university abroad? Sumu inquired, scrutinizing her. Indeed, Meng Wanyue nodded. Your ability to study overseas suggests your family must have some resources? Not at all. I worked while studying abroad. I am an orphan. Both of my parents have passed away, Meng Wanyue explained softly. Sumu rested his chin on his hand, observing her expression before saying, it must have been a difficult journey all these years. Meng Wanyue froze. Having been raised as an assassin since childhood, any misstep would result in punishment by whip. Even now, having distanced herself from the organization to follow the Dragon King, he no longer treated her as a mere tool for murder. However, he had never shown her any concern. Sumu's words stirred something deep within her heart, long buried. I've managed, she finally uttered. That won't be the case anymore. Sumu smiled as he retrieved his phone. Let us exchange contact information. Starting tomorrow, you'll officially begin your duties. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to reach out to me. All right, Meng Wanyue nodded. After Meng Wanyue departed, Sumu initially intended to have Wang Biao follow her to ascertain her current residence. However, he reconsidered, opting against alarming her. A person like Wang Biao would likely expose himself while trailing such an assassin. It was best to proceed cautiously. Glancing at his phone, he noted that Su Shou wanted to see him. He then rose and took the elevator to the top floor of the company. Upon arriving at the chairman's office, he noticed his sister, Su Ningbing, was also present. Su Shou was seated in the boss's chair, his phone playing a video. The music emanating from the video was Su Mu's piano performance. The recording device on the phone could not replicate the live atmosphere, yet Su Shou closed his eyes, lost in the melody. Dad, what did you need? Su Mu approached and inquired. Ningbing, what did I just say? Su Shou slowly opened his eyes. Su Ningbing's expression was unusual. Her usually cold, elegant face bore a hint of blush. She forced a smile that was more painful than a frown. Su Mu, you do possess some merit, she remarked, immediately turning her face away to gaze out the window. Affection level 1. Su Mu smiled. It appeared that Su Ningbing was quite unyielding, making it challenging to improve his standing in her eyes. Kid, you're quite the enigma. Spill it. Whose piece is this? Su Shou directed at Su Mu. I heard Zhou Henning is preparing to release it for you. If it gets exposed as plagiarism, we'll be in trouble. Humph. I knew it was a copy, Su Ningbing interjected with a cold huff. Old man, do you not trust me at all? This piece was a spontaneous improvisation of mine. Entirely original, Su Mu shrugged. If you doubt it, feel free to pay someone to verify. Really? Su Shou asked. What reason would I have to deceive you? It has long been said that I possess a modest understanding of the piano. As Su Mu spoke, he cast a glance at Su Ningbing, who, feeling awkward, adjusted her glasses and coolly turned her face away. Favorability 1. Su Mu couldn't help but shake his head. This woman was still being tsundere. Chapter 14. A Grand Warrior. Unable to subdue a mere girl? Ha! I never expected you, young lad, to possess such talent. Su Shou laughed heartily, genuinely pleased, as he had always thought his own skills were wasted. Little did he know that Su Mu was indeed someone who, when silent, was inconspicuous, yet when he spoke, was astonishing, prompting admiration. Now, off you go to your tasks. Su Shou waved at the two, then closed his eyes once more, listening to the piano melodies emanating from his phone. The two departed the office together. In the elevator, Su Ningbing and Su Mu stood side by side. Sister, you must maintain a smile for me in the future, Su Mu reminded her. No need to always wear a glum expression. Why should I smile at you? Su Ningbing replied coolly. Seriously? Are you disregarding our agreement? Su Mu retorted. When did I ever agree? It was Dad who promised, not me, Su Ningbing replied. And as the elevator stopped at the next floor, she briskly exited, her high heels clicking on the floor. However, a faint smile crept onto her lips. Su Mu watched her alluring figure retreat, rolling his eyes. Favorability 5. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, he noticed the words appearing above Su Ningbing's head, and a smile broke across his face. Old woman, quite the actress, Su Mu mused, shaking his head slightly. After spending the afternoon in the office, Su Mu drove home. Compared to others, it was far more practical to seek benefits from his own wife, Yi Tong. As he drove, he suddenly felt the urge to do something. Relying solely on conversation would yield limited increases in favorability. He aspired to elevate it further and enhance his prowess. Remembering he was a distinguished chef, he decided to showcase his culinary skills, believing it would garner significant favor. He sensed that the warrior Lin Yang had already begun to harbor resentment towards him. Just as Su Mu prepared to turn into a nearby shopping mall, he fortuitously spotted someone. His luck seemed almost surreal, just as he thought of Lin Yang. There he was. At that moment, Lin Yang was lurking behind a car, peering at something. Su Mu immediately activated his divine vision, scanning the surroundings. And a magnificent panel materialized before him. It was Su Ye, who had just alighted from a luxurious vehicle with another woman, making their way into the mall. A smile crept onto Su Mu's face. The protagonist was indeed tailing Su Ye. Perhaps it was due to his overshadowing presence at the Su family gathering today. He felt the need to procure some benefits from his heart's white moonlight through alternative means. Initially indifferent, he soon noticed that Lin Yang had two burly men with him, who appeared visibly intimidated, clearly having been taught a lesson before. Intrigued by their conversation, Su Mu parked his car a space away and cracked his window to catch their words. After listening, Su Mu shook his head gently. This protagonist resorted to such shameless tactics to enhance his favorability. It seemed he needed to take action. Lin Yang, wearing a hat, had disguised himself simply. He initially intended to orchestrate a chance encounter with Su Ye, but instead, he stumbled upon two nuisances from the bar the previous night. As a warrior protagonist, seeking beautiful women at a bar was entirely reasonable, but encountering a few dim-witted troublemakers was not. With a slight application of force, he had sent a few of them to the hospital. The two men, upon seeing Lin Yang, were paralyzed with fear, hardly daring to breathe. Lin Yang formulated a straightforward plan, to wait by Su Ye's vehicle. Once she returned, he would instruct the two men to cause trouble, and he would conveniently appear to save her, a far better scenario than a mere coincidence. Throughout his years abroad, he had encountered many beautiful women, but Su Ye was his cherished white moonlight, a remedy for his past cowardice. He was determined to possess this woman. Su Mu initially intended to exit his vehicle, but the trio of Lin Yang passed right in front of him. He quickly lowered his face, pretending to fiddle with his phone, relieved not to be noticed. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He remembered his dashcam. Connecting his phone to the device, he captured footage of Lin Yang and the two burly men, who were now trailing behind Lin Yang like subordinates. Pleased with what he saw, Su Mu waited a while in the car before heading to the underground supermarket of the mall. It had been a long time since Yitong had eaten meat, so Su Mu bought a substantial amount to improve their meals. After all, both he and Yitong needed to engage in physical labor, requiring ample nourishment. Meanwhile, Lin Yang and the two burly men were hidden behind a vehicle, where they could see Su Ye's car as well as the entrance of the mall. Lin Yang waited there for a solid 20 minutes, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he spotted her, the one wearing the hat. The two burly men nodded and approached the two women. "Ye, you can't be falling in love, can you? You're buying a men's razor?" Su Ye was accompanied by another young and attractive woman, slightly plump with a cherubic face. Her name was Wang Ying, a close college friend of Su Ye. "Stop spouting nonsense. He is my elder." Su Ye's cheeks flushed slightly. Her teacher, Zhou Henning, had insisted she get close to Su Mu, for he was the true master, and she should exchange experiences with him whenever possible. Thus, Su Ye thought to buy a gift for Su Mu to bring when she visited, as she couldn't arrive empty-handed. Just then, two burly men approached them. One of them intentionally leaned towards Wang Ying when he reached her side. Wang Ying's expression turned cold. "What are you doing?" "Oh, I didn't notice earlier. Two beauties, huh?" One bald man grinned lecherously. "How about you share your contact information? I'll treat you to drinks later." "Ing, let us just go," Su Ye urged, clutching Wang Ying's hand. They were just two girls. It was unnecessary to provoke trouble. Wang Ying snorted but ultimately chose to endure. Just as they prepared to leave, another burly man blocked their path. "What do you think you're doing? You think you can just walk away after bumping into us? We're not that easy to deal with." The man with hair sneered. "Call us good brothers and pay us 500, and we'll let it slide. You wait. I'm calling the police." Wang Ying angrily pulled out her phone, but the bald man seized her phone immediately. "Dare to call the police? Do you believe I want to kill you? What are you doing? Let that girl go." Lin Yang approached from a distance. Su Ye furrowed her brows slightly upon seeing Lin Yang. Beauty. I didn't expect it to be you." Lin Yang feigned surprise upon seeing Su Ye, then pointed at the bald man. "Return her phone, you little brat. Don't seek trouble, or I'll make you regret it." The bald man retorted coldly. "I said, return the phone." Lin Yang's expression turned serious as he reached out to snatch it back. "Damn." The bald man swung a punch towards Lin Yang's face. With a resounding thud, a punch landed squarely on Lin Yang's chin. The bald man was left bewildered, questioning the sudden turn of events. Was this not contrary to what had been promised earlier? Wasn't he supposed to be the hero rescuing the damsel in distress? Lin Yong couldn't help but smirk internally. He had devised a more sophisticated approach. Instead of merely playing the hero, he would feign injury. Which scenario would resonate more deeply with Su Yaya? Him saving her, or him getting hurt in the process? Undoubtedly, it would be the latter. At that moment, Lin Yong seized his phone with determination, wresting it from the grasp of the bald man. He thrust the device into Su Yaya's hands, shielding his head with one arm as he lunged towards the bald man. "You all should leave," he declared with a righteous air. "Damn it, you little brat. You're courting death." Another burly man charged at Lin Yong. Seeing this unfold, concern etched itself on Su Yaya's face. "Please don't fight. I can pay you." Lin Yong felt a surge of satisfaction upon hearing her plea. Was he not a formidable warrior? How could he not win over the heart of a mere girl? He thought to himself, let them strike him. One must be willing to sacrifice to ensnare the wolf. "What are you doing?" At that moment, Su Mu, carrying large shopping bags, called out from a distance. "You brat, mind your own business." The bald man barked, but upon noticing Su Mu's figure, he faltered. "Who are you?" Su Mu inquired, a frown creasing his brow. "We." The bald man glanced at his companions and hastily replied, "Let's get out of here." These men, accustomed to the nightlife, recognized the air of the Su family. Whenever Su Mu appeared, their spending power inflated, for he was always the one footing the bill. Such individuals were not to be trifled with. Lin Yang's eyes darkened. It was that insufferable brat again. Chapter 15. Men are boorish creatures. Damn it. Su Mu had once more come to disrupt his burgeoning relationship with Su Yaya. "Su Mu," Su Yaya exclaimed with surprise upon seeing him. "What are you doing here?" "I ran out of groceries at home, so I came to buy some," Su Mu replied, lifting the large bags he carried. "What? Su Mu can cook?" Su Yaya's eyes sparkled with interest. "He plays the piano so beautifully and can cook too? How perfect can one be?" Whoever had labeled Su Mu as a spendthrift, she vowed to confront them. Affection level 30. Su Mu was taken aback by the sudden surge in his affection points. He hadn't intended to curry favor with her. It felt almost unwarranted. He recalled when her affection for him had been in the negatives, and now it had transformed into something positive. Lin Yong noted the glimmer in Su Yaya's eyes, and his jealousy grew more intense. The ordinary version of himself was long gone. Since his time abroad as a mercenary, no one had dared to covet what he desired. Lin Yang's expression shifted abruptly. A smirk crept onto his face. "Su Mu, you know those two men from earlier, don't you? I can tell they were sent by you," he accused, pointing a finger at Su Mu. Su Mu, amused, thought to himself that he hadn't even revealed the truth, yet Lin Yong was already lashing out. Su Yaya and Wang Ying exchanged glances, realizing that those two men had indeed fled upon seeing Su Mu. "I see now, you intentionally brought them to stir trouble, hoping to play the hero and win Su Yaya's favor, right? How despicable." Lin Yong feigned enlightenment. Su Yaya clutched the shopping bag tightly. Inside was a razor she had bought for him. Recalling the rumors surrounding Su Mu, she wondered if he truly intended to manipulate the situation in such a manner. Su Mu, observing her expression, shook his head gently. Sometimes I prefer not to reveal the truth. Doing so could lead to an uncomfortable situation for both sides." "Reveal the truth?" "The truth is that you deliberately orchestrated this and aimed to play the hero to win Su Yaya's affection." Lin Yong scoffed. "But I saw those two with you," Su Mu replied, his expression devoid of emotion. "Ha ha, Su Yaya, look at him. He's rambling now. If we were in cahoots, would I let them hit me?" Lin Yong mocked, laughing derisively. "Su Yaya, come with me." With that, Su Mu picked up his bags and walked towards his vehicle. "Su Yaya, don't go. Don't you know who Su Mu is?" Lin Yong interjected. Su Yaya hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow. Regardless of the situation, she preferred to uncover the truth. Since Su Mu appeared so calm, perhaps there was indeed evidence. Wang Ying trailed behind Su Yaya. Lin Yong, however, wore a confident smile. As a seasoned warrior, he would never engage in a battle without assurance. He had already sabotaged the cameras in the open parking lot. Even if Su Mu discovered their connection, there would be no proof. Su Mu paused beside his Cadillac, opened the door, and placed the groceries in the back seat. He turned to Lin Yong, speaking calmly. "Buddy, this is my car." Lin Yang's expression shifted slightly. "Could it be?" "Su Yaya, wait." Su Mu sat in the driver's seat, reconnected the dashcam, and downloaded the new footage. He would not allow anyone to find fault with him. If he reviewed the previous download, the timestamps wouldn't align. It might appear as if he had acted with intent. Once the download was complete, he opened the video, scrolled through the footage, and handed his phone to Su Yaya. Wang Ying leaned in to take a look as well. The video showed Lin Yong walking ahead, flanked by the two burly men, resembling followers. As Lin Yong felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, he realized the cameras had been destroyed. Yet he had not anticipated the existence of a dashcam. Why was this brat here of all places? Damn it. Destiny power, 50. "Do you know why I didn't expose you earlier?" Su Mu asked, his expression unperturbed as he regarded Lin Yong. Because I could see that you have feelings for Suyaya. Although your methods may be misguided, I saw no need to interfere. I merely did not expect you to turn the tables. Suyaya's gentle demeanor transformed into one of coldness. She glanced at Su Mu and then at Lin Yang. Noting the stark contrast between them, one was a refined gentleman, while the other was a shameless scoundrel. Suyaya felt a desire to slap herself for even momentarily doubting Su Mu. Affection level, 30. Leave. I never want to see you again. If you continue to cling to me, don't blame me for being rude. Suyaya shouted at Lin Yang. Suyaya, I didn't mean to. I just like you too much. Lin Yang hurriedly pleaded. Su Mu, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have remained oblivious and fallen for his tricks. Suyaya approached Su Mu and returned the phone to him. It's nothing, Su Mu smiled. I'll give you both a ride. Okay, Suyaya nodded. Lin Yang stood there. His face darkened and frozen in place. After Su Mu helped Suyaya and Wang Ying into the car, he strode back towards his vehicle, ignoring Lin Yang entirely as he got in. However, Lin Yang, standing upright, called out to him, Su Mu, Suyaya is the woman I have set my sights on. So keep your distance from her in the future. I am aware of your affections for her, but your approach is misguided. Su Mu replied indifferently. Stop pretending to be innocent. Who do you think you are, assuming I am unaware? Lin Yang growled, then turned to leave. I've given you my warning. If you provoke me, it won't just be you who suffers. Your entire Su family will pay the price. Su Mu watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but sigh, pondering how it seemed he was the true antagonist. After all, these protagonists have grown accustomed to wielding their fated luck, brazenly taking advantage of others. Now, faced with even a slight setback, their indignation is palpable. Su Mu checked his justice points and discovered he could draw 6 more times. As for his fated power, it had already reached 94. He had no intention of exchanging his fated power for justice points. Instead, he resolved to elevate others. First and foremost, his own father. With an additional father who cherished him, Su Mu decided to treat him with the utmost respect. As for others, that could be addressed later. At this moment, Yi Tong sat on the bed in Yi Yu's room. The two had spent the entire day together, engaged in conversation. The topic of their discourse was invariably Su Mu. Sister, I think it is necessary to mention this. Could you keep the noise down tonight? Yi Yu, seated on the sofa, gazed at Yi Tong. Yi Tong's face flushed a deep crimson. She was aware that Yi Yu was just next door, and she had tried her best to restrain herself. But her feelings were undeniably overwhelming. Oh, I nearly forgot. I must prepare dinner. Yi Tong sprang to her feet, realizing that if Su Mu returned from work, he would have to wait an additional 20 minutes. Sister, Su Mu should be tested further. Perhaps his kindness yesterday was merely a prelude to something more intimate. Yi Yu rose as well, stating, in my opinion, he probably won't return today. Men are often ungrateful once they have what they desire. Chapter 16. Yi Yu intended to embody her beliefs. Yi Tong paused at the door to Yi Yu's room, but after a moment, she broke into a gentle smile. Very well, I shall go prepare dinner for you. However, as she descended the stairs, an inexplicable melancholy washed over her. Yi Yu's words held merit. Perhaps Su Mu's actions yesterday were solely to fulfill his own desires. After all, even after their prolonged marriage, Su Mu had yet to touch her. Since their union, Su Mu had consistently treated the two sisters poorly. One cannot simply assume that a sudden change would indicate a permanent shift in his behavior. Yi Tong took a deep breath, resolving to dismiss such thoughts. After all, they were already legally married and had a legitimate marital relationship with Su Mu. She owed the Su family a great deal. Unless Su Mu initiated a divorce, she had no intentions of leaving. Sister, let me assist you. Yi Yu followed her down the stairs. As the two entered the kitchen, the sound of the villa's front door opening echoed. Yi Tong and Yi Yu froze simultaneously, turning to see. In a matter of breaths, Su Mu strode in, carrying bags aplenty. Yi Tong felt an unexpected surge of joy upon seeing Su Mu return. Yi Yu, come here. Su Mu called out. Yi Yu's complexion immediately paled. Their earlier conversation had taken place solely in her room. Was it possible Su Mu had eavesdropped? Did he know they had spoken ill of him? Brother-in-law, what is the matter? Yi Yu approached Su Mu, trembling, bracing herself for reprimand. Yi Tong furrowed her brow, joining Su Mu's side. Quickly, place these items in the refrigerator. Today, I shall prepare dinner for us to enjoy something special. Su Mu handed the bags to Yi Yu. Huh. Yi Yu was momentarily taken aback. Yi Tong, also surprised, quickly extended her hand. Allow me. No need. You rest and wait for dinner. Su Mu insisted as he entrusted the bags entirely to Yi Yu. He then made his way to the kitchen, donned an apron from the side, and began his culinary endeavors. Perhaps I shall take over the cooking. You've worked all day and must be tired, Yi Tong suggested as she entered the kitchen. What? Do you find my cooking unsatisfactory? Su Mu asked with a grin. No. Yi Tong vigorously shook her head, her hair cascading slightly. She tucked a stray lock behind her ear, exuding charm. Affection level 10. I possess a modicum of culinary knowledge. I assure you, it will not be unpalatable. Sumu began his work, instructing them. You two should go sit on the sofa and pass the time on your phones. All right. Yitong was taken aback. Could it be that Sumu had genuinely changed? Yiyu, meanwhile, pulled Yitong to the sofa. As an older sister, Yitong noticed that Yiyu's expression seemed off and inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Yiyu forced a smile. However, once seated on the sofa, she promptly took out her phone and messaged Yitong. "Sister, do you think Sumu might be planning to poison us?" Yitong, upon reading the message, sighed and rolled her eyes. She took Yiyu's hand, leading her to a nearby restroom. Once the door was closed, Yitong whispered, "What nonsense are you thinking? You silly girl." "Sister, I'm not suggesting he has lethal poison. I mean something that could. Well, you know?" Yiyu whispered, "Sumu is quite formidable. You alone cannot contend with him. He might be contemplating claiming me as well. What on earth is on your mind?" Yitong tapped Yiyu's forehead, exasperated. "Honestly, I heard from friends that sisters like us provide a significant advantage for men." Yiyu's face drained of color, terrified at the notion of Sumu turning his attention towards her. "Then you should keep a close watch." Yitong opened the door once again, pulling Yiyu back outside. She couldn't fathom why, but she trusted Sumu would never resort to such actions. Yiyu took a deep breath, mustering her courage. "Brother-in-law, may I assist you?" Sumu glanced at Yiyu and nodded slightly. "Very well, come help me wash the vegetables." Yiyu nodded, determined to remain vigilant. Should Sumu attempt anything untoward, she would never partake. At that moment, Sumu was deftly chopping vegetables. Not only was Yiyu intrigued, but even Yitong, seated on the sofa, was unable to resist approaching. One's culinary skills are often evident in the sound of chopping. A skilled cook may not necessarily wield a perfect knife, yet an unskilled one will certainly lack finesse. Yitong stood outside the kitchen, observing as Sumu cut with a rhythm that was both uniform and precise, as if copied and pasted. The speed and accuracy of his movements left her feeling inferior. She could hardly believe what she was witnessing. This so-called wastrel was, in fact, a culinary virtuoso. Such proficiency could not have been acquired overnight. Sumu, meanwhile, found his cooking skills had become second nature, as if guided by muscle memory. When it came to seasoning, he instinctively knew the right amounts to use. He looked over at Yiyu. "Once you've finished washing, you can sit over there." "Brother-in-law, you're so impressive. I want to see you cook," Yiyu remarked, refusing to leave, determined not to give Sumu any opportunity to act inappropriately. "All right." Sumu continued to stir the ingredients with a fluidity that left Yiyu and Yitong utterly astonished, almost mistaking him for a master chef performing a culinary spectacle. As time slipped by, Sumu sensed that the moment had arrived to extinguish the flame. "Yiyu, please serve the rice," he instructed, addressing the mesmerized Yiyu outside. "All right," she nodded obediently. Seated at the dining table, the group gazed at the array of dishes before them, without even tasting. The mere appearance of the food transported them to a high-end restaurant. There were secret recipe ribs, beef with green peppers, mapo tofu, minced eggplant, and garlic lobster. Sumu gestured towards the various plates, all of which were homely yet delightful. "Do take a taste," he encouraged. Yitong nodded confidently, unperturbed. After all, she was Sumu's wife, and even if there were unexpected ingredients, consuming them would not pose a problem. She sampled a piece of the secret recipe ribs and was instantly rendered speechless. "Sister, is it good?" Yiyu inquired from the side. "Absolutely divine. The flavor is exquisite." Yitong's innocent eyes sparkled with delight. "I told you, I possess a modicum of culinary skill," Sumu replied with a smile, urging her to try the other dishes. "All right," Yitong agreed, eagerly sampling the remaining offerings. Each dish elicited her enthusiastic approval, far surpassing her own culinary endeavors. Meanwhile, Yiyu was swallowing hard, feeling something was amiss. Why was Sumu suddenly so generous towards them? Could it be that he had already slipped something into their food? Or perhaps, while she and her sister were conversing in the restroom, he had covertly added something? Yet, the dishes before her were undeniably tempting. "Why aren't you eating?" Sumu asked, glancing at Yiyu. "Brother-in-law, Yiyu picked up her chopsticks, deciding to brave the unknown. If Sumu intended to take action against them, her sister would surely see his true colors. Chapter 17, Godly Ability, Level 1 Perception. Sumu observed as Yiyu began to eat, smiling as he asked, "How does it taste?" "Delicious." Yiyu nodded emphatically. The food was indeed delectable. She had never encountered such exquisite cuisine in her life. Before the downfall of the Yi family, she had been a pampered young lady, with chefs at her beck and call, yet their skills paled in comparison to Sumu's. After the family's misfortunes, her meals were limited to the school cafeteria's offerings, and returning home on Fridays meant enduring her sister's simple home-cooked dishes. Unbeknownst to her, Yiyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "What's wrong?" Sumu inquired, lifting his gaze. "It's just so delicious, sob." Yiyu wiped her tears with her sleeve. her feelings reflected in the message above her head. Favorability 10. Su Mu grinned. Yi Yu's favorability had finally shifted. All his efforts had not been in vain, especially considering that she had once harbored the most animosity towards him. After a hearty meal, Yi Yu reclined on the sofa, cradling her belly, only to feel a twinge of embarrassment at her own indulgence, fearing Su Mu might reprimand her. Resolving to compose herself, she straightened up. What's wrong? Do you feel out of place in your own home? Su Mu approached, resting a hand on Yi Yu's shoulder. Her body instinctively trembled, anticipating a reprimand. But Su Mu merely nudged her back down onto the sofa. Favorability 10. Su Mu smiled and took a seat beside her. Yi Tong, having cleared the dishes, observed the two sitting side by side on the sofa and felt an unexpected surge of joy. Reflecting on it, this was perhaps the first moment of lightness and pleasure she had experienced since the calamity that befell her family. Weren't you saying you wanted to do something for yourself? Have you decided? Su Mu inquired with a smile as Yi Tong emerged from the kitchen. Not yet, she replied, her gaze dropping shyly. The day had been spent discussing Su Mu with her sister, leaving little time for contemplation. There's no rush. You have alternatives. If it comes to it, you can always work at our place, Su Mu suggested, rising to approach Yi Tong. She nodded, feeling a tremor as he grasped her hand, her cheeks flushing crimson. Yi Yu, we're heading upstairs to sleep. You should rest early too, Su Mu said, pulling Yi Tong along. But it's only 8 o'clock. Yi Yu protested, glancing at her phone. What do you know? Early to bed, early to rise makes one healthy, Su Mu remarked, casting a glance at Yi Yu. You should rest early as well. What is wrong with 8 o'clock? With his enhanced physique, Su Mu had boundless energy, and it would be a pity not to utilize it. Today, Su Mu had delved into the peach blossom spring, as he had always been a history enthusiast. He could recite it in full and perform it flawlessly. Meanwhile, Yi Yu lay in the adjacent room, staring at her phone, gradually realizing that she had misjudged Su Mu. Her body exhibited no changes. She had clearly overthought the situation. Su Mu had not drugged them at all. Covering her head with the blanket, she slowly drifted into slumber. The following morning, Su Mu awoke to find Yi Tong still peacefully asleep beside him, just as she was the day before. He opened the system to check and discovered he was now able to perform a 10 draw. This was largely thanks to Yi Tong and Su Yaya. He was in urgent need of self-improvement, especially with the formidable Dragon King and the Soldier King likely to make their presence felt soon. Clicking on the roulette, Su Mu executed a 10 draw. Ding. Host triggers hidden rule, 10 draw, bonus 1 time. Su Mu was astonished. It appeared the system held many hidden features yet to be uncovered. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained 20 attribute points. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained 10 attribute points. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained 20 attribute points. Su Mu began to understand that attribute points were likely a safety net, the most basic form of reward. If one did not draw anything valuable, the system would compensate with attribute points. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained a desert eagle. What? Su Mu was taken aback, astonished at the reality of the items he could draw. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained the title of sharpshooter. Excellent. Su Mu murmured to himself. Living in a country where firearms were prohibited, he had never utilized one before, yet he had heard of the Desert Eagle's esteemed reputation. Its weight and recoil made it unsuitable for the battlefield, but within 7 paces, he could achieve speed and accuracy. Beyond that distance, however, his confidence waned. Now that he had acquired this title, he felt unencumbered. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained a godly ability, level 1 perception. At this revelation, Su Mu sat upright in bed. A godly ability. This was his first such draw. However, instead of immediately investigating it, he chose to wait and see if there were additional rewards. Ultimately, he was left disappointed. Aside from these 3 items, the remaining 8 draws yielded only attribute points. He paid little mind to the attribute points, choosing instead to examine the description of his newfound godly ability. As he read the text, Su Mu was left in awe, true to its name. Even a level 1 ability was astonishingly powerful. This extraordinary ability allows him to sense living beings within a radius of 100 meters. At this moment, he closes his eyes to attune his perception, clearly aware of Yi Yu, who is still slumbering in the adjacent room. However, this perception is akin to infrared sensing. It can only detect shapes without revealing specific features. Nevertheless, the power is astonishingly formidable. Su Mu continues to extend his awareness to the maximum range, his pupils suddenly constricting. He swiftly rises and strides towards the desk adjacent to the bedroom, opening his laptop. Here, he can monitor the surveillance feeds in real time. Through the camera positioned outside the villa's courtyard, he indeed discovers a woman clad in casual attire, donning a mask and a baseball cap, standing before the villa's ornate iron gate, recording a video. After completing her recording, she nonchalantly tucks her phone into her pocket and departs. Su-mu is unaware of her identity, yet two possibilities have already formed in his mind. The first is undoubtedly someone from Lin Yang's camp, seeking retribution after he has repeatedly humiliated them. The second candidate is Meng Wanyue, who might be conducting an investigation into the Dragon King's sister and younger sibling. Should it indeed be Meng Wanyue, the situation becomes perilous. Thankfully, he had dismantled the Doghouse previously. If she were to capture footage of the Dragon King's sister residing in the Doghouse, it is conceivable that the Dragon King would soon descend upon them. He takes a deep breath, acknowledging the potency of this divine ability. After dressing, Su-mu heads to the bathroom to inspect the Desert Eagle. Presenting it before Yi Tong might lead her to form misconceptions about him if she were to awaken at that moment. Opening his inventory, he indeed finds a silver Desert Eagle. Su-mu deftly ejects the magazine, only to be taken aback. What? No bullets? It would be absurd to engage in close combat wielding the guns, but he sighs, realizing he must continue drawing from the lottery in hopes of acquiring ammunition. Meanwhile, Yi Tong is already awake, just as she was the previous day, daring not to open her eyes, fearing Su-mu might turn his attention to her once more. She finds him overwhelmingly powerful and feels as though she might break under the pressure. A thought crosses her mind. Perhaps it would be better for Su-mu to seek companionship with other women, allowing them to share the burden. As long as Su-mu continues to treat her well, as he has in recent days, she would not mind. Chapter 18. Who is he? He is the king of mercenaries. Yi Tong hears the bathroom door creak open, and in a panic, she promptly shuts her eyes, feigning sleep. Su-mu merely glances at her before exiting the room. Descending the stairs, he utilizes his perception to discern Yi Tong's movements with clarity. Evidently, she had awakened moments prior. Su-mu settles onto the sofa and begins reviewing his attribute points. Aside from the items he previously acquired, he has obtained an additional 160 points. He first examines his own attributes. Name, Su-mu. Character, villainous saint body, manager of human resources at Su Group. Strength, 30. Speed, 43. Endurance, 30. Defense, 30. Fate power, 93. Observing his attributes, Su-mu resolves to balance them slightly for a more equitable development. He must not become overly specialized, lest he present weaknesses to his adversaries. With precisely 160 points at his disposal, he intends to allocate 40 points to each attribute. With each increment in strength, Su-mu perceives changes within his physique. His previously suboptimal health has undergone a profound transformation. Suddenly, he realizes that upon increasing his strength to 50 points, he can no longer allocate further, as black text appears before him. The host's current physical strength has reached the pinnacle of ordinary humans. The host's cultivation talent panel has been activated. Name, Su-mu. Character, villainous saint body, manager of human resources at Su Group. Realm, early bright energy. Physique, 40. Spirit, 10. Cultivation value, 0, requires 100 for full. Fate power, 94. Upon reaching this point, Su-mu feels somewhat bewildered. He understands the plot, and thus knows what the realm signifies. The entry into ancient martial arts is marked by the transition from bright energy to dark energy. For instance, the Dragon King is a formidable ancient martial artist. Su-mu notes a question mark symbol in the upper right corner of the panel. Upon clicking it, he discovers an introduction to the panel. After reading, he experiences a sudden epiphany. It becomes evident that upon entering the ranks of ancient martial artists, the previous 4 attributes consolidate into the physique attribute. In essence, the physique represents the overall strength and explosive power of the body, while a new attribute, spirit, has been added. The cultivation value, which is of paramount importance, is also introduced. The overarching narrative indicates that after the Dragon King's return and his avenging of Yi Tong and Yi Yu, he does not depart from Jiang City. Instead, he begins to seize control of the Su family and penetrate the business world. Ultimately, his cultivation has reached a bottleneck, preventing further breakthroughs. However, Su-mu need not concern himself with these matters. He merely needs to fill the cultivation value to ascend. According to the system's prompts, his future baseline will consist of both cultivation points and attribute points. Having consumed 20 points from the earlier 160, he currently possesses 140 attribute points. He can only allocate these points to enhance his physique and spirit. With each upgrade, Su-mu feels his state undergo yet another remarkable leap. He examines the changes above. Realm, early bright energy. Physique, 100. Spirit, 90. Cultivation value, 0, requires 100 for full. Fate power, 94. Su-mu exhales, sensing the power coursing within him. Yet he remains unaware of Lin Yang's current realm. He does not comprehend what a physique of 100 in the early bright energy stage signifies. At that moment, Yi Tong descends the stairs, her hair cascading down rather than tied up in a bun. Coupled with her unique widow's physique, Su-mu cannot help but feel a surge of tenderness towards her. Are you going to the company today? Yi Tong inquires as she reaches the bottom of the stairs. Yes, I have a few matters to attend to today. Once I finish, I shall return to keep you company. Su Mu responds with a smile. No need. Yi Tong hastily retreats 2 steps, then clears her throat. I don't need your company. Work is important. Today, I wish to go shopping with Xiao Yu and survey the market. All right, if you encounter any difficulties, remember to call me. I am your man, your support. Su Mu replies with a smile. Affection level, 10. I understand. Yi Tong's cheeks flush slightly. She perceives that Su Mu has indeed changed. Perhaps he has come to terms with things, just as he previously stated. Holding a grudge against her and her sister stemmed from the Yi family having swindled a significant amount of money from the Su family. However, now that they are family, Su Mu chooses not to dwell on it. Su Mu drives to the company, arriving at his office, where he begins messaging the property management to request the surveillance footage from the villa area. As he sits there reviewing, a knock sounds at the door not long after. Come in, Su Mu calls out. The door swings open, revealing Meng Wanyue in uniform, entering with documents in hand. Her naturally cool eyes remain captivating as ever. Su Mu's purpose for coming to work today revolves around her. He needs to subtly inquire whether she was the one taking photographs in front of his house today. It is unavoidable. The villa's courtyard is expansive, and the cameras primarily serve to capture the courtyard, making it challenging to discern the figure outside. Nevertheless, judging by her build, it does bear some resemblance. Mr. Su, here are the documents I organized for you this morning. Meng Wanyue approached the desk and placed the documents she held upon its surface. Su Mu lifted his gaze to meet hers, calmly stating, You will accompany me to the police station shortly. Su, what has happened? Wanyue inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. This morning, I discovered that my car keys were missing. Upon reviewing the footage from the home security cameras, I noticed a woman outside my door, capturing images with her phone, Su Mu explained, scrutinizing Wanyue's reaction. I suspect she may be a nefarious individual surveying my residence, possibly with ill intentions towards me. At this revelation, Wanyue's expression shifted noticeably. Su Mu observed this change and handed her his phone, saying, Take a look at this person. As Wanyue accepted the device, she realized it displayed footage from the villa's surveillance system. I can't shake the feeling that she resembles you, Su Mu remarked unexpectedly. Su, that is not me. I arrived at work early today, and besides, why would I have any reason to film your house? Wanyue hastily placed the phone back on the desk, gesturing frantically. She had not anticipated such misfortune. Her first foray had led to her exposure. The woman in the footage was indeed her. She had ventured there after hearing rumors that a woman was sleeping in the courtyard of Su Mu's villa, intending to investigate. The act of filming was merely a means to familiarize herself with the layout for a potential future infiltration. I was merely jesting. How could it possibly be you? Su Mu chuckled lightly. Even if it were, I would suspect you were being manipulated. Why do you trust me so readily? Wanyue asked, intrigued. I sense an innate purity in you. You are a good person, Su Mu replied, his smile radiant. Wanyue found herself momentarily speechless. Su Mu slowly retracted his smile. For he was, after all, a seasoned assassin. Even with his beaming smile, his fondness for her seemed unaltered. Thank you for your trust, Su. Wanyue offered a faint smile. Go on now. I will find you shortly, so we can head to the police station. Su Mu waved her off. Wanyue nodded and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Lin Yang stood outside the Su Group building, having already dispatched a message to his hacker friend to investigate any compromising information on the Su family. He anticipated that the data would arrive shortly. A mere corporate entity, he had myriad methods at his disposal to dismantle it. Lin Yang's demeanor was one of pride. After all, he was the king of mercenaries abroad. Chapter 19, Wanyue is unmasked. Before long, Lin Yang received a file on his phone. A smile crept across his face as he opened it. He intended to confront Su Shou with this information and leverage it against him. What right did the Su family have to challenge him? However, as Lin Yang perused the documents, he found himself bewildered. What was this? Su Shou possessed no scandalous secrets? The company fulfilled its tax obligations punctually and even engaged in charitable endeavors, leaving no leverage to exploit. If anything, the only blemish on Su Shou's reputation was his son, Su Mu. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yang realized that undermining Su Shou would not be as straightforward as he had hoped. Upon examining Su Mu's profile, he found little of consequence. The most significant incident noted was a bar brawl, but Su Mu had compensated all parties involved. Suddenly, Lin Yang's gaze fixated on a detail regarding Su Mu. Wait, Su Mu is married? He pondered aloud. He then investigated the profile of Su Mu's wife, Yi Tong, only to discover she was from the Yi family. After reviewing the documents, Lin Yang's smile broadened. Finally, he had discovered a vulnerability. Did Su Mu truly believe he could contend with him for a woman? According to the information, despite being married, Su Mu frequently visited bars and maintained a close relationship with the bar's owner. Furthermore, The collapse of the Yi family's company had left numerous investors at a loss, and those seeking restitution could not locate anyone. As the Yi family's direct lineage was hidden within the Su family, Lin Yang began to formulate a plan. Since he could not dismantle the Su group for the moment, he would instead target Su Mu's domestic life. Those who had wronged him would not escape unscathed. Having concluded his work, Su Mu departed the company alongside Wang Yue in a Cadillac. "Surely you possess a driver's license?" Su Mu inquired of Wang Yue, who occupied the passenger seat. "Yes, but this vehicle is rather large, and I may not be entirely adept at maneuvering it." She feigned naivety. In truth, during her time abroad, she had driven tanks and helicopters. But given her current mission as an undercover agent, it was prudent to act as though she possessed no skills whatsoever. "Fear not. One can only become proficient through practice. You may drive on our return." Su Mu reassured her with a smile. Wang Yue nodded, aware that they were on their way to the police station, yet she felt no trepidation. After all, Su Mu's suspicions were merely conjectures. She had only filmed the house and had not committed any wrongdoing. There were countless plausible explanations she could offer, such as admiring the villa's grandeur and capturing its beauty on camera. However, Wang Yue suddenly noticed that Su Mu did not halt as they passed the police station. Curiously, she asked, "Su, aren't we heading to the police station?" "No need, since you've just joined our company. You may not be familiar with the concept of corporate espionage. I have already dispatched a team to investigate," Su Mu replied amiably. The moment that woman departed, I rushed to my doorstep and discovered a long strand of hair at the corner of the entrance. Upon hearing this, Wang Yue instinctively lowered her head, taken aback. She had not anticipated Su Mu would suspect corporate espionage. No wonder he was taking such extensive measures. "Do you know why I mentioned earlier that the woman bore a resemblance to you?" Su Mu inquired with a smile. "Why is that?" Wang Yue questioned. "Because the hair matched yours. It had a slight curl at the ends," Su Mu pointed out, indicating her hair. Wang Yue's complexion paled as she checked her uniform and indeed spotted a strand of hair. After all, every individual sheds hair daily, and she had overlooked this detail. She discreetly covered the hair with her hand. "Wang Yue, may I take a strand of your hair?" Su Mu suddenly pulled over to the side of the road. Recognizing that being new made her the prime suspect, Wang Yue's hands trembled. She had not anticipated that she would botch her assignment so soon after receiving her new orders. If the Dragon King learned of this, she could only imagine the consequences. "Su, I'm sorry. This morning, that person was indeed me," Wang Yue confessed, looking at Su Mu. "But I am not a corporate spy. I swear it." "Then why were you filming my house?" Su Mu asked with a teasing smile. "On your first day? You already know where I live and even recorded a video. Unless you provide me with a convincing explanation, I cannot be convinced." Wang Yue was momentarily at a loss for words, astonished by Su Mu's keen intellect, so different from the rumors she had heard. Struggling to respond. "Then let me ask you this. You need only respond with a yes or no. Are you intending to harm me?" Su Mu reclined in his seat, his demeanor calm. "Absolutely not." Wang Yue shook her head. "Are you working for someone else?" Su Mu continued his inquiries. "Not at all." "Are you certain?" "Yes." Wang Yue nodded again. "But not in a business context. I would never betray the company." "Very well, I believe you. You may exit the vehicle." Su Mu opened the door and stepped out first. Wang Yue closely followed behind, her curiosity piqued by Su Mu's intentions. But she was taken aback when he strode directly into a restaurant. She quickened her pace, aligning herself with Su Mu as she inquired, "Mr. Su, what brings us here?" "It's not yet 7, and we need to shoot a video at my house. By 7:30, we should be at the company." "This casual stroll in front of the camera is merely to establish that you arrived early," Su Mu replied, casting a glance at Wang Yue. "You haven't eaten breakfast." "Have you?" "I haven't," Wang Yue almost protested, but under Su Mu's penetrating gaze, she felt as if she had stripped herself bare before him, her thoughts laid bare. Thus, she opted for honesty. A flutter of emotion stirred within her. Yet, she understood that this meal was akin to a farewell dinner. Once it was over, she would likely be dismissed. After a brief breakfast, Su Mu led Wang Yue out, but she did not enter the car, choosing instead to stand by the entrance. "What is this? Do you require my invitation to get in?" Su Mu settled into the passenger seat. I'm not being dismissed," Wang Yue exclaimed, astonished. "Not at all. You'll return to report today, and I imagine you'll face some reprimands." Su Mu chuckled as he continued. "I'm allowing you to stay with me a bit longer. They won't dare to complain." Wang Yue was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Su Mu would consider her feelings to such an extent. In her past life as an assassin, she had been merely a tool for the organization. Upon completing a mission, she was of no consequence. Failure brought punishment, often brutally administered. Being with the Dragon King was certainly an improvement over her previous circumstances. However, the Dragon King still valued her lethal skills above all else. Throughout her life, there had been those who feigned concern for her, yet their motivations were invariably selfish. She remained uncertain whether Su Mu was cut from the same cloth. At least for now, she found him to be genuinely admirable. Affection level 1. Su Mu noticed the words above Meng Wanyue's head and smiled, relieved that his efforts had not been in vain. Meng Wanyue adeptly maneuvered the car back to the company. Just then, Su Mu's phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Yi Yu. Conventionally, Yi Tong should have been the one to call. The fact that it was Yi Yu indicated trouble had befallen Yi Tong. He swiftly answered, "What has happened? Brother-in-law? We're on the 3rd floor of the commercial center in the Southern District, and we've been cornered." Yi Yu's voice trembled with distress. Upon hearing this, Su Mu immediately replied, "I'm on my way." Chapter 20. You are truly unruly. Su Mu turned to Meng Wanyue and instructed, "To the Southern District Commercial Center, quickly." Meng Wanyue nodded. Having discerned from the earlier conversation that something was amiss, she engaged the electronic handbrake with one hand and sharply turned the steering wheel. The car skidded expertly before making a successful U-turn, and she pressed the accelerator, propelling them forward. "Damn!" Su Mu cursed under his breath, glancing at Meng Wanyue. "Do you not know how to drive?" Meng Wanyue remained silent, her gaze fixed ahead. She felt that now that her cover was blown, there was no need for pretense. On the 3rd floor of the commercial center, a group had encircled Yi Tong. When they approached, Yi Tong had instinctively pushed Yi Yu aside. Her demeanor was gentle, yet not timid, just as she had consistently placed herself in front of Yi Yu whenever Su Mu intended to strike. "What do you want?" Yi Tong demanded. Dressed simply in a fitted dress, her hair pulled back, showcasing her refined features. Even in the most unadorned attire, her noble bearing could not be concealed. "What do you think?" A man in a designer suit, sporting yellow hair, stepped forward. "You must be Yi Tong from the Yi family." "That's me," Yi Tong replied. Her wariness palpable. "What's the matter?" "What's the matter? Years ago, our family invested millions into your Yi family, and within a month, you went bankrupt. Do you think our money came from the wind?" The yellow-haired man scrutinized Yi Tong, a smirk creeping onto his face. "Now, tell me, how will you compensate us?" "And you are?" Yi Tong inquired, her gaze fixed on the yellow-haired man. "This commercial center bears my family name. I am Huang Hao," he retorted, hands in his pockets. Grinning broadly, "Is Huang Dahai your father?" Yi Tong pressed. She was aware that when the Yi family faced their downfall, they had initially thought of Su Shou, who had invested heavily in them. However, fortune had not smiled upon them, and they had become reluctant to continually seek Su Shou's assistance. Yi Tong recalled that they had once approached Huang Dahai. "Indeed, he is my father," Huang Hao boasted, his expression arrogant. "You owe us a substantial sum. You're not going anywhere today. I apologize for this matter, but you must understand, your investment was not a loan. The Yi family owes you nothing." Yi Tong maintained her composure. "Is an apology all it takes? Your words hold little value." Huang Hao approached Yi Tong, lowering his voice. "Come with me for a few days, and we can call it even." "Mind your language. I am already married," Yi Tong replied coldly. Huang Hao leered, "Even better. It's not your first time. A few days with me, and your husband will be none the wiser." With a sharp slap, Yi Tong struck Huang Hao across the face and attempted to walk away. "How dare you hit me and think you can escape?" Huang Hao yelled, clutching his face. "What are you waiting for? Stop her." Several burly men in suits promptly surged forward, blocking Yi Tong's path. From a distance, Yi Yu rushed over, shouting, "What are you doing? I'll call the police." "Call the police? Go ahead. She struck me. I'll have her charged with intentional injury." Huang Hao sneered at Yi Yu, unaware that the Yi family had another daughter. His focus was solely on Yi Tong. "Take her away." Huang Hao, still covering his face, chuckled maliciously. "I have plenty of ways to deal with you." Yi Tong struggled against her captors, but they held her firmly by the shoulders, rendering her powerless. Seeing this, Yi Yu gritted her teeth, her eyes turning icy as she lifted a chair from the side and hurled it at the men. However, she found her arm was seized from behind, preventing her from throwing it. "Let me go?" Yi Yu roared, resembling an enraged lion. Upon seeing who was behind her, her eyes widened in shock. "Brother-in-law." Yi Tong also noticed Su Mu's figure, and she could no longer hold back her tears, allowing them to fall freely. Even she was bewildered by the comfort his presence brought her, despite having scolded her just days before. Huang Hao, spotting Su Mu, slightly inclined his head. "Oh, if it isn't young Master Su?" Su Mu, recalling their past encounters, recognized him. The Huang family, while based in Jiang City, was supported by the Feng family from Jiangbei province. The Feng family had historically been a rival to the Su family. However, after Su Shou had provided financial assistance to the Yi family for several years, the Su family had slipped to around 10th place, while the Feng family remained in the top 5. Su Mu strode confidently towards Yi Tong, causing the nearby security guards to instinctively step back, recognizing him. "Are you all right?" Su Mu inquired with genuine concern. "I'm fine." Yi Tong shook her head. "There is an issue. That man just insulted my sister." Yi Yu interjected. Yi Yu hurriedly ran over and pointed at Huang Hao. Upon hearing this, Su Mu's expression darkened as he approached Huang Hao. Huang Hao, do you dare to lay a hand on my woman? The moment Yi Tong heard these words, her vision blurred with tears. Affection level, 20. Su Mu, I advise you to tread carefully. You should be aware that I am under the protection of young Master Feng. If you dare to touch me, boom. Before Su Mu could reach him, Meng Wanyue, who was beside her, took the initiative. She delivered a powerful kick to Huang Hao, sending him reeling across the smooth floor. He slid for 7 or 8 meters before crashing into a pillar, coming to an abrupt halt. Gagging, Huang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his abdomen. He lay on the ground convulsing. Meng Wanyue's demeanor was calm, her eyes devoid of emotion, akin to a predator preparing to strike its prey as she continued to advance towards Huang Hao. Under normal circumstances, Meng Wanyue would not intervene. But the two before her were individuals she recognized from photographs, those she had been tasked to locate. The Dragon King's orders were to observe their lives and ensure their safety. This individual dared to humiliate them. If the Dragon King were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly make him pay a bloody price. Meng Wanyue stood before Huang Hao, gripping his collar with one hand, dragging him up from the ground. Another slap resounded. Smack! Huang Hao's mouth filled with blood. Fear gripped him. Everyone knew Su Mu was not to be trifled with, but he never anticipated such audacity. Panicking, he exclaimed, Su Xiao, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please, stop hitting. Su Mu wore a bewildered expression, looking somewhat innocent. He hadn't instructed Meng Wanyue to act. Nevertheless, he understood the unspoken truth. Meng Wanyue had clearly seen photographs of Yi Tong and Yi Yu. Enough. Cease this. Su Mu stepped forward. After a moment of hesitation, Meng Wanyue released Huang Hao's collar and stepped aside. Su Mu crouched down, speaking in a calm tone. Now, tell me, why did you lay hands on my woman? Su Xiao, I didn't know she was your woman. Su Mu interrupted. Are you implying that you would dare to act against any beautiful woman on the street simply because she lacks a background? Huang Hao, incredulous, retorted. You are the one who is truly lawless. In front of all these people, you have reduced me to this state. But he dared not voice his thoughts and instead explained, I received a text message today stating that Yi Tong from the Yi family was at our market. That's why I came looking for trouble. A text message? Let me see. Su Mu's brow furrowed. It was evident he was being targeted. Chapter 21. Another female protagonist emerges. Huang Hao, with a grimace, retrieved his phone, opened the message, and handed it to Su Mu. Su Mu took the phone, noting the lack of a contact name and the use of a virtual number. The message contained only one sentence. Yi Tong from the Yi family is at your market. Su Mu returned the phone to Huang Hao, already having a suspect in mind, Lin Yang. Meng Wanyue had remained by his side with the objective of protecting Yi Tong and Yi Yu, and she would never have instigated this incident. Su Mu's expression darkened further. He had not provoked Lin Yang. Previously, at the Su family's, it had been a fair competition. However, if the opponent had investigated Yi Tong and taken action against his woman, he could not be blamed for his ruthlessness. Are you out of your mind? He clearly views you as a pawn. Having said this, Su Mu stood and walked towards Yi Tong and Yi Yu. He noticed that not only Yi Tong, but even Yi Yu's affection level was steadily rising. Shall we depart? Su Mu smiled at the two. All right, Yi Tong nodded gently. Meng Wanyue observed the glances Yi Tong and Yi Yu exchanged with Su Mu, finding the rumors far-fetched. She had inquired previously and learned that Su Mu had treated the two women poorly, but witnessing their interaction firsthand revealed those claims to be false. Since the two seemed to be living well, there was no need to inform the Dragon King. Huang Hao's eyes were filled with malice. Clenching his fists, he vowed revenge. Su Mu had gone too far. The Huang family had allied with the Feng family, and this matter could not simply be brushed aside. If he failed to avenge himself, how could he hold his head high in the circles of the wealthy second generation in Jiang City? Su Mu led the group to the car, with Meng Wanyue taking the driver's seat, while Yi Tong and Yi Yu settled in the back. Are you still assessing the market today? I happen to be free. I'll accompany you. Su Mu turned to the two. Yi Tong felt a wave of gratitude wash over her, taking a deep breath. Thank you. Family doesn't need to say thanks, Su Mu chuckled, waving his hand. Besides, I mentioned this morning, if you need anything, remember to seek me out. What do you think your man is here for? At Su Mu's words, Yi Tong's face flushed, and she lowered her gaze. Affection level, 20. Brother-in-law? Who is this incredible sister? She kicked that scoundrel away with just one blow. Yi Yu asked curiously. Oh, this is my secretary and bodyguard, Meng Wanyue, Su Mu introduced. Hello, I'm the newly appointed secretary of Su Zong. Meng Wanyue turned back, offering a professional smile. Sister, when you have time, could you teach me? I want to become strong too, so no one dares to bully us again. Yi Yu shook her small fist, her bright eyes glancing at Su Mu in the front. Of course, when I have time, I'll teach you, Meng Wanyue nodded. Right now, your priority is to study. What are you thinking about all day? Yi Tong lightly tapped Yi Yu's forehead. Yi Yu stuck out her tongue and fell silent. Su Mu instructed Meng Wanyue to drive to another shopping mall and asked her to leave the car and return to work. Today, Su Mu planned to further cultivate the affection levels of the sisters, especially Yi Yu, whose destiny level was one rank higher than Yi Tong's. Through the eye of God, he observed that after several days of effort, Yi Yu's affection level had reached 100. It is worth noting that previously, it had been 160. By bringing Yi Yu's affection level into the positive, he could reap benefits from the two sisters in the future. He needed to continue enhancing his own strength. Let us explore this mall, Su Mu suggested, glancing at Yi Tong. All right, she replied, still lost in thought about Su Mu's earlier words during her rescue. She couldn't bring herself to meet Su Mu's gaze. Taking Yi Yu's hand, she walked together towards the mall. As they moved from the first floor to the second, Yi Tong continuously observed which type of crowd flowed more abundantly, even taking notes on her phone. Meanwhile, Yi Yu stood by the clothing section, unable to move. Noticing this, Su Mu approached and placed his hand on Yi Yu's shoulder. Which one do you like? I'll buy it for you. Brother-in-law, I haven't spent the money you gave me yet, Yi Yu responded, her skepticism about Su Mu's change evident. Though her previous aversion had noticeably dissipated. Save your money for emergencies, Su Mu ruffled her hair. Speaking of which, I haven't bought you a gift yet. Let me show off a little. Affection level, 5. Yi Yu nodded gently, joining Su Mu as they stepped into the store. Hello. Which style have you set your sights on? The store attendant approached with a smile, appearing to be in her 30s with heavy makeup and on casual inspection. She could be considered a modest beauty. She cast her gaze towards Su Mu, adorned in designer attire. Yet in this era of rampant counterfeits, authenticity remains a mystery. What if she were indeed a wealthy individual? Consequently, she took the initiative to approach, for a substantial commission awaited with a significant sale. How much is this dress? Yi Yu inquired, pointing at the black garment hanging nearby. This dress is the most fashionable style of the year, originally priced at 6,500. Today, the store is offering a discount, and you can acquire it for 6,000 too, the attendant cheerfully explained. 6,000? No, thank you. Yi Yu hastily shook her head. In former times, such trifles would not have troubled her. However, following the bankruptcy of the Yi family, she and her sister had faced years of hardship, which had matured her considerably. As long as the quality is good, any clothing is suitable for wear. Spending several thousand on a single item is utterly unworthy in her eyes. Brother-in-law, let us depart. Yi Yu grasped Su Mu's hand, preparing to leave. It's fine. Trying it on costs nothing, Su Mu replied to the attendant. Let us give it a try. Upon hearing this, the attendant's smile gradually faded. As a saleswoman, she had encountered myriad individuals. The girl's fluster upon hearing the price revealed her financial constraints. To put it bluntly, she was penniless yet attempted to project an air of sophistication. Such pretentiousness was not unfamiliar to her. Dressed in designer clothes, they would often sneak photos and post them on social media, giving the impression that those garments were theirs. Thus, she thought it a waste of time to attend to them, better to sit aside and browse her phone. Particularly in their store, there were rules. If she attended to this customer, the next incoming patron would be assigned to someone else. Knowing she could not profit from this customer, it was better to refuse service and conserve her opportunity. Consequently, she turned back and called out, Xiao Zhao, please assist this pair of customers. I need to use the restroom. Su Mu regarded the heavily made-up woman, who departed with a look of disdain upon her face. All right, Wang Jia. A young woman sweeping the floor responded from a distance. She set the broom aside and approached with a warm smile. Hello, what have you set your sights on? The woman beamed with enthusiasm. Su Mu scrutinized her, noting her youthful appearance. She resembled a pure neighborly sister, her black hair cascading like a waterfall. A petite, straight nose added to her facial contours, and her eyes radiated a spirit of unwavering determination. Wow. Su Mu was taken aback, using his divine eye to observe. He realized she was no ordinary individual. Name, Zhao Yingying. Character, student, female protagonist of The Strongest Son-in-Law. Favorability, 10. Destiny level, 8, max level 10. Another female lead had emerged, and correspondingly, there must be a male protagonist as well. No wonder she appeared so youthful. She was still a student, likely working part-time on this Sunday. Su Mu pointed to the black dress, saying, we would like to try this one. Of course, Zhao Yingying replied, retrieving the garment and glancing at Yi Yu with a smile. Sir, your girlfriend is so beautiful. She would look stunning in anything. Yi Yu trembled at this compliment, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Please follow me. Our fitting rooms are this way, Zhao Yingying invited with a smile. Okay. Yi Yu stole a glance at Su Mu before following her inside. Shortly thereafter, Yi Yu emerged. Su Mu appraised her carefully and then applauded. Wonderful, absolutely stunning. This dress is exquisite. The black dress, paired with its design, imparted a princess-like aura to Yi Yu. Of course, her inherent beauty was the primary factor. Truly beautiful. Zhao Yingying concurred with a smile. At that moment, Wang Jie had returned, seated and engrossed in her phone, not even sparing a glance at Su Mu and the others. Let her try on that beige pleated skirt. I think it would suit her well, Su Mu suggested, pointing to another dress. Certainly, Zhao Yingying replied with a smile. However, Wang Jie frowned and stood up. Sir, that skirt is our store's signature piece, priced at 15,000. Zhao Yingying froze in place, hesitant to retrieve the dress. Wang Jie was the store's top seller, with many esteemed clients under her purview. The owner treated her with utmost respect. How can you deny a fitting? How else can we ascertain if it looks good? Su Mu asked, his expression unperturbed. You make a valid point. Wang Jie sat back down but shot a glance at Zhao Yingying. Zhao, ensure the garments are in pristine condition. If there are any flaws, I'll hold you accountable. Zhao Yingying, feeling a bit flustered, cautiously replied, Understood, Wang Jie. Yu had also noticed the pleated skirt. Could it be that Su Mu had seen it and suggested she try it on? Nevertheless, that skirt was far too expensive for Yu. Let us forget it. We can explore other stores. Yu tugged at Su Mu's sleeve. What's the harm? It costs nothing to try. Su Mu gently tapped Yu on the head. Go on. All right. Yu changed into the pleated skirt, and Zhao Yingying thoughtfully knelt down to adjust the hem. Lovely. Even more beautiful than the last one. Su Mu remarked, then added, but I suddenly feel that it would look even better paired with that cardigan. Certainly, I'll fetch it for you. Zhao Yingying nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, Wang Jie wore a look of disdain. If you have no money, why bother? Testing multiple items is truly shameless. That one looks nice too. Su Mu pointed to another garment. And that one as well. Let us try them all. Zhao Yingying busily attended to their requests, while Wang Jie continued to scroll through her phone, muttering under her breath. All right, I won't try anymore. After Yu completed her final fitting, she donned her own clothes. She still felt that the attire here was excessively priced. No more trying? Very well, Su Mu replied with a smile. Zhao Yingying carefully hung all the garments back in their places. Miss, there's no need to hang them. Let us pack up everything we tried, Su Mu instructed Zhao Yingying. Huh. Zhao Yingying looked utterly bewildered. Just use the card. Su Mu produced a black card from his possession. The sight of it left Wang Jie astounded. She recognized the card. Previously, she had assisted a wealthy lady who possessed the same card. A smile immediately brightened her face. Zhao, you can go about your business. I'll help them with their purchases. Zhao Yingying felt a twinge of discomfort. It was clear that Wang Jie intended to usurp her client. Yet, she felt powerless, as Wang Jie was the top seller, and she was merely a newcomer. All right, Wang Jie, Zhao Yingying conceded reluctantly. You may pack them. But I would like to know whose commission this will count towards, Su Mu inquired, directing his gaze at Wang Jie. I am purchasing these clothes due to this young lady's service. Had it been your assistance, I surely would not have made this purchase. According to the store's policy, the person who attended to them was entitled to the commission. Wang Jie felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, but embarrassment does not pay the bills. The commission from these garments would suffice for a month or two of her salary. She could not afford to relinquish it. You truly have no shame. What service did you provide us? Su Mu's expression grew increasingly frigid. Where's your manager? I wish to inquire about the commission distribution. The absence of our boss was palpable in the store. At that moment, Wang Yan, in mid-conversation, suddenly noticed a young man outside, and, beaming with delight, dashed over. Lu Xiao? Lu Xiao? Lu Jie was enjoying a leisurely stroll in the mall with his newly acquired girlfriend when he spotted Wang Yan approaching and halted in his tracks. Lu Xiao, there's someone causing a ruckus in the store. Wang Yan feigned grievance, pointing towards the interior. This young man hailed from a family that owned a business and frequently patronized her establishment, which was crucial for her livelihood. Internally, Wang Yan sneered, believing that she was just a mere salesperson. She had her connections as well. Oh, who dares to cause trouble here? Lu Jie cast a glance at Wang Yan. With nothing else to occupy his time, he found amusement in visiting this woman. It must be said, sometimes the allure of an older woman was quite enticing, particularly when her skills were commendable. It's that man inside. Wang Yan directed her finger towards Su Mu. Lu Jie took his girlfriend's hand and strode confidently into the store, his demeanor brimming with bravado. Who dares to be so audacious? Do they seek their demise? Su Mu regarded the approaching Lu Jie with a calm gaze. Wang Yan's heart swelled with joy, though her face maintained a facade of anger. How dare you? Do you even know who Lu Xiao is? Lu Xiao? Upon seeing Su Mu, Lu Jie instantly deflated. In the circles of affluent second-generation elites in Jiang City, who did not recognize Su Mu, his family operated a modest company, a far cry from the Su Corporation. Who are you? Su Mu inquired as he approached. I am Lu Jie. Su Xiao may not recognize me, but my family is in the clothing business. Lu Jie hesitated to even mention his company's name. Is she your friend? Su Mu pointed at Lu Jie. No. I merely purchased some clothes from her last time. I don't even know her. Lu Jie hastily distanced himself from Wang Yan. Su Xiao, we have matters to attend to. We'll take our leave. He pulled his girlfriend away, practically fleeing. Wang Yan stood frozen, but even she, not lacking in awareness, realized she had encountered a significant figure. She felt as though she had swallowed a fly, consumed by regret. If Lu Jie was so intimidated, it was enough evidence of Su Mu's standing. Had she seized the opportunity with this man from the outset, who would still need to sell clothes in the future? She remained confident in her abilities. Su Xiao, I failed to recognize your esteemed presence. It is my fault. The commission must surely belong to Xiao Zhao. Wang Yin acknowledged that such individuals were not to be trifled with. Xiao Zhao, come settle the bill. Su Mu directed towards Zhao Yingying. Let's exchange contact information. Should you wish to purchase clothes in the future, you can reach out to me directly. Zhao Yingying, upon hearing this, was filled with emotion. Her once resilient eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Her mother was gravely ill and desperately needed financial assistance. Favorability 20. Su Mu was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that a mere trip to the mall would yield him 160 points of righteousness from others. After purchasing clothes, he carried the bags alongside Yi Yu as they departed. He glanced at Yi Yu and noticed a series of favorability points emerging above her head. Where were you two just now? I've been searching for ages. Yi Tong approached from a distance. Upon noticing the bags Su Mu held, she shot a glare at Yi Yu. Did you make him buy those? No. I wanted to buy something for Xiao Yu, Su Mu replied, winking at Yi Yu. Yi Yu's face flushed crimson, and a black font appeared above her head. Favorability 30. Su Mu was inwardly astonished. If this continued, perhaps today, he could turn Yi Yu's favorability positive. Don't spoil her too much, Yi Tong said as she joined Su Mu's side. Upon uttering these words, she found it almost unbelievable. Just days prior, Su Mu had struck her and her sister, delivering several slaps each. Now, she was speaking in such a protective manner. It's all right. I know how to maintain balance, Su Mu replied with a smile. What did you learn today? I recorded quite a bit. I'll check the computer when we get home, Yi Tong responded. Just ensure it doesn't interfere with your sleep, Su Mu advised. Upon hearing this, Yi Tong swiftly turned her face away, embarrassed to let Su Mu see her flushed cheeks. Chapter 23. The Vixen. A sour odor wafted through the air, prompting Yi Yu to cover her nose as she looked at her sister's expression. You silly girl. What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Tong playfully tapped Yi Yu's forehead, growing even more bashful in Su Mu's presence. Shall we head home, or would you prefer to grab a bite here? Su Mu inquired of the two. Let's eat at home. It's healthier and more economical. I've learned a few new dishes and would like to showcase them today, Yi Tong suggested. All right. I'll follow your lead. Su Mu nodded in agreement. Upon driving back to the villa area, Su Mu parked the car in the garage beneath the villa. Yi Yu, clutching the clothes Su Mu had purchased for her, dashed upstairs. Yi Tong observed this with a heartwarming feeling. It had been quite some time since she had bought clothes for Yi Yu, and even when she did, they were often the inexpensive online variety. I'll go prepare dinner, Yi Tong stated, donning an apron as she entered the kitchen. Meanwhile, Su Mu settled on the sofa to review his righteousness points, discovering he had amassed over 400 points after the recent events. In addition to the points from Yi Tong and Yi Yu, Zhao Yingying had contributed significantly, primarily due to her initial favorable disposition. However, Su Mu wished to save his points, hoping to accumulate enough for a 10-pull draw. A 10-pull draw offered additional rewards, and such opportunities should not be squandered. At the same time, Lin Yang reclined in a private room on the second floor of a bar, crossing his legs. This secluded space was reserved for only the most distinguished individuals. The room featured sofas, walls adorned with various liquors, and a small bar area. The soundproofing was exceptional, rendering the raucous music from the bar below inaudible. In the dim lighting, it felt like a tranquil night. As the door swung open, the music from outside flooded in. A woman clad in a qipao, approximately 30 years of age, entered. The qipao accentuated her curvaceous figure, particularly her rounded bosom and heart-shaped silhouette. Her long, black waves cascaded down, and her fiery red lips contrasted beautifully against her fair complexion. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes seemed to speak, exuding an alluring charm. The woman was named Feng Yu, the proprietor of the bar. She closed the door behind her, cutting off the external music, leaving only the sound of her high heels echoing in the room. Feng Yu sat opposite Lin Yang, presenting a seductive smile. Who might you be? How do you know my identity? I am merely a vagabond, fortuitously aware of your existence, Lin Yang replied, resting his head on his hands, admiring the mature woman before him, who resembled a siren. The aura she exuded was undoubtedly appealing to both young and old alike. It would be best if you dispensed with the pleasantries. Since you approached me, it must be to negotiate terms. Feng Yu maintained her enticing smile. Indeed, you are the illegitimate daughter of the Feng family head from Jiangbei. Hardly anyone is aware of your existence. You initially came to Jiang City with a mission to undermine the Su family. However, 2 or 3 years ago, the Su family, in aiding the Yi family, sacrificed numerous resources, resulting in a significant depletion of their strength. The Feng family had no opportunity to act, and thus emerged victorious. You returned to the Feng family in high spirits, yet your father did not even see you. They expected you to completely dismantle the Su family. And for these past few years, you have exerted great effort, yet have not succeeded. Lin Yang spoke with a charming smile, revealing that he had expended considerable resources and finances to acquire this information. Feng Yu maintained her smile, inquiring, "So, what do you intend to do?" "Collaboration. Let us join forces to bring down the Su family. You can return to the Feng family unimpeded, and I will have eliminated yet another adversary." Lin Yang replied with a grin. "What if I refuse?" Feng Yu regarded Lin Yang, stating, "I am unaware of your identity. How could I possibly collaborate with you? Should you decline, I will disclose several pieces of information to Su Shou, such as your attempts to bribe the upper echelons of the Su family," Lin Yang retorted, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Rest assured, I will possess evidence to support my claims. Your fate will be all too predictable." "I see. You are threatening me," Feng Yu acknowledged. "Indeed. I am indeed issuing a threat, but it is for your own benefit," Lin Yang said, appraising her with a smile. "What must I do?" Feng Yu inquired. "From your demeanor, it appears you have acquiesced," Lin Yang replied, his joy evident. "We shall target Su Mu. I suspect he holds a fondness for you. Invite him over this evening, and if you follow my lead, I assure you I possess a method to deal with him." Feng Yu's smile gradually faded as she hesitated for a while before gently nodding. Su Mu was dining with his family. One must acknowledge that Yi Tong had put great effort into today's meal, which was quite delectable. While it could not compare to his own culinary prowess, it was certainly of superior quality for an ordinary household. "The flavors are exquisite. No wonder you are my wife," Su Mu praised Yi Tong with a thumbs up. Upon hearing the term wife, Yi Tong's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, spreading rapidly to the roots of her ears. Affection level 10. Affection level 10. Su Mu noticed the black words appearing above Yi Tong's head and chuckled softly. "Ah, school starts tomorrow. Finally, I shall no longer be a third wheel." Yi Yu, emboldened by her recent interactions with Su Mu, dared to joke. In the past, she would never have had the audacity to do so, not to mention joking. She would have remained in her own corner, eating alone. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yi Tong shot a glare at Yi Yu. "We are family. No one is superfluous." "Indeed. Shall you? Since you can commute from school, would you like me to pick you up after class every day?" Su Mu chimed in. "No need for that. I will buy her an electric bike in a couple of days. She can ride it to and from school," Yi Tong responded, looking at Su Mu. "Sister is right. The fuel cost for a few trips in brother-in-law's car would be enough to buy an electric bike," Yi Yu added. Su Mu nodded, preparing to speak when his phone vibrated. He glanced at it, his eyes narrowing slightly. Feng Yu, the owner of the Moonlight Bar? Why was she calling him? Recalling his past self, Su Mu remembered that he had harbored feelings for this woman, often choosing to frequent her establishment and covering the entire tab to attract her attention. However, Feng Yu was astute. To put it bluntly, she was a master at playing the field. She neither accepted nor rejected Su Mu's advances, graciously accepting his gifts and the money spent at the bar. It was a classic case of, "I accept gifts, but that does not imply consent." "Why aren't you answering?" Yi Tong asked, curiosity in her tone. "It's the owner of that bar. Perhaps she is anxious since I haven't visited lately." Su Mu replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, both Yi Tong and Yi Yu's expressions soured. Affection level 1. Affection level 2. Observing the black words materializing above their heads, Su Mu felt somewhat exasperated. Their reactions were remarkably quick. "Are you planning to go?" Yi Tong continued to eat, attempting to feign indifference. "I'll just see what she wants," Su Mu responded, answering the call and placing the phone on the table, activating speaker mode. "Su Shao, are you busy?" Feng Yu's alluring voice came through. Yi Yu muttered under her breath, "Vixen." Chapter 24. Welcome, young Master Su. Yi Tong said nothing, and Su Mu, having placed the phone on speaker, evidently sought to demonstrate that he was not involved with this woman. Yi Tong felt conflicted. She had previously imagined that even if Su Mu found someone else, she would not mind. However, that someone must be a respectable woman, not someone who frequented bars. "What is it?" Su Mu inquired into the phone. "It seems like you haven't visited me for a while." Feng Yu's tone was somewhat melancholic, though not explicitly stated. She understood Su Mu well enough. A subtle hint would surely have him rushing over. "I've recently quit drinking. I have dinner with my wife every evening. So I won't be coming," Su Mu replied into the phone. Yi Tong, though maintaining a neutral expression, felt a surge of happiness within. Affection level 10. Su Mu glanced at Yi Tong, smiling. The affection was flowing effortlessly. "What? Su Shao actually has." Feng Yu paused mid-sentence. As a perceptive individual, she recognized the implications. It indicated that Su Mu had another woman in his life. She responded with a smile, "Very well. I shall call you again at a later time. All right. Sumu ended the call. Brother-in-law. That woman's tone clearly indicates she is not a good person. Yi remarked, pouting. Rest assured, I am well aware she is not virtuous, Sumu replied just as his phone vibrated again. He checked to find a message from Feng Yu. Do you have time tonight? I would like to discuss something with Su Xiao. Sumu found it strange. Based on the storyline and his memories, Feng Yu had previously viewed him as a fool, and her sudden assertiveness felt somewhat off. He placed the phone in front of Yi Tong, saying, I've decided to go tonight. Yi Tong glanced at the message, feeling a pang of jealousy. Why choose to discuss matters at night? You can accompany me, Sumu suggested with a smile. I have no intention of going to such places. Yi Tong shook her head. You won't be home tonight, will you? What are you thinking? If I don't return, where would I go? I'm only going to resolve a matter. I will definitely be back tonight, Sumu reassured her, grasping her hand. We have only recently married. How could I leave my wife alone at home? Yi Tong, upon hearing this, immediately lowered her head in shyness. All right, let us eat. After dinner, Sumu waited a while at home before driving his Porsche to the Moonlight Bar, located on the southern second ring of the city. It was nearly always packed every evening. The reason for the crowd was simple. The bar's owner was exceptionally beautiful. Moreover, Feng Yu was known as a social butterfly, well acquainted with many prominent figures, with numerous suitors vying for her attention. Upon arriving, the security guard at the entrance greeted him with a smile, gesturing, Su Xiao. There's a parking spot here. Sumu nodded and parked his car. The security guard promptly set up traffic cones beside his vehicle. After stepping out, Sumu straightened his suit, took out 100 yuan, and handed it to the guard, asking him to buy cigarettes. Thank you, Su Xiao, the guard replied respectfully. Sumu felt a sense of unease, so he endeavored to maintain the same demeanor as before, revealing no signs of his apprehension. Upon seeing Sumu enter, another security guard approached. Brother Zhang, who is this person? You're new, so it's understandable that you don't recognize him. You know the Su group in Jiang City, right? The guard slipped 100 yuan into his pocket. Of course, that SR number 1 conglomerate, ISNT it? He asked the chairman's son. And every time he visits the bar, he covers the entire bill. Wow, that's incredibly bold. As Sumu stepped into the bar, the distant lights and music enveloped him. Women in the dance floor swayed wildly, while men and women mingled intimately, some even kissing right then and there. The DJ on stage, bobbing his head, spotted Sumu and energetically shouted into the microphone, Welcome, young Master Su. The patrons below erupted in excitement. In the Moonlight Bar, who doesn't know the illustrious name of young Master Su? His presence guarantees a night of lavish spending. A girl with dyed blonde hair and smoky eye makeup glanced curiously at Sumu. She turned to a nearby blonde youth and asked, Tugu, why is someone assigned to him? You're new and unaware of his status. He's our generous benefactor here to buy drinks. The blonde, known as Tugu, chuckled softly before raising his hand to summon a server. Bring us a dozen bottles of Ace of Spades. I'm sorry, sir, but all our Ace of Spades series has been reserved, the waitress replied apologetically. What? Are you doing this on purpose? Tugu sneered. Sir, if you look over there in the corner, the waitress pointed towards a corner table filled with various fine wines. They ordered all of that before young Master Su arrived. You placed your order after him, so even if there were a queue, it belongs to them. The waitress had conveyed her message quite delicately. They had ordered so much without knowing Su Mu was coming, which indicated they were not short on funds. Tugu, seeing Su Mu's arrival, dared to place his order, essentially hoping for Su Mu to foot the bill. The disparity was glaringly obvious. Tugu certainly wouldn't dare to cause a scene here. The owner was no ordinary person. Are there any expensive wines available? We want something over 10,000. Tugu asked with a grin. Yes. We have the youth edition of the Tianlong series, which comes in a package for 18,800, the waitress replied with a smile. Then what are you waiting for? Bring it to me. Tugu grinned at his companions. Today, I'll let you all savor the taste of fine wine. Meanwhile, in the area the waitress had indicated, Lin Yang sat smiling, having specifically gathered a group of heavy drinkers. Knowing Sumu would be there, he had reserved the majority of the expensive wines. Just at their table, the bill had already exceeded 1 million, including what others ordered. Sumu would have to spend at least 2 million to save face. Lin Yang had investigated Sumu and knew he was someone who valued his reputation. Regardless of the high prices, he would ultimately pay the bill. Lin Yang's objective was to humiliate him, no matter how wealthy one might be. Spending a few million without cause would surely leave a sour taste. Of course, if he had summoned Sumu merely for this, it would be an overestimation of the situation. Lin Yang had other plans for the day. Boys, what are you waiting for? Drink up. Lin Yang remarked while watching Sumu ascend to the second floor, a slight smile curling his lips. Upon reaching the second floor, Sumu knocked on the door. It opened to reveal Feng Yu in a chi pao, her sultry smile greeting him. Young Master Su, you've come. Sumu nodded slightly, immediately employing his divine eye to discern her true identity. Chapter 25. Feng Yu. Have you heard the tale of the farmer and the snake? Su Mu first scrutinized this individual to uncover her identity, wondering if she was a protagonist from a certain novel. After all, in Dragon King Descends, she was not the heroine and had no connection to the Dragon King. Upon viewing the information, Su Mu smiled. The function of the divine eye was indeed exceedingly convenient. Revealing who was behind the scheme. Name, Feng Yu. Role, owner of the Moonlight Bar, heroine of the Return of the Soldier King. Affection level, 50. Destiny level, 7. Maximum level 10. The Return of the Soldier King. That refers to Lin Yang, doesn't it? Since she is the heroine of the Return of the Soldier King, combined with Lin Yang's relationship to me, it is highly probable that her invitation was orchestrated by Lin Yang, intending to unite against me. However, Su Mu marveled at this woman's acting prowess. With such a low affinity score, she had concealed it so well that Su Mu had been deceived. Based on the memories of the previous antagonist Su Mu, he could easily discern the aversion of Mu Qingying, Yi Tong, Yi Yu, and his sister Su Ningbing towards him. Yet, he had failed to see through this woman. He had initially thought she merely viewed him as a fool. Her affinity score exceeded -10. He hadn't expected it to be a staggering -50. Her destiny level was 7, leading Su Mu to speculate that she had considerable interactions with the protagonist early on, but became less prominent in the mid to late stages. You taking the initiative to call me is quite unusual, Su Mu remarked as he entered the room and seated himself on the sofa. Feng Yu closed the door, muffling the sounds from outside, and approached Su Mu with a feline grace, a smile gracing her lips. Young master, I was accustomed to your frequent visits, and suddenly not hearing from you for several days has left me a bit unsettled. She traced her hand over her qipao-clad thigh, showcasing her figure, then sat beside him. Su Mu offered a slight smile. He was no longer the naive rich heir from before. Speak, what is it you desire? He inquired. It must be said that this woman in her 30s exuded a powerful allure. She was entirely different from Yi Tong, if one were to compare. Yi Tong was akin to a home-cooked meal, perhaps plain but wholesome, something one could indulge in endlessly. In contrast, the woman before him was akin to fast food, delicious yet lacking in substance, perhaps enjoyable for a few meals, but ultimately leaving one unsatisfied after a while. After a few days without her, he found himself yearning. The former antagonist Su Mu had pursued Feng Yu not for marriage, but merely for amusement. Perhaps Feng Yu understood his prior mindset, which explained her low affinity score. What do you mean by that, young master? Can I chat with you if there's nothing going on? Feng Yu winked playfully at Su Mu. If there is nothing going on, then I shall take my leave. I've been quite busy lately. Su Mu stood up to depart. You're that busy, young master? Then please, go ahead. I wouldn't dare interrupt your important matters. Feng Yu replied, crossing her arms, her expression melancholic, accentuating her curves. Internally, she mused that this tactic of retreating to advance would surely ensnare him. All right. But if you pull this again, you'll owe me for travel expenses, Su Mu retorted, hands in his pockets as he made his way outside. Feng Yu was left momentarily stunned. What was happening? Was he truly leaving? Had it not been for his resemblance to Su Mu, she might have thought he was a different person altogether. Logically, Su Mu should have immediately sought to appease her upon sensing her anger. As she saw him grasping the doorknob, she quickly exclaimed, Young Master Su, wait a moment. The reason I called you here isn't for anything major. We just received some exquisite wines that I wanted you to try. What kind of wine? Su Mu turned his head to inquire. Remy Martin, Louis XIII. A rare and exquisite elixir, was procured at the considerable expense of over 600,000, all thanks to the introduction of a friend. Feng Yu approached the adjacent bar, retrieving a bottle from a sleek, black wooden box. Su Xiao, allow me to craft a cocktail for you personally. Do you require payment? Su Mu inquired. Surely you jest. Su Xiao, given your generous patronage of my business, how could I possibly ask for payment? If all goes as expected, you shall be settling the bill for the entire evening, correct? Feng Yu's smile was subtle yet radiant. Not quite. Feng Yu stood momentarily frozen. For Lin Yang had indeed ordered every premium beverage she had brought forth. To her astonishment, Su Mu had not paid? This was utterly disastrous. No. If Su Mu had not settled the account, she would insist that Lin Yang do so. Her finances were hardly plentiful at present. I'm afraid I'm a bit strapped for cash this month, Su Mu chuckled, shrugging lightly. Oh, Su Xiao, you do have a knack for humor. The Su Corporation's edifice stands tall in Jiang City. Surely you cannot be lacking in funds. Feng Yu began to mix drinks at the bar. True enough. But this month has left me dry. My allowance will not replenish until next month. Su Mu leaned against the bar, his demeanor casual. As Feng Yu's lips twitched in response, she continued her preparations for the drink. Just as she intended to add other ingredients, Su Mu intervened, stating, Do not sully such a rare spirit with anything but ice. Nothing else is worthy. Feng Yu was momentarily taken aback, sensing an inexplicable shift in Su Mu. Yet, she could not articulate her thoughts. Sumu raised the glass to his lips, inhaling the aroma with a placid expression. Fengyu, have you ever heard the tale of the farmer and the snake? Of course, but why do you ask, Su Xiao? Fengyu's expression tightened for a fleeting moment before she regained her composure. Some individuals possess no conscience. They are akin to beasts, incapable of human reasoning. Sumu regarded her intently. I have a friend whom I tend to daily in her business. I admit I harbor feelings for her. Yet I have never coerced her into anything. Contrarily, she exploits my affection, dangling it before me, compelling me to spend. She could easily refuse, yet she remains silent. Sumu took a delicate sip. Tell me, do you find my plight pitiable? Indeed. Fengyu murmured softly. Yet that is not the epitome of my misfortune. This friend of mine ultimately consorts with other men, and I hear whispers of her plotting against me. I am left bewildered. What have I done to wrong her? Eventually, I came to the realization that some individuals truly are beasts. Sumu forcefully slammed his glass onto the bar, causing Fengyu to flinch. This drink is delightful. Yet I must abstain today as I am driving. He spat a small amount of liquor onto the floor and turned to leave, pausing at the door to smile back. Do not misunderstand. This friend is not you. With that, Sumu exited, leaving Fengyu standing in a daze at the bar. Suddenly, she felt a prickle of emotion in her eyes. She reached up to touch them, realizing they were slightly moist. How could she be brought to tears by this spendthrift? Yet, he spoke the truth. Sumu had indeed treated her well, his affections laid bare, much like others before him. This left her feeling perturbed, igniting self-doubt. Was it her character that attracted such undesirable suitors? However, after hearing Sumu's words, she found a sense of relief. She recognized her own shortcomings. Perhaps Sumu's emotional intelligence was lacking, believing that monetary gestures would sway her affections. Yet, he had never forced her, nor acted inappropriately. In fact, he had been her benefactor. When she first arrived in Jiang City, he had shielded her from danger. Yet, she was contemplating an alliance with others against him. How was she any different from those in the Feng family? I am indeed a beast, Fengyu whispered to herself. Just then, the door swung open, and Lin Yang entered, his brow furrowed. What happened? Why did Sumu leave? He queried immediately. Did you administer the drug I prepared for him? Chapter 26. Is this little delinquent also the protagonist? No. Fengyu emerged from behind the bar, her demeanor distracted as she sank into a sofa. He mentioned that the exquisite drink requires no additional ingredients, as they do not befit it. What transpired between you two? Lin Yang's frown deepened, noting her unusual expression. Nothing. Merely lost in thought. Fengyu gently shook her head. That is fortunate. However, if you could invite him back, it would signify his interest in you. And we could strategize for the next opportunity. Lin Yang smiled, settling across from her. There shall be no next time. What do you mean? Lin Yang's smile faltered. Fengyu did not respond, instead retrieving her phone to make a call. Yujia. A deep voice responded from the other end. Did Sumu leave? Fengyu inquired. Yes, he just stepped out the door. Did he settle the bill? No, came the reply. Ensure all security personnel are stationed at the entrance. No one shall escape without paying today. We are a modest establishment. Fengyu concluded the call and turned to Lin Yang with a smile. Mr. Lin, your total expenditure today amounts to over 160,000. I shall grant you a discount, so it will only be 160,000. Lin Yang's brows knitted at this statement. Did you not say that whenever Sumu is present, he covers the entire bill? He has always done so in the past. But today was different. Moreover, it was you who sought to order the expensive drinks, not I, Fengyu replied, her gaze steady. I currently lack the funds. I will owe you the over 100,000 for now. Lin Yang waved his hand, chuckling. We do not extend credit here, Fengyu stated firmly. Feng boss, have you forgotten that I possess leverage over you? Surely this leverage is worth more than 100,000? Lin Yang laughed ominously. Fengyu's expression darkened further. She felt as though she were losing her mind. While she disliked Sumu, he had never threatened her. Yet this man before her had been intimidating since their first encounter. What a disgrace it was to assist Lin Yang in scheming against Sumu. Favorability, 20. For reasons she could not fathom, she suddenly felt that Sumu was not as intolerable as she had believed. Then you should go and share the secret with Su Shou. However, before you do, you must settle your debts, or I shall alert the authorities. Fengyu brandished her phone. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the bar, patrons drinking were stunned to discover Sumu's departure. They all stared at the DJ on stage, questioning whether he had forgotten to announce something today. As was customary, he ought to have declared, tonight, all expenses are covered by young Master Su. The previous table, including the crew of the blonde, were left bewildered. Hey, it seems he didn't pay, remarked a woman with smoky makeup beside them. Of course I know. Lu Tu growled, clenching his fists. He had intended to spend over 100, treating the smoky-eyed woman beside him to a taste of luxury. After imbibing enough, he would have splurged a few tens to retreat to a small hotel with her. He was aware that this smoky-eyed woman was still in high school, untouched by such experiences. Yet, upon encountering Sumu, he had splurged on expensive drinks to impress her. But now, Sumu had not paid. Today, he was uncertain if he could even leave, as he had barely over 300 in his possession. Please wait for me for a moment. I need to make a phone call. Lu Tu waved his hand at the few people present and walked outside with his phone in hand. Brother Tu, I'll accompany you. Another man with yellow hair stood up. Although he had never been educated, he was not foolish. It was evident that Lu Tu intended to escape, and they ultimately left him behind. The two women at the table also stood up, as they too were not naive. The waiter observed the group rising and approached with a smile. Sir, you can settle your bill using the QR code at our booth. Your total expenditure amounts to 18,800. Lu Tu was left dumbfounded. Where on earth would he procure such a substantial sum? Ahem. I did not bring that much money today, he awkwardly admitted. Given the convenience of mobile payments nowadays, you could borrow money or ask your parents. The waiter maintained her smile. You all must be involved in some shady dealings. Dining here without paying comes with its consequences. Lu Tu glanced at his companions, finally resting his gaze on the girl with smoky eye makeup. Lu Shuiyao, give me your phone. Brother Tu, what are you doing? Lu Shuiyao tensed up, stepping back a few paces. I don't have any money. I know you don't have money, but you can take out a loan, Lu Tu replied with a grin. Rest assured, we'll pay you back in a few days. Brother Tu, why don't you take out a loan? Lu Shuiyao asked cautiously. Stop with the nonsense. I'm on the blacklist. How can I take out a loan? Hurry up and hand it over. Lu Tu snapped coldly. The nearby waiter remained silent, watching the scene unfold without intervening. Tears streamed down Lu Shuiyao's face as she trembled, reaching into her pocket to retrieve her phone. She regretted her decision. She had thought that by following Lu Tu, she would no longer be bullied, only to find herself being intimidated by him first. With practiced ease, Lu Tu clicked through the loan process on Lu Shuiyao's phone, securing a loan of 20,000 yuan. He scanned the QR code and then returned the phone to her. Her tears had already smudged her smoky makeup, yet she fought back the urge to cry as she entered her password. All done. We look forward to your next visit. The waiter smiled at the group, nodding as they departed the bar. Lu Tu draped his arm over Lu Shuiyao's shoulder, grinning. You helped me out today, so I must repay you. Come with me. Lu Shuiyao gritted her teeth, her body trembling as she firmly stated, I will not. Have you lost your mind? Do you still want my help in dealing with others? Lu Tu smirked. I can call upon hundreds of brothers to assist me in a fight. I will not. I will not. Lu Shuiyao pushed Lu Tu away and lowered her head, running off into the distance, only to collide with someone's chest. She looked up to find herself face to face with Su Xiao, the very person Lu Tu had mentioned earlier. At that moment, Su Mu was holding skewers of barbecue, having intended to drive away but was drawn to the barbecue stand nearby. He thought of bringing some home for Yi Tong and Yi Yu to enhance his likability. Su Xiao, I'm so sorry, Lu Shuiyao sobbed, her voice choked with emotion. Su Mu regarded the tear-streaked face of the young woman before him, her makeup in disarray. However, he had no interest in such a girl with yellow hair. Though she appeared young, she likely had no idea how sordid her life was. Instinctively, he activated his divine vision and his eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the female lead? Name, Lu Shuiyao. Character, student, female lead of the strongest son-in-law. Favorability, 1. Destiny level, 8, max level 10. He recalled encountering the female lead of the strongest son-in-law at the mall previously. It appeared that the male protagonist's initial acquaintances were all from modest backgrounds. However, since her favorability was positive and her destiny level was 8, Sumu knew he could not let this opportunity slip by. What's wrong? Sumu asked with genuine concern. I'm fine, Lu Shuiyao stammered, unsure of what to say, aware of her insignificance in the grand scheme of things. How can you be fine if you're crying? Today, I'm in a good mood. So I'll give you a chance. If you don't need my help, I'll be on my way. Sumu pulled out his keys and pressed a button, causing the Porsche 911 nearby to light up. Lu Shuiyao took a deep breath. This might be her only chance. As a student, how could she possibly repay 20,000 yuan? Thus, she recounted the events that had transpired. Understood, Sumu nodded, pointing at Lu Tuesday. For this girl's sake, I'll cover your bar bill. You 1T need to pay her back. He knew that the yellow-haired men likely didn't possess even 500 yuan between them and had no intention of repaying her. Thank you, Su Xiao. Lu Tu smiled. If you dare to harass her again, I 1T be so polite. Su Mu approached Lu Tu, placing his hand on his shoulder. You should realize that my daily spending could make you disappear. Lu Tu's face turned pale upon hearing this, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. He was well aware of Su Mu's capabilities, especially after having called him a big spender in front of Lu Shuiyao. If she informed Su Mu, it would be the end for him. Su Xiao, I was wrong. I will stay far away from her in the future, Lu Tu stammered. Let us go? Su Mu released his grip and walked toward his sports car. Lu Tu and his companions hastily fled. Lu Shuiao approached Su Mu, lowering her head as she murmured, "Thank you, Su Xiao. Get in the car." Su Mu opened the door. Lu Shuiao was taken aback. She recognized the car emblem. "Su Xiao, I don't understand." "All right." Lu Shuiao nodded and climbed into the car. Once seated, Su Mu retrieved some wet wipes and tissue from the side. "Wipe your face. You look terrible right now." Upon hearing this, Lu Shuiao's tears flowed again, but she took the tissue and began to clean up her smeared makeup. As Su Mu drove away, he glanced at Lu Shuiao, who had now removed her smoky makeup. She appeared youthful and radiant, looking about the same age as Yi Yu, having just reached adulthood. However, unlike Yi Yu, who had a slight baby fat and dimples, giving her a cute appearance, this woman had a more slender and refined visage. Despite her youth, she exuded an air of aloofness. "You look far better now than you did with that smoky eye makeup," Su Mu remarked, glancing at Lu Shuiao. "Why did you choose to dress like that?" Hearing this, Lu Shuiao's tears fell once more. "I don't want to be bullied anymore." "Bullied? What happened?" Su Mu asked, frowning. Lu Shuiao recounted her harrowing experiences, her voice breaking into sobs halfway through. Su Mu was taken aback by the tragic nature of her life story. Her father had gone missing while working away from home, leaving her in uncertainty concerning his fate. Years later, her mother remarried, giving birth to a son with her stepfather. Within the household, she felt like an unwelcome presence, and even her mother treated her poorly. Later, her mother entrusted her to her grandmother, and she has lived with her ever since. Her grandmother, aged and relying on scavenging for a living, supported her education. During middle school, several classmates persistently insulted her grandmother. She hoped that high school would be different, but to her dismay, some girls from her middle school, who had dropped out early, began to extort her for protection money, emboldened by their connections with local thugs. In her childhood, she could endure it, but now as an adult, she sought dignity. After much inner turmoil, she resolved to make a change. She dyed her hair blonde, intending to seek out these thugs willingly. The person she met today, Lu Tu, was one such individual. She was acutely aware that associating with such people could jeopardize her innocence, yet she could no longer tolerate her current existence. Wiping her tears with a tissue, Lu Shuiao lamented, "I don't wish to live this way, but what choice do I have? I only have a grandmother who scavenges. I would rather not have her. I wish she were dead, so no one would humiliate me." Upon hearing this, Su Mu immediately slammed on the brakes. The sudden motion caused Lu Shuiao to lurch forward. But thankfully, the seatbelt restrained her. Su Mu parked by the roadside and instructed Lu Shuiao, "Lean in." Confused, she complied. Smack! Su Mu struck her face with a resounding slap. The sting radiated across her cheek as she stared at him in disbelief. "For whom does your grandmother scavenge? For her own sustenance?" Su Mu questioned. "For me," she replied meekly. "Then get the hell out of my sight. What makes you different from those who bully you?" Su Mu retorted sharply. "Do you think the money for your education and meals falls from the sky? Even if she is the protagonist, I refuse to associate with someone like you. A person who lacks gratitude is likely to turn against herself in the future." "I'm sorry, I spoke in haste. I once thought that, but it was just a fleeting thought. I have a good relationship with my grandmother." Lu Shuiao choked out while covering her face. "Which school do you attend?" Su Mu inquired. "Jiang City No. 1 High School. I'm in my senior year." Lu Shuiao wiped her tears as she responded. "Do you know Yi Yu?" Su Mu asked suddenly. "I know her. She's in Class 1, and I'm in Class 2, Lu Shuiao admitted, a hint of envy in her eyes. Yi Yu was the belle of Class 1, rumored to live in a villa area, pursued by many admirers. Su Mu shook his head, aware that few knew Yi Yu had once lived in a doghouse. Nevertheless, she managed to navigate school life with grace. In terms of maturity and mindset, Yi Yu far surpassed her. Relying on others is less effective than relying on oneself. Much of the bullying often begins with stepping on someone's toes, you know? Su Mu leaned back in his seat, emphasizing the importance of retaliation rather than constant retreat. Even when facing blows, one must ensure the adversary feels pain. Lu Shuiao nodded gently, a fierce glint in her eyes. "Su Xiao, I understand. What do you understand?" Su Mu countered. "I was indeed too cowardly before. Tomorrow at school, I'll bring a knife in my backpack." Lu Shuiao clenched her fists. "You know nothing." Su Mu rolled his eyes. "I will watch you from outside school tomorrow. You can fight, but do not break the law. I will assist you at critical moments." "Su Xiao." Lu Shuiao wiped her tears and hesitantly extended her hand, then grasped Su Mu's arm tightly. "Let us find a room." "Huh?" Su Mu was taken aback. "Su Xiao, you're so kind to me. You want to hook up with me, right?" "I agree to be your woman," Lu Shuiao said, pausing momentarily. "To be honest, I even prepared myself to accompany Lu Tu. I was foolish." "How many men have you been with?" Su Mu asked. Lu Shuiao lowered her head, embarrassed. "I just dyed my hair last Saturday, and I only contacted Lu Tu this morning. I've never had a boyfriend." "Then you're being foolish now. The first time is so significant. and you would give it away so easily? Su Mu pushed Lu Shuiao's hand away. Have you lost your mind? Lu Shuiao's tears flowed anew, and after a long pause, she quietly said, Su Xiao, you're a good person. Su Mu checked his justice value. Astonished to find that in just a few exchanges, Lu Shuiao had contributed 320 points. Given this, along with Yitong's from the previous night, he anticipated a fruitful 10 draws today. Give me your phone, Su Mu said, extending his hand. Without a second thought, Lu Shuiao handed her phone to him. She believed that someone wealthy would not swindle her. Su Mu retrieved his phone as well and transferred 20,000 yuan to her. This loan was somewhat humane, requiring repayment on the same day without accruing interest. Upon receiving the funds, Lu Shuiao felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Su Mu. Su Mu glanced at the time. It was now 8:10 p.m., and he had plenty of time left. Where do you live? I'll take you home now. After returning her money, he handed her phone back. Su Xiao, I live in the urban village of the southern district of Jiang City. I can go home by myself, Lu Shuiao replied softly. Don't call me Su Xiao anymore. Just call me Su Mu from now on. Okay, Su Mu go. Lu Shuiao's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. Following Lu Shuiao's directions, Su Mu arrived at the dilapidated streets of the urban village in the southern district. The buildings appeared run down, and the area had long been slated for demolition, yet it remained unchanged for 2 decades. At an intersection, Lu Shuiao pointed outside the car window. Su Mu go. My home is in that small alley. All right, take this and enjoy your meal at home. Su Mu retrieved the barbecue he had brought, planning to buy more on his way back. Su Mu go, thank you. Lu Xiao nodded repeatedly as she opened the door to get out. Su Mu followed suit, saying, Don't worry, I'll be watching you from outside school tomorrow. Lu Shuiao affirmed. Shuiao, what are you doing here? Just then, a young man in a suit approached from a distance. He had slick back hair, a slender frame, appeared to be around 26 or 27, and was quite handsome. Su Mu scanned him with his divine eye, his eyes widening in surprise. Name, Feng Chu. Character, male protagonist from the strongest son-in-law. Destiny power, 1700. Destiny level, 17, maximum level 10. Su Mu's heart raced. He had not anticipated that this son-in-law possessed greater destiny power than the previous warrior, Lin Yang. Feng Chu pulled Lu Shuiao close, eyeing Su Mu warily. Who are you? Brother Su Mu, this is Feng Gu. Lu Shuiao broke free from Feng Chu's grip and stepped to Su Mu's side. Shuiao, don't be so quick to call someone brother. Who knows what his intentions are? Feng Chu cautioned, then noticed Lu Shuiao's hair. Did he make you dye it? No, I did it myself, Lu Shuiao replied, fists clenched. I told you before I wanted to change. I won't let anyone bully me again. Don't be deceived by this man. I'll take you home. Feng Chu stepped forward, grasping Lu Shuiao's arm. Let go of me. Lu Shuiao struggled to break free. At this moment, her face was flushed with indignation. How could she be deceived by Su Mu? She possessed nothing of value, save for her own body. And she had explicitly conveyed her feelings to Su Mu in the car, yet he did not reciprocate and instead urged her to take care of herself. How could Su Mu possibly deceive her? My friend, it seems rather impolite to accuse me of deceiving anyone upon our first encounter, Su Mu remarked, hands tucked into his pockets. Humph, I am also a man. Do you think I am oblivious to your intentions? Feng Chu retorted sharply. Get out of my sight this instant, or I shall not hesitate to be uncivil. What? Do you wish to fight me? Su Mu shrugged in response. Feng Chu, my affairs do not require your interference. Lu Shuiao glared coldly at Feng Chu. Today, I was bullied, and it was brother Su Mu who came to my rescue. He saved you merely to claim your body. I am willing. Lu Shuiao's tears flowed freely. At school, when I was tormented, you constantly urged me to endure, to gather evidence, to report it. Do you know what brother Su Mu did? He willingly stepped in to resolve my troubles. She pointed at Feng Chu. You are a married man. I have no ties to you, so please cease your meddling in my life. Feng Chu stood rooted to the spot, his fists clenched. His hatred for Su Mu becoming increasingly palpable. He truly wished to disclose to Lu Shuiao that his 3-year term had yet to expire. Due to the practice of a particular martial art, he had fallen into a state of stagnation, unable to utilize his powers for 3 years. His original plan was to wait until the 3 years had passed to earn the respect of his wife and her family, and then assist Lu Shuiao in reclaiming her dignity. Little did he expect that this young man would intrude upon his plans. Shuiao, he is right. Do not trust anyone. Just go home, Su Mu said with a smile, waving at Lu Shuiao. Brother Su Mu, I am leaving. Lu Shuiao waved back at Su Mu, glaring at Feng Chu before she departed. The disparity between the two men was strikingly evident. How foolish she had been to once regard Feng Chu as an elder brother with whom she could share anything. Yet, she could somewhat fathom the reasons behind his behavior. Feng Chu was merely feeling unbalanced. Upon seeing Su Mu's luxurious car, he instinctively deemed him a villain. Ultimately, Fang Chu's actions were motivated by concern for her safety. Lu Xiao understood that although Fang Chu was married, he had entered into another family. She had heard that his in-laws treated him poorly, including his wife. In stark contrast to Su Mu, he undoubtedly felt envy and resentment. After Lu Xiao's departure, Fang Chu's expression turned icy as he warned, "I do not care who you are. You had best not trouble Xiao in the future, or you will surely regret it." Still unaware of your identity. "What is your relationship with Lu Xiao?" Su Mu inquired with a smile, the system's insights flooding his mind. "I have no connection with her. I merely know her. She is a remarkable young woman," Fang Chu replied coolly. "Your concern is rather excessive. Upon our first meeting, you accuse me of being a bad person. You are hardly virtuous yourself," Su Mu shrugged. "You lack even the most basic respect. Or is it that you live a miserable life, accustomed to being bullied, and therefore perceive me, a man of wealth, as a villain?" "You." Fang Chu pointed at Su Mu, his breath quickening. Su Mu had struck a nerve. "Moreover, you claim to be a man, well aware of other men's thoughts. Thus, you harbor feelings for Lu Xiao as well, do you not?" Su Mu smirked disdainfully, turning to stroll towards his car, his words ringing hollow, for he was no different. Fang Chu clenched his fists, trembling from exertion. This scoundrel had hit too close to home. Perhaps he had articulated Fang Chu's subconscious thoughts. He was indeed a man who longed for love. He had once contemplated that when the 3 years were up, if his wife and her family remained obstinate, he would sever ties with them and take Lu Xiao into his own fold. However, with the emergence of this character, he could not allow Lu Xiao to follow him. Meanwhile, Yi Tong and Yi Yu were still in the living room, engrossed in the television. Yi Yu nibbled on fruit, thoroughly enjoying the show, while Yi Tong was distracted, glancing at her phone. It was already 9:30, and Su Mu had yet to return. She felt a strange unease. Previously, she had been pleased by his absence. Yet now, she felt a void. "Xiaoyu, stop watching and go to bed. You have school in the morning," Yi Tong announced, rising. "We shall not wait for him. He is not returning tonight." Yi Yu glanced at Yi Tong and nodded softly. She had wanted to offer comfort, but was at a loss for words. Perhaps all men were like this, particularly after hearing that woman's voice today. She deemed her a seductress. Such a woman could easily ensnare Su Mu. "Sis, I'll sleep with you tonight," Yi Yu said. "All right," Yi Tong replied, realizing it had been ages since they shared a bed. Before marrying, they had always slept together. However, after moving in, Su Mu forbade Yi Yu from sleeping in the villa, relegating her to a doghouse. Their interactions had been limited to mealtimes. Nonetheless, Yi Tong bore no grudges against Su Mu. Her expectations were not high. As long as he refrained from mistreating the sisters, she was content. After washing up, they headed to Yi Tong's room together. Once nestled under the covers, Yi Yu wrapped her arms around Yi Tong, her hand resting on her sister's waist. "Sis, why do I feel like you're becoming more beautiful?" "I bet it's because of Su Mu," Yi Yu teased with a grin. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yi Tong laughed, playfully tickling her sister. The two siblings engaged in light-hearted banter before closing their eyes. The recent turmoil, with Su Mu fading from their minds as if it had transpired ages ago. Perhaps it was due to Su Mu's significant transformation. Upon returning home, Su Mu found the lights extinguished. Checking his phone, he noted the time was nearly 10 o'clock, recalling that Yi Yu had school the next day. She likely retired early. Yi Tong, left alone, would probably also head to her room for rest. Su Mu placed the barbecued food he had purchased on the dining table and ascended the stairs. He intended to resolve matters concerning Lu Xiao at school the next day, hoping to garner a substantial amount of justice points. He could not continue to exploit Yi Tong's goodwill indefinitely. One's energy was finite. Quietly opening the door, Su Mu entered the room, removing his shoes before slipping into bed. He reached out to embrace her from behind. However, upon closer inspection, he sensed something was amiss. On the other side, Yi Tong heard the commotion and swiftly switched on the bedside lamp, flooding the dark room with light. In that moment, she stared wide-eyed at the scene beside her, covering her mouth in shock. Su Mu inwardly cursed, swiftly retreating to the door. "What is happening here? Why are you two sisters together?" Yi Tong appeared flustered. Yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. "I thought you weren't coming home tonight, so I..." Yi Tong murmured softly. "Ah." At that moment, Yi Yu finally registered the situation. She called out, reaching for the blanket and promptly shrouding her head, exclaiming, "I can never get married." Despite her words, Su Mu observed that Yi Yu's fondness for him had not diminished. "Xiaoyu, it's nothing, merely a misunderstanding," Yi Tong said, both exasperated and amused, as she gently grasped Yi Yu's arm to offer comfort. Noticing Yi Yu still tucked away beneath the covers, she gestured to Su Mu, urging him to speak as well. "All right," Su Mu replied, unsure of what to say. He had anticipated this outcome and had sensed it beforehand. "Ahem, Xiaoyu, indeed, it's quite confusing at first glance." He coughed lightly. Upon hearing this, Yi Yu, overwhelmed by embarrassment, kicked the blanket in response. Yi Tong rolled her eyes, suggesting, perhaps you should step outside for a moment. Very well, I leave it to you. Sumu nodded awkwardly and exited the room. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes on the sofa downstairs, Yi Tong and Yi Yu finally descended from upstairs together. Yi Yu's face remained flushed, her thoughts a whirlwind. Yet, she was acutely aware that she harbored no anger. To her astonishment, despite having previously wished for Sumu to meet an unfortunate fate, she found herself without resentment after only a few days of his unwarranted advances. She understood it was all a misunderstanding, never expecting that Sumu's greeting to her sister would unfold in such a manner. I brought you some barbecue, Sumu said, retrieving the warm food from the dining table. It's my fault. I thought you wouldn't return tonight, which is why I let Xiaoyu sleep with me. Yi Tong's voice carried a hint of apology. In the future, remember that if I won't be back, I will inform you in advance, Sumu replied with a smile as he approached her, urging her not to feel guilty. Sis, it's fine. It truly was a misunderstanding, Yi Yu interjected, realizing she needed to return to her room to prepare for school the next day. With that, she hurriedly retreated to her sanctuary. I hope she isn't truly upset. This is all my fault, Yi Tong murmured softly. It's not your fault, Sumu reassured her, pointing at the barbecue. Are you going to eat? I won tea. I've already washed up before you arrived. Yi Tong shook her head. Then, it would be a waste to throw this away. Go back to your room. I'll come upstairs once I finish eating. Sumu winked at her. Yi Tong nodded slightly, her cheeks tinged with color as she left. After his meal, Sumu checked his justice points. Noting he still had a ways to go before reaching 1,000. He would need to enlist Yi Tong as assistant shortly. Back in his room, he began to renovate alongside her. Meanwhile, Yi Yu remained in the adjacent room, feeling unusually sensitive to the sounds around her. Her mind wandered, contemplating what might have transpired if Sumu hadn't discovered the truth in time. With that thought, she burrowed deeper into her blankets. The following morning, Sumu resumed his routine of review. He opened his panel to examine his information. Thanks to Yi Tong, he had achieved 10 consecutive draws the previous night. Name, Sumu. Character, villainous sacred body. Manager of human resources at Su Corporation. Realm, early Ming Jin. Physique, 100. Spirit, 90. Cultivation points, 0, max 100. Destiny power, 124. Sumu was aware that his destiny power had originally been over 90, but after encountering that son-in-law the night before, he had managed to seize an additional 30 points. Without further ado, he initiated the 10 consecutive draws. The wheel before him shimmered with light and began to spin rapidly, revealing the rewards one by one. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 20 attribute points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 30 cultivation points. Sumu noted the emerging information, confirming it aligned with previous descriptions. The guaranteed rewards now included not only attribute points, but also cultivation points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 500 rounds of Desert Eagle ammunition. Sumu exhaled, recalling that last time he had only acquired a firearm and skills. This gun had been of little use to him, but now, with 500 rounds, his future safety was somewhat assured. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 30 cultivation points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a certificate for special grade military combat skills. Chapter 30. Could this young man be seeking revenge on my behalf? Military combat skills? As this reward appeared, Sumu felt a resurgence of muscle memory. He moved his arms, countless techniques flooding his mind. This was indeed a remarkable boon. Previously, despite his strength, he lacked the knowledge of techniques. In a real fight, he had resorted to mindlessly throwing punches and kicking. But now, he had learned military combat skills. It is essential to understand that military combat differs from regular fighting. While the latter has numerous rules designed to offer protection, military combat lacks such constraints, aiming solely to incapacitate an opponent swiftly and efficiently. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 20 cultivation points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 20 attribute points. Sumu observed the rewards appearing before him, wondering if this 11th draw might yield a divine ability. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a Hall of Fame Painter certificate. Having completed 11 draws, the final reward was not a guaranteed one, but rather a painter's certificate. Sumu took a deep breath. Regardless of the outcome, it was a satisfactory haul, especially the military combat skills. He rose, proceeded to the bathroom, and opened his inventory. Besides the Desert Eagle, there was a row of bullets. Sumu adeptly loaded the bullets into the magazine before returning the gun to its place. In case of danger in the future, he could retrieve it swiftly. After a quick wash, Sumu headed downstairs. He settled on the sofa to check his guaranteed points, 140 cultivation points and 70 attribute points. He opened his panel and allocated all points accordingly, first filling his cultivation to the maximum of 140. Upon doing so, Black text appeared before him. Congratulations, host. You have entered the mid-Mingjin stage. Su Mu threw a punch into the air, feeling the rush of wind from his strikes, embodying a newfound vigor. As for the attribute points, he opted for balance across his physique. Although he remained uncertain about the purpose of spirit points, he allocated all points before reviewing his attribute panel. Name, Su Mu. Character, villainous sacred body. Manager of human resources at Su Corporation. Realm, mid-Mingjin. Physique, 130. Spirit, 130. Cultivation points, 40, max 100. Destiny power, 124. Examining his attribute panel, Su Mu stroked his chin, nodding in approval. He had come a long way from the previous villainous Su Mu. At that moment, he looked up to find Yi Yu had awakened and was descending from the second floor. Upon seeing Su Mu, Yi Yu's cheeks flushed crimson. The events of the previous day lingered in her mind, and she was unable to forget the dream she had that night, one steeped in romantic imagery involving Su Mu. Awake? Su Mu asked, feeling slightly awkward, and took the initiative to greet her. Yi Yu gently nodded. I will take you to school in a bit, Su Mu said with a smile. At that moment, Yi Tong emerged from the room. Upon seeing Yi Yu, she patted her shoulder and said, I'll make you breakfast. Okay. Yi Yu took a deep breath, then smiled. Remembering her earlier resolve to prove herself, she found the current events trivial in comparison. Yi Tong prepared a simple breakfast, and the family gathered around the table to eat. After their meal, Su Mu briefed Yi Tong on a few matters before driving Yi Yu to school. This time, he was driving a Porsche 991. On the way to school, Su Mu glanced at Yi Yu in the passenger seat and asked, Are you still upset about yesterday? No. Yi Yu shook her head. She had never truly been angry. Embarrassment and shyness were her predominant feelings. Upon arriving at the school gate, Yi Yu got out of the car. She waved at Su Mu, saying, Goodbye, brother-in-law. Su Mu nodded with a smile and drove off. Not long after Yi Yu left, several female classmates surrounded her. Meanwhile, a blonde woman wearing a baseball cap and carrying a backpack glanced in Yi Yu's direction. She was Lu Shuiyao. Occasionally, she envied someone like Yi Yu, wealthy, protected from bullying, and surrounded by friends. However, the car she had just seen should belong to Su Mu. She recalled that he had mentioned Yi Yu's name last night, indicating that they knew each other. Yet, Lu Shuiyao was unaware of the nature of their relationship. Feeling an inexplicable pang of jealousy, Su Mu went to the company and called Meng Wanyue over. It was essential to pacify her first to allow himself time to develop. Mr. Su, here is today's task. I have roughly organized it for your review, Meng Wanyue said, placing a document on the desk. Wanyue, are you settling in well at the company? Su Mu casually flipped through the materials. Quite well, Meng Wanyue nodded gently. That is good. Su Mu was reviewing the documents when he suddenly pointed at a section, asking, The president is going to the fighting center today? Indeed. The president intends to invest in a mixed martial arts facility, Meng Wanyue replied calmly. Su Mu stretched languidly, feeling that it suited Su Ningbing's character well. Are you interested? Su Mu asked with a smile. I remember you're quite capable. Those athletes shouldn't be your match, right? My fighting style differs, if we follow their rules. I would not stand a chance. Meng Wanyue gently shook her head. What is your fighting style? Murder? Su Mu teased, glancing at Meng Wanyue. Meng Wanyue turned her face away, declining to answer. Su Mu smiled and stood up. Let us go. Come with me to the fighting center today. He had a basic understanding of combat. The rules existed to protect the athletes. These competitors pushed their fighting techniques to the limits within those constraints. In mixed martial arts, once a submission hold is successfully applied, it results in defeat. However, in a real fight to the death, one could resort to eye gouging and other means to force an opponent to defend themselves, thereby reducing their strength. If one had a weapon, the dynamics would change drastically. Of course, these considerations applied to ordinary people, not ancient martial artists. Su Mu drove to the fighting center, hoping to improve Su Ningbing's opinion of him. After all, she was a level 10 fate bearer. Arriving at the location, he found Su Ningbing had just arrived as well. Today, she was not wearing her usual office uniform that revealed her legs. Instead, she donned a tight-fitted women's suit on top, paired with black trousers below. Her tall stature, coupled with her striking features and the allure of her glasses, radiated charm. Noticing Su Mu, Su Ningbing furrowed her brows and approached him. What are you doing here? Did you forget what you promised me earlier? Su Mu replied, observing her icy demeanor. What did I promise? This place is not for you. Su Ningbing coldly turned away, asserting that this was a space filled with masculine energy, not meant for someone like him. You're being a bit excessive. I may be a softie, but what about you? Are you forgetting I am the man here? Su Mu retorted, feeling irritated and contemplating teaching her a lesson if given the chance. Are you really a man? Just go home. Su Ningbing scoffed, recalling how Su Mu had never bested her in their childhood fights. Our department is responsible for event planning, and I'm here to see how they operate, Su Mu said, casually placing his hands in his pockets and following Su Ningbing. Humph. Su Ningbing ignored him, leading the way to the distant entrance with the staff. The head of the fighting center had long awaited their arrival and approached Su Ningbing briskly upon seeing her. Hello, Ms. Su. I'm Tian Kai, the head here. Tian Kai was a balding middle-aged man, somewhat portly. Hello. Su Ningbing offered a brief handshake. Hello, Ms. Su. I'm Lu Langtao. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful, said a young man standing beside Tian Kai, his eyes shining as he appraised Su Ningbing. Watch your mouth. Tian Kai shot a glare at Lu Langtao before turning back to Su Ningbing with a smile. Miss Su, please don't mind Lu Langtao. I believe you know him. He is one of the leading figures in mixed martial arts in the country and has participated in several competitions in the U.S. He is just captivated because you're so stunning and single, Lu Langtao said with a grin. Su Mu, feeling displeased by Lu Langtao's gaze towards Su Ningbing, walked over to confront him. Su Ningbing noticed Su Mu and was taken aback, wondering if he intended to defend her honor. Yet, Su Ningbing was aware of the stakes. She knew that Su Mu, if faced with someone of Lu Langtao's caliber, would be knocked out by a single punch. She quickly stepped to the side, positioning herself in front of Su Mu. I know you. Your mixed martial arts record is 3 wins and 3 losses, Su Ningbing stated calmly as she faced Lu Langtao. Lu Langtao's expression darkened upon hearing this, but he quickly replied, those were against world-class fighters. Domestically, I dominate. Is that so? Su Mu interjected, noticing Su Ningbing shielding him but still maintaining a smile. Who is this little brother? Are you suggesting you wish to challenge me? Lu Langtao looked down at Su Mu with a hint of disdain. He had the confidence to back his arrogance. Being of a heavier weight class rather than a lighter one, he was arguably the best fighter in Jiangbei. Moreover, at under 30, if he secured a notable ranking, he would be inundated with commercial gigs and advertisements domestically. This is my brother, Su Mu, Su Ningbing briefly introduced. Really your brother, huh? Lu Langtao chuckled. Before Su Mu could make a move, Su Ningbing swiftly grasped his hand and said to Tian Kai, Mr. Tian, we want to just be talking at the entrance, right? Please, do invite us in. Tian Kai smacked his forehead in a moment of panic and chuckled nervously. Su Ningbing shot a glance at Su Mu before reluctantly releasing him. The crowd present turned and made their way further inside. Meng Wanyue remained steadfastly by Su Mu's side, her expression unwavering. The venue was expansive, featuring several boxing rings and ample space designated for grappling practice. Numerous individuals were engaged in training at that moment. Tian Kai walked alongside Su Ningbing and remarked with a smile, there are quite a few foreign coaches I've invited here, just as there are octagons abroad. We could have one as well. Su Ningbing surveyed the training individuals around them and softly inquired, do you have any suggestions? Honestly, we could simply emulate what others have done. With the investment from the Su Corporation, it would be quite feasible to establish ourselves as the premier venue in Jiangbei. Perhaps even nationally renowned, Tian Kai proclaimed, outlining his grand vision. What do these competitors strive for? Is it not merely monetary gain? As long as there are prizes, skilled fighters from overseas will surely arrive. Things are not so simple anymore. The times have changed, and mere imitation seldom leads to success, Su Ningbing retorted, adjusting her glasses with a calm demeanor. We must devise a superior plan that possesses distinct allure. Tian Kai nodded gently, acknowledging Su's sentiments. You are right, President Su. Allow me some time to ponder this further. Indeed. Su Ningbing nodded in agreement. President Su, I heard from Mr. Tian that you have a great passion for combat sports. How about I teach you a few moves? Lu Langtao approached with a grin, adding, in the future, you could defend yourself. Upon seeing Su Ningbing, he found himself somewhat at a loss. As a martial artist, he placed great importance on physique, and Su Ningbing was nothing short of stunning. He contemplated engaging Su Ningbing in some ground techniques, eager to experience the key areas firsthand. The thought of what was to come made him slightly flustered. All thanks to Su Ningbing's striking beauty. No need. My sister has private champions instructing her, so your help is unnecessary, Su Mu interjected from the side. A champion? Who knows where that title comes from? Lu Langtao scoffed, exuding arrogance. To be honest, my family's champion medals could adorn an entire wall. Su Mu chuckled. How can someone who doesn't even rank be so boastful? I compete in top-tier events abroad. In our country, who among my weight class could possibly challenge me? Lu Langtao dismissed, his disdain evident. Your tone suggests you are quite formidable. Why don't we have a little sparring session? I'll only use one hand. Enough. Go rest over there. This is President Su's younger brother. Do you not understand? Tian Kai's expression darkened. Their finances were already strained. And if Lu Langtao drove away the Su Corporation, it would spell disaster. Humph. Lu Langtao shot Su Mu a cold glare before turning to leave. Wait. You don't need to use one hand. Just practice with my little bodyguard next to me. Su Mu stepped back slightly, wrapping an arm around Meng Wanyue's shoulders. Meng Wanyue offered a mild resistance, but Su Mu insisted, Wanyue, do me a favor, let me treat you to a meal. Haha, you truly don't understand, do you? Do you know my level? We are light heavyweight. Lu Langtao assessed Meng Wanyue, noting that her legs were not even as thick as his arms. I should summon my smaller level disciple instead. No need, just you, Meng Wanyue replied, removing her high heels and looking at Lu Langtao. She had felt uncomfortable in his presence throughout their encounter. Affection level 1. Sumu suddenly noticed a string of black characters, which did not pertain to Meng Wanyue, but rather to Su Ningbing standing nearby. He rolled his eyes, wondering how his attempt to assist her resulted in a decrease in her affection level. Put your shoes back on, Su Ningbing frowned, her expression darkening. Su Mu was indeed incorrigible, seemingly intent on having others bully this woman. She suspected he had devised this scheme to take advantage of the situation, knowing that the employee would feel compelled to comply due to his status. However, Meng Wanyue did not acquiesce, for now. She regarded Su Mu as her superior and felt no obligation to heed the others. Come on, I don't need you to hold back, Meng Wanyue said, her demeanor calm as she faced Lu Langtao. If you cannot even handle me, you are unworthy to lay a hand on Su Shao. Haha, beautiful lady. I'm coming for you, Lu Langtao declared, glancing at Tian Kai. Rest assured, I am considerate of the fairer sex. Though he found Su Ningbing to be more attractive, he would not resort to punches and kicks. Rather, he intended to take her to the ground for some rough play before finishing the match. Su Ningbing shot Su Mu a frosty glare, regretting her previous favorable impression of him, as he was proving to be utterly worthless. Beautiful lady, here I come. Lu Langtao lunged toward Meng Wanyue, feigning a punch before swiftly bending down to grab her waist. Bang! A resounding crash left everyone present in stunned silence. Su Ningbing's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Lu Langtao found himself sprawled on the ground, gritting his teeth as he struggled to rise. Yet before he could fully get up, he wobbled and collapsed again. Just before he lunged, Meng Wanyue had simply raised her knee, which collided perfectly with Lu Langtao's head, sending him crashing to the floor. I suppose this counts as a victory for me. I recall that in mixed martial arts, one can strike while down. He couldn't even defend himself, Meng Wanyue remarked, slipping her high heels back on and taking her place behind Su Mu. Is that it? Is this the extent of domestic brawling? Su Mu couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps you should practice more, my friend. I made a mistake. That was a blunder. Lu Langtao lay flat on the ground, his head spinning, yet he was filled with indignation. That force was no ordinary strength. He had held back earlier. Chapter 32. The one they bullied, Lu Shuiyao. Say whatever you wish, it matters not to me. Su Mu waved his hand dismissively, too weary to engage with such an individual. If you have the guts, wait 2 minutes, and we shall continue. Lu Langtao, eyes closed, remained defiant. Fine, I shall wait 2 minutes, Meng Wanyue replied, her expression unchanging. Su Ningbing, observing the scene, realized she had misjudged Su Mu. One could discern skill from the execution of one's strikes. This woman's knee strike had been exceptionally well executed, clearly indicative of professional training. Affection level 3. Su Ningbing cast a furtive glance at Su Mu, pondering when their father had assigned such a formidable female bodyguard to him. This time, the responsible Tian Kai did not intervene. During the initial discussions with the Su Corporation, Lu Langtao had played a significant role, as Tian Kai intended to use this program to propel Lu Langtao into the spotlight as a combat star. Now, seeing him brought low by a woman left Tian Kai feeling embarrassed. 2 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Langtao sat up, shaking his head vigorously, feeling nearly restored. As he had not engaged in any combat, he had not expended much energy. Come on. Lu Langtao stood, looking at Meng Wanyue. As a girl, you should wear protective gear. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand even one of my punches. No need for protective gear. Meng Wanyue removed her shoes once more, treating the situation as if it were a real battle. How arrogant of you, Lu Langtao declared as he approached Meng Wanyue again. He was no longer concerned about the ground beneath him. His sole intention was to deliver a knockout punch to this insufferable woman. With a flurry of movements, he swung his fists, but Meng Wanyue seemed to anticipate his actions, effortlessly dodging each blow. Frustration mounted within Lu Langtao, and with a swift kick aimed at Meng Wanyue's neck, she immediately bent low, evading the strike and countering with a punch to his abdomen followed by a blow to his chin. Her movements flowed like water, and with 2 resounding thuds, Lu Langtao crumpled to the ground once again. Astonishment filled the air as everyone present stood speechless, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. While the first victory might have been attributed to luck, this time it was a demonstration of sheer skill. The only person maintaining composure was Su Mu, who observed quietly. How laughable, he thought. This young woman was one of Dragon King's elite, among the 3,000 warriors, and undoubtedly a practitioner of ancient martial arts. To an ancient martial artist, the flailing punches and kicks of these opponents appeared to be in slow motion. Bravo! Su Ningbing applauded vigorously. and those accompanying her joined in the applause. Even the athletes gathered around were cheering, overwhelmed by the stark contrast in skill, particularly in the initial evasion which left them dazzled. Though Lu Langtao retained some awareness, the world spun around him, and he found himself unable to rise. Defeated by a mere woman, his once unshakable confidence dissipated instantaneously. He wished to find a crack in the ground to hide within, and ultimately, he simply closed his eyes, feigning unconsciousness. Despite the embarrassment, Tian Kai joined in the applause, acknowledging the prowess displayed by the Su family. "You flatter me, Mr. Tian," Su Ningbing responded with a polite, albeit forced smile. At that moment, Tian Kai approached Meng Wanyue, saying, "Miss, why not come work with me? You are not only beautiful, but also a formidable fighter. You could become a star in the combat world, surely earning more than you do now. Apologies, but I am under Su Xiao's patronage. He is far more skilled than I, and I have merely learned a few basic techniques from him," Meng Wanyue replied, casting a glance at Su Mu. Su Mu, hands in his pockets, wore an indifferent expression, embodying a demeanor of aloof superiority. This girl possesses quite the eloquence, he mused, recognizing her subtle self-elevation. A reward was certainly in order. What? Su Mister is even stronger? Tian Kai was taken aback, as were those surrounding them. However, observing Su Mu's tall stature at 185 meters with long arms, it was evident he was a promising contender. Truth be told, my sister is no slouch either. She could hold her own against me in a spar, Su Mu remarked, pointing towards Su Ningbing. Su Ningbing shot a cold glance at Su Mu, retorting, "You boast of your strength while being so out of shape. It is the bodyguards who are impressive, not you." Had it not been for her concern over family reputation, she would have already taught Su Mu a lesson. Tian Kai looked at Su Ningbing with surprise, suggesting, "Perhaps Ms. Su could provide us with some pointers. We have several female athletes here who could train with you." Do not listen to his nonsense. We are merely enthusiasts and lack the qualifications to instruct professional athletes. Su Ningbing shook her head. "Let us focus on discussing the program instead." "Very well," Tian Kai nodded. Su Mu intended to follow along, but suddenly recalled a promise made to Lu Shuiyao the previous day, to meet her at the school gate at noon. He patted Meng Wanyue on the shoulder, saying, "Wanyue, let's head back. I remember I have something to attend to." Meng Wanyue nodded in agreement. As they walked, Su Mu took out his phone and sent Meng Wanyue a red envelope containing 200 yuan. "This is a token of appreciation for your assistance today," he said with a smile. "Thank you, Su Mister," Meng Wanyue feigned delight, as she was not particularly interested in monetary matters. "Tonight after work, do not dine alone. I insist on treating you," Su Mu offered with a grin. "Thank you, but you should spend time with your family," Meng Wanyue declined. "I intend to bring my family along to dine with you." "I must express my gratitude properly," Su Mu insisted. As he gradually found his footing, he realized that Yi Tong was a stable source of justice for him. Although Yi Yu still harbored negative sentiments, her feelings were steadily improving. With both his family members in good standing, his next focus was undoubtedly Meng Wanyue. As a member of the Dragon King's entourage, she was a crucial figure. Only by ensuring the Dragon King was aware that his sister and daughter were thriving could he delay the Dragon King's return, thus allowing himself the necessary time to develop. Su Mu's thoughts were straightforward. He must bring Meng Wanyue closer to him before she became part of the Dragon King's harem. "All right," Meng Wanyue replied softly. Trained as an assassin from a young age, her upbringing forged a solitary character, disinclined towards social interactions. Since her arrival in Jiang City, aside from investigating Yi Tong and Yi Yu, she preferred to seclude herself in her room. Now that she had a job, she was compelled to venture out during the day, but after work, she would often buy a small meal and return to her rented room. This was her routine. Su Mu smiled brightly at Meng Wanyue, who turned her face towards the window. Su Mu cursed inwardly, realizing his radiant smile had failed to make an impact. After dropping Meng Wanyue off at her workplace, he hurried to Jiang City's first high school, a place he knew well, having visited daily to deliver flowers to Mu Qingying. Yet, Mu Qingying had to remain in the background. While her ample figure stirred some discontent within Su Mu, his sister Su Ningbing was equally impressive. Rather than pursue Mu Qingying, it would be more prudent to handle Su Ningbing first. A level 10 destiny was certainly far superior. Before he knew it, it was already 11:40 a.m. Suddenly, Su Mu noticed a group of young women emerging from a nearby corner. The leader, sporting brown hair and a lip piercing, appeared to be under 20. The other women with her were clad in garish attire, giving off an unkempt vibe as they smoked nearby. Curious about their conversation, Su Mu cracked the window of his car slightly. "It's Monday. The girl who scavenges for food should have received her allowance by now," the woman with the lip piercing remarked, grinning as she took a drag from her cigarette. "Perfect timing. I'm hungry. Let us treat ourselves to a nice meal." Another girl with long bangs chimed in. Hearing this, Su Mu narrowed his eyes, questioning whether these were the very individuals who had bullied Lu Shuiyao. Chapter 33, A Fresh Perspective. Su Mu's expression grew distant as he glanced at his phone, thinking that since school was about to let out, waiting a little longer wouldn't he hurt. At noon, the school gates opened, and students streamed out in droves. Su Mu observed as the group of young women made their way towards the entrance, and he casually grabbed a mask from the car before stepping out to follow them. Wearing the mask, he stood a short distance away from the girls, feigning interest in his phone. Suddenly, the woman with the lip piercing seized hold of a short-haired girl in a school uniform. The short-haired girl looked startled upon seeing the pierced woman, exclaiming, "Zhang Nan? What? Have you forgotten your old middle school classmate?" Zhang Nan grinned widely and asked, "Huang Nana, do you have any money? I can barely afford a meal lately. I could use your assistance." I have no money. I always eat at home for lunch. My parents don't give me any pocket money." Huang Nana replied softly, clearly terrified of him. "Then return to school and summon our dear classmate, Lu Shuiyao. Tell her I wish to see her. Should she refuse to come, I shall pay her a visit and overturn her grandmother's trash can." Zhang Nan chuckled maliciously. Huang Nana, too frightened to disagree, had no choice but to head back to school. Su Mu, with his hands tucked into his pockets, gradually clenched his fists. It was no wonder Lu Shuiyao had been driven to such desperation, contemplating surrendering her body to a petty thug. From this woman's demeanor towards others, Su Mu could surmise the extent of Lu Shuiyao's past grievances. After waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, Su Mu noticed Lu Shuiyao in the distance. She was clad in sportswear, carrying a backpack, and wearing a black baseball cap. Once Huang Nana brought her over, she hurriedly left. Zhang Nan and the others gazed at Lu Shuiyao with disbelief. "Wow, who is this? With dyed yellow hair, I barely recognize her." Zhang Nan scrutinized Lu Shuiyao, a mocking smile spreading across his face. "What do you want?" Lu Shuiyao asked, her hands stuffed in her pockets, her voice flat. "Just a reunion among old classmates. Let's chat over there." Zhang Nan pointed towards a narrow alley, about a meter wide. "Dare not go? Next time I see your grandmother rummaging through garbage, I'll drop a trash can on her head," sneered another woman with elongated eyes. Taking a deep breath, Lu Shuiyao quietly followed a few steps behind them. Last night, she had come to a realization. Su Mu had indeed awakened her, revealing that her struggles stemmed from her own cowardice. From this day forth, she resolved to enact change. The group arrived in the alley, while Su Mu stood at the entrance, listening intently to the commotion within. Firstly, he wished to ascertain whether Lu Shuiyao had genuinely transformed. "Old classmate, it's Monday. Your grandmother, who scavenges for trash, should be providing you with some living expenses by now." Zhang Nan grinned at Lu Shuiyao. "It seems we need to collect our protection fee, but I don't wish to pay. What should I do?" Lu Shuiyao replied, her gaze fixed on Zhang Nan. "Have I not given you enough face? With that yellow hair, can you even distinguish between big and small?" The woman with the elongated eyes retorted sharply. Zhang Nan chuckled. "Don't scare her. Rest assured, I'm not frightened." Lu Shuiyao calmly removed her backpack, retrieving a wooden stick with 2 nails protruding from it. Initially, she had intended to bring a kitchen knife from home, but recalling Su Mu's words from the previous night, she opted for this alternative. With an impassive expression, Lu Shuiyao faced the group, her heart racing. Once, she had never dared to even dream of taking such action. "You lot, I've been short on funds lately. Offer me some money. Consider it a protection fee," she declared, her eyes icy as she regarded them, striving to maintain her composure even as her voice trembled. "What the hell? Lu Shuiyao, have you lost your mind? Try touching me." The woman with elongated eyes advanced menacingly towards her. Bang! Lu Shuiyao gripped the wooden stick tightly and swung it down forcefully. The woman instinctively raised her arm to block. Crack! One of the nails grazed her arm, blood immediately oozing forth. "Ah!" The woman with elongated eyes widened in disbelief, then bellowed, "What are you all standing around for? Get her!" The other women, caught off guard, could hardly believe Lu Shuiyao had dared to strike, particularly since she had clearly aimed for her face. If it were disfigured, their lives would be irrevocably ruined. Their backers believed they had potential due to their looks and skills. "Charge!" Zhang Nan barked at the surrounding women. Did you hear that? Fearful of Zhang Nan's intimidation, the women hastily removed their outer garments and hurled them at Lu Shuiyao. The nails on her stick snagged on one of the garments. Seeing this, Zhang Nan rushed forward and kicked Lu Shuiyao. However, instead of cowering, she charged at them. Su Mu removed his mask and stepped into the alley. He had to admit, Lu Shuiyao was impressing him. "You little brat. This is none of your business." Scram! Zhang Nan snapped upon noticing Su Mu's entrance. "I know Lord Hu. Do you believe he wants to have you killed?" Su Mu did not falter. He approached Zhang Nan and slapped her across the face. The force of his blow was far greater than that which he had used against Lu Shuiyao. Zhang Nan fell back, blood spilling from her mouth. "What are you? How dare you speak to me like that?" Su Mu retorted before turning to Lu Shuiyao with a smile, asking, "Are you all right?" Su Mu, "Go, I'm fine. I'm not afraid of them." Lu Shuiyao gasped, having overcome her fear. Despite the odds being against her, she stood her ground. That's the spirit. Sumu nodded inwardly, recognizing that Lu Shuyao was entirely different from Yitong. Should her affinity for him be sufficient, he intended to elevate her into a formidable fighter using his destined powers. He certainly required someone brave and tenacious by his side. You little brat. How dare you strike me? Do you have any idea who I am? Zhang Nan cried, tears streaming down her face. Just then, a few individuals seemed to have heard the commotion and walked in. Upon seeing the newcomers, joy lit up Zhang Nan's face. Zhao Gu, come help me. The leader was a bald man clad in a tank top, his arms adorned with tattoos. Two burly companions followed closely behind. Isnt this Zhang Nan. The bald man chuckled. Who wouldn't he want to mix it up? Even Lord Hu's little sister dares to hit back. It's him. Take him down. Zhang Nan pointed at Su Mu, her face swollen like a bun. Lu Shuiyao, witnessing the towering figures, immediately picked up the wooden stick from the ground. Though her legs trembled, she stood resolutely in front of Su Mu. Seeing this, Su Mu couldn't help but smile. He gently pressed down on Lu Shuyao's head, saying, I told you, I'll help you. You little brat. You're at death's door, yet you still wish to be a hero? The bald man pulled out a cigarette, speaking nonchalantly. Get them. The two burly men cracked their knuckles and approached. Zhang Nan, covering her face, sneered, You little brat. I'll repay that slap 100-fold. Chapter 34. Let your lord who come and see me. As the two burly men closed in on Su Mu, one suddenly struck. A punch flew towards Su Mu's face. Su Mu regarded the approaching man, noting his sluggish speed. He deftly seized the man's wrist, yanking him towards himself with force, sending the burly man tumbling uncontrollably. Boom. Su Mu delivered a knee strike, connecting squarely with the man's chest. The burly man's eyes widened in terror as he flew back 2 meters, crashing to the ground, his body convulsing. The other burly man, taken aback, had yet to react before Su Mu was already before him. Su Mu grasped the man's face, effortlessly lifting the 200-plus-pound giant off the ground. Boom. He slammed against the adjacent wall, blood immediately oozing down its surface. Su Mu released his grip, and the man collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Shock. The bald man, who had been exuding an air of bravado while smoking, was now rendered speechless by the scene before him. These two were his most formidable enforcers, typically impervious to approach even by 2 or 3 individuals. Yet, they had encountered a force beyond their reckoning. As for Zhang Nan, who had been vociferously taunting moments ago, she was now in a state of bewilderment, particularly at the sight of the blood on the wall. It was evident that this individual before her was no ordinary adversary. Behind Su Mu, Lu Shuyao's eyes sparkled with admiration, her affinity for him visibly escalating. Remarkable. She had initially presumed Su Mu's wealth was his only asset, but his prowess was astonishing. Lu Shuyao tossed aside the wooden stick in her hand, strode forward, and entwined her arm with Su Mu's. She lifted her chin defiantly, gazing at the stunned onlookers as if declaring her claim. This is my man. Brother, you're a bit reckless. Usually, those who are this audacious don't live long. Zhao Yin remarked while puffing on his cigarette. Su Mu, accompanied by Lu Shuyao, approached Zhao Yin. Despite the cigarette clutched in his mouth, Zhao Yin instinctively recoiled, acutely aware that Su Mu exuded an aura far beyond that of an ordinary person. You, grab her from behind, Su Mu instructed Zhao Yin, pointing at Zhang Nan. What do you intend to do? Zhao Yin inquired, furrowing his brow. In 3 seconds, if you don't comply, I will break one of your arms. Su Mu replied with an unruffled demeanor. Zhao Yin couldn't bring himself to meet Su Mu's gaze. A sense of certainty washed over him that Su Mu was not speaking idly. Zhao Go, my apologies. Zhao Yin quickly moved to seize Zhang Nan's arm from behind. Zhao Yin, I am Tiger Ji's woman. How dare you treat me this way? Zhang Nan struggled futilely against the grip of the burly man. Shuyao hit her. Release all the grievances you've endured over the years, Su Mu urged Lu Shuyao, assuring her, if anything goes awry, I will bear the consequences. Lu Shuyao looked up at Su Mu, her admiration for him continuing to rise. She nodded and approached Zhang Nan. Lu Shuyao, if you dare to touch me, I slap. Before Zhang Nan could finish her sentence, Lu Shuyao's palm struck her face. Curse me. Curse my grandmother. Hit me. Bully my grandmother. Insult me. Steal my money. With each phrase, Lu Shuyao delivered another slap. As she continued, tears streamed down her face, a catharsis of years of pent-up grievances. Meanwhile, the other women, terrified, prepared to flee. Did I permit you to leave? Su Mu's cold voice rang out from behind. Anyone who dares to take another step will find themselves facing consequences. I will visit your homes at my convenience. Upon hearing this, the women felt as though their legs were weighed down by lead, paralyzed with fear. Su Mu sought precisely this outcome. To confront such vile individuals, one must be even more ruthless. Their mindset diverged drastically from that of ordinary people. Retreating and reasoning only made them perceive one as weak. Only through force could one eradicate their threats. Sumu Gu, enough, let them go, Lu Shuiyao said, wiping her tears with her sleeve as she approached him. Lu Shuiyao, just wait. I will have Tiger Gu kill your entire family. Zhang Nan's face had become grotesquely swollen. Yet she remained defiant. Do you see? How can we let them go? I promised I would assist you, and I will see it through. Sumu replied with a smile before turning to Zhao Yan. Release her. Once Zhao Yan complied, Zhang Nan collapsed to the ground uncontrollably. Get up. Take me to meet your Tiger Gu. Sumu's expression remained unperturbed. Zhao Yan felt a jolt of shock. Moments ago, he had intended to caution that Tiger Gu was not an ordinary man. To his astonishment, this young man dared to seek him out. Was he courting death? All right. You aren't afraid of dying, are you? Follow me. Zhang Nan, upon hearing this, stood up and moved toward the exit. Sumu exchanged a reassuring smile with Lu Shuiyao. Rest assured, I've got this. Lu Shuiyao nodded earnestly, feeling secure with Sumu by her side. Zhao Yan, curious despite not being part of Tiger Ji's entourage, decided to follow along. After all, Zhang Nan was Tiger Ji's woman, and he had inadvertently offended her, necessitating an apology. As Sumu trailed behind, he checked his justice points. To his surprise, in such a short span, Lu Shuiyao had contributed over 80 points of affinity. Being an 8th-tier destiny bearer, her justice value was around 600 to 700. He sensed that in this brief moment, he might accumulate enough to reach 1,000 points, allowing for a tenfold draw. At the Tiger Gu Billiards Hall, several rugged vehicles were parked outside, including a Range Rover and a Prado. Tiger Gu is inside. Weren't you eager to meet him? Follow me. Zhang Nan turned back, shooting Sumu a glare. Sumu took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Biao before entering with a smile. In truth, he could easily handle these people alone. However, sometimes, influence holds significant importance. To ensure they would cease troubling Lu Shuiyao, Sumu decided to act decisively. Upon entering the billiards hall, which spanned 2 levels, the first floor was filled with numerous billiard tables and several slot machines. As for the second floor, even without ascending, the sounds alone indicated it was a gambling den. You little brat. Slap. Zhang Nan pointed at Sumu, but before she could finish her words, Sumu struck her again. Speak respectfully, or I'll have your tongue cut out. Sumu pulled Lu Shuiyao along and settled onto a nearby sofa. Tell your Tiger Gu to come meet me. Tiger Gu. Tiger Gu. Zhang Nan, tears streaming down her face, ascended the stairs. In less than a minute, dozens of individuals descended from above. The leader, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut and a scar on his left cheek, wore a tank top adorned with a tiger tattoo on his arm. Zhang Nan clung to this middle-aged man's arm, pointing at Sumu as she wept. Tiger Gu. It's him. Huang Hu, cigarette in mouth, narrowed his eyes at Sumu. Little brother, you are truly audacious. No sooner had he spoken than 2 or 3 dozen people surrounded Sumu, trapping him in their midst. Huang Hu's hand caressed Zhang Nan's lip stud as he murmured. Do you know how pleasurable it is here? How will you compensate me if you ruin anything? Compensate you? Who do you think you are? Sumu crossed his legs. I am here to demand money. Since this woman belongs to you, return to me the money she previously extorted from my sister, with interest, in full. What the hell? Brothers, did you hear that? Huang Hu couldn't suppress his laughter. The onlookers joined in, chuckling at the absurdity of this fool who had come seeking his own demise. Even Zhao Yan, from a distance, struggled to contain his amusement. As the saying goes, the timid fear the bold, and the bold fear the reckless. Zhao Yan acknowledged that this man was formidable, yet Huang Hu's crew were known for their reckless abandon. To act defiantly here was akin to inviting calamity. Kid, do you know who you're speaking to? Back in my day, I wielded 2 machetes and cut down an entire street while you were still in your mother's womb. Huang Hu scoffed derisively. Damn it. As I have grown up, I have only ever received money from others. I have never encountered anyone asking me for money. But today, you have met that person. Sumu said calmly. Brother Hu, leave it to me. Come here to show off. How many lives do you have? A crew-cut young man with bleached hair strode towards Sumu, declaring, Kid, you're courting death. He reached out to grab Sumu's arm. Boom. Sumu delivered a powerful kick. The young man was sent flying, crashing into 3 or 4 individuals who had surrounded him. I am conversing with your master, Sumu remarked with an expression of indifference. Witnessing this, the crowd dispersed, hastily retreating towards a nearby warehouse. In a short while, dozens of people emerged, each wielding a weapon, some brandishing rebar, others wielding machetes. Lu Shuiyao observed this scene, her body trembling despite having conquered her own cowardice. With so many armed individuals, how could they possibly stand a chance against them when they had only 2? Zhang Nan's face, though swollen and bruised, broke into a smirk at the sight. Lu Shuiyao, kneel before me, he bellowed, eager to repay her for the many slaps he had delivered earlier, now seeking tenfold or even 100-fold retribution. Lu Shuiyao clenched her fists, her heart racing. She cast a furtive glance at Su Mu, realizing that her predicament had inadvertently drawn him into danger. She resolved not to let Su Mu take risks. I will kneel if you let him go, Lu Shuiyao declared, pointing at Su Mu. Su Mu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. This Lu Shuiyao was truly loyal. She had transformed remarkably from the timid girl she once was. Yet, Su Mu understood she was willing to risk everything. Let him go? Do you think that's possible? Zhang Nan sneered. It was this very person who had subjected him to such humiliation. There was no way he would allow him to escape. Kid, I might let you go? Brother Hu leered, but your sister must serve me well for a day. Brother Hu, Zhang Nan chimed in, wrapping his arm around Brother Hu's, shaking it eagerly. Shut up. Brother Hu shot a cold glance at Zhang Nan, causing her to immediately lower her head. Lu Shuiyao was far more beautiful than Zhang Nan, and she feared the day Lu Shuiyao might rise above her. But Brother Hu was not someone she could deter. Fine, I agree. Lu Shuiyao gritted her teeth, responding without a moment's thought. Su Mu stood from the sofa and delivered a slap to Lu Shuiyao, not to her face, but to her rear. Lu Shuiyao let out a soft yelp, her cheeks flushing crimson. I mentioned yesterday that such a precious thing cannot be given away so easily. If you dare to do it again, I will slap you, Su Mu warned, glancing at Lu Shuiyao. As I said, I will support you until the end. You merely need to observe quietly. Lu Shuiyao nodded gently, positioning herself beside Su Mu. Kid, do you think I dare not strike? Brother Hu glared at Su Mu. First, make him lie down. I want to see blood. Zhang Nan couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. Just as they were about to act, a cacophony of screeching brakes erupted outside. The onlookers turned towards the window to discover their entrance completely blocked by a fleet of black Buick GL8s, at least a dozen of them. As the doors swung open, a cadre of tall men clad in suits strode in with purpose. Leading them was Wang Biao. Brother Hu, confronted with nearly 100 men, momentarily stood stunned. However, having ruled the area for over a decade, he quickly regained his composure. He approached, asking nonchalantly, which faction do you belong to? Bang! Wang Biao did not utter a word, landing a punch squarely on Brother Hu's face, causing blood to spurt from his nose. Before Brother Hu could collapse, Wang Biao seized him by the hair, lifting him again, attack. With a cacophonous roar, the suited men descended upon Brother Hu's minions like a swarm of locusts. The ensuing battle was not even a contest. Brother Hu's followers were mere petty thugs, relying on their numbers to bully others, while Wang Biao's crew was impeccably trained. Zhao Yin, paralyzed by fear, hadn't he even opened his mouth to declare he wasn't one of Brother Hu's men before he was knocked out with a single blow to the temple. In mere seconds, Brother Hu's gang lay defeated. The only ones still standing were Zhang Nan and a few other young women. The rapidity of the events left everyone present in stunned silence. When they finally processed what had transpired, they realized it was already over. Brother Hu, the self-proclaimed kingpin, roared. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Silence. Break one of his arms, Wang Biao commanded, his brow furrowed. Without hesitation, a buzzcut man following Wang Biao swung a knife, severing Brother Hu's entire right arm in one fell swoop. The crowd gasped in shock. Who were these people? Brother Hu and his gang stood frozen, dumbfounded. They were accustomed to fights, but who would be so ruthless? Compared to these individuals, their skirmishes were mere childish play. The pain elicited a scream from Brother Hu, echoing like a dying animal. Yet, Wang Biao merely glanced at him calmly, inducing Brother Hu to immediately bite his tongue. Too terrified to breathe, sweat poured down Brother Hu's forehead, but he dared not utter a sound. Su Xiao, I have a grudge against these people. We are here for revenge today, Wang Biao proclaimed loudly, approaching Su Mu. Upon hearing this, those present began to comprehend. His words indicated that he was here to resolve the matter, and Su Mu bore no responsibility. Even if there were an investigation, Su Mu would remain unscathed. In essence, he was acknowledging himself as the scapegoat. This was akin to the ancient warriors who would fight to the death. Brother Hu realized he had provoked a formidable figure. He dared not even glance at Su Mu, instead fixating on Zhang Nan, the source of his troubles. Zhang Nan, sensing the murderous intent in Brother Hu's gaze, felt her strength drain away, her legs turning to jelly as she collapsed onto the ground. Her companions did the same. It was over. In their eyes, the once mighty Brother Hu appeared like a beaten dog, groveling on the floor before this new power. Tears streamed down Zhang Nan's face as she wished to plead for mercy, but fear rendered her voiceless. Su Mu approached Brother Hu, towering over him. Weren't you quite fierce? Didn't you once clear a street? Brother, I was wrong. I failed to recognize the mountain before me. Please spare me. Brother Hu trembled as he spoke, fully aware that he might not survive the day. Let me impart a little knowledge. True power lies with those who sip fine wine and trade stocks, Su Mu remarked softly. Yes, I understand, brother who stammered. Sumu then turned to Zhang Nan, kneeling beside her, his expression calm. What else do you have? Take me to them. Chapter 36. I am Su Mu's fiancé. Zhang Nan, filled with dread, pleaded, Big brother, I was wrong. I apologize. I am willing to accompany you. I am more skilled than Lu Shuiyao. I beg you. Spare me. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Suddenly, a foul odor wafted into Su Mu's nostrils. Around her legs, a puddle of water had formed. Su Mu immediately covered his nose and stood up, genuinely believing he was not picky about food. He returned to Huang Hu's side, stating, I will pay my sister's debt. 10,000 yuan. I'll give you 20,000. Huang Hu hastily retrieved his phone. No need. You give me 20,000. And I will provide you with another 20,000 for medical expenses. We shall owe each other nothing. With that, Su Mu took hold of the still-shocked Lu Shuiyao and departed. As they left, he glanced at Zhao Yan, who, frightened, promptly lowered his head. Realizing he had indeed gone mad to offend such a young man. Su Xiao, how should we handle this? Wang Biao inquired, following closely behind Su Mu. Let us head back. If anyone spreads word of this, ensure that brother who over there disappears. Su Mu deliberately allowed Huang Hu to overhear. Understood. Wang Biao acknowledged as he approached Huang Hu, snapping a photo of him with his phone. I'll remember you. Huang Hu, in a state of panic, pleaded, Big brother. I assure you, this matter will remain confidential. That would be for the best. Wang Biao waved his hand dismissively at the onlookers, preparing to leave. As they departed, Huang Hu shouted, What are you all standing around for? Hurry and take me to the hospital. If we delay, my arm won't be reattachable. The two individuals, previously sprawled on the ground, staggered over to support Huang Hu. At that moment, Huang Hu fixed his gaze on Zhang Nan, accusing, This is all you're doing. We'll settle this once I'm discharged. Zhang Nan, terrified, could barely raise her head. Still unable to believe that the woman she had often bullied since middle school was now acquainted with such a powerful figure. She felt utterly despondent and unwilling to accept her fate. Su Mu did not linger in the area. He pulled Lu Shuiyao away. The aftermath was entrusted to Wang Biao, who was the professional in such matters. Su Mu glanced at Lu Shuiyao beside him, noting the continuously rising affinity points above her head. He casually checked his justice value, which had surpassed 1,000 points. He never anticipated that Lu Shuiyao alone would contribute enough for 10 consecutive draws today. Lu Shuiyao linked her arm with Su Mu's and looked up at him, her eyes brimming with admiration. Su Mu ji, shall we go to a hotel? Su Mu was taken aback, quickly withdrawing his arm. Are you asking for another beating? I'm not speaking carelessly. I know that is my most treasured possession, but I wish to give this precious gift to the person who has been the best to me. Lu Shuiyao was earnest. One could say that Su Mu had renewed her life, granting her a second chance. Let us eat first. Afterward, we'll return to school. You should study hard to repay your grandmother, Su Mu said, leading Lu Shuiyao into a Huangmin chicken rice shop outside the school. Affinity points appeared above Lu Shuiyao's head once more, and her eyes curved into crescents. Su Mu ji, you're so wonderful. After they had lunch, Su Mu saw Lu Shuiyao off. She turned back every few steps, but suddenly, her smile vanished as she noticed Yi Yu approaching Su Mu, who was smiling and affectionately ruffling Yi Yu's hair. Brother-in-law, what are you doing here? Yi Yu, who had not eaten in the school cafeteria that day, was somewhat affluent for a student, holding 10,000 yuan. Having received treats from friends previously, she felt it was her turn to reciprocate. This time, she had not only treated them to a small hot pot, but also bought them milk tea. No worries, I was just passing by, Su Mu replied. Looking at Yi Yu, are you heading home tonight? If so, I'll pick you up after school. Not today, I'll stay in the dorm, Yi Yu smiled. All right, then I want to come to pick you up. As Su Mu spoke, he noticed a familiar face, Mu Qingying, the girl who had been pursuing him. Accompanied by a round-faced female teacher, she exited the school. Mu teacher, he asked back, the nearby teacher smiled. This time, Mu Qingying refrained from labeling Su Mu as a scoundrel. Then you should head back. I'm leaving. Su Mu waved goodbye to Yi Yu, not even glancing at Mu Qingying, before getting into his car and driving away. Both Mu Qingying and the teacher were left in a state of confusion, particularly Mu Qingying, who felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Despite her earlier disdain for Su Mu, wishing for him to vanish from her world, she now felt oddly uncomfortable with his absence. Meanwhile, Yi Yu and her classmates made their way to class. Suddenly, Lu Shuiyao emerged from a nearby garden, blocking Yi Yu's path. You are Yi Yu, aren't you? Lu Shuiyao asked gravely. Yes, what is the matter? Yi Yu furrowed her brow, sensing a familiarity with this person. She seems to be from class 2. A long-haired girl beside Yi Yu whispered. What is your relationship with Su Mu? Lu Shuiyao inquired. Su Mu? Yi Yu was puzzled as to how this person knew Su Mu. Did Su Mu bully her? Did she approach her to confront him after seeing them speaking? With this thought, Yi Yu turned to the girl beside her, shouting, You can head back. I'll talk to her. Okay, Xiao Ting nodded, walking towards the classroom. Once Yi Yu saw her classmate leave, she countered, "Do you know him?" "Indeed," Lu Shuiao affirmed. "I am his close friend." "Close friend?" Yi Yu clenched her fists upon hearing this. "So, Su Mu's tale has finally shown." She was skeptical. "What is your relationship with him?" Lu Shuiao pressed again. Yi Yu hesitated for a moment, deciding to assert herself as his sister to warn this woman to step aside. "I am his fiancée. We have been engaged for quite some time," Yi Yu stated calmly. "Fiancé? An engagement?" Lu Shuiao asked incredulously, initially believing they were merely boyfriend and girlfriend. "Indeed. That is the case," Yi Yu replied coolly. "He is a scoundrel. He deceived you. You are merely a mistress. You cannot speak of Su Muji like that." Lu Shuiao shouted at Yi Yu, then gently shook her head. "I apologize. It is my one-sided sentiment, and it has nothing to do with Su Muji." With that, she turned and hurried towards her classroom, taken aback by the revelation that Su Mu had a fiancé. Reflecting on Su Mu's smile when he saw Yi Yu earlier, combined with his repeated rejections of her, Lu Shuiao felt uncertain. Surely, Su Mu favored Yi Yu. If she intervened, would he be displeased? Yet, Lu Shuiao was unwilling to relent. Su Mu had arrived at the company, sitting alone in his office, gazing out at the scenery. The office door was knocked upon, and after responding, Meng Wanyu entered. "What is the matter?" Su Mu inquired, contemplating how to draw closer to her. He needed a way to cultivate their relationship further, ideally integrating her into his inner circle. "Su Zong, the president is looking for you," Meng Wanyu announced. "Su Ningbing, what does she want with me?" Despite the doubts swirling within him, Su Mu rose to his feet, ready to investigate. Chapter 37. Because you are my sister, I will yield to you. As Su Mu passed by Meng Wanyu, he smiled and remarked, "Remember, I am treating you to dinner tonight." Meng Wanyu nodded in acknowledgement. Su Mu exited the office and took the elevator to the president's office. Chairman Su Shou occupied the top floor, while President Su Ningbing resided one level below him. Upon reaching that floor, Su Mu encountered numerous employees, all of whom greeted him with warm smiles. Some of them held positions that, by all accounts, were superior to Su Mu's. However, who could contest the privilege of being the chairman's son? Arriving at the door of the president's office, Su Mu gently knocked. Upon hearing a cool voice from within, he pushed the door open. Su Ningbing was seated in her executive chair, intently focused on the computer beside her. The ambience of her office contrasted sharply with that of Su Shou's, which was starkly minimalist, containing only a treadmill as a nod to fitness. In contrast, Su Ningbing's space was adorned with various items, including a black punching bag and an expansive yoga mat, among others. "Sister, you called for me?" Su Mu closed the door behind him and took a seat on the nearby sofa. "Let's cut to the chase. Where did you find your secretary, Meng Wanyu?" Su Ningbing adjusted her glasses, casting a measured glance at Su Mu. Initially, she had presumed that Su Shou had assigned Su Mu a female bodyguard, but after inquiring, she discovered that was not the case. "I didn't recruit her. She came through the interview process." "What's the issue?" Su Mu asked, perplexed. Had Su Ningbing uncovered something about Meng Wanyu's identity? "How did you ascertain that she possesses such formidable skills?" Su Ningbing continued her questioning. She mentioned during the interview that she had trained in combat. Su Mu casually offered as an explanation. He could hardly disclose the truth, that Meng Wanyu was one of the Dragon King's 3,000 warriors. "Your wife is Yi Tong. Do you know what the Yi family was involved in previously?" Su Ningbing crossed her arms, leaning back in her chair. The posture only heightened her imposing presence, creating an almost magnetic allure that made it difficult for Su Mu to divert his gaze. "I'm asking you a question," Su Ningbing interjected with a huff. "Oh, I know. Yi Pharmaceuticals. Their primary business revolves around the medical field," Su Mu replied, recounting the narrative. "At one point, the Yi family was determined to take a desperate gamble, and we invested significantly, but ultimately it all fell apart. Indeed, however, our father is a man of gratitude. After the Yi family's downfall, we absorbed their former associates and even invested in a pharmaceutical company," Su Ningbing elaborated. She paused momentarily. "We successfully developed a new medication. But just as we were about to launch, the formula was leaked." "What? Is there a traitor within the company?" Su Mu squinted, sensing that such events had not transpired in the narrative. Could his presence have altered the course of events? "Precisely. Just last night, the prices of our pharmaceutical materials nearly doubled, evidently manipulated by someone with malicious intent." Su Ningbing removed her glasses, her demeanor transforming dramatically. The glasses had softened her features. Without them, she exuded the aura of a formidable queen, instilling a profound sense of intimidation. "Do you suspect Meng Wanyu?" Su Mu finally grasped the intent behind Su Ningbing's summons. "Indeed, let me be frank. She is certainly not an ordinary individual. With her capabilities, how could she settle for being a mere secretary?" Su Ningbing fixed her gaze on Su Mu. "She has only been here for a few days. How could she possess the means to acquire the formula?" I wouldn't even have access to it, Su Mu queried, asserting his belief that Meng Wanyue was not the traitor. While she was indeed an undercover agent, her current mission was solely to protect Yi Tong and Yi Yu. The Dragon King was unaware of the Su family's operations. It was implausible that she would be tasked with stealing corporate secrets. Who knows what abilities she possesses? Regardless, her intentions are undoubtedly suspect, Su Ningbing stated. You can either find a reason to dismiss her or allow her to accompany me so that I can monitor her closely. Let her stay with me. I have more free time, and it would be easier to keep an eye on her, Su Mu replied, resolutely refusing to dismiss Meng Wanyue. He intended to seize the opportunity to grow closer and draw her into his camp. With your intellect? You intend to monitor her? Su Ningbing regarded him with an expression of disbelief. Honestly, given the situation with the Su family, your own cleverness is questionable, Su Mu retorted, crossing his legs as he cast a sidelong glance at Su Ningbing. Or is it that you brought Meng Wanyue close to you for ulterior motives? What ulterior motives could I have? Su Ningbing averted her gaze, increasingly astonished by her brother's apparent transformation since the incident with the Su family. Su Mu had indeed guessed correctly. Su Ningbing's decision to keep Meng Wanyue close was motivated by more than mere surveillance. She harbored a personal interest in the formidable abilities that Meng Wanyue possessed. Su Ningbing sensed that Meng Wanyue had even brushed against the legendary realm of ancient martial artists, a concept Su Mu, in his naivete, would not comprehend. Allowing Meng Wanyue to accompany him would be a waste. Instead, it would be more advantageous for her to be with Su Ningbing, who could utilize her authority as president to facilitate training and instruction. From a young age, Su Ningbing had harbored a passion for combat, aspiring to become an ancient martial artist. Thus, she had specifically summoned Su Mu to transfer Meng Wanyue into her care. Sister, I see that you perceive Meng Wanyue's prowess and wish for her to instruct you in combat, Su Mu suddenly remarked, looking at Su Ningbing. I have no such intention. Su Ningbing feigned nonchalance. Then you might as well seek my guidance. I can instruct you just as well, Su Mu replied with a smile. He recalled how the Dragon King had once captivated Su Ningbing through sheer strength. Perhaps he could employ a similar strategy to enhance her favor towards him, transforming her sentiments into positive values that could multiply his own. Su Mu, with your feeble abilities, spare me the embarrassment. Su Ningbing stood, bracing herself against the desk. Throughout our childhood, when have you ever bested me in a fight? When have I not reduced you to tears? Recalling his memories, Su Mu recognized the truth. This villainous Su Mu had always feared Su Ningbing. In their youth, he had refrained from fighting her, and as they grew older, her martial arts training had rendered him even more incapable of victory. Huh, that's only because you're my sister. I let you win to avoid seeing you cry. Su Mu stood up, hands in his pockets. You don't actually think I couldn't handle you, do you? Su Mu, there's no one else here. If you truly possess strength, let us have a sparring match right now. Su Ningbing felt that Su Mu's recent arrogance had reached excessive levels. She removed her high heels and discarded her office blazer, revealing a form-fitting black sweater that accentuated her formidable presence. Come, Su Ningbing beckoned with a finger. Let me witness just how strong you truly are. Chapter 38. I am concerned for my sister. Su Mu shook his head slightly. His sister was truly asking for a beating. He unbuttoned his suit, tossing it onto the sofa, and removed his shoes, standing on the vast yoga mat beneath him. Come on, allow me to offer you a bit of guidance. Su Mu, with one hand in his pocket, gazed at Su Ningbing. You a soft-footed shrimp. The hardest part of you is your mouth. Su Ningbing approached Su Mu, launching a series of punches. Yet, Su Mu effortlessly evaded her strikes with graceful sidesteps. Su Ningbing's eyes widened. Her strength and aggression were undeniably professional. She realized she had been outclassed by Su Mu. Had they been in a ring, the audience would surely have been cheering for Su Mu. We're not boxing, Su Ningbing exclaimed, abruptly retreating before delivering a high kick aimed at Su Mu's neck. Su Mu swiftly crouched and darted forward, evading her kick and seizing her body, with one of her legs planted. A slight trip from Su Mu sent Su Ningbing crashing to the ground. Su Mu's face collided with the formidable force of her presence. Despite a momentary distraction, his muscle memory quickly adjusted, using a triangle choke to subdue Su Ningbing. She struggled in vain, realizing there was no escape. Give up? Su Mu released her. As he prepared to rise, Su Ningbing's long legs clamped around his neck. I haven't surrendered yet. With a swift motion, she flipped Su Mu onto his back. At that moment, he found himself face down, momentarily bewildered. However, he quickly regained his composure, twisting his body to break free. But before he could catch his breath, Su Ningbing pounced again, pinning him to the ground. The thunderous impact left Su Mu dazed, but he instinctively reacted, rolling over to gain control of her back, successfully applying a rear naked choke. You little rascal, let go. Su Ningbing gasped, her tone icy. Sister, you're truly shameless. I was clearly winning just now. Su Mu once more released her. Su Ningbing, incredulous, recognized that Su Mu's skills were indeed far superior. Was it possible that he had been telling the truth all along? Had he, as the elder brother, always held back for her sake? Affinity level 5. Su Ningbing's expression turned somewhat awkward. It seemed she had long misjudged Su Mu. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door. Startled, Su Ningbing sprang up, hastily dressing without even slipping on her high heels, quickly settling into the boss's chair. Stealing a glance at Su Mu, she felt as though they had engaged in some indecorous affair. "Come in." Su Ningbing inhaled deeply, adjusting her glasses. The door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man who entered holding a document. Su Mu stood beside a punching bag, casually throwing punches. "President, please sign here." The man, with slicked back hair and a slight paunch, stood at just over 1.60 meters. He glanced at Su Mu, surprise filling his mind. Rumors suggested a strained relationship between the siblings. However, it appeared those were merely rumors. Su Ningbing skimmed the document before signing it. After the man departed, she cast Su Mu a sidelong glance. "Who taught you this?" "That's a secret, but I trust you can discern it." Su Mu leisurely donned his suit. "I am worried for my sister. I fear her tears, and have always let you win since we were young." Su Ningbing felt her cheeks flush at his words. Affinity level 5. If you truly wish to grow stronger, you may seek my guidance. I have plenty to offer. Having spoken, Su Mu turned to leave. "Meng Wanyue's matter is entrusted to me. I will provide you with an answer." Su Ningbing watched his retreating figure, her heart racing, reflecting on their past. Could it be that Su Mu had always been accommodating her? Back in his office, Su Mu settled into the boss's chair, gently touching his face. The facial cleanser he had just used was indeed remarkable. No wonder men believe that great talents are justified. However, the traitor within the company certainly warranted investigation, not for Su Ningbing's sake, but for Su Shou's. The legacy of the Su family must not be tarnished or seized by others. After work, Su Mu messaged Meng Wanyue to prepare at home. When he returned to pick up Yi Tong, he sought her out again. His reasoning was simple. He wanted to ascertain where Meng Wanyue resided. Arriving home, he found Yi Tong tidying up. She paused her tasks upon seeing him return. "Xiao Yu just messaged me, saying she won't be home tonight." "Yes, I heard her mention it as well." Su Mu approached Yi Tong, taking her hand. "Tonight, I wish to treat my secretary to dinner. Accompany me." Yi Tong recalled the last time she had encountered that fierce beauty and smiled, saying, "I think I'll pass. It's easier for you two to converse alone." "What are you imagining? My invitation is for a family outing." Su Mu playfully tapped Yi Tong's shoulder. "Change your outfit. We'll leave in half an hour." "All right then." Yi Tong felt a sense of gratitude. Perhaps Su Mu wanted to prevent her from overthinking. Affinity level 10. Noticing the affection level above Yi Tong's head, Su Mu suddenly recalled that today, with only Lu Shuiyao present, she had contributed over 1,000 points. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to make it 10 consecutive draws, hoping for something remarkable. As Yi Tong went upstairs to change, he opened his system panel to check his status. Name, Su Mu. Title, Villain Saint Body, Manager of Human Resources at Su Corporation. Realm, Mid-Stage Ming Jin. Physique, 130. Spirit, 130. Cultivation value, 40 out of 100. Destiny power, 124. He clicked on the roulette, initiating the 10 draws. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 20 cultivation points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 attribute points. Su Mu examined the screen, surprised to receive 2 guaranteed rewards right off the bat. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 30 cultivation points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 kilograms of gold. At this, Su Mu was momentarily stunned. Gold could be drawn as well. However, 10 kilograms equated to 20 pounds of gold, which, at the current market price, could fetch nearly 10 million. Quite a decent haul, considering it was hard currency. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 30 cultivation points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a divine level ability. Level 2 perception. Su Mu stared at the flashing system screen, his heart racing with astonishment. Another divine level ability. Yet, it was still perception. Previously, he had level 1 perception, allowing him to sense all life forms within a 100-meter radius. He was eager to discover what level 2 perception could do. Would it extend the range further? Chapter 39. It seems I have found the traitor. Su Mu did not immediately check the details, but instead wondered what other treasures he might draw this time. Yet, the results left him somewhat disappointed. In this round of 11 draws, aside from the gold and level 2 perception, everything else was merely guaranteed rewards. He first examined the specific capabilities of the secondary perception, and after reading the introduction, Su Mu was left utterly astounded. It was immensely powerful, truly deserving of its divine classification. Even if the other 10 draws yielded nothing, he felt that this particular tenfold draw was worth it. The secondary perception did not expand its range, remaining at 100 meters. However, within that range, it offered enhanced imagery. To put it simply, primary perception functioned like an infrared night vision device, revealing only human silhouettes. In contrast, secondary perception allowed him to discern the precise features of individuals. For instance, at this moment, Sumu began to employ secondary perception and could clearly see Yi Tong changing clothes on the second floor. By extending his perception, he could also observe pedestrians on the street outside the villa. Had he obtained this ability earlier, he would not have needed to test Meng Wanyu. Through his perception, he could have directly seen her exposed face, thus concluding that she was the one recording the video. However, there remained a discomforting aspect regarding the limitations of secondary perception. He could only perceive within the range of living beings. Just like primary perception, it required the presence of a person to detect anything. For example, while there was someone in the master bedroom on the second floor, Sumu could use his perception to survey everything on that floor. Yet, if there was no one in the adjacent room of Yiyu, he could not ascertain the specifics within. To him, it was merely shrouded in darkness. Furthermore, he could only examine the spatial range occupied by living beings. For instance, while Yi Tong was in her room with the wardrobe open, revealing her clothes, the clothes drawer beside it remained invisible to him. However, one should not be overly greedy. Sumu felt that this ability was already sufficiently formidable. This time, he had drawn only 40 attribute points, but had acquired 100 practice points. Thus, he allocated them all. Before him, black characters reappeared. Congratulations, host. You have entered the late stage of Mingjin. Sumu opened the system panel to review his current information. Name, Sumu. Identity, villainous saint body. Manager of human resources at Su Corporation. Realm, late stage of Mingjin. Physical strength, 150. Mental strength, 150. Practice points, 40, max 100. Destiny power, 124. He then clicked for further details to inspect his various abilities. Piano, cooking, military combat techniques, painting. Of course, there was also the divine ability of secondary perception. Sumu took a deep breath. His powers were growing increasingly formidable. Yet, his combat strength remained insufficient, and he needed to continue striving. For how could he possibly contend with the Dragon King with mere Mingjin? Yi Tong emerged from her room, clad in a simple black dress that exuded a refreshing elegance. Her hair was tied up, adorned with a black bow, presenting a more youthful appearance than her usual style. I'm ready, she said with a smile, lowering her head shyly as she approached Sumu. Sumu had already discerned through his perception that Yi Tong had selected several hair accessories before finally settling on the black bow. As an emotionally intelligent man, Sumu knew precisely where to offer compliments. That bow is truly exquisite. It transforms your aura entirely. One could easily believe you are a high school student. Sumu remarked with a smile. Not at all, Yi Tong replied, gently touching the bow with her hand, her head bowed in bashfulness. Above her head, a few words appeared. Favorability 20. Sumu was astonished. He had not anticipated that a single compliment could yield such an increase, suggesting that he should pay more attention to details in the future. Shall we proceed? Sumu asked Yi Tong. She nodded. Sumu drove his Kairide, taking Yi Tong toward the address sent by Meng Wanyu. To his surprise, her residence was also located in the East District, not far from Sumu's villa area. Separated by only a few streets, roughly 4 to 5 kilometers away. Perhaps the choice of this location was to facilitate surveillance on him. This was an upscale community, and Sumu parked his car outside the complex, beginning to message Meng Wanyu. He activated his perception to survey the surroundings. Countless individuals came into view. Within this high-rise building, some were dining, others were arguing, and some were engaged in domestic chores. Finally, he spotted Meng Wanyu's figure. She resided in a high-rise close to the street, perfectly within the range of his perception. Sumu observed closely, noting that Meng Wanyu had taken her phone and was moving from the bedroom to the living room. The sofa in the living room was strewn with snack bags and bottles of sugary drinks. Positioned by the window was a high-powered telescope. Sumu's heart raced. He quickly lifted his gaze to the window, realizing it faced directly toward his villa area. He was relieved that he had been prepared in advance. Before long, Meng Wanyu, dressed in sportswear, appeared before the car. She opened the door and sat in the back seat, greeting them first, Mr. Su, Mrs. Su. Please don't call me Mrs. I feel I am not that old, Yi Tong replied somewhat awkwardly, turning her head. We're about the same age, just call me sister, she added. All right, Sister Yi. Meng Wanyu nodded. How did you know my surname is Yi? Yi Tong asked curiously. I told her, Sumu interjected with a chuckle. I see. Yi Tong responded, realization dawning upon her. Meng Wanyu stole a glance at Sumu, finding him smiling at her through the rearview mirror. She hurriedly lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. As Sumu drove leisurely through the streets, he pondered about what to eat. Suddenly, he noticed a somewhat familiar figure heading toward a nearby upscale restaurant. It was a middle-aged man, not particularly tall, with slicked back hair and a protruding belly. It was none other than the man who had signed documents during Su Mu's interaction with Su Ningbing earlier that day. From memory, his name was Qian Gang, one of the founders of the group, one of the earliest to follow Su Shou in his work. Su Mu paid little mind, knowing that such business dealings often involved dining out or being treated to meals. However, as he scanned the area with his perception, his expression became grave. He recognized a familiar face, Li Feiping from Fengwei Foods, who had previously been close to Lin Yang during their time at the Su family. The two were laughing and shaking hands inside. Initially, Su Mu might not have suspected anything about these two, but now, with Lin Yang in the mix, it seemed rather suspicious. Su Mu parked the car by the roadside and maximized his perception. The upscale restaurant had only 5 floors, easily covered by his 100-meter range. He systematically searched each room, ultimately stopping at a luxurious private room on the 5th floor. Lin Yang was seated inside. "What's wrong?" Yi Tong inquired from the side. "I believe I've identified a traitor within our company," Su Mu replied swiftly, parking the car in a nearby spot before leading the two of them out. "Today, we shall dine at this restaurant." As they walked, Su Mu casually draped his arm over Meng Wanyu's shoulder. "Do you have any listening devices or anything of the sort?" Su Mu asked in a low voice. "I do." Meng Wanyu hesitated slightly before awkwardly nodding. Chapter 40, Lin Yang's Scheme. Su Mu rolled his eyes. It was indeed a rather audacious inquiry. If there were no listening devices present, the situation could become somewhat problematic. However, since Meng Wanyu possessed one, the task would be considerably easier. From the pocket of her athletic attire, Meng Wanyu retrieved a diminutive female wallet. Upon opening it, she produced a round black button, slightly larger than a fingernail. Su Mu took it from her, inspecting it closely. This button was, in fact, a listening device, adorned with numerous tiny sound ports. The back was coated with a powerful adhesive, allowing it to be affixed to any surface. This was high-end equipment we frequently employed during missions, requiring only a mobile phone to activate. The captured audio would automatically upload to the cloud, and we could access it by logging in with our phones, Meng Wanyu elucidated. Nearby, Yi Tong listened in astonishment. Could this woman truly be a secretary? She seemed more akin to a spy from a previous life. "All right, activate it first. Then hand it over to me," Su Mu instructed, leading the two to a restaurant named Guiyan. "Good day, sir. How many in your party?" As they entered, a female server approached them. 3, Su Mu replied with a smile. "Do you have private rooms? We prefer dining in less crowded spaces." "Certainly. How about I arrange a room for you on the 3rd floor?" she suggested. "We prefer the 4th floor," Su Mu stated, having already conducted a preliminary reconnaissance of the hotel. The dishes were delivered via elevator, and while the 5th floor would be more convenient, Lin Yang was no ordinary individual. He feared detection. Thus, the 4th floor would suffice. "Very well, we have private rooms on the 4th floor, though they are somewhat more luxurious and require a minimum expenditure," the server said with a smile. "We are well aware of that," Su Mu nodded. Under the server's guidance, they ascended to the 4th floor of the restaurant. After selecting a private room, they entered. The decor of this room bore a resemblance to an European castle, with dim yellow lighting that enveloped the space in an immersive ambience. Su Mu refrained from ordering an extravagant set meal, as there were only 3 of them, and waste was a shameful act. However, the minimum expenditure for the room was set at 1,000 yuan. He chose several delightful dishes along with 2 bottles of fine wine, just managing to meet the minimum requirement. "Wife, Wanyue, please keep him company. I need to step out for a moment," Su Mu remarked, holding the listening device and smiling at Yi Tong. The term wife stirred something within her, and she nodded with a smile. Su Mu then exited the private room and headed towards the elevator. Activating his senses, he discerned that the funds from his company had indeed been directed to Lin Yang's room, where the group was engaged in lively conversation. Su Mu's perception allowed him only to see the images, but not to hear the sounds. Thus the listening device remained crucial. He lingered at the elevator entrance, waiting for a wave of dishes to be served. Once he confirmed who was delivering the food to their room, he pressed the elevator button. As the elevator arrived at the 4th floor, a male server in uniform emerged, pushing a dining cart. Upon spotting Su Mu, he smiled, saying, "Sir, this elevator goes to the 5th floor." "I know," Su Mu replied as he stepped inside. Once the doors closed, he inquired with a grin, "What is your monthly salary?" "4 to 5,000, the server replied, not being overly specific. "I will give you 5,000. Assist me with the task," Su Mu said, turning his back to the elevator's camera and producing the button-like listening device. "You just need to stick this under the bottom of a bowl." After all, the elevator's camera lacked audio recording capabilities. The server was momentarily taken aback, but before he could respond, the elevator doors opened. Su Mu gestured towards the nearby staircase. "If you agree, come over, there are no cameras here." The server hesitated slightly before pushing the cart over, whispering, "Isn't this illegal? You won't be at fault. It's they who are committing a crime. Among them is a corporate spy from our company," Su Mu replied, pulling out his phone. Hurry up. I'll transfer the money to you. Hearing this, the server retrieved his phone. Earning an extra 5,000 for helping out seemed a worthwhile endeavor, especially when many would be willing to do the same. Su Mu promptly transferred 5,000 yuan. Upon seeing the money, the server lifted a large bowl from the cart and placed the listening device beneath it. This is a main dish. It will remain until the end, he explained. Su Mu gave a thumbs up, affixing the listening device to the bowl's bottom. Be careful when placing it back. Don't lift it too high and attract attention. Rest assured, I am a professional, the server assured him. He then returned the bowl to the cart and pushed it towards the private room. After a gentle knock, he opened the door and entered, saying, Gentlemen, these dishes are our restaurant's specialties. He carefully placed the food on the table, ensuring that each dish had its bowl bottom resting discreetly on the table, completely unnoticed. The individuals present had no inkling that a listening device had been installed beneath the bowl. Once the server departed and closed the door, the trio resumed their previous discussion. Li Feiping raised his glass with a smile. Mr. Qian's intention is clear. He won't agree to cooperate? Indeed, when Su's group was first established, aside from Boss Su, there were only 6 employees, and I was one of them, Qian Gang declared proudly as he lifted his own glass. How could I betray Boss Su? Ha! Lin Yong, seated nearby, shifted his chair back and crossed his legs. What are you laughing at? Qian Gang shot a glance at the young man. You speak grandly, yet privately leaked the valuable formula that Su's family invested heavily to develop to Feng Yu. Is this not the age-old tale of a hero falling for a beauty? Lin Yong replied with a smile. Qian Gang's expression instantly turned grave upon hearing this. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you denying it? Should I unveil your secrets piece by piece? For instance, your mistress, who possesses your compromising evidence. Lin Yang's lips curled into a smirk. How do you know so much? Qian Gang's face turned pale. Because the mistress you initially supported is Feng Yu's, and Feng Yu is one of my people, Lin Yong scrutinized Qian Gang. You are fully aware that Feng Yu is exploiting you, yet you cannot resist. You desire her too much. How did you investigate this? Qian Gang asked coldly. That is of no concern to you. My intelligence capabilities can uncover anything, Lin Yong replied, eyeing Qian Gang. If you refuse to cooperate, I will reveal everything to Su Shou. Please no? Panic washed over Qian Gang. He could not ascertain how much the man before him knew. If everything came to light, he would not only be dismissed, but could also face imprisonment. That's more like it. We currently possess the materials for the weight loss drug, but lack the proportions and processing methods, Lin Yong said with a smile. I shall give you a week to procure them. Otherwise, you know the consequences. No way. The proportions and processing methods are not under my department's management. Qian Gang shook his head. I can't obtain them. I don't care, Lin Yong replied with a grin. A week is all I ask. Once you acquire them, I will invest, letting Old Li handle production. We could rise to become a top-tier enterprise in Jiangbei. At that moment, Su Mu sat in the stairwell, eavesdropping on the conversation through the cloud in real time. He could also visualize the scene, feeling as though he were seated among them. Su Mu revealed a faint smile. Since Lin Yong wished to engage in a game, she would indulge him. Chapter 41. Meng Wanyue reveals the truth. Su Mu returned to her private room, discovering that several dishes had already been served. Yi Tong and Meng Wanyue were seated together, engrossed in conversation. What were they discussing? Su Mu closed the door to the room and sat beside Yi Tong, inquiring. We are reminiscing about our past, Yi Tong replied, casting a smile toward Meng Wanyue, finding her younger sister quite delightful. Were she to become Su Mu's partner, Yi Tong would not mind in the least. Of course, it would require Meng Wanyue's consent, as such matters often meet with resistance from most women. This evening, Su Mu refrained from drinking, as he was the designated driver. Meanwhile, Yi Tong and Meng Wanyue had indulged in considerable amounts of foreign wine. Although the alcohol content was not particularly high, Su Mu noted a rosy hue gradually blooming on their cheeks. It appeared that neither of them were adept at handling liquor. As the evening progressed, Meng Wanyue had become somewhat inebriated. She typically consumed only soft drinks and seldom touched alcoholic beverages. As an assassin, she needed to maintain a lucid mind at all times. However, she could sense sincerity emanating from Yi Tong. Coupled with the fact that the Dragon King had tasked her with protecting Yi Tong, she instinctively felt a degree of affection for her. Su Mu, while savoring his meal, extended his perception to observe the 3 individuals upstairs. He was aware of their intentions and decided that listening to the recording later would suffice. Approximately half an hour later, the trio upstairs dispersed, exiting the private room and taking the elevator down. A mere 20 seconds later, the waiter Su Mu had paid approached the room, first retrieving the listening device hidden beneath a dish before heading to the restroom to flush it away. Su Mu couldn't help but smile. This individual was quite cautious, perhaps fearful of being discovered. He continued to extend his perception to its limits, observing on the street as Qian departed in a vehicle. Lin Yang and Li Feiping also drove away, disappearing into the night. I can't drink anymore, Sister Yi. I have work tomorrow. Let us call it a night. Meng Wanyue said, her face flushed as she pushed the wine glass away. Why don't you come home with us? We have plenty of rooms, Yitong suggested. Feeling slightly tipsy herself. No, I should return home. I wouldn't want to impose, Meng Wanyue replied, though she was somewhat dazed, her mind still relatively clear. All right then, we'll escort you home, Yitong said, rising to support Meng Wanyue's shoulder. Observing their condition, Su Mu stepped forward. Allow me to assist you both. Thank you, darling, Yitong said, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she looked at Su Mu. Affection level 10. Su Mu was taken aback, after all. He had engaged in quite the spirited battle with Yitong over the past few days. She had never referred to him in such a manner before. He supported each of them on either side as they left the private room and descended in the elevator. The restaurant was bustling with patrons that evening, and numerous men cast envious glances in Su Mu's direction. Damn, two at once, and both are stunning beauties. How brazen. Su Mu escorted the two to his car, placing them in the back seat before closing the door. He then drove towards Meng Wanyue's residence, parking by the roadside. As Su Mu helped Meng Wanyue out of the car, she swayed slightly. Thank you, Su, she said. You can go now, I can manage. Nonsense. I'll accompany you upstairs, Su Mu insisted, noticing her struggle to maintain her balance. Grateful, Meng Wanyue led the way into the community. Upon reaching the designated building, Su Mu observed that Meng Wanyue could barely lift her foot to ascend the stairs. Rolling his eyes, he thought how fragile she was when it came to alcohol. He approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her slender waist to assist her up the steps. Su, how did you know I had a listening device on me? Meng Wanyue narrowed her eyes and spoke softly. You are no ordinary person. If I'm not mistaken, you are here for Yitong and Yiyu, Su Mu deduced. He was well aware of Meng Wanyue's purpose, but could not state it too explicitly. Impressive, Su, Meng Wanyue remarked, taking a breath. How did you figure it out? Su Mu pondered briefly before recalling a previous incident at the market where she had intervened on behalf of Yitong and Yiyu. Despite him not instructing her to act, Meng Wanyue contemplated this. Yet at the fighting center, when that man mocked me, you showed no reaction. It was only when I urged you to intervene that you helped me deal with him. Su Mu smiled as he pressed the elevator button, indicating that in her heart, they held more importance than he did. Clever, Meng Wanyue commended, then pressed the button for the 16th floor. Su, your investigation differs entirely from mine. Can you now disclose your intentions? Su Mu inquired softly. He understood that her voluntary revelation would signify a deepening of their relationship. I am here to protect them. They are the Dragon King's kin, and I am but a servant of the Dragon King, Meng Wanyue explained. Who is the Dragon King? Su Mu feigned ignorance. A terrifying entity, a sovereign of the foreign realm, who ascended from obscurity to dominion in merely 3 years, Meng Wanyue lamented. Recently, she had learned that the Yi family had been annihilated, and their direct descendants had seemingly vanished. She had spent considerable time searching for the whereabouts of the Yi family head, but to no avail. Su Mu silently nodded. According to the narrative, the head of the Yi family, who was also the Dragon King's adoptive father, had already met his demise. It was not surprising that she could not locate him. Subsequently, the Dragon King altered his strategy to investigate his sisters, eventually tracing them to the Su family in Jiangbei. As Meng Wanyue spoke, the elevator arrived at the 16th floor. The Dragon King sent me ahead to check on Yitong and Yiyu's well-being. Su Mu supported Meng Wanyue as they exited the elevator. She approached the door on the left, pressed her fingerprint, and unlocked it. Upon entering, Su Mu noticed a telescope by the window. Is this to spy on me? He inquired. Yes, Meng Wanyue admitted, somewhat embarrassed. Have you reported this to the Dragon King? Su Mu pressed further. I have. I informed him that they are doing well and that the Su family is taking good care of them. Meng Wanyue nodded gently. Su Mu sighed in relief, hoping her response would temporarily placate the Dragon King and grant him time to develop. Let me help you to your room, Su Mu said, pushing open the bedroom door. Upon seeing the contents of Meng Wanyue's suitcase, he rolled his eyes. She was indeed well prepared. Listening devices, pinhole cameras, night vision goggles, a tranquilizer gun, daggers, and more. Meng Wanyue swayed slightly before lying on the bed, closing her eyes as her breathing gradually steadied. Suddenly, she began to remove her sweatpants, leaving Su Mu frozen in place. Chapter 42, The Su Family's Diet Pills. Su Mu stood by, witnessing a pair of white panties with a small bow at the elastic waistband. However, Meng Wanyue did not completely remove her clothing. She merely pushed it down to her ankles before attempting to take off her top. After several unsuccessful attempts, Su Mu stepped forward to assist her in removing her upper garment. While holding the discarded clothing, he discovered a concealed dagger within the pocket. It must be said that Meng Wanyue was exceptionally beautiful. Yet in the end, Su Mu opted for righteousness, despite a slight flicker of wicked thought within him. He lifted the blanket and draped it over Meng Wanyue before turning to leave, closing the door behind him. Upon descending to the lower floor, Sumu opened the car door to find Yi Tong reclining against the seat, already fast asleep. He chose not to awaken her, instead driving home. After parking in the garage, he gently pulled Yi Tong from the car, bringing her into their home. "Ah, I seem to have dozed off," Yi Tong murmured, furrowing her brow. However, upon seeing Sumu, her expression softened, and a slight smile graced her lips. Sumu supported Yi Tong as they ascended the stairs. Returning to their bedroom, he retrieved his phone and began downloading the complete recording from the cloud, preparing to inform Su Shou and Su Ningbing of this news the following day. Sumu was taken aback when Yi Tong suddenly grasped his hand, marking the first time she had been so proactive as his wife. While she had previously cooperated, it was always Sumu who took the initiative. "Darling, I feel so happy these days." Yi Tong's voice, tinged with alcohol and a hint of allure, reached his ears. "Yes, there will be even more happiness to come." Sumu replied with a gentle smile. "Now rest." Yi Tong nodded in agreement. Sumu had not anticipated that Yi Tong had recently been studying the stock market, engaging in buying low and selling high. Though not yet proficient, she was genuinely earnest in her learning. It was crucial to note that executing precise buy low, sell high strategies was challenging. Even Sumu, seasoned as he was, had nearly made a costly mistake with billions in capital. The following morning, Meng Wanyue abruptly opened her eyes. Realizing she was lying in bed, she quickly assessed her body, noting her pants at her ankles. Drawing a deep breath, a fierce glint appeared in her eyes. Despite her foggy mind, she vividly recalled that it was Sumu who had supported her inside yesterday. Moreover, she had divulged the matter regarding the Dragon King to him. Alcohol had indeed caused trouble. That scoundrel Sumu. Does he think that because Yi Tong and Yi Yu are fond of him, I would shy away from killing him? As Meng Wanyue spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Trained as an assassin since childhood, she had always cherished her body, protecting it well. To her astonishment, amidst the battlefield and assassination attempts, she had managed to preserve herself, only to be sullied by a rogue. Meng Wanyue promptly dressed, rising to activate her phone. She had strategically placed 3 pinhole cameras throughout her house. Connecting to her phone, she accessed the recordings from the previous night. Watching Sumu assist her as they entered her home, she noted his inquiry about the purpose of a telescope, to which she had responded. Subsequently, he guided her back to the bedroom. Clenching her fists, she braced herself for the grotesque images to follow. Yet, she froze. The footage was entirely different from what she had imagined. It was her who had removed her pants, and regarding her top. It was only after several failed attempts that Sumu had stepped in to assist. Ultimately, Sumu had covered her with the blanket before turning to leave. Fearing Sumu might return midway, she fast-forwarded the footage to see herself awaken. "I misjudged him," Meng Wanyue murmured softly. She had once suspected that Sumu's kindness, much like that of other despicable men, was merely aimed at obtaining her body. Yet, given such a prime opportunity yesterday, he had refrained from taking advantage of her. Not only had he not engaged in any lewd behavior, but he had not even touched her. Meng Wanyue began to doubt whether she was attractive enough to capture Sumu's interest. Nevertheless, it was clear that Sumu's regard for her was not driven by lust. Perhaps that was simply his nature. Affection level, 30. At that moment, Sumu had already awakened, reflecting on the events of the previous day, savoring the memories. It felt as though he had become a subject while Yi Tong reigned as the queen, elevated above him. Instinctively, he checked his status panel, where a notification popped up, indicating an increase of over 100 points in his righteousness value. Glancing at Yi Tong beside him, he noted that no negative indicators appeared above her head. Uncertain to whom the points belonged, he surmised that achieving such a significant increase in a single instance, and in his absence, implied a substantial fate level. Quietly, Sumu slipped out of the room. As he descended the stairs, Yi Tong opened her eyes. "I can't face him. I can't face him." She covered her face, unable to believe that the person from yesterday had indeed been her. It seemed she would need to reduce her alcohol consumption in the future. While she couldn't recall the entire sequence of events, she retained a general sense that she had confronted Sumu. As a master chef, Sumu effortlessly prepared breakfast. After a quick meal, he grabbed his keys and departed, leaving the remaining breakfast in the kitchen. Before leaving, he sent Yi Tong a message. "Breakfast is in the kitchen. Heat it up when you wake. You worked hard last night." Upon reading the message, Yi Tong's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a boiled crab. Her affection points continued to rise above her head. Arriving at the company, Sumu settled in his office and listened to the complete recording from the previous day. He was astonished by the level of confidentiality within the company, as even the son of the chairman had been kept in the dark. Clearly, there had been a deliberate effort to conceal information. In summary, the Su family had absorbed the medical research personnel from the Yi family. It was essential to recognize that the medical field differed significantly from others, The investment was substantial, and the success rate was low. Without progress, it became a bottomless pit requiring continuous financial input. Many enterprises could not sustain this and ultimately had to abandon their efforts. The Yi family had experienced this firsthand. However, once successful, the profits could be extraordinarily lucrative. After years of investment, the Su family had finally developed a pure traditional Chinese medicine weight loss pill. Unlike the counterfeit products on the market that led to rebound effects after cessation, this medication bore no side effects. Its only flaw was that it induced a sense of satiety. In essence, those struggling with obesity required substantial food intake to meet their high energy expenditure. By taking this drug, they could supplement their nutrition while simultaneously feeling full. Naturally, this would lead to reduced consumption and weight loss. However, just before its market launch, the formula had been leaked to Feng Yu by Qian Gang, and now Lin Yang was aware of it as well. Lin Yang intended to invest all the money he had earned as a mercenary over the past few years to facilitate the drug's production at Li Feiping's factory. Aiming to expedite its market debut, the Su family had poured significant resources into the investment, only to have others reap the rewards. Lin Yang's confidence stemmed from his recognition of the medication's potential. Rising from his seat, Su Mu prepared to seek out his father. As he opened the door, he found Meng Wanyue standing outside, poised to knock. Upon seeing Su Mu, Meng Wanyue instinctively took a step back, appearing somewhat tense as she stammered, Su director. Chapter 43. The company will go bankrupt without me. Su Mu gazed at Meng Wanyue before him, smiling as he inquired, is there something you need from me? This is the information I have compiled for today, Meng Wanyue replied, clutching the documents in her hands. Her head was bowed, unable to meet Su Mu's gaze. As yesterday's incident had left her feeling exceedingly embarrassed, particularly after he had glimpsed her undergarments, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Very well. Please place it in my office. I will be heading upstairs for a moment, Su Mu said, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat before making his way to the distant elevator. Meng Wanyue cast a glance back at Su Mu, reflecting on how she had admitted to surveilling him and boldly claimed to be affiliated with the Dragon King. Did he truly trust her enough to allow her entry into his office alone? Suddenly, she found herself envious of Yi Tong. Living alongside such a man must be a source of great happiness. As Su Mu rode the elevator to the CEO's office, he prepared to knock when a woman in uniform approached with a smile. Mr. Su, the president is not in. He is likely with the chairman. Understood. Su Mu nodded before turning to leave. It was equally well to speak with Su Shou about this matter of great significance. Arriving at the chairman's office on the top floor, Su Mu knocked on the door. Upon hearing a response from within, he entered. Su Shou was seated at his desk, while Su Ningbing stood opposite him. Xiao Mu, what brings you here? Su Shou asked with a grin. Su Mu settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs. I lament that this company would face bankruptcy without me. Go home and sleep off your drunkenness. Su Ningbing shot him a cold glare. She was overwhelmed with the company's troubles, and here was this rascal making light of the situation. Huh, what do you mean by that, kid? Su Shou chuckled. Have you encountered any difficulties lately? Su Mu inquired, reclining against the sofa. Indeed, we have a traitor in the company. We invested a substantial sum to develop a new medication, but the formula has been leaked, Su Shou replied, looking at Su Mu. He knew that only a few core executives and research personnel were privy to the formula, and they were investigating but had no leads. Father, why are you explaining so much to him? He knows nothing about the company, Su Ningbing interjected. Ah, my defeated subordinates, speaking as if you possess great wisdom. Su Mu remarked nonchalantly. I am here to inform you of the traitor's identity. You know? Su Shou sprang to his feet. Is it Meng Wanyue? Su Ningbing's brow furrowed. After all, Su Mu had said he would investigate her yesterday. That is absurd. I don't even know the formula. How could she? A newcomer possibly know? Su Mu rolled his eyes. It's Qian Gang. Impossible. At the mention of that name, both Su Shou and Su Ningbing shook their heads in unison. Xiao Mu, old Qian has been with me since the beginning. Back when our company had only 2 storefronts and couldn't even pay salaries, he remained loyal and never left my side, Su Shou said softly. It could never be him. People change. Standing at different heights alters one's perspective, Su Mu replied, directing his gaze at Su Shou. Do you think someone who once lived in poverty and insecurity would remain so if they suddenly acquired wealth? Su Mu, do you have any evidence? Su Ningbing pressed. Why would I be so certain without it? Su Mu replied with a smile. Hearing this, Su Shou's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be true? Su Mu sent the recording to Su Shou's phone. Su Shou glanced at the device and clicked play. Despite the recording device altering the voice, he instantly recognized it. That voice belongs to Qian Gang. After the recording ended, Su Shou and Su Ningbing exchanged astonished looks. They had never suspected Qian Gang. Who is this Feng Yu? Su Shou inquired of Su Mu. I know her. She is the owner of the Moonlight Bar, a well-known socialite in Jiang City. Someone used to frequent her bar almost daily, Su Ningbing remarked pointedly, casting a sidelong glance at Su Mu. Su Shou nodded knowingly. He had heard of this. Every time Su Mu visited, he would cover the entire tab. What do you think I visit her bar for? Su Mu asked, reclining back against the sofa with his hands clasped behind his head. At this, both Su Shou and Su Ningbing fell silent. Could it be that Su Mu had long suspected a connection between Feng Yu and Qian Gang and had gone to investigate? Su Mu awkwardly scratched his nose, inadvertently showing off. However, this reasoning could indeed restore his reputation. Kid, I underestimated you. Su Shou's expression grew solemn, taken aback by his son's astuteness. This was truly a case of great wisdom appearing foolish. Su Ningbing was equally astonished. In just a few days, Su Mu had completely overturned her perceptions. Once, she had regarded him as a frivolous scion of wealth, but now he had demonstrated exceptional piano skills, remarkable fighting prowess, and even assisted them in uncovering a traitor. Every endeavor requires years of accumulation, Su Ningbing reflected, studying Su Mu, who now felt different to her. There are 3 individuals involved, right? Besides Qian Gang. Who is the other person? Su Shou asked. Lin Yang. He is not to be underestimated. I'm not boasting, but I believe that neither you nor sister can handle him, Su Mu said, his expression turning serious. If you trust me, I wish to be part of the decision-making process regarding this incident. Of course, Su Shou replied without hesitation. He was astonished by his son's unexpected capabilities. How do you plan to proceed? Su Ningbing asked, approaching Su Mu. Lin Yang is threatening Qian Gang to obtain the material ratios and production process within 7 days. He will likely act soon, Su Mu said, a slight smile playing on his lips. How many people truly know the ratios and processing techniques? Not many. Besides my father and me, there is only one executive and a chemist originally brought over from the Yi family, Su Ningbing explained. My method is simple. I will provide Qian Gang with incorrect ratios and processing techniques, Su Mu said, spreading his hands. Then, let them invest heavily, leading to their downfall. Excellent. Su Shou clapped his hands forcefully. Tonight, I will secretly invite both of them to our home. You two must be there. Su Mu and Su Ningbing nodded in unison. Then I shall take my leave for now. I will bring Yi Tong along this evening, as she has connections with the Yi family's veterans. With that, Su Mu turned and departed. Su Shou and Su Ningbing watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. Ningbing, have you misjudged him? Su Shou asked with a smile. After a long pause, Su Ningbing replied softly, I need to observe further. I'll head down now. Su Shou gazed after her, feeling somewhat helpless. If he had known Su Mu would turn out so exceptional, he would have endeavored to facilitate a match between Su Ningbing and Su Mu. Compared to Yi Tong, he would have preferred Ningbing to marry Su Mu, for she was someone he had watched grow up. Su Mu had just returned to his office when his phone chimed with a message from Zhao Yingying. She inquired if he was available. Su Mu recalled this woman, the sales associate who had helped Yi Yu with her clothing. She was the protagonist of The Strongest Son-in-Law. Su Mu had a penchant for observing people through their eyes, and Zhao Yingying's unwavering gaze had left a lasting impression on him. What could she possibly want? Su Mu murmured softly before replying, I am. Chapter 44. This son-in-law is utterly shameless. After sending his response, Su Mu placed his phone on the desk. For now, he aimed to accumulate as much justice value as possible to enhance his own abilities. After a few minutes, his phone buzzed again with a message. Is it convenient to talk? Zhao Yingying had sent a few words. Su Mu furrowed his brow slightly and decided to voice call her instead. Within a second or two, the call connected. Hello, Su Shou. You might have forgotten me. I am the one from before. I remember you. Zhao Yingying. Su Mu interrupted her. Yes, thank you for remembering me. I. Zhao Yingying's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of tears. Su Shou, I am truly at my wit's end. I beg you to lend me some money. I promise to repay you in the future. I am willing to do whatever you ask. What do you need the money for? Su Mu inquired with curiosity. My mother is ill and requires surgery. I have been working while taking a break from school, but I simply cannot gather enough funds. If this drags on, my mother will miss the optimal treatment window. As she spoke, Zhao Yingying broke down in tears. I genuinely have no other options left. I have exhausted all avenues. How much do you need? Su Mu asked. 100 to 150,000. Zhao Yingying seemed hesitant to utter the amount. For someone he had met only once to ask for such a sum felt exceedingly preposterous. Yet, she truly had no alternatives. And she could not afford to miss even a sliver of hope. That is not a trifling sum, Su Mu stated calmly. Although he had previously spent 100,000 casually at Feng Yu's bar, he was no longer the villainous Su Mu of the past. I know that if you can lend it to me, I will do anything you ask. Zhao Yingying insisted. I will definitely repay you in the future. Please send me your location, Su Mu replied before ending the call. He understood that Zhao Yingying was the heroine with a positive affinity towards him. However, spending 150,000 to gain a favor from her seemed slightly excessive. After all, He could easily garner similar affections from Yi Tong within a night or two. Nevertheless, after contemplating, he resolved to assist her. Just as the system's name suggested, it was the justice system. Doing good deeds for others was akin to accumulating virtue for himself. Upon receiving the address Zhao Yingying sent, he saw it was at Jiang City Second Hospital. He left his office and prepared to go there. At that moment, Zhao Yingying stood anxiously at the hospital entrance, waiting. Before long, she spotted Su Mu's silhouette and hurried towards him. Su Mu assessed Zhao Yingying, who was dressed simply in a beige dress, her black hair cascading like a waterfall. She did not possess the stunning beauty of Su Ningbing, but instead exuded a pure, innocent charm reminiscent of a demure young lady. At that moment, the resolute spark in her eyes had vanished, replaced by an air of helplessness. Su Xiao. Zhao Yingying wiped her tears. I'm sorry, we barely know each other. Yet I asked you for such a large sum. Enough of that. Let us go see your mother, Su Mu reassured her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Just call me Su Mu. Su Xiao feels too formal. I'll still call you Mu Ge then. Follow me, Zhao Yingying said as she led the way to the hospital's inpatient building. Su Mu followed closely behind, observing the expressions of the families in the hospital, feeling a sense of lament for the world. After toiling for most of one's life, it seemed unreasonable that one would not have enough funds for a major illness. Upon reaching the 6th floor of the inpatient building, Zhao Yingying pushed open a hospital room door. Mom, she suddenly froze, staring in astonishment at a young man in a suit with slicked back hair. Feng Chu, what are you doing here? I came to see Auntie. I'm sorry, Yingying. I couldn't manage to borrow the money, Feng Chu replied, his expression tinged with regret. Previously, Zhao Yingying had reached out to him for financial assistance. He had even asked his wife for help, only to be met with a barrage of scorn, accused of having the audacity to lend money to another woman. It's all right. I've already borrowed the money. As Zhao Yingying spoke, Su Mu entered the room behind her. Upon seeing Su Mu, Feng Chu was momentarily taken aback. You again? Su Mu felt awkward. Was this the infamous villainous aura that always led him to encounter the male lead? Huh, do you two know each other? Zhao Yingying asked, puzzled as she glanced between them. Yingying, he is not a good person. You should keep your distance from him, Feng Chu warned. His gaze icy as he stared at Su Mu. He sensed that this man was deliberately opposing him, having previously disrupted his relationship with Lu Shuiyao. Since yesterday, he had been messaging Lu Shuiyao, yet she had not replied, clearly having been misled by this scoundrel. Now, he was here to sabotage his relationship with Zhao Yingying as well. Feng Chu, how can you say that about him? Su Mu Ge is a good person, Zhao Yingying retorted, her expression darkening. From their first encounter, Su Mu had treated her well, purchasing numerous outfits and securing her commissions. Now, he was willing to lend her such a substantial sum. How could he possibly be a bad person? At that moment, the woman lying in the hospital bed slightly lifted her head to look at Su Mu. She was Zhao Yingying's mother, Li Yun, with shoulder-length hair. She was a striking woman who had given birth to someone as pure and beautiful as Zhao Yingying, though she appeared to be in her late 30s. Her complexion was pale, and her eyes lacked vitality, which marred her beauty. If she were radiant, she would undoubtedly be even more stunning. Su Mu instinctively used his divine eye to examine her. Name, Li Yun. Occupation, breakfast shop owner, delivery rider, protagonist's mother and the strongest son-in-law. Affinity, 1. Fate level, 7, maximum level 10. Su Mu was taken aback upon seeing this information. Wow, goodness, he exclaimed, astonished. This Feng Chu was truly a beast. Having taken Zhao Yingying, and yet still seeking to ensnare her mother, Li Yun. After a moment of shock, Su Mu regained his composure. Indeed, such plotlines were not uncommon. Yingying, don't blame me for speaking harshly, but he is approaching you solely to exploit your body, Feng Chu said to Zhao Yingying, his tone accusatory. As a man, I understand his psychology all too well. Feng Chu, you've misunderstood him. Su Mu Ge has never approached me. I sought him out, Zhao Yingying clarified, recounting their previous meetings and the events of the day. Since their last encounter when he bought her clothes, he had not contacted her again. Upon hearing this, Feng Chu's expression soured. We're not familiar, so I don't understand why you keep making unfounded assumptions about me, Su Mu said, his tone growing displeased. Fortunately, you and Yingying have no ties. If you did, I would leave immediately. I am here to help, not to endure your hostility. Su Mu Ge, please don't be angry. Zhao Yingying hurriedly grasped Su Mu's arm, insisting that there must be some misunderstanding, for Feng Chu was a remarkably kind individual. Su Mu rolled his eyes, retorting that indeed he was commendable. Both she and her mother had been taken in by him. Is he truly good? How much did he lend you? Su Mu inquired nonchalantly. He didn't lend us anything, Zhao Yingying replied, lowering her gaze. Is this the same person you claim is good? A married man, without a job, unable to provide even a dime? Su Mu remarked coolly. Married? Feng Chu is married. Zhao Yingying looked at Feng Chuj in disbelief. Li Yun also appeared astonished. She had never heard Feng Chuj mention his marital status. Initially, she thought well of him and even considered matchmaking him with her daughter. Despite the age difference, Feng Chuj was evidently someone who could care for others. Feng Chuj's expression grew increasingly grim. His resentment toward Su Mu became ever more palpable. He had first known Lu Xueyao, and during a conversation, he had revealed his marriage. From that moment, he could distinctly sense a shift in Lu Xueyao's feelings towards him, transforming from admiration to familial affection. Afterward, when he met Zhao Yingying, he learned from experience and refrained from disclosing his marital status to them. He felt a deep distaste for his current wife. Once his strength was restored, if his wife's family dared to speak disrespectfully, he would not hesitate to divorce her. If she were to admit her mistakes and remain willing to be his partner, he would naturally not interfere with his own choice to take a concubine. After all, he hailed from a hidden aristocratic lineage. Even though his family had been annihilated, he survived as the last scion. In such families, having multiple wives and concubines was quite customary. Moreover, even outside hidden families, many nations practiced polygamy. He could easily acquire citizenship elsewhere, thereby legally amassing a harem. Yet this Su Mu continuously thwarted his plans, an affront to his dignity. Xiao Feng, you're already married? Li Yun glanced weakly at Feng Chuj. Aunt, yes, I am married. Feng Chuj could not lie. This matter was too easily verifiable. To fabricate a falsehood would only exacerbate their relationship. I hadn't heard you mention it before. Li Yun gently nodded. Primarily, you hadn't inquired. Feng Chuj's expression turned slightly awkward. Aunt, please rest assured and recuperate here. Everything will be all right. Su Mu held a certain admiration for this woman. Her profession, rising early to sell breakfast while also working as a delivery driver, perhaps contributed to her health issues. This is far too much money, he continued. Aunt, you heard Yingying say earlier, the reason I bought so many clothes was due to Yingying's excellent service. She is a good girl. Su Mu smiled at Li Yun, expressing his respect for her character. Both Li Yun and Zhao Yingying experienced a simultaneous sensation of warmth. You flatter me, Li Yun responded with a faint smile, then nodded at Su Mu. In that case, I shall humbly accept your kindness and will certainly repay you as soon as I recover. No rush. I've already covered the costs to expedite your treatment, Su Mu replied, glancing at Zhao Yingying. Please, leave me there. Of course, Mu Gu, Zhao Yingying said gratefully, guiding Su Mu away, leaving Feng Chuj in a state of unease. He inwardly cursed. I came here and even spent $20 on fruit, only to be left in this predicament? It's all that scoundrel Su Mu's fault. Xiao Feng, don't take it too much to heart. Every family has its troubles. Li Yun said weakly, glancing at Feng Chuj. I understand, he replied softly, reflecting on how kind Aunt Li was, not disappointing his expectations. Compared to Zhao Yingying, his acquaintance with Li Yun was longer. He often frequented her breakfast shop and was instantly captivated by her mature, voluptuous figure. Such curvaceous women were indeed the aspiration of men. Upon learning of her husband's demise, he viewed this as an opportunity. He later discovered that Li Yun had a beautiful daughter as well. If there's nothing else, you should get back to work. You need to earn a living and cannot remain here indefinitely. Li Yun offered him a faint smile. All right, Aunt. Feng Chuj nodded gently and departed. As long as Li Yun stood by his side, he was confident in winning Zhao Yingying's heart. Leaving the hospital building, he headed towards the billing station to relay his instructions to Zhao Yingying. Upon arrival, he noticed that Zhao Yingying and Su Mu were still in line. Yingying. Feng Chuj approached them first. I'll be heading back now. Zhao Yingying nodded slightly. All right. Before leaving, he cast a warning glance at Su Mu. Let me make this clear. Do not play any tricks. If I find out that you are bullying Yingying, bro, I'm at a loss for words. Why don't you come and pay the bill instead? Su Mu stepped back, making room for Feng Chuj. Feng Chuj was momentarily speechless. Not a single penny out, yet you act as if you're the big shot? Su Mu scoffed at Feng Chuj. If I were you, I'd first resolve my own family matters before meddling in others' affairs. From their first encounter, Su Mu had gathered information about this man. A descendant of a hidden aristocratic clan, he had narrowly escaped annihilation, subsequently seeking revenge by uncovering his family's martial arts legacy and training alone. Initially, he made progress, but his eagerness led him astray, culminating in a near-fatal mishap. He was then taken in by his current wife's father, who, recognizing his potential and orphan status, intended to adopt him into the family. Being an adopted orphan came with its advantages, primarily due to the absence of personal stakes. Lacking family ties, he posed no risk of misappropriating family resources. However, later on, his wife's father passed away, and both his wife and mother-in-law held him in disdain, deeming him incompetent and unwilling to entrust family matters to him. Feng Chuj endured much humiliation at home, feeling constrained by the memory of his wife's father, who had once saved him. Su Mu, possessing a sense of principle, considered Feng Chuj to be slightly superior to Lin Yang, as he understood gratitude, at least remembering the kindness of his wife's father. Therefore, Su Mu did not wish to stoop to his level, yet his patience was finite. Should Feng Chuj repeatedly provoke him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Mugu, please don't be angry. Zhao Yingying grasped Su Mu's hand and turned to Feng Chuj, her expression serious. Feng Chuj, I'm not a child. I know what I'm doing. You're acting strangely today. You should go home. Feng Chuj felt a surge of frustration. Zhao Yingying's demeanor was akin to issuing him an eviction notice. It was essential to note that Zhao Yingying was not like Lu Shuiyao, who possessed a stubborn nature. As it stood now, having angered her, she was directly ignoring him. However, Zhao Yingying had always maintained the demeanor of the girl next door, and this was the first time he had witnessed such an expression on her face. It was all Su Mu's fault. All right, I shall take my leave now. If anything comes up, do remember to give me a call. Feng Chu nodded and turned to depart. A fierce determination surged within him. Had it not been for his own inability to wield power due to his obsession, he, a dignified ancient martial artist, would ensure that this scoundrel paid a price for his audacity. How brazen of him to undermine him right in front of his eyes. One was already intolerable, yet he had the audacity to pursue two. At last, it was Zhao Yingying's turn in line. Su Mu, unceremoniously, handed over the money. Mugu. Thank you. I'll write you an IOU. Zhao Yingying, relieved that her mother was saved, finally exhaled. There's no need for such formalities. Su Mu waved his hand dismissively. So, what do you expect me to have you do? Zhao Yingying, her head bowed, spoke in a hesitant tone. Rest assured, what I promised will certainly come to pass. I shall fulfill everything you ask. Chapter 46. Then you should hasten your divorce, allowing Mu Gu to strike me. Su Mu observed Zhao Yingying's anxious demeanor and inquired with a smile. Is there anything you can accomplish? Yes. Zhao Yingying clenched her fists, her body trembling. Now a university student, she was acutely aware of the harsh realities of life. No one would offer assistance without reason. The moment she had messaged Su Mu, she had already braced herself for the worst. I need you to master controllable nuclear fusion and serve the nation. Can you do that? Su Mu looked at Zhao Yingying and asked. Huh. Zhao Yingying was momentarily taken aback. Yet, it was thanks to Su Mu's jest that she felt a bit more at ease. Mu Gu truly had a knack for humor. I do not require anything from you. As I stated earlier, I am helping you because I think you are a good person. Su Mu gently ruffled Zhao Yingying's hair, assuring her that repaying the money was sufficient. Mu Gu, I would feel too indebted. Allow me to do something for you. Zhao Yingying's eyes glistened with unshed tears. What could you possibly do for me? Su Mu asked. I can. Zhao Yingying took a deep breath, realizing that aside from her own body, she had little else to offer Su Mu in gratitude. Su Mu led Zhao Yingying to a secluded spot. Do you think that my assistance comes with ulterior motives? Zhao Yingying paused in surprise, then nodded gently. She could hardly fathom any other reason for Su Mu's help beyond this matter. Yingying, you underestimate me greatly. Su Mu replied calmly. If I sought to indulge in a woman of your caliber, I wouldn't need to spend 150,000. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yingying was momentarily stunned. It was true. Although she was unaware of Su Mu's family background, he must certainly be affluent. With a mere wave of his hand, many women would flock to him. Moreover, she did not consider herself particularly extraordinary. Had she been a superstar or from a well-off family, she would not have been swayed by the sum of 150,000. Mu Gu, I apologize. I have been too superficial. Zhao Yingying expressed her remorse. Hurry to your mother. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Su Mu waved goodbye to Zhao Yingying and turned to leave. He had earned another 800 or 900 points of righteousness, deeming the visit worthwhile. Coupled with his previous earnings, he could indulge in a tenfold draw again. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already noon. He resolved to return to the company and accompany Meng Wan for a meal. Additionally, he sent a message to Yi Tong, instructing her to prepare for their evening visit to Su's manor. Just as Su Mu was about to drive back, his phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen. It was a call from Feng Yu. Su Mu smirked coldly. The recording from last night had made Lin Yang's intentions quite clear. Feng Yu was undoubtedly in league with him, and her previous invitation had surely been a trap. However, Su Mu had not fallen into her snare. It appeared she still wished to pursue something. Su Xiao, do you have time for lunch? I understand you're quite busy, and I wouldn't dare disturb you tonight. Feng Yu's voice came through the phone, sultry as ever. Just tell me what you want. Su Mu replied nonchalantly. I am quite occupied at noon as well. There are matters I cannot convey over the phone. Feng Yu insisted from the other end. Then we shall discuss it when we meet, Su Mu concluded, hanging up. He truly regarded her as a person of significance. One was merely a bar's small owner, while the other was the scion of the foremost conglomerate in Jiang City. What audacity did she have to presume he would seek her out? Did she genuinely believe he was still the former villain Su Mu, her devoted sycophant, who would come running at her call? Meanwhile, Feng Yu stared at her hung-up phone, lost in thought. Yi was preoccupied, having not studied properly throughout the day due to her concerns about Lu Shuiyao. At noon, she took the initiative to wait at the entrance of Class 2 for Lu Shuiyao. She resolved to probe further. Should she ascertain that Su Mu indeed had a woman outside, she would certainly report it upon returning home that evening. Upon spotting Lu Shuiyao, Yi Yu hurried to greet her, only to notice that Lu Shuiyao's hair had reverted to black. Lu Shuiyao, do you have time this afternoon? Yi Yu inquired. Taking the initiative, Lu Shuiyao regarded her, having pondered deeply on her way back yesterday. She had something to discuss with Yi Yu as well. She nodded gently. Let us dine at the cafeteria, Yi Yu suggested. All right, Lu Shuiyao acquiesced. The two proceeded to the school's cafeteria, ascending to the second floor. Yi Yu ordered a small bowl of beef noodles, while Lu Shuiyao chose a tomato and egg rice bowl. They sat opposite each other by the window. Yi Yu refrained from eating immediately, instead contemplating her phrasing. Ultimately, she decided to ease into the topic. I recall your hair was yellow yesterday. How has it turned black now? Sumu does not like it, so I dyed it back, Lu Shuiyao replied. Did he chat with you yesterday? Yi Yu furrowed her brows. This Sumu was insufferable. He had her contact information, yet failed to reach out to her. No, but I can guess that Sumu does not favor my previous appearance. While speaking, Lu Shuiyao lowered her head to take a bite of rice. Yi Yu decided to drop the pretense. The other party's constant reference to Sumu made it clear she had no regard for her as his fiancée. You seem to have forgotten something. Sumu has a fiancé, and they are already engaged, Yi reminded her. I know, but being engaged does not equate to marriage. I pondered it all night. I shall not give up on Sumu. Lu Shuiyao continued to eat, undeterred. Goodness, Yi was at a loss for words. What was so remarkable about that scoundrel Sumu? It appeared that it was not Sumu who had pursued Lu Shuiyao. Rather, Lu Shuiyao was deeply infatuated with him. Suddenly, Yi Yu narrowed her eyes, her tone turning icy. I see you do not truly care for Sumu. It is his wealth that attracts you, isn't it? Although Yi Yu was reluctant to admit it, Sumu was indeed tall, handsome, and, crucially, affluent. He drove flashy cars, which would undoubtedly be irresistible to a young woman like Lu Shuiyao. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuiyao shot Yi Yu a frosty glare. You do not comprehend the nature of our relationship. He saved my life. He gave me a second chance at life. She had never cared whether Sumu was wealthy. Even if he were destitute, Lu Shuiyao held the same sentiment. All right, I shall cease my pretense. In truth, I am not his fiancé. Yi Yu paused and turned to Lu Shuiyao, stating, he is my brother-in-law. Yes, you heard it correctly. Sumu is already married. She had refrained from revealing the truth earlier, merely seeking to gauge the situation. Now, she had concluded that it was not Sumu who was supporting her, but rather her own affection for him. Thus, there was no longer any necessity to deceive her. What? Sumu is married? Lu Shuiyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed. If you do not believe me, we can become friends. I will return home tonight and send you their marriage certificate, Yi Yu replied nonchalantly. From now on, keep your distance from him. Do not jeopardize his relationship with my sister. While eating her rice, Lu Shuiyao had genuinely not anticipated this revelation. Yi Yu also began to savor her beef noodles, indicating that the matter had reached its conclusion. Unless Su Mu himself sends me away, I shall not depart from his side, Lu Shuiyao suddenly declared. Uft! Yi Yu spat out her noodles. She pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth and exclaimed, Sister, what are you thinking? You are determined to be the mistress, aren't you? As long as Su Mu agrees, I am indifferent to any potential rivals, Lu Shuiyao replied calmly. Yi Yu was utterly speechless, and then she suddenly said, Let me share a secret with you. Su Mu is quite the villain, prone to violence. And he often resorts to physicality against both me and my sister. Then you should hasten to divorce him. Let Su Mu hit me. I would willingly accept it. Lu Shuiyao gazed at Yi Yu. Damn. Yi Yu was left utterly flabbergasted, rendered speechless, and could only give Lu Shuiyao a thumbs up. Chapter 47. Regardless of your status. Dragon King or Warrior. Sumu had returned to the company, dining with Meng Wanyue in the company cafeteria. Meng Wanyue kept her head down, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, especially when recalling the events of the previous night. Indeed, drinking can lead to complications. Wanyue, let me clarify, after I escorted you home yesterday, I did not do anything to you. I swear. Sumu looked up at Meng Wanyue and stated. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly focused on her meal, saying, I know. I trust you, Mr. Su. You shared a lot of information with me yesterday. Sumu decided to take a proactive step forward. I wish to inquire about that Dragon King you mentioned. Is he good to you? Upon hearing this, Meng Wanyue's expression changed abruptly, and after a moment's hesitation, she replied. Yes, that's good, Sumu nodded. If at any point you feel he treats you poorly or is not as good to you as I am, do not hesitate to leave him and come to me. Meng Wanyue revealed a bittersweet smile, having already divulged so much to Sumu. She saw no reason to conceal anything further. A day in the Dragon King's service is a lifetime commitment. Once you join, leaving equates to death. Her vacant gaze met Su Mu's. I have no opportunity. He is such a person, and yet you still claim he is good to you? What are you thinking? Su Mu frowned, his expression darkening. Do not worry. I shall protect you from now on. Meng Wanyue was taken aback, then a genuine smile broke across her face. Thank you, Mr. Su. She was unsure why, but his words warmed her heart. The Dragon King's might was beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Su Mu felt as though he was confronting an overwhelming force. Favorability level 5. Su Mu discovered he had gained 40 points of righteousness. Observing through the eye of God, he noted that Meng Wanyue's favorability had already turned positive. It appeared his efforts had not been in vain. However, her favorability was still too low. Further nurturing was necessary. If her favorability toward him was positive, it was certain that her feelings for the Dragon King were as well. Su Mu's goal was to ensure his favorability surpassed that of the Dragon King, thus securing Meng Wanyue's loyalty. After their meal, Su Mu returned to his office. He first messaged Yi Tong, informing her that he would be returning home later that evening. Afterwards, he accessed his system. With the assistance of Zhao Yingying and her mother, Su Mu was now able to perform 10 consecutive draws again. He was eager to see what treasures awaited him this time. As was his custom, he first checked his panel. Name, Su Mu. Role, Villainous Holy Body, Personnel Manager of Su Corporation. Realm, Late Stage of Mingjin. Physique, 150. Spirit, 150. Cultivation points, 40. Maximum, 100. Destined power, 154. His destined power had increased slightly, a result of the energy he had appropriated from that son-in-law. He recalled that once he elevated a certain attribute to 50, he would enter the realm of ancient martial artists. With his destined power now exceeding 150, he planned to allocate some to his father, to see if he could also ascend to that realm. However, his immediate task was to collect the rewards. He clicked on the wheel, initiating the 10 consecutive draws, and the wheel began to shimmer. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 20 cultivation points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 30 cultivation points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a storage space. Su Mu frowned at this reward. Another storage space? However, he refrained from inspecting it immediately, choosing to wait until all rewards had been revealed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 attribute points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a divine level ability, Mastery of Pharmaceuticals. Su Mu's eyes widened in astonishment at the emergence of yet another divine level ability. He was uncertain what this ability entailed, but he planned to study it thoroughly after the draws concluded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 30 cultivation points. As the rewards continued to appear, the 11 draws were completed. 9 of them were guaranteed rewards, with only 2 yielding new items, 1 storage space and 1 mastery of pharmaceuticals. He opened the storage space and discovered that it had indeed undergone a transformation. What was once comparable to a refrigerator had now expanded to the size of 2 refrigerators. Its utility was undeniable, as the larger space could accommodate more items, especially larger objects. Should he draw several more storage spaces? He felt he could even fit his sports car within. After closing the storage space, Su Mu promptly examined the introduction to the mastery of pharmaceuticals. Upon grasping the essence of this ability, a myriad of indistinct memories flooded Su Mu's mind. He finally comprehended the sheer power of this ability. Although he could not utilize it directly, it was undeniably divine in nature. The mastery of pharmaceuticals was quite straightforward, whether it pertained to traditional herbs or legendary treasures. As long as it was documented by humanity, Su Mu would know its medicinal properties and what ailments it could treat. Furthermore, the same applied to synthetic pharmaceuticals. As long as Su Mu tasted or inhaled the scent of a substance, he would discern its composition and utility. In essence, Su Mu had become a living pharmacological encyclopedia. Pharmaceuticals encompassed not only remedies but also poisons within this category. In the future, should anyone attempt to poison Su Mu, it would be nearly impossible, as he would detect any toxins with a mere whiff. Naturally, if his opponent were exceedingly powerful and forced Su Mu to ingest poison, he would find himself at a loss. Su Mu has acquired a total of 120 cultivation points and 40 attribute points this time. True to his usual approach, he has allocated all of them. He can distinctly sense that his body is undergoing yet another transformation. Congratulations to the host for entering the initial stage of dark energy. Black characters materialize before Su Mu's eyes as he reviews his status panel once more. Name, Su Mu. Character, Villainous Saint Body. Manager of the Human Resources Department at the Su Corporation. Realm, initial stage of dark energy. Physique, 170. Spirit, 170. Cultivation value, 60, maximum 200. Destiny power, 154. Su Mu observes that his cultivation value has altered with the advent of dark energy, Previously capped at 100, it has now doubled to 200. However, with the elevation of his realm, his strength will also increase significantly, which is indeed logical. Knowledge of dark energy begins to unfold in his mind. The so-called ancient martial artists represent the transition from bright energy to dark energy. Bright energy, in essence, pertains to the superficial strikes, punches and kicks that inflict surface-level damage, a skill accessible to anyone. In contrast, dark energy signifies a complete entry into the realm of ancient martial artists, as it involves the opening of meridians. Dark energy allows one to store power, channeling this so-called energy into the meridians before unleashing it in a combined explosion. This energy is known as chi. Sumu rises from his seat and approaches a nearby bookshelf, where several novels are displayed. He retrieves a thick volume, pressing it between his hands before him. His gaze sharpens as he releases dark energy, feeling the strength in his arms converge suddenly, then erupting from his palms. Bang! A dull thud resonates. The 1-inch thick book shatters into fragments, scattering in all directions. Sumu reveals a faint smile. This is dark energy, unleashing power akin to an explosive. It is undeniably on an entirely different level from bright energy. No matter who you are, Dragon King, War King, prepare to face the consequences. As Sumu speaks, he hears the vibration of his phone. He approaches to check and discovers it is a message from Yitong. Chapter 48. Lu Xueyao, Sister Lu. Sumu steps forward, picks up the phone, and answers, "What is it?" "Just now. Yiyu sent me a message saying she'll be home today and wants to go to the Su family estate tonight. I thought I'd bring her along." Yitong informs him. "Sure. Should I pick her up after work today?" Sumu inquires through the phone. "No need. I plan to head out shortly to buy her an electric bike. I'll go pick her up. I don't have much else to do." Yitong replies with a smile. "All right then." Sumu nods in agreement. After work, Sumu drives straight home. He refrains from inviting Mengwan today, as he cannot push too hard all the time. Moreover, today's events pertain to the future of the Su family, and she is aligned with the Dragon King. The primary objective of the Dragon King's return is to seize the Su family, so she must not be allowed to accompany him. Yitong purchases an Ima electric bike costing over 2,000 and heads to Jiang City High School. She parks the bike at a corner not far from the school entrance, waiting quietly. It's been a while since she last saw Su Shou after obtaining the marriage certificate with Sumu. She has swallowed her grievances without complaint, feeling indebted to him. This time, she is contemplating whether to buy some gifts. After much thought, she decides to return home and consult Sumu. "Hey, beautiful, can I add you on WeChat?" At this moment, two blonde young men pass by, immediately captivated by Yitong. Wearing jeans today due to the need to ride the electric bike, Yitong's long, straight legs are fully on display. They are remarkably straight and long, worthy of a top model. Not to mention, Yitong possesses beauty beyond just her legs. One of the blonde young men is Lu Tu, the very person Lu Xueyao had previously sought out. After being warned by Sumu, Lu Tu knows he should refrain from provoking Lu Xueyao. However, he is aware that Sumu's intentions were merely to play with her and gain favor. It has been a few days, and surely Sumu, being a wealthy individual, must have grown bored. Lu Tu has come to school today specifically to find Lu Xueyao, and unexpectedly encounters a stunning beauty. "Sorry, I'm married," Yitong replies coolly. Women like her are frequently approached in public, and she has long since grown accustomed to it. "What a pity, you've missed out on a great man like me." Lu Tu, noticing that Yitong is riding an electric bike, deduces she might not come from a wealthy family and is unwilling to give up. With his looks, if he doesn't pursue women, should he wait for them to approach him? "Hey, beautiful, how about adding me? My friend is here, don't let me lose face." Lu Tu says to Yitong with a grin. Just as Yitong prepares to decline, she sees students pouring out of the school. Yiyu is among the first to dash outside. Not far behind her is Lu Xueyao, who follows Yiyu, harboring the expectation that Su Mu will come to pick her up and hoping to exchange a few words with him. "Sister," Yiyu calls with a smile as she quickly approaches Yitong. Wow. Lu Tu's eyes widen upon seeing Yiyu. These two are actually sisters? "Hey, beautiful. How about adding me?" "If you don't, let your sister add me instead," Lu Tu grins. Yitong ignores them, having encountered many such individuals before. In broad daylight, they dare not act too brazenly. At most, they can only exchange verbal jabs. "Let us go," Yitong tells Yiyu, motioning for her to sit on the back of the bike as they prepare to leave. "Beautiful, if she doesn't want to add you, can't you understand?" Just then, a woman's voice comes from behind. Lu Tu turns around, his eyes lighting up. "Wow, you're Lu Xueyao?" The last time Lu Xueyao contacted him, she had dyed her hair blonde and wore smoky makeup. A heavily made-up woman is seldom unattractive if her figure and features are decent. However, Lu Tu did not expect Lu Xueyao to be so beautiful in real life. "Indeed, don't you recognize me?" Lu Xueyao, wearing a baseball cap and carrying a backpack, says coolly. Her eyes occasionally glance toward Yitong, as she overheard Yu calling her sister. If there are no surprises, this woman must be Su Mu's wife. One cannot deny her beauty, particularly the refined demeanor that exudes the grace of a well-bred lady, a quality she feels she could never emulate. Lu Shuiyao, what kind of attitude is that? How dare you speak to me like that? Lu Tu frowns and retorts sharply. It seems that in just a couple of days, Lu Shuiyao has undergone a significant transformation. Previously, she would speak to him in a timid manner, but now she dares to display such an attitude. Lu Shuiyao does not pay Lu Tu any mind, instead contemplating whether she should greet Yi Tong. I'm speaking to you. Are you deaf? Lu Tu's brow furrows as he strides toward Lu Shuiyao. Does he truly believe that sleeping with a wealthy person has elevated his status? Upon noticing this, Lu Shuiyao leisurely opens her backpack. Lu Tu has approached Lu Shuiyao and reaches out to grab her clothing. In an instant, Lu Shuiyao pulls out a can of pepper spray from her bag and sprays it directly into Lu Tu's eyes. Sizzle. Ah, my eyes. Damn. Lu Tu had not anticipated that the timid Lu Shuiyao would dare to strike back. He rubbed his eyes with one hand while clenching his fist with the other, aimlessly swinging it towards Lu Shuiyao. In response, Lu Shuiyao delivered a swift kick, sending Lu Tu sprawling to the ground. Growth, after all, is not a gradual process. It often manifests suddenly after a significant event, transforming one's mindset in an instant. This was precisely the case with Lu Shuiyao now. What are you dawdling for? Capture that woman. Lu Tu bellowed as he rubbed his eyes in frustration. On the other side, the portly figure with yellow hair hesitated briefly before approaching Lu Shuiyao. What are you doing? I'm calling the police. Yi Tong declared coldly, brandishing her phone. After all, this woman had just intervened to assist them. Lu Shuiyao resolved to forego any pleasantries today and turned to leave, only to find a bald man accompanied by two others approaching from a distance. This bald man was none other than Zhao Yan, the one from before. A grave expression crossed Lu Shuiyao's face. She was uncertain whether Zhao Yan had come seeking revenge. Damn it, don't even think about running. Lu Tu's eyes were bloodshot, but he could barely make out the scene before him. He charged at Lu Shuiyao, only to collide with the towering figure. Watch where you're going, Zhao. My apologies. Lu Tu, once fierce, now wilted upon seeing Zhao Yan. This man was notorious on the streets. His boss had once been on par with the infamous Tiger brother nearby. However, 2 years ago, his boss was incarcerated, facing at least a decade behind bars. Zhao Yan, the second in command, had taken over his position. And although he was not as formidable as Tiger brother, he still managed several establishments with 100 or so men under him. Are you looking to throw away your future? Do you dare to provoke Sister Lu? Zhao Yan slapped Lu Tu across the face. Lu Tu was left dazed. Sister Lu? What was happening? Zhao Yan, of all people, was addressing Lu Shuiyao with such reverence? Not only was Lu Tu bewildered, but Lu Shuiyao was equally taken aback. Yet, she quickly realized it was likely due to Su Mu. Sister Lu, just say the word on how to deal with him, Zhao Yan said, flashing a sycophantic smile at Lu Shuiyao. Ridiculous. Tiger is still lying in the hospital. I heard his arm has been reattached. But he won't be able to do any heavy lifting in the future. The last time Su Mu left, he merely glanced at him, showing restraint. If Su Mu were to find out that I stood by and watched Lu Shuiyao being bullied without intervening, that would be tantamount to courting death. With a stoic expression, Lu Shuiyao approached Lu Tuesday. Lu Tu lowered his head, afraid to meet her gaze. Internally, Lu Shuiyao reflected on how all of this was a consequence of Su Mu's influence. She would not hesitate to stand by Su Mu, even if it meant dealing with lesser figures. A few days prior, in an effort to avoid being bullied by the female delinquents, Lu Shuiyao had fallen for Lu Tu's deceitful words. Hearing he could summon over 100 people, she sought his assistance. That evening, she had mentally prepared herself for the worst. Fortune smiled upon her, allowing her to cross paths with Su Mu. Otherwise, she could hardly fathom where her life might lead. Slap, slap. Lu Shuiyao delivered 2 sharp blows to Lu Tuesday. At this moment, Lu Tu clenched his fists, unable to accept the reality that this woman had changed so drastically. Boom. Zhao Yan's formidable frame lunged forward, sending Lu Tu flying with a kick. Lu Tu crashed to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain, saliva spilling from his mouth. Do you dare to clench your fists again? Sister Lu strikes you, and you refuse to concede? Zhao Yan growled. I concede, I concede. Lu Tu moaned, holding his abdomen, bewildered at the newfound stature Lu Xiao had acquired. He realized that any future attempts to bully her would be impossible. Lu Tu, I won T strike without cause. You still owe me 20,000. One slap. 1,000. Consider it a bargain. Lu Shuiyao stated coldly. Thank you, Sister Lu. Thank you, Sister Lu. Lu Tu hurriedly nodded. Previously, he had borrowed 20,000 using Lu Shuiyao's phone, and if she truly relied on Zhao Yan to demand repayment, it would not merely end with a couple of slaps. Leave. Lu Shuiyao commanded impassively. Lu Tu and his yellow-haired companion, terrified, fled at once. Brother Zhao, thank you. Lu Shuiyao smiled at Zhao Yan. Don't mention it, Sister Lu. It's the least I can do. Let us exchange contact information. Should you encounter any issues in the future, don't hesitate to reach out, Zhao Yan said with a grin, pulling out his phone. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Shuiyao nodded gently. Once they had exchanged numbers, she walked towards Yi Tong. Yi Tong and Yi Yu regarded her with some caution, especially Yi Yu, who had previously underestimated her. Initially perceiving her as just an ordinary high school student, it was now evident that she was quite remarkable. Are you Su Mu's wife? Lu Shuiyao inquired, looking at Yi Tong. Yi Tong was taken aback for a moment before nodding. Yes, do you know him? My name is Lu Shuiyao. Su Mu is my idol, she replied, nodding. Is that so? Yi Tong smiled faintly. We have matters to attend to today. We'll take our leave for now. But let us have a meal together when time permits. All right, Lu Shuiyao agreed. After all, she was Su Mu's wife, and she would certainly treat her with the utmost respect. Moreover, she had sensed an inherent goodness in Yi Tong from their very first encounter. Su Mu lounged on the couch, propping his legs against the backrest. With his eyes closed in a brief respite, he contemplated his future plans. His destined power was first to be bestowed upon his father. He was not a reincarnated soul, but had directly entered this world, retaining his original appearance and physique. Yet, he bore a striking resemblance to Su Shou, leading him to feel a genuine blood connection between them. Su Mu had already resolved to regard Su Shou as his true father. Based on his memories, Su Shou had been exceptionally attentive to Su Mu. Otherwise, he would not have nurtured the previous villain Su Mu into a state of ineptitude. Thus, enhancing Su Shou's strength was undoubtedly a priority. He had been contemplating whom to elevate next. According to the narrative, Su Ningbing would serve as the Dragon King's right-hand partner, possessing formidable opportunities of her own. In the later stages, she would be the most powerful among the Dragon King's harem. However, Su Ningbing's favorability had not yet transitioned to a positive state, leaving Su Mu uncertain of the future. In truth, uplifting Yi Tong would be the optimal choice, yet her overly gentle demeanor rendered her ill-suited for combat. Wang Biao was also a potential candidate. As Su Mu wrestled with these thoughts, he noticed commotion outside. Through his perception, he saw Yi Tong pushing an electric bike into the villa, with Yi Yu trailing closely behind. Su Mu rose from the couch and made his way outside. You're back? He greeted. Yi Tong nodded, stealing a glance at Su Mu before hastily averting her gaze. Favorability, 10. Su Mu observed the black characters floating above Yi Tong's head. She was indeed a stable source of righteous value. Yi Tong was primarily preoccupied with the events of the previous night, reflecting that she had been far too bold and resolving never to drink excessively again. Brother-in-law, do you know Lu Shuiyao? Yi Yu approached, cutting straight to the chase. I do. Why do you ask? Su Mu inquired curiously, looking at Yi Yu. She approached me first, Yi Yu replied, having deliberated for quite some time on whether to inform Yi Tong. She could discern that her sister had completely succumbed to Su Mu's advances, not wishing to voice her thoughts and cause her sister distress. She resolved to find a moment to converse with Su Mu privately. What does she want with you? Su Mu inquired. Oh, nothing much. She simply regards you as her idol and is quite fond of you, Yi Yu replied, deliberately omitting details. If Yi Tong were to overhear that she was willing to play the role of a secondary character, one could only imagine her reaction. Don't pay her any mind. I merely assisted her before. Su Mu waved his hand dismissively. The group returned to the villa together. Yi Tong turned to Su Mu and asked, Since we're heading home today, should we buy some gifts? Gifts for our own home. Father lacks for nothing. His presence is gift enough. Su Mu chuckled as he regarded Yi Tong. Very well, she nodded, then took Yi Yu upstairs, eager to select a beautiful outfit with her input. Su Mu settled onto the sofa in the living room, aware that Yi Tong had gone to change. As before, he utilized his perception to gauge her attire, aiming to find the perfect moment to compliment her. However, he suddenly froze. Through his perception, he discovered that Yi Yu was also changing, and indeed, it was her undergarments. Su Mu's brow furrowed as he pondered the impropriety of the situation, even if no one else was aware. The two instigators of chaos were escalating their antics. Stroking his chin with a furrowed brow, he eventually withdrew his perception. After a considerable wait on the first floor, Yi Tong and Yi Yu finally descended together. Yi Yu was adorned in the pleated skirt that Su Mu had purchased previously, while Yi Tong retained her jeans but had swapped her top for a casual white shirt, a simple yet elegant choice that accentuated her skin like polished jade. Observing Yi Tong in her current guise of refinement, Su Mu couldn't help but recall the regal version from the previous night. The contrast was striking, especially considering her inebriated state from last evening. You look stunning, such a simple ensemble, yet it appears extraordinary on you, Su Mu remarked to Yi Tong. Affection level 20. Not at all, Yi Tong replied, playfully tossing her hair. Little Yu looks truly lovely in that outfit. Whoever marries you will be exceedingly fortunate. Su Mu knew he couldn't only praise one. He had to elevate Yi Yu's affection level as well. Affection level 10. At that moment, Yi Yu lowered her gaze. Her cheeks flushed, unsure of how to respond. After resting for a while at home, they set off for the Su family estate. The estate lay on the outskirts of Jiang City, as such a large structure would never be permitted within the city limits. Su Mu drove directly into the estate's parking area. The three of them alighted from the vehicle and made their way toward the villa deeper within the grounds. Upon entering the villa, Su Mu noted that Su Ningbing was already present. Su Shoujin sat on the sofa, across from two individuals, a middle-aged man and an elderly gentleman, approximately 60 years old. Father, sister, Yi Tong greeted with a smile upon entering. Are you the young lady? The elderly gentleman, seated on the sofa, suddenly rose. Chapter 50, Su shows resolve. Yi Tong gazed at the thin, suit-clad elder, whose face bore deep nasolabial folds, her eyes sparkling. Uncle Wang, young lady, what brings you here? Wang Weiliang promptly approached. Yi Tong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She hadn't expected to encounter him here. Let us not stand idly reminiscing. Please, take a seat. Su Shoujin chuckled from across the sofa. Su Mu gently patted Yi Tong's back. She nodded softly, taking a seat beside Yi Yu. Little Tong, and old Wang. You may not be fully aware of the circumstances, so I shall be brief. Su Shoujin leaned back on the sofa and recounted the relationship between his family and the Yi family, along with the events of recent years. Su Mu, seated beside Yi Tong, listened intently, as he was not privy to these matters, given the narrative perspective of the novel primarily centered on Long Wang. After Su Shoujin's explanation, everyone present, including Su Mu himself, began to understand the unfolding events. Initially, during Su Shoujin's entrepreneurial journey, he had encountered a crisis. Several decades ago, at a business gathering, he fortuitously met the father of the head of the Yi family, who was Yi Tong and Yi Yu's grandfather. Although the elder Yi did not financially invest in Su Shoujin, he introduced him to several accomplished business figures. With their assistance, Su Shoujin ultimately overcame his crisis. And thus he had always remembered this favor. Later, when the Yi family faced adversity, Yi Tong sought Su Shoujin's aid, to which he readily responded by investing substantial funds. Unfortunately, this did not yield success, and the head of the Yi family subsequently went missing. Su Shoujin surmised that the Yi family had not merely encountered a commercial setback, but had offended a powerful figure. Consequently, he discreetly arranged for Yi Tong and Yi Yu's safe extraction and subsequently proposed that Yi Tong marry Su Mu to sever ties with the Yi family. He also invested in gathering medical elites from the Yi family to establish a subsidiary. The pharmaceutical industry is notoriously lucrative, and for the past 2 years, Su Shoujin had consistently injected capital to focus on a particular medication. This was a gamble, but it appeared to be paying off. Upon hearing Su Shoujin's account, the gathered individuals felt genuine admiration for this middle-aged man. Truly, he was a product of the affluent generation, having achieved such success by the age of 50, a feat few could muster. Su Ningbing held her father in high regard as well. The Yi family had previously suffered significant financial losses in the pharmaceutical sector, and had she been in his position, she would certainly have refrained from re-entering that industry anytime soon. Yet Su Shoujin boldly continued to invest. Father, are you not concerned that you'll end up with nothing to show for it? Su Mu inquired with a smile. Once a traditional industry enters a downward trend, reversing course is exceedingly difficult unless something novel is introduced. But what newness can emerge from a traditional industry? Su Shoujin replied, turning to Su Mu. The technology sector demands even more capital, and I lack trusted associates. Yet I have complete faith in old Wang, this medical expert. Thank you for your kind words, Chairman. I had no idea the two young ladies were under your protection to such an extent. Had I known, I would have strived even harder. Wang Weiliang responded with a respectful gesture. Let us return to the matter at hand. Old Shun, you likely have an inkling as to why I summoned you here. Su Shoujin addressed the middle-aged man beside Wang Weiliang. Su Mu regarded the slightly portly man, recognizing him as Chun Bei, one of the original stalwarts who had accompanied Su Shoujin during his entrepreneurial endeavors. We are aware that the materials for our weight loss medication have suddenly risen in price. There has been a breach of confidentiality, Chun Bei stated, his expression grave. Who do you suspect? Su Shoujin asked. I cannot say. Those privy to the weight loss medication are all core personnel. Chun Bei gently shook his head. I genuinely do not understand why they would betray you, Chairman, given your generosity. There is one thing that has often been underestimated, the power of beauty, Su Shoujin remarked with a smile. Throughout history, it has been said that empires and beauty are equally matched in significance, and few things can rival their allure. Are you suggesting that the traitor leaked information due to a woman? Chun Bei inquired, astonished. Su Shou remained silent, instead retrieving his phone to play the recording Su Mu had sent him for the two men to hear. Sitting nearby, Yi Tong cast a furtive glance at Su Mu. recalling how Su Mu had specifically asked Meng Wanyue for a listening device during dinner, revealing his intent to investigate a traitor. As the recording concluded, Chen Bei's expression grew increasingly grim. Damn it, it's Qin Gang. For the sake of a woman, he has sacrificed all our hard work. Chen Bei clenched his fists and struck the sofa with force, fully aware he was being deceived, yet still willingly falling for it. You all understand the situation now. Let us discuss solutions. Old Qin Gang, fearing exposure, will undoubtedly continue his investigation, and you are the key to it. Su Shou pointed at Chen Bei. I understand. After all, he is not well acquainted with Mr. Wang and has decades of friendship with me. Chen Bei nodded slightly. If he approaches you, do not agree immediately, as that would appear too contrived. Wait until he incurs some cost, then agree, providing him with an erroneous ratio and production method. Su Shou looked at Chen Bei, stating that since the other party dared to act against them, they would not hesitate to retaliate harshly when the time came. All right, rest assured, Chairman. Chen Bei nodded emphatically. Chairman, allow me to interject. Wang Weiliang suddenly spoke up. The others turned to him, awaiting his elaboration. Your method appears quite unfeasible. Those of us in this industry know that before development, experiments must be conducted first. Wang Weiliang explained that once they obtain the ratios and production techniques, they would likely invest a small amount to develop trial drugs. If those prove ineffective, they certainly would not proceed to mass production. Upon hearing this, Su Shou and Su Ningbing furrowed their brows in realization. Indeed, they had overlooked this detail. Once the other party acquires the materials, they will surely spend a bit of money on preliminary testing. They are not foolish. They will not recklessly produce without assurance of efficacy. Su Shou rubbed his eyes and suddenly turned to Su Mu, smiling as he asked, Young man, do you have any ideas? His inquiry took several people aback, particularly Su Ningbing, who noted that Su Shou had always sought her opinion in such matters and had never before consulted Su Mu. The shift in dynamics left Su Ningbing slightly resentful. Chen Bei and Wang Weiliang shared similar thoughts, especially Chen Bei, who had watched Su Mu grow up. He had always regarded the boy as destined to squander his potential. The fact that Su Shou would actively seek Su Mu's opinion was indeed a remarkable turn of events. The ideal scenario would be to provide them with a substance that is effective in the short term, but ultimately ineffective over time, Su Mu stated, crossing his legs with a smile. It's easy to say, but exceedingly difficult to execute. We cannot simply allocate funds to research such an immature drug, Wang Weiliang remarked. Glancing at Su Mu, Mr. Wang, if possible, could you share the ratios and production techniques with me? Su Mu inquired. Wang Weiliang immediately glanced at Su Shou across the table. After all, Su Shou was the boss, and as long as he approved, it was permissible. Chen Bei opened his mouth, but ultimately fell silent, wishing to advise against it, as he believed Su Mu was rather naive and easily manipulated. A mere woman could easily coax him into divulging everything. Dad, I disagree. Su Ningbing interjected coldly from the side. Chapter 51. I possess a modicum of knowledge about traditional Chinese medicine. Su Shou cast a sidelong glance at Su Ningbing, responding nonchalantly, Reason? Don't blame me for being blunt. Su Mu has a decent relationship with that bar owner. I fear that a few casual remarks could lead Su Mu to reveal everything. Su Ningbing looked at Su Mu, who simply shook his head, acknowledging her caution. Perhaps the previous villainous persona of Su Mu had left an indelible impression on her. Young man, Ningbing makes a valid point. First, tell me what you intend to do with this information? Su Shou said, smiling at Su Mu. I possess a slight understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. I wish to observe the materials and methods. Perhaps I can provide a few alternative solutions, Su Mu replied, reclining on the sofa. What? Su Ningbing was taken aback. Previously, when Su Mu claimed to have a modicum of knowledge about the piano, he ended up impressing a master pianist who sought him as a student. Then he asserted his knowledge of combat, easily besting professional fighters. Now, he claimed to have some understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Could it be that he was indeed telling the truth? Yet the breadth of knowledge seemed far too vast. How amusing. I find it hard to believe what you just said, but I'm nonetheless eager to see what you can produce, Su Shou remarked, turning to Wang Weiliang. Old Wang, share the methods with him. Certainly, I'll compile the information and send it to your phone. Wang Weiliang nodded, unconcerned about the consequences. As the company ultimately belonged to Su Shou, if any leaks occurred, it would not be his problem. He took out his phone and began compiling the details on the spot. Meanwhile, Su Shou instructed the chefs to commence dinner preparations. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mu meandered through the expansive living room, noting that it was his first visit. Young man, follow me, Su Shou said, patting Su Mu on the shoulder as he led him to the study. Su Mu slipped his hands into his pockets, trailing behind. Upon entering the study, they were greeted by a massive dark red wooden desk and rows of bookshelves alongside it. Su Mu's attention was immediately drawn to a framed photograph on the shelf. It depicted 4 individuals, and memories began to resurface in his mind. This was a photograph of Su Shou and his wife, Su Mu's mother, from their youth. Su Mu felt somewhat disoriented. In reality, he had forgotten what his father looked like, though there were pictures of him at home. The resemblance between Su Shou and the beautiful woman with flowing hair was strikingly similar to his late mother. In the photo, a little girl stood in front of Su Shou, while a little boy was cradled in the woman's arms. Those two children were naturally Su Ningbing and Su Mu. When you were young, I was in the midst of a career ascent and failed to protect you, leading to your mother's tragic fate. Su Shou said softly as he noticed Su Mu lost in thought, staring at the photograph. Su Mu had no recollection of this matter. He only remembered hearing Su Shou mention that his mother had met with an unfortunate end, but the details had never been disclosed. What did you summon me for? Su Mu asked with a smile. You've been acting a bit out of the ordinary lately. Logically speaking, Ning Bing is correct, and I'm not foolish. Sometimes I ponder many things, Su Shou replied, reclining in his chair and looking at Su Mu with a smile. Speak to me about your worst fears. Su Mu approached the desk and stated, My worst fear is that you are merely a pawn, controlled by someone else. For instance, the recording you received might have been orchestrated by them. Their aim is to create the illusion that you are not a wastrel, but rather quite astute. And then you would request to see the material ratios and techniques. As your father, I would naturally comply. Su Mu nodded lightly, understanding. Subsequently, I would take this information and hand it over to others. Precisely, that is my worst fear. The potential of this prescription is immeasurable, and they could easily devise such a scheme. Su Shou gazed at Su Mu and remarked, If it weren't for your striking resemblance, I might suspect you were an imposter. Su Mu offered a faint smile, finding it entirely reasonable for his father to entertain such thoughts, especially given the depth of his concern and understanding towards him. It would indeed be rather amusing if a father were oblivious to the fact that his own son had been replaced. If what you say is true, what benefits could they possibly offer me to such an extent? Su Mu inquired, seating himself directly upon the table before Su Shou. It certainly isn't money. Over the years, whenever you've asked for pocket money, as long as you explained your intent, I have never once denied you, Su Shou replied, reclining in his chair and softly adding. You are likely making the same mistake as Qian Gang. Women? Su Mu questioned. Precisely. In truth, I am aware that you do not hold Xiaotong in high regard. Su Shou stated while looking at Su Mu. I am too weary to lecture you. I know you won't heed my advice. One day, when you mature a bit more, you will come to realize that Yi Tong is far superior to the women you have encountered. Su Mu inhaled deeply, asserting that he need not mature further. He understood that already. Old man, I possess a method to dispel your doubts. Do tell. I am all ears, Su Shou responded with a smile. When Mr. Wang sends the method to your phone shortly, I will directly examine it on your device and propose a few suggestions for Mr. Wang's evaluation, Su Mu explained, grinning. In your eyes, I, a supposed simpleton, should hardly be capable of retaining such information after a mere glance. Generally, those who claim to be simple-minded are not, while those who label others as such may indeed lack intelligence. As Su Shou was speaking, his phone vibrated. He took it out and noticed that Wang Weiliang had sent all the information to Su Shou's device. After a cursory glance, he found the plethora of materials and manufacturing processes somewhat overwhelming. It would be impossible to remember without taking photographs, especially for someone who is not a professional. Su Shou handed the phone to Su Mu, saying, Here, take a look for yourself. Su Mu nodded and began perusing the document before him. Upon encountering the specialized terminology, his mind instinctively conjured images of the effects and efficacy of the substances. I see, he murmured. After a brief survey, he approached the door and called out, Mr. Wang, please come here. Wang Weiliang, who had been chatting with Yi Tong and Yi Yu, glanced at Su Mu before making his way over to the study. What is it? Wang Weiliang inquired with curiosity. What I wish to convey is that the content of phenylpropanolamine and fenfluramine in this weight loss drug can be minimized or even eliminated entirely, as we are promoting it as purely traditional Chinese medicine, despite their harmlessness to the human body, Su Mu stated, gazing at the phone as he addressed Wang Weiliang. We can substitute with herbal remedies. Some herbs are challenging to extract in isolation, but can be more easily extracted in conjunction with others. As Su Mu spoke, he utilized Su Shou's phone to send Wang Weiliang a cascade of messages. These alternatives can wholly substitute and yield optimal results, Su Mu affirmed. Initially dismissive, Wang Weiliang's eyes widened in astonishment as he absorbed the information Su Mu provided. Some of the combinations and extraction methods listed were secrets he had only discerned after countless trials. Su Mu had articulated them directly. Moreover, there were some combinations and extraction techniques that Wang Weiliang himself was unaware of. Su Shou, where did you acquire this information? Wang Weiliang stammered, swallowing hard. Su Shou was taken aback by the expression on Wang Weiliang's face, momentarily rendered speechless. What was happening? Did his seemingly foolish son truly possess some understanding? Chapter 52, A father's love like a mountain, Su Shou's secret. Yi Tong and Yi Yu sat on the sofa engaged in conversation. Su Ningbing stood alone before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the darkening sky outside. After a moment's hesitation, she turned and made her way towards Su Shou's study. She felt it necessary not to disclose this information to Su Mu. The pharmaceutical company had invested too much. If they ended up making someone else wealthy, it would only hasten the decline of the Su family. As Su Shou had previously mentioned, in this line of work, once one begins to falter, it is exceedingly difficult to regain momentum. At that point, they might not even be able to maintain their position as the leaders in Jiangbei, let alone in Jiang City. Su Ningbing pushed open the door to the study, preparing to clarify matters with Su Shou, but upon entering, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Wang Weiliang was sitting with Su Mu, both engaged in conversation as if they were old friends. Notably, Wang Weiliang had retrieved his reading glasses and borrowed paper and pen from Su Shou, diligently recording Su Mu's words. Su Ningbing stood there, listening to their dialogue, utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend it. Despite the language being that of their homeland, the words themselves were familiar, yet strung together, they made no sense. At that moment, Su Shou, seated in his chair, cast Su Ningbing a knowing glance, as he too felt as though he were listening to a foreign tongue. Good, good, Wang Weiliang exclaimed, excitedly closing his notebook. He stood and turned to Su Shou, saying, Chairman, I fear I shall not be able to enjoy this meal. I must head to the laboratory immediately. Old Wang, it is quite late. You should eat before you go, Su Shou suggested, rising. No, this data is far too critical. If successful, I assure you, we can reduce our drug costs by another 30%, Wang Weiliang proclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm. Moreover, the extraction methods Su Shou mentioned earlier, I must put them to the test. If they succeed, we can certainly inform Qiangang of this erroneous method. Su Shou reached out, intending to persuade him to stay, but Wang Weiliang had already taken his leave. He exited to briefly bid farewell to Chen Bei, Yi Tong, and then hurriedly drove off to the laboratory. Su Ningbing looked at Su Mu, at a loss for words. Could it be that Su Mu truly understood all of this? Now do you believe me? Su Mu returned Su Shou's phone with a smile. Are you truly my son? Have you been possessed by another? When did you learn about traditional Chinese medicine? Su Shou asked, utterly astonished, bombarding Su Mu with a trio of questions. Am I not your son? Can't you tell? Su Mu rolled his eyes. I have not studied traditional Chinese medicine. I merely enjoy reading books on pharmaceuticals in my spare time. That is all. Su Ningbing stood there, dumbfounded. Su Mu reads medical texts? She struggled to envision such a scenario, finding it rather abstract. Ha! Kid, you have truly astonished me. I even harbored doubts about you. My apologies, Su Shou chuckled as he rose from his chair. Judging by the fluid exchange between Su Mu and Wang Weiliang, it was evident that this was not knowledge acquired overnight. Su Mu had undoubtedly researched this subject previously. As he gazed at the framed photographs on the bookshelf, he felt a twinge of regret. He had believed he understood his son well enough, only to discover he had been entirely unaware of the extent of Su Mu's private studies. The group exited the study, with Su Shou leading the way toward Chen Bei to share their joy. Upon hearing Su Shou's words, Chen Bei's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief as he looked incredulously at Su Mu. How could this be? Isn't this fellow a spendthrift? How can he possess such knowledge of pharmaceuticals? He was left questioning whether he was dreaming. Yi Tong and Yi Yu, seated on the sofa, also overheard Su Shou's comments. A gentle smile graced Yi Tong's lips as she reflected on how she had misjudged Su Mu. He is not a good-for-nothing wastrel, but rather a learned and skilled individual. Affection level 10. Su Mu gazed at the black characters that appeared above Yi Tong's head, a faint smile gracing his lips. After all, his wife is considerate. Without any action on her part, just hearing someone praise him increases her affection. However, upon further reflection, Su Ningbing and Yi Yu are currently at a negative affection level, which naturally differs from Yi Tong's situation. During this meal, Su Shou was in high spirits. If the theories Su Mu mentioned proved successful, even if just one of them, it would not only yield better results but also reduce costs, which would be a tremendous boon for their company. While dining, Su Shou noticed the good rapport between Su Mu and Yi Tong, realizing he had misjudged his own son's concern. Su Mu's affection was evidently too low. Xiao Mu, Su Shou suddenly set down his chopsticks and turned to Su Mu. Have you thought about doing something? What do you mean? Su Mu, currently savoring a piece of braised pork rib, found the flavor quite satisfactory. In comparison, the other dishes paled in comparison to what this top-tier chef could create. When I initially placed you in the human resources department, to be frank, it was merely to let you bide your time and keep you occupied. Su Shou paused and continued. Now, I feel it's a waste of your talents. How about I entrust our pharmaceutical company's operations to you? Upon hearing this, Su Ningbing adjusted her glasses but refrained from commenting further. If Su Mu truly possessed talent in the medical field, it would indeed be fitting. I think my current position is quite good. I'll consider it further, Su Mu replied with a smile at Su Shou. He had more pressing matters to attend to, namely accruing justice points and enhancing his own strength. He needed to safeguard the Su family from being exploited by Lin Yang and prevent the returning Dragon King from taking what was theirs. For now, such a demanding job was not on his agenda. All right, Su Shou nodded with a smile. After the meal, Chun Bei departed first. Su Shou specifically instructed him that today's matters were classified. He was to wait for news. If the counterfeit drugs were successfully produced, they would be handed to him personally. That night, the crescent moon shone brightly. Su Shou and Su Mu sat in a garden beside the manor, both gazing up at the night sky. Suddenly, Su Mu recalled his destined power and felt the need to find a reason. He couldn't simply allow Su Shou to enter the realm of ancient martial artists without justification. Su Mu activated his divine eye to examine Su Shou. After all, he had yet to scrutinize his father. Name, Su Shou. Title, Chairman of the Jiangbei Su Group. Affection level, maxed out. Destiny level, 1, max level 10. Note, each individual's affection level has a different cap. Upon reaching the limit, it indicates that this person is willing to do anything for the host, even sacrificing their life. For some reason, upon reading the note beneath, Su Mu felt a pang in his nose, and tears began to well in his eyes. Perhaps this is what paternal love feels like. The so-called paternal love is not as sentimental as maternal love. It does not manifest through constant concern or inquiries about one's well-being. Their love is silent, often unnoticed, yet it is undoubtedly no less than maternal love. Taking a deep breath, especially after the loss of his father in a car accident, Su Mu felt inexplicably touched by this realization. He examined Su Shou's detailed information, and various data appeared. Strength, 46. Speed, 49. Stamina, 45. Defense, 48. When Su Mu saw these figures, he was momentarily taken aback. This cannot be right. Is this truly the panel of his father? This is evidently the entry level of an ancient martial artist. Su Shou must harbor secrets. Chapter 53. Yi Tong swore. Su Mu distinctly remembered that when his own strength reached 50 points, the system panel changed, entering the early stage of Mingjing. One must understand that 50 strength is 5 times that of an average person. 5 times is not merely the ability to strike 5 individuals. The strength of numbers does not stack. For instance, if an adult possesses a strength of 10, 10 adults do not possess a strength of 100. Each still retains their strength of 10, merely increased in number. 5 times the strength for these individuals means almost a punch for each. Su Mu regarded Su Shou before him. Perhaps his arrival in this world had caused certain deviations, such as an abundance of so-called protagonists. Alternatively, it might be that Su Shou originally possessed strength approaching that of an ancient martial artist, but the Dragon King's overwhelming power concealed it. What's wrong? Su Shou pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips, and noticed Su Mu looking at him with curiosity. I sense you harbor deep secrets, Su Mu replied, fixing his gaze on Su Shou. What do you mean? Su Shou asked, pulling out a lighter to ignite his cigarette. Though you are my father, I know nothing of your past. Su Mu continued, drawing from the memories of the original antagonist, as I grew up. You never mentioned what my grandparents did for a living. They were farmers, of course, Su Shou replied without hesitation. And how did my mother meet her unfortunate fate? Su Mu pressed on. Su Shou took a deep drag from his cigarette, gazing up at the night sky. Why do you suddenly ask this? It's nothing. Su Mu shook his head. Since Su Shou was unwilling to speak, he did not push further. All he needed to understand was that this man before him was his father and treated him well. That was sufficient. I encountered a master, Su Mu suddenly declared. And then? Su Shou turned to Su Mu. He said I have decent talent, took me as a disciple, and taught me some techniques. Su Mu grinned at Su Shou. I have a way to help you enter the realm of ancient martial artists. Upon hearing this, Su Shou's eyes narrowed into slits. No wonder he had undergone such significant changes recently. It was due to newfound opportunities. Do you wish to become an ancient martial artist? Su Mu asked with a smile. I'm too old, already 50. Su Shou gently shook his head, drawing several deep puffs before exhaling forcefully. At this age, even if I become an ancient martial artist, what difference would it make? I could never become a master. Su Mu observed the look of helplessness in Su Shou's eyes. He did not know what had transpired in the past, but he was determined to use his strength to elevate Su Shou to greatness. At 9 o'clock that evening, Su Mu drove Yi Tong and Yi Yu home. Along the way, he spotted a traditional Chinese medicine shop. After a moment of hesitation, he parked the car by the roadside. Wait for me for a minute. Su Mu hurried into the herbal shop, skillfully naming several medicinal ingredients, all intended for health and wellness. Enhancing Su Shou's vitality was his rationale. When Yi Tong saw Su Mu return to the car, she asked with concern. What's wrong? Are you unwell? No, I just bought some invigorating herbs for daily brewing, Su Mu replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yitong's cheeks flushed, and she timidly inquired, "You still need to replenish your health?" She was dumbfounded. He was already so strong. She truly wished to tell Su Mu that she was incapable of serving such a grand figure. Once they returned home smoothly, Su Mu instructed Yitong to rest first. He then proceeded to the kitchen, where with the skills of a master chef, he expertly steamed and cooked the herbs. After spending a good half hour, Su Mu held 2 pills, each the size of a fingernail. One is black, with effects similar to the 6-flavor Remania pill. The other is slightly red, intentionally infused with goji berries, not for any particular reason, but simply to create a visual distinction between the 2 pills. Here, there are no boxes. He directly retrieves a red plastic bag from the cabinet and places the 2 pills inside, intending to deliver them to Su Shou tomorrow, proclaiming them as miraculous elixirs that can aid in his ascension to the realm of ancient warriors. With everything prepared, Su Mu turns to head back to his room, only to encounter Yiyu standing at the kitchen door. What is going on? At this hour, why isn't she asleep? Brother-in-law, there's something I need to discuss with you, Yiyu says, her expression grave as she gazes at Su Mu. Speak, Su Mu replies, shoving the plastic bag into his pants pocket as he steps out of the kitchen. That Lu Shuiyao, she has feelings for you. Yiyu, not wanting Yitong to be aware of this matter, seeks a solution from Su Mu. She likes me. How do you know? Su Mu furrows his brow slightly. She told me directly, saying she doesn't care about my sister. As long as you agree, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu are all fine. The incredulity in Yiyu's voice reflects her disbelief as she relays Lu Shuiyao's words. Su Mu recollects Lu Shuiyao, who often speaks of wanting to book a room. Making such declarations seem rather normal. What do you mean by that? Su Mu inquires. I want you to clarify things with her, so she stops pursuing you. Yiyu looks up at Su Mu, stating earnestly, all right, I'll find time to talk to her, Su Mu responds, playfully patting Yiyu on the head before ascending the stairs. He has no intention of following Yiyu's suggestion to confront Lu Shuiyao. The moral value Lu Shuiyao provides him is on par with Yitong's, and at this crucial moment of enhancing his power, he would never relinquish a significant source of moral value. Once in his room, Su Mu prepares for sleep. His various tasks have been set in motion when suddenly, Yitong grasps his hand. My relative has just arrived. Su Mu, upon hearing this, realizes that in his continuous activities since coming to this world, he had overlooked the monthly occurrences that women experience. Don't worry, rest early today, Su Mu gently pats Yitong's arm. Affection level, 30. A black mark appears above Yitong's head, her expression tinged with regret. You took the medicine I prepared, didn't you? Medicine? Su Mu suddenly realizes that she assumed the pills meant for his father were intended for her. You must be feeling quite uncomfortable now. Yitong, as an adult, recognizes the situation. She feels it is her fault for not notifying Su Mu in advance about her relative's visit. Go to sleep, I didn't take it. Su Mu chuckles at Yitong's anxious demeanor, finding her adorably serious. Just as he closes his eyes, his body tenses. Ah, Yitong, you are becoming increasingly domineering. The following morning, Su Mu rises early. As he stretches, his phone beside the pillow starts ringing. He glances at it and sees it's a call from his father. Su Shou, Dad, what's up? Why are you calling me so early? Su Mu rubs his eyes and asks. Come to the company quickly. Su Shou's voice comes through the phone. Chapter 54. Su Shou, you are truly a medical genius. Before Su Mu can finish speaking, Su Shou hangs up. What is going on? Su Mu exclaims, only to notice that Yitong has already awakened beside him. Yitong typically sleeps lightly, waking up shortly after Su Mu does in the morning. However, fearing that Su Mu might pull her into a lecture for waking up late, she pretends to be asleep. Today is different, so she doesn't bother with the charade. Was that a call from your dad? Yitong asks softly. Yes. He wants me to go to the company right now, and it's only 7. Su Mu replies, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Go ahead. It might be important. I'll get up and prepare something simple for you. Yitong begins to rise. No need. You should rest well these days. I'll just grab something from the street. Su Mu gently pushes her back down. Affection level, 20. All right. Take care on the way. Yitong nods lightly. Comparatively speaking, the moral value he gained yesterday is less than before. However, he still needs to allow Yitong to rest and cannot continuously exploit her goodwill. After a quick wash, Su Mu heads directly to the company, deciding that breakfast can wait until after he finishes his business. Upon arriving at the underground parking garage of the company building, Su Mu parks his car and heads for the elevator. After switching elevators, he reaches the top floor of the building. He knocks on the door, and upon hearing a voice from inside, he pushes the door open. Inside the office, 4 individuals await him. Su Shou, Su Ningbing, Chen Bei, and Wang Weiliang. The same individuals from the Su family estate yesterday. Seeing Su Mu enter, Wang Weiliang rushes over, grabbing Su Mu's arm. Su Shou, you are a genius. A true medical genius. Su Mu scratches his head, looking at Wang Weiliang, who is sporting dark circles under his eyes, and chuckles. "Mr. Wong, please don't flatter me, or I might become too proud." Su Ningbing gazes intently at Su Mu, realizing that he has been concealing his talents until now. Affection level 5. Chen Bei also looks at Su Mu in disbelief. Who would have thought that the once foolish man would shine in the field of medicine? "All right, old Wong. Repeat what you just said to him." Su Shou chuckles from his chair. Wang Weiliang nods eagerly. "Su Shao, among the several plans you provided yesterday, 2 can be used to produce weight loss pills. The cost is lower, but the effectiveness is not as good as our original. 1 is comparable to our weight loss pills, while the last one is truly remarkable. After changing the materials, the cost is even lower, and the effectiveness is superior." Wang Weiliang excitedly conveys this to Su Mu. Su Mu nods lightly. He does not possess deep medical knowledge. He is merely well-versed in pharmaceuticals, having reviewed the previous materials and processes. He swapped them for others with similar or even superior effects. Some substances are challenging to extract, but he has his methods. "Su Shao, I also successfully tested the flawed plan you provided. According to my calculations, using this method to produce medicine will yield results identical to our weight loss pills in the short term, but after about half a month, the body will develop antibodies, leading to a rebound, rendering it ineffective. Will it be harmful to the body? Our goal is to punish Qian Gang and his associates, not to affect the consumers." Su Shou asks from across the room. "Rest assured, Chairman, these drugs are rich in nutrients. Apart from lacking weight loss effects, long-term consumption poses no harm. Akin to the health products available on the market," Wang Weiliang assures Su Shou. "That's good." Su Shou nods lightly. "By the way," Chen Bei suddenly looks at Su Shou. "Chairman, just last night when I got home, Qian Gang called me, saying he wants to treat me to dinner today." "Huh. Old Qian is getting anxious." Su Shou scoffs. "Old Chun, take this fake prescription with you, and the rest is up to you." "I understand. I will ensure the task is completed." Chen Bei nods seriously. Su Shou instructs Chen Bei and Wang Weiliang to return home, especially considering Wang Weiliang hasn't slept all night. At his age, Su Shou insists he should go home and rest. Once they leave, only the 3 members of the Su family remain. Su Mu ponders whether he should inform Su Ningbing about his advancements with Su Shou. According to the original plot, Su Ningbing has always dreamed of becoming an ancient martial artist. It was the Dragon King who guided Su Ningbing into the realm, which is why she has always held deep gratitude towards him. However, if Su Ningbing were to discover this, she would likely gravitate towards him. Yet, Su Mu has no intention of enhancing Su Ningbing's affection for him, as it remains negative, unless he were foolish enough to do so. After much contemplation, Su Mu resolved to let Su Ningbing know. Her perpetual aloofness towards him is exasperating. Although her character is consistently portrayed this way, she remains distant even towards the Dragon King. "Dad, I have matters to attend to," Su Ningbing announced as she prepared to leave, eager to escape the current situation. It was evident that Su Shou would soon begin to praise Su Mu, something she had no interest in hearing. Su Shou nodded slightly. At that moment, Su Mu retrieved the previous red plastic bag from his pocket. Approaching Su Shou, he said, "Old man, this is a medicinal pill I prepared for you. Consume it, and you will enter the realm of ancient martial artists." Su Ningbing, her hand gripping the doorknob, had already opened the door, but upon hearing his words, she closed it once more. Ancient martial artists? Su Mu had actually heard of this, and claimed that consuming a pill would allow one to step directly into that realm. Su Ningbing turned back, noticing Su Mu extracting a black pill from that cheap plastic bag. "Who gave you this?" Su Shou inquired with a furrowed brow. "If it were someone else's, I certainly wouldn't offer it to you for fear of danger, but this pill is crafted by my own hands." Su Mu had long prepared an explanation, having infused it with rare materials that had cost him dearly. "I appreciate your intention, but such a precious item should be used by you instead," Su Shou replied with a smile and a shake of his head. "I'm too old for this. I've already used it. This is merely the leftover from the rare materials. Hurry and take it. Can your son truly harm you?" Su Mu proactively brought the pill to Su Shou's lips. "Su Mu, refrain from offering such fanciful items to Dad. What if it makes him ill?" Su Ningbing interjected, frowning as she approached. "It's fine," Su Shou said, accepting the pill and consuming it, as it was his son's heartfelt gesture. He chewed vigorously a few times before swallowing. Su Mu immediately activated his divine eye to inspect Su Shou's information. Name, Su Shou. Role, Chairman of the Jiangbei Su Group. Affection level, maxed out. Destiny level, 1, max level 10. Strength, 46. Speed, 49. Stamina, 45. Defense, 48. Su Mu's current destiny power stood at 154 points, and he promptly enhanced Su Shou's strength to 50 points. Initially, he thought Su Shou would similarly step into the realm of Mingjin, but that was not the case. Su Mu could only continue to augment him. His acquired destiny power was intended to elevate others. He increased it by another 10 points, bringing Su Shou's strength to 60. At that moment, black text appeared before Su Mu's eyes. Detected damage to the opponent's meridians. Requires 100 destiny power to repair. Su Mu was utterly stunned upon seeing this black text. His father's meridians were damaged. Indeed, he had a past shrouded in mystery. Chapter 55, The Dragon King Called Me. Su Shou's expression turned grave as he gently waved his arm and said in a low voice, I truly feel a change within my body. Humph. It must be a psychological effect, Su Ningbing scoffed, wondering how she could be so gullible as to believe Su Mu's tall tales. Did she truly think he possessed the ability to elevate someone to the realm of ancient martial artists? She turned away again, intending to leave for work. However, just as Su Ningbing's hand grasped the doorknob, she was startled by Su Mu's words. Old man, tell me the truth. Are your meridians damaged? Su Mu fixed his gaze on Su Shou. How did you know? Su Shou exclaimed in shock. This secret had never been revealed to anyone. My medicine won't fail. Since you haven't reached the level of an ancient martial artist, it must be an issue with your body. Su Mu retrieved a red pill from the plastic bag, stating, Fortunately, I was prepared for this. Take this. Originally, this red pill was intended to further enhance Su Shou's strength, but it seemed that was no longer feasible. 100 points of destiny power could repair his father's meridians, and Su Mu would certainly not refuse. Kid, you're giving me the creeps. Su Shou took the red pill and swallowed it. At this moment, Su Ningbing returned, observing her father's expression, which seemed genuine. Moreover, someone like Su Shou wouldn't engage in childish games with Su Mu. Upon witnessing Su Shou consume the pill, Su Mu expended 100 points of destiny power to mend Su Shou's meridians. The black text reappeared. Meridian repair completed. Detected the opponent's physical strength. Attributes have reached the peak of an ordinary person. Activating cultivation talent panel. Name, Su Shou. Role, chairman of the Jiangxi Su group. Affection level, maxed out. Destiny level, 2, max level 10. Su Mu noticed that Su Shou's destiny level had also changed. He continued to click for detailed information, which revealed Su Shou's other stats. Realm, early stage Mingjin. Physique, 45. Spirit, 20. Su Mu exhaled in relief. He had succeeded at last, observing that his own destiny power had diminished to 40 points. Nevertheless, the ability to restore Su Shou's meridians was a monumental joy for Su Mu. At that moment, Su Shou's complexion grew increasingly grim as the familiar power began to flow within him. He could hardly believe that the very thing that had rendered him a complete waste, preventing him from ever stepping into the realm of ancient martial artists, had been healed by a single pill from his son. The failure to protect his wife had been his greatest regret over the past 20 years. Yet now, his meridians had been restored by his son's handiwork. Are you two playing house or something? Su Ningbing rolled her eyes. But just as her words left her mouth, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Su Shou raised a hand and grasped the edge of the office desk, lifting the entire piece of furniture off the ground. This desk, purchased years ago by Su Ningbing for Su Shou, was solid wood and weighed an impressive 300 pounds. Su Shou was not merely lifting it. He was holding it aloft with sheer grip strength. Could it be that her father had truly entered the realm of ancient martial artists? Kid, where did you get this red pill? Su Shou asked, placing the desk back on the ground, struggling to maintain his composure. His son exceeded all his expectations. This pill was given to me by a senior. It is said to possess the ability to reshape and rejuvenate the meridians at a critical moment. Su Mu casually fabricated an excuse. Such a precious item, you ought not to give it to me. Su Shou sighed helplessly, wishing he had known its potency beforehand. If not for you, then for whom? You are my father. My greatest aspiration in this life is to see you thrive, while I simply exist. Su Mu chuckled as he declared his intent to leave. Su Ningbing was left stunned, glancing at Su Shou before asking, Dad, you wouldn't actually. Indeed. I am quite certain, Su Shou nodded, for he was originally a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Upon witnessing Su Mu departing, Su Ningbing hurriedly followed suit. Su Mu, do you still have that elixir? None left. Did I not just mention that all the precious herbs have been exhausted? Su Mu cast a glance at Su Ningbing, finding a hint of amusement in his heart. This Su Ningbing, true to the narrative, seemed to dream of entering the realm of ancient martial artists. He opened the door and ceased to engage with her further. Aren't you supposed to be aloof? Then do not seek me out. Dad, I'm heading out now. Su Ningbing called to Su Shou before leaving the office to catch up with Su Mu. At that moment, Su Shou was oblivious to her words, lost in the depths of his own thoughts. Rising from his seat, he approached the bookshelf, gazing at the woman depicted there, lost in contemplation. I am already 50. Do I still have a chance? Su Shou murmured softly, clenching his fist tightly. Outside, Su Ningbing had caught up to Su Mu, and they stood together at the elevator, awaiting its arrival. Feeling a touch of awkwardness, she finally spoke up. Su Mu, what exactly are these precious herbs? If I can assist you in locating them, would you be willing to concoct an elixir for me? Such treasures are rare and not easily found, Su Mu replied with a smile, glancing at Su Ningbing. The process of creating these elixirs is indeed quite troublesome, but then again, who could deny you, my sister? Hearing this, Su Ningbing felt a flicker of warmth within her. Throughout her childhood, she had looked down upon Su Mu, considering him a disgrace to the Su family. However, over time, she began to realize that she had misjudged him. Su Mu was far from the person she had imagined. Affection level 10. Noticing the black characters above Su Ningbing's head, Su Mu could not help but smile. It was worth noting that she had never before boosted his affection level by such a significant margin. He took out his phone and sent her several names of precious herbs. Being well-versed in pharmacology, Su Mu was acutely aware of which herbs could enhance one's strength and help one ascend to the realm of ancient martial artists. The herbs he sent to Su Ningbing were indeed accurate. If she could truly find them, there would be a high likelihood that she could enter the ancient martial artist realm merely by consuming them, without needing Su Mu to concoct anything. Alright, I've noted these down. Do you have any pictures? Just names won't suffice, Su Ningbing inquired, glancing at her phone. I'll take some time to sketch them for you. These items are only recorded in ancient texts, Su Mu replied just as the elevator arrived. They both stepped inside, and Su Ningbing exited on the next floor while Su Mu returned to his office. Upon entering his office, he noticed that the books shattered by his dark energy the previous day had yet to be cleaned up. Thus, he summoned Meng Wanyu to his office. Mr. Su, what can I do for you? Meng Wanyu asked as she entered. Please call the cleaning staff to assist me in tidying up the floor. Su Mu indicated towards the scattered remnants of the books. Let me handle it. I happen to be free, Meng Wanyu offered, taking a broom and bending down to sweep. Su Mu observed her, contemplating how he might further elevate her affection level. By the way, Mr. Su, Meng Wanyu suddenly lifted her head. What is it? Su Mu inquired. Just now, the Dragon King called me, she said, looking at Su Mu. Su Mu's expression immediately turned serious. Chapter 56. They should employ the beauty trap. Su Mu asked calmly, what did he say? He inquired about how Yi Tong and Yi Yu are faring, and I told him everything truthfully. Meng Wanyu continued to sweep. He also mentioned that he has a task at hand, and once it's completed, he plans to return to the Dragon Kingdom and wishes to find time to meet you. Su Mu rested his chin on his palm, realizing that he could not afford to relax in the slightest. According to the storyline, the Dragon King, upon his return, was still unaware that he was merely the adopted son of the Yi family and regarded Yi Tong and Yi Yu as his sisters. However, as he investigated the reasons behind the fall of the Yi family, he would eventually learn of his lack of blood relation to them, leading him to desire their company. Su Mu pondered that even if the Dragon King returned and witnessed the familial bond he shared with Yi Tong and Yi Yu, he would have no justification to act against him. However, Su Mu was resolute in not entrusting his safety to others. The only truth lay in possessing sufficient strength. While the Dragon King might not take action against him, he could still resort to tyrannical means to seize his family's assets. Watching Meng Wanyu, who had finished sweeping and was now taking out the trash, Su Mu couldn't help but smile. The positive affection levels indeed made a difference. Had it been before, Meng Wanyu would never have disclosed such matters to him. Today at the company, Su Mu encountered no significant issues, and before he knew it, the afternoon had slipped away. Marking the end of the workday, he prepared to drive home, but midway, his phone vibrated with an incoming call. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Su Shou. What is it? Su Mu answered. Chen Bei just messaged me to inform that Qian Gang has taken the initiative to invite him. And the destination is the same as last time, the national banquet. Su Shou's voice came through the line. What are you telling me this for? Su Mu rolled his eyes. I have faith in your abilities. Last time, you managed to eavesdrop on Qian Gang's conversation. I'm curious how he persuaded Chen Bei to hand over the information. Su Shou chuckled. Su Mu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him before responding. Fine, I'll give it a try. That's all for now. Su Shou ended the call, leaving Su Mu to ponder for a moment before texting Yi Tong to inform her that he would be returning home later than usual. Yi Tong replied with a simple okay, accompanied by a cute emoji. A smile crept across Su Mu's face as he opened the system to check, discovering that his justice points had indeed increased. He turned his car around and headed towards Meng Wanyu's residence. Since he intended to eavesdrop, he would undoubtedly need a listening device, and Meng Wanyu's home should have plenty. Arriving at her apartment complex, Su Mu initially planned to go up, but noticed a nearby snack shop. Recalling the numerous snack wrappers at Meng Wanyu's house, he walked inside. He did not buy much, spending around 100 yuan to purchase 2 large bags of snacks for her. After paying, Su Mu used his senses to check and confirm that Meng Wanyu had already arrived home, prompting him to enter the complex. Upon reaching her floor, he knocked on her door. Meng Wanyu had changed into her pajamas and was wearing bunny slippers, quickly opening the door. Upon seeing Su Mu standing there, her usually cold and unresponsive eyes widened in surprise. Mr. Su, what brings you here? I thought it was the delivery. I am indeed here to deliver something, Sumu said with a smile, raising the 2 bags. When I dropped you off last time, I noticed all those snack wrappers on the sofa. So I guessed you might enjoy these and decided to get a few for you. Meng Wanyu stared at the snacks, and then at Sumu's warm smile. Momentarily lost in thought. Since she could remember, she had not engaged in any form of entertainment. As an assassin, her life revolved around killing or retreating into her room to isolate herself. If one were to pinpoint her sole hobby, it would be indulging in junk food. She was easy to please, uninterested in money. As long as she had clothes to wear and food to fill her stomach, she was content. Even if she were to subsist solely on plain steamed buns and bread for the next several decades, she believed she could endure. Money to her was merely a material possession, akin to the 200 yuan Sumu had sent her after she had aided him previously. Yet, within Meng Wanyue's heart, there was not a flicker of emotion. However, today, when Sumu spent 100 yuan on snacks for her, her heart began to stir. If memory served her correctly, he was the first man to buy her snacks. The former organization was no more, nor was the Dragon King. Affection level 10. Suzong, do come in. Do not linger outside, Meng Wanyue said, opening the door and stepping aside, feeling slightly embarrassed by the disarray in her home. It's all right. I've seen it before when I dropped you off last time, Sumu replied with a smile. By the way, what brings you here, Suzong? Meng Wanyue hastily shifted the topic. She had a penchant for clutter, typically waiting until the refuse accumulated before tidying up. Do you still have any listening devices? Sumu inquired, referring to their previous conversation. I'm preparing to recruit others in the company and wish to eavesdrop on their discussions. Yes, I have plenty. Let me get them for you. Meng Wanyue hurried into her bedroom and retrieved a large handful of listening devices from her suitcase, handing them to Sumu. You are giving me so many. What will you do if you need them in the future? Sumu asked upon seeing the quantity. I still have a few left, and I can always acquire more if needed, Meng Wanyue explained. Very well. Sumu nodded, pocketing the devices. I won't disturb you further. Try not to eat takeout too often. Since you live near me, let us plan a time for you to come over for dinner. I can cook for you. You're too kind, Suzong, Meng Wanyue said, offering a faint smile. I'll take my leave now. Sumu waved goodbye to Meng Wanyue as he departed. Meng Wanyue gazed at the snacks on the table, and once again, a dark thought crossed her mind. Affection level 5. Sumu reached his car, opening the storage compartment to place the listening devices inside. He retained only one, having already learned how to activate it from Meng Wanyue. Driving towards the banquet restaurant, he parked at a distance and approached on foot. After donning a mask, Sumu neared the restaurant, scanning the vicinity with heightened awareness. He surveyed all the rooms, but found no sign of Qian Gang or Chen Bei. It appeared he had arrived too early. After waiting for about 10 minutes, an Audi A8 pulled up nearby. Sumu did not turn to look. His perception was sharper than mere sight. Qian Gang exited the vehicle and made his way into the restaurant. Shortly thereafter, a Porsche Cayenne stopped at the restaurant entrance. Upon seeing the woman who emerged from the car, Sumu's eyes narrowed. Feng Yu, the bar owner. Accompanying Feng Yu was another woman, approximately 36 or 37 years old. While she lacked Feng Yu's allure, she exuded a mature and charming beauty. Just from this sight, Sumu could surmise Qian Gang's intentions. He was clearly employing the wiles of seduction. Chapter 57, You actually drugged her. Feng Yu and the woman beside her entered the restaurant, and Qian Gang, standing in the lobby, immediately greeted them with a broad smile. From his distance, Sumu could not overhear their conversation, but he could infer through his perception that they were merely exchanging pleasantries. Shortly after, Qian Gang led Feng Yu and the other woman upstairs. Remaining behind, Qian Gang appeared to be waiting for Chen Bei. Sumu continued to observe, noting that Feng Yu ascended to the 5th floor. But the private room had changed to one adjacent to the previous one. After another 10 minutes or so, a BMW X5 arrived, and Chen Bei stepped out. Upon spotting Chen Bei, Qian Gang promptly exited to welcome him. Old Chen, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you forever. Old Qian, what is this about? Suddenly inviting me to dinner? Chen Bei inquired with a smile. It's been ages since we had a meal together. Come on in, let us talk inside. Qian Gang grasped Chen Bei's arm and led him into the restaurant. Sumu did not rush to act. He followed them into the restaurant only after observing them enter the private room. As he stepped inside, a young waitress approached him with a smile. I'm here to find someone. As soon as Sumu spoke, he recognized a familiar face, the young man who had assisted him previously. He approached the young man, confirming. Yes, it's me. The young man, spotting Sumu, followed him outside. Together, they stepped out of the restaurant, where the young man asked, Sir, what can I do for you? I've brought you some money, as per our usual arrangement, 5,000. Sumu handed the listening device to the young man, stating, The room number is 520. The young man looked a bit bewildered. He hadn't even spent the previous 5,000 yet, and now he had another 5,000. Is money really that easy to earn? Gentlemen, here are our specialties. Please enjoy, the young man said, carefully placing the dishes on the table before turning to leave. Old Qian, what is going on here? Have you swapped wives? Chen Bei asked with a grin. Don't talk nonsense. Let me introduce you. This is Feng Yu, the owner of the Moonlight Bar, Qian Gang said, pointing to Feng Yu. Feng Yu smiled at Chen Bei, saying, Hello, Mr. Chen. This is my sister, Zhou Wen, who owns a beauty salon. Hello, Mr. Chen, Zhou Wen added with a mature smile. It must be said that such an old A8 is like poison for men like Qian Gang and Chen Bei. Greetings, greetings, Chen Bei continued to feign ignorance, turning to Qian Gang and asking, what is really going on? As brothers, I want to deceive you. I've made a mistake, and I need your help. Upon hearing this, Chen Bei frowned and asked, what happened? The materials for the prescription that Su boss asked me to safeguard were taken by someone else, Qian Gang said, wiping his face with his hand. No wonder the prices of materials have suddenly surged these past few days. It was you. Although Chen Bei had already suspected it, he knew that after working with Su for a while, one must be shrewd. His face was a picture of shock. I had no choice. I was threatened. You know my son is just as reckless as Su Mu. He was set up, and if I didn't hand over the materials, my son would end up in jail. Qian Gang downed another glass of white liquor. Old Qian, you know the chairman-esque character. He will forgive you for the sake of us old comrades. Just admit your mistake. Chen Bei slapped Qian Gang, who was only aware of the materials but had no understanding of the craftsmanship or proportions. He wished to conduct research, but it was far from easy. Time was of the essence. His son's illicit materials were still in their possession. Upon reaching this point, Qian Gang grasped Chen Bei's shoulder and implored, Good brother, I beseech you, please hand over the information you possess. Qian Gang, have you lost your mind? Do you wish for me to heir as well? Chen Bei's expression darkened. The seasoned players in the game knew that it would be abnormal for Chen Bei to surrender the items so readily. Qian Gang stood up and bowed deeply to Chen Bei. Brother, I am pleading with you. I have followed the chairman for decades. I would never betray him. As Chen Bei spoke, he suddenly stood up, only to find himself faint and promptly sat down again. Old Qian, there's something wrong with this wine. Chen Bei struggled to open his eyes, yet his eyelids felt utterly unresponsive. Old Chen, I must apologize. The wine is fine. It's your cup that presents the issue. Qian Gang sighed deeply. I know you too well. You would never hand it over willingly, so I must resort to certain measures. What do you intend to do? Chen Bei was taken aback, never anticipating that Qian Gang would resort to such desperate measures, administering drugs on their first meeting. That sister Zhou Wen will soon take some intimate photos with you. Should you refuse to comply, those pictures will be made public, Qian Gang stated coldly. At that point, your wife and daughter, as well as Su Shou, will all be aware, and your reputation will be irreparably tarnished. Qian Gang, after over 20 years of friendship, how could you treat me this way? Chen Bei thundered. I am truly at a loss. Qian Gang exhaled heavily. Meanwhile, Chen Bei had already collapsed onto the table. Outside, Su Mu, who was monitoring the eavesdropping, shook his head slightly, realizing the truth in the saying. The business world is akin to a battlefield. He contemplated whether to intervene. Chapter 58. This woman is truly terrifying. However, Su Mu ultimately chose not to intervene, for he possessed evidence, this recording. As long as the recording existed, it could prove Chen Bei's innocence. With this thought, Su Mu continued to perceive the situation within. Zhou Wen had already commenced her actions, positioning herself beside Chen Bei, deliberately allowing his hand to rest upon her shoulder. She then guided his other hand beneath her collar. Feng Yu had taken out her phone and began filming. The angle was perfect. It was impossible to discern that he was currently unconscious, especially with Zhou Wen's expressions complementing the scene. To the casual observer, it appeared as though Chen Bei was merely squinting, leaning in to inhale Zhou Wen's fragrance, while his hand wandered. Subsequently, Zhou Wen began to assume another pose. Qian Gang observed all of this quietly before finally speaking in a low voice. Is this how you dealt with me back then? No, Chen Bei was coerced. While you were quite willing, which is why Xiao Zhang recorded the video, Feng Yu retorted, casting a glance at Qian Gang. Huh, how sweetly you speak. Would she approach me without your orders? Qian Gang scoffed. Ultimately, it was still your initiative. I had also sent people to get close to Chen Bei, and the other elders with him withstood the temptation, but you did not. Feng Yu continued capturing photos, her expression devoid of emotion. Qian Gang clenched his fists and took a deep breath. What exactly is your relationship with Lin Yang? He claims you are his woman. I am his mother. Feng Yu's alluring visage darkened ominously. He possesses my secrets. This man is no simpleton. He has hacking skills and has previously infiltrated my family's cameras. Upon hearing this, Qian Gang surmised why Lin Yang was privy to his secrets, likely having accessed his own family's cameras as well. This time, I have put my reputation on the line for you. I did this to ensnare Chen Bei, and had it been Lin Yang, I would never stoop to such shamelessness. Qian Gang looked at Feng Yu, inhaled deeply, and inquired, what must I do to win you over? There is nothing you can do, Feng Yu replied dismissively. However, I can promise you that once I secure the weight loss drug and establish it as a renowned enterprise in Jiangbei, I would be willing to spend a few nights with you. Qian Gang lowered his head, taking another sip of wine. What should I report to Lin Yang? We can simply alter a few proportions. After all, it's all deception. He lacks the cunning I possess and will have to swallow his pride. Does he dare to act against me? Feng Yu's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Lin Yang's investigative data is inaccurate. Does he truly believe I wish to return to the Feng family? Nonsense. After the Su family's fall, I eagerly sought to join the Feng family, only to be met with derision from a crowd, and even my father did not deign to see me. From that moment on, I had long given up on the Feng family. I have my own aspirations, to become a renowned entrepreneur in Jiangbei and ultimately trample the Feng family underfoot, making them regret their past actions. However, previously, this ambition was merely a dream, lacking a background and having already surpassed 30. Achieving such a feat seemed unattainable in a lifetime. Until I heard about the weight loss drug, one that bore no side effects. I understood the terrifying potential it held. Not only in Longhua but across the globe, obesity rates are on the rise, and the future will only see this increase. This drug alone might bring her boundless wealth. Sumu sat on the steps, listening to their conversation, increasingly astonished. He had initially thought Feng Yu and Lin Yang were in cahoots, only to discover they were not united in purpose. Feng Yu's goal was to claim the drug for herself. This woman is truly formidable. A woman who knows how to leverage her own advantages is indeed a monster. Sumu remained in his position, waiting. After what felt like over an hour, Chunbei slowly opened his eyes. Qian Gang, you are a dead man. Chunbei, having just regained consciousness, found his body weak and prepared to strike Qian Gang, only to find he couldn't even lift his arm. Qian Gang pulled out his phone, flipping through the images before Chunbei's face. Especially upon seeing the women appearing outraged and unwilling, he realized he was in deep trouble. However, Chunbei was well aware of Su Shou, while he might face disgrace. It was for the sake of the Su family conglomerate. His future and that of his son were not for him to worry about. Old Chun, I am also acting out of self-preservation. I can promise you that if you provide me with the proportions and crafting techniques, I will delete these photos immediately. If they leak, I will meet a terrible fate. Qian Gang held up several fingers. Only I and Mr. Wang are privy to this information. If it gets out, the chairman will surely suspect. Chunbei looked at Qian Gang and replied, Who says so? The researchers under Wang Weiliang. Do you think none of them know? They could leak it too. Sensing Chunbei wavering, Qian Gang pressed on. Old Chun, help me just this once. I truly have no other options. I beg you, delete the photos. All right, I will delete them right away. Qian Gang swiftly deleted all the images from his phone. He was confident that Chunbei would not renege, especially since Feng Yu had the same photos on her device. Chunbei took out his phone and fiddled with it for a full 5 or 6 minutes before finally sending the information to Qian Gang. Qian Gang immediately checked the data, his relief palpable as he observed the densely packed information. Feng Yu also lifted her head to scrutinize the documents, her face lighting up with unrestrained joy. With a grand vision now set into motion, the Feng family should brace themselves. Feng Yu, Qian Gang, and the others departed, while Chunbei staggered out of the private room, still feeling somewhat dazed. No sooner had he left than the previous male attendant entered the room to commence the cleanup of the listening devices. Chunbei was in no condition to drive. He opened the car door and settled himself in the passenger seat, pulling out his phone to seek a designated driver. At that moment, the car door swung open, and Sumu took a seat beside him. You, Chunbei began, but upon realizing it was Sumu, he relaxed slightly. Oh, it's you, Su Shou. I was just contemplating how to find a driver. Old Chun, you need not worry about what transpired today, Sumu replied, producing his phone to play a pre-downloaded recording. Chunbei was taken aback. What was this? How did Sumu possess recordings of their earlier conversation when they had arrived first? Even if they attempt to threaten you with photographs in the future, we possess evidence, Sumu said with a smile. That puts my mind at ease. Chunbei nodded gently. Let us get a designated driver home. You've had a long day. Just report the truth to my father. After Sumu finished speaking, he exited the car. Chunbei watched Sumu's departing figure, reflecting that perhaps he had misjudged him after all, having concluded matters on that front. Sumu hurried back home, not wanting to keep Yitong waiting. Upon arriving at the villa area, he spotted a figure lurking outside his villa. Immediately, Sumu activated his senses. Even from this distance, he could discern the face of the individual, despite them having their back turned. Chapter 59, A Dog-Eat-Dog Scenario. As Sumu recognized the figure from afar, his brow furrowed. She was clad in a mask and hat, but those eyes were unmistakable. It was Meng Wanyue. Sumu was puzzled as to why Meng Wanyue would be here. Did she have another task? Contemplating this, he expanded his perception to ascertain what Yitong was doing inside the house. Suddenly, Sumu's expression turned cold, In addition to Yi Tong, there was a man present. This man was inside the villa, connecting wires near the router. Su Mu pressed the accelerator, driving to the villa's front. He rolled down the window and greeted Meng Wanyue, who stood by the door. Wanyue, what's the matter? Su Zong has returned. Meng Wanyue quickly approached, whispering, there are unsavory characters in the house. I'll park the car first, Su Mu replied, driving into the underground garage before stepping out. As he emerged, Meng Wanyue, who was waiting a short distance away, said softly, my digital telescope can record. I just spotted someone sneaking in, likely to sabotage something. Follow me inside. After a moment's hesitation, Su Mu accompanied Meng Wanyue into the villa. Upon pushing the door open, Yi Tong, who was seated on the sofa, immediately stood up. You're back? Wanyue is here too? I had a meeting with Wanyue, and since I hadn't invited her before, I thought it best to return with her. Given how close we are, Su Mu explained, glancing toward the corner where a man in work attire was connecting equipment to the optical modem. What is going on? Su Mu inquired. Our internet was down earlier. I had planned to call for help, but fortuitously encountered their technician at the door, Yi Tong explained to Su Mu. Su Mu nodded slightly. Good, the internet is back to normal. The young technician stood up with a smile, saying, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Thank you, Yi Tong replied with a smile. Not at all, the technician said, departing the villa. Yi Tong escorted him to the door and then closed it behind him. She turned back to Su Mu and asked, have you eaten? Not yet. Let us wait a bit before we eat, Su Mu replied, taking out his phone to send Yi Tong a message. Upon reading it, Yi Tong's expression shifted slightly before she smiled and said, by the way, the light in the bedroom is broken. Could you fix it? Perfect timing. Wanyue, could you lend a hand? Su Mu glanced at Meng Wanyue and nodded. Meng Wanyue nodded and followed Su Mu upstairs to the master bedroom. Once inside, she raised a finger to her lips for silence, moving toward the router. She retrieved a small device from her person and plugged it in, then connected her phone to it. After reviewing the data displayed on her phone, she breathed a sigh of relief. Everything is fine here. What is going on? Yi Tong asked, grasping Su Mu's arm. Wanyue, perhaps you should explain, Su Mu suggested. Yi Jia, this is a video I recorded half an hour ago, Meng Wanyue said, opening a video file on her phone. Isn't that our yard? Where did you get this footage? Yi Tong inquired, intrigued. I had her record it. Things have been a bit unsettled at home lately, and I thought of this method. Wanyue's place happens to have a view of our yard, Su Mu clarified. Ah, I see, Yi Tong said, pointing at the phone. Why is someone trespassing in our yard? Indeed, pay attention to the timing, Meng Wanyue stated, looking at Su Mu. Su Zong, there should be cameras in the yard, correct? Yes. Su Mu opened a notebook to check the yard's camera feeds. Yi Tong and Meng Wanyue gathered around to observe, but found no signs of intrusion. However, upon closer inspection, they noticed several minutes were missing from the footage. Most people would not have noticed this. Got it. The internet outage was orchestrated by that individual, whose objective was to infiltrate your home, Meng Wanyue elaborated. His equipment disrupted your network and gained access to your cameras. What? Yi Tong gasped, her expression shifting in alarm. Look at what my phone displays. The cameras monitoring the living room and yard can now be controlled remotely, Meng Wanyue explained, adding, moreover, they can delete recordings at will. Yi Tong appeared bewildered, but suddenly her eyes brightened as she recalled something she had heard at Su's manor. Su Mu, could it be related to that prescription? Highly likely. Su Mu replied with a faint smile. Internally, he had already pinpointed a suspect, Lin Yang. In the eyes of outsiders, he was merely a good-for-nothing. But if it were indeed about the prescription, who would foolishly break into his home? Presently, the only individual interested in him was Lin Yang. Of course, the son-in-law likely harbored resentment toward him as well. Yet, with his 3-year term not yet expired and his own wife's issues unresolved, he would hardly have the leisure to target Su Mu. Thus, Lin Yang was the more probable culprit. Wanyue, if you're as skilled as you seem, can you resolve this? Yi Tong asked Meng Wanyue. Of course, I can delete their program right now, Meng Wanyue assured her with a nod. Wait. Let us hold off on that for now. Su Mu suddenly raised his hand to stop them. What is the matter? Yi Tong asked, curious. Su Mu smiled, for he had more news to relay to the person behind the cameras. He recalled the recording in his possession, which captured the conversation between Feng Yu and Qian Gang. If this recording reached Lin Yang, it would undoubtedly lead to a dog-eat-dog scenario. Lin Yang is an astute individual. When Su Mu proactively presents the recording to him, he will undoubtedly harbor suspicions, perhaps even consider that Su Mu has deliberately fabricated a false recording to sow discord. However, should he overhear it through the camera, he would certainly be convinced. Moreover, the matter at hand is inherently true. With his capabilities, a slight investigation would unveil the reality. Let Lin Yang and Feng Yu engage in their quarrel. Very well, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call. Meng Wanyue nodded in acknowledgement. Wanyue, what exactly do you do? You seem to possess an abundance of knowledge. Yi Tong stepped forward, linking her arm with Meng Wanyue's. Meng Wanyue felt a twinge of embarrassment, uncertain of how to respond. As a killer, she must be proficient in techniques such as eavesdropping and intelligence gathering. This is her domain of expertise. Beyond that, she is utterly clueless. Wanyue was once a hacker, Sumu remarked with a chuckle from the side. What? How impressive! Yi Tong exclaimed, her face brimming with gratitude. Wanyue, we are fortunate to have you. Otherwise, our family's secrets would have been entirely exposed. Sumu nodded in agreement, affirming her statement. Sister Yi, it is merely my duty. Meng Wanyue replied, bashfully scratching her head. Meanwhile, Lin Yang reclined on the hotel bed, his phone in hand, displaying a recording of the living room in Sumu's villa. After Meng Wanyue's departure, Sumu sat on the sofa while Yi Tong busied herself in the kitchen. I refuse to believe I cannot uncover some dirt on you. Lin Yang grinned. This is your price for offending me. Just then, his phone rang, and he quickly answered. Boss, today. Feng Yu and Qian Gang seem to be up to something. They have yet to return. A voice crackled from the other end. The two of them? Have they begun to act? Lin Yang furrowed his brow, continuing to observe intently. Chapter 60. The simp is not worthy of pity. Sumu and Yi Tong sat at the dining table, and due to the presence of the camera, Yi Tong felt a hint of nervousness. It's fine. We usually behave this way, Sumu assured her with a smile. Affection level 10. Yi Tong nodded lightly. Recalling that there had been no intimate interactions between them in the living room previously, nor had they discussed any matters concerning the company. With this thought, she began to relax slightly. After dinner, Yi Tong washed the dishes, while Sumu ascended to the upper floor. Shortly after, Yi Tong joined him in the bedroom. Since Yi Tong's relatives had yet to leave, Sumu was not in the mood for anything intimate that day. He also felt it was prudent to give himself a break. Even with his robust physique, some precautions should still be taken. The following morning, Sumu opened his eyes, and Yi Tong stirred awake as well. Originally, Yi Tong had thought to prepare breakfast for Sumu, but he declined, urging her to rest. Affection level 20. Yi Tong felt deeply moved, suddenly realizing that she could no longer remain idle. Staying at home would not assist Sumu. In truth, she had devised a plan to seek out Wang Weiliang, an elder of the Yi family. Her previous field of study was in pharmaceutical chemistry, aligning with her family's industry. However, this sector demanded exorbitant funding, and when Sumu initially inquired about her aspirations, she had promptly abandoned that path. But now, with Wang Weiliang present at the Su family, she intended to converse with him today, even if it meant engaging in a frontline profession. After preparing breakfast, Sumu consumed a portion and left some for Yi Tong. Once everything was settled, he drove to the company. Barely seated, Su Ningbing sent a message, requesting him to come to the chairman's office on the top floor. Sumu rose and ascended to the upper level. Upon knocking and entering the office, he found Su Shou, Su Ningbing, and another individual, Chun Bei, already present. You've arrived? Su Shou greeted Sumu with a smile. Su Ningbing narrowed her eyes slightly, finding Sumu increasingly audacious. She recalled that he had promised to design the appearance of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures for her the day prior, but had yet to deliver. Did she truly have to plead with him? Sumu acknowledged, taking a seat on the sofa. Old Chun has already informed me of last night's events. Qian Gang is truly shameless, employing such despicable tactics, Su Shou remarked, his expression darkening. At that moment, I had no choice but to agree to provide him with the false documents. I initially planned to prolong the situation. Chun Bei shook his head in resignation. Xiaomu, what are your thoughts? Su Shou inquired. We cannot afford to grant them too much time. We need to instigate a sense of urgency. I believe we should disseminate the news that preparations are complete and the approvals are imminent, at which point we can commence the listing, Su Mu suggested thoughtfully. Excellent. If they catch wind of this, they will surely hasten their pace and begin production, Su Shou replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Chun Bei then stood. Nodding to Su Shou, Chairman, I understand what needs to be done. I will take my leave now. Su Shou nodded in acknowledgement. Once Chun Bei departed, Su Mu sent the recording from the previous day to Su Shou. This recording, which I procured at great expense, contains information that only he is aware of when conscious. It also includes details from when he was unconscious, Su Mu stated, leaning back on the sofa. Su Shou clicked on the recording, and together with Su Ningbing, they listened intently. Upon hearing the conversation between Feng Yu and Qian Gang, both of their expressions shifted. How could you possibly want him? Qian Gang is truly a disgrace. Su Shou scoffed. The simp is the most unworthy of pity. In the end, he will possess nothing, Su Mu remarked, crossing his arms and shaking his head gently. Su Ningbing and Su Shou exchanged glances, realizing that his previous pursuit of Feng Yu was not born out of affection. Qian Gang had taken a few days of sick leave and had not reported to work. Nevertheless, having labored at the Su Corporation for decades, his connections were still substantial. That afternoon, he received word that the approval for the Su Corporation's pharmaceutical products had been granted. Consequently, it would not be long before they went public. Qian Gang hurried downstairs, intent on seeking out Feng Yu to share the news. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, he opened his car door, only to be suddenly approached from behind by a man. The man wrapped his arm around Qian Gang's shoulder. Qian Gang could distinctly feel a knife piercing through his clothing, pressing against his waist. Who are you? Qian Gang stammered, trembling. Get in the passenger seat. I'm taking you to see my boss. The burly young man replied with a grin. A cold sweat broke out on Qian Gang. Having worked for nearly half his life, he had never encountered such a situation. Terrified, he complied. The young man took the driver's seat, casually instructing, "Don't be nervous. Place your phone in front of you." Qian Gang followed suit. The vehicle ultimately stopped at a villa belonging to Li Feiping, known for its gourmet specialties. Upon seeing the location, Qian Gang realized who was seeking him. After alighting from the car, he spotted Lin Yang and Li Feiping seated at a stone table in the yard, sipping tea. Li Feiping rose with a smile to greet him. "President Qian, I apologize for bringing you here in such a manner. There's still a week left on the deadline?" Qian Gang feigned calmness. "Last night, with Feng Yu's assistance, you should have obtained it, correct?" Lin Yang inquired as he approached. "How do you know?" Qian Gang's eyes were filled with a hint of trepidation. Just moments ago he was oblivious. But now he was enlightened. Lin Yang grinned. "What's the matter? Have you obtained it, and chosen not to hand it over? What are your intentions?" "I thought Feng Yu had already given it to you," Qian Gang replied. "Didn't you say she was your woman?" "She is indeed my woman. But she tends to be rather disobedient," Lin Yang retorted, pointing at Qian Gang. "Hurry up and hand it over. I can offer you a sum of money." Qian Gang narrowed his eyes and eventually produced his phone, revealing the falsified documents that Feng Yu had hastily amended the previous night. Li Feiping snatched the phone from him, his gaze dancing over the contents, a smile spreading across his face. He then transferred the files to his own device. "You may leave now. Once we start making profits, I will ensure you receive a fair remuneration for your efforts." Lin Yang waved dismissively at Qian Gang. "As for my blackmail material, rest assured, we are engaging in a fair exchange and will not divulge it," Lin Yang assured with a smile. Qian Gang nodded and drove away. Li Feiping, brimming with elation as he scrutinized the documents, exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, we're about to strike gold. I'll notify the department immediately to prepare for full-scale production." "Are you foolish? How can you launch full production without first verifying the authenticity of the drugs?" Lin Yang shot a sidelong glance at Li Feiping. "You are right, sir. I was too hasty," Li Feiping chuckled. "Let us first find someone to produce a few samples based on this method." "Agreed," Lin Yang nodded, sensing the terrifying potential of this drug. "Once we have the funds, we will turn our attention to the Su family. By then, Su Yaya, that ethereal beauty, will surely come begging for my mercy." Chapter 61. Wan Yu, you are truly formidable. Su Mu sat in his office, contemplating when he could return home to play Feng Yu's recording for Lin Yang. This recording could only be played once. If it were to be continuously broadcasted under surveillance, Lin Yang would have to be exceptionally dim-witted to believe it. Thus, timing the playback was crucial. By allowing the Su family to leak news of an impending market launch, he aimed to accelerate the pace of Lin Yang and Feng Yu's actions. "No, I can't just sit here. I need to take action," Su Mu declared as he stepped out of the office. Ordinarily, he would assign the task of monitoring to Wang Biao. However, Lin Yang was no ordinary individual, and using Wang Biao for surveillance could easily raise suspicions. It was imperative for Su Mu, who currently operated from the shadows, to maximize this advantage. "Wan Yu," Su Mu called out, approaching Meng Wan Yu, who was seated nearby. "Suzong, what is it?" Meng Wan Yu approached with an impassive expression. "You seem like you wouldn't want to remain cooped up in the office all day," Su Mu whispered in her ear. Meng Wan Yu felt a slight flush as she sensed Su Mu's breath. She herself was bewildered as to why her heart raced at his proximity. Affection level 3. Being a killer, she preferred physical tasks over office work. "Come, let us go execute a mission," Su Mu urged Meng Wan Yu. After all, as the manager, Su Mu was somewhat superfluous. Typically, his subordinates could handle matters without him, requiring only his signature. Meng Wan Yu nodded lightly, following Su Mu downstairs. "Drive your car. Our mission today is surveillance, and my vehicle is rather conspicuous." Su Mu glanced at Meng Wan Yu. She nodded softly, leading him to the ground parking lot where a Wuling Hongguang awaited them. "You drive this to work?" Su Mu asked, astonished. Meng Wan Yu's office attire and delicate features seemed entirely at odds with the vehicle. "This car is excellent. It has ample space, rear-wheel drive, and can drift," Meng Wan Yu stated, taking her seat in the driver's position. "All right." Su Mu settled into the passenger seat, instructing, "Let us head to the moonlit bar first. I'll send you the address." "Understood," Meng Wan Yu nodded, starting the car and following the navigation to their destination. Su Mu squinted thoughtfully, contemplating their next steps. According to the intel he had gathered, Feng Yu intended to produce weight loss drugs herself, but she was working with counterfeit materials. The processes and ratios she provided to Lin Yang were equally fraudulent. Given Lin Yang's high level of intelligence, he was certainly no fool and would undoubtedly conduct experiments. Once he discovered the drugs were ineffective, he would likely confront Feng Yu first. Sumu merely needed to wait for Lin Yang to seek her out, which would probably lead to a confrontation. He only needed to ensure that Lin Yang became aware of the recording at that moment. The street behind the moonlit bar was rather secluded, seldom traversed by passers-by. Meng Wanyu parked her car there. "Suzong, why are we here?" Meng Wanyu inquired. Puzzled. "Do you see that small window above us? That's Feng Yu's room." Su Mu pointed upward. He had already sensed the situation inside and noted that Feng Yu was absent. "I'm not sure what's going on," Meng Wanyu murmured softly. "This is company confidential, but I trust you. I'll share it with you, but you mustn't disclose it to anyone else." Su Mu smiled. Well aware that Meng Wanyu was affiliated with the Dragon King and had no ties to Feng Yu or Lin Yang. Thus, she would not relay this information to them. Meng Wanyu felt a swell of emotion. Despite knowing her connections, Su Mu still placed such trust in her. Affection level, 10. "I swear, I won't tell a soul, not even if the Dragon King himself inquires," Meng Wanyu promised, looking at Su Mu. Su Mu nodded, sensing that their relationship was indeed progressing. He understood Meng Wanyu's character. If she dared to say such a thing, she would certainly follow through. He recounted the events leading up to this moment, specifically mentioning that when she was photographing in front of her villa, he suspected she might be working for another company. Meng Wanyu nodded in understanding, finally grasping the complexities of the business world. "Suzong, what should we do now?" she asked. "In truth, I wish to install a listening device in Feng Yu's room, but there's only that small window, making it quite challenging," Su Mu mused, stroking his chin. That room was highly secure. Aside from the small window, the only other access was the main door on the second floor of the bar, which was guarded and heavily monitored. It was virtually impossible to infiltrate unnoticed. "Does her room have any cameras?" Meng Wanyu inquired. "I'm not sure. It's likely there aren't any." Su Mu shook his head. Details about Feng Yu within the narrative were scant. "Leave that to me. I can install the listening device. If there are cameras, I can also control them, just like you mentioned with Lin Yang," Meng Wanyu stated, looking at Su Mu. "Wanyu, are you that skilled?" Su Mu exclaimed in surprise. If Meng Wanyu could indeed manage this, it would alleviate many complications. "But there's one condition. The room must be empty," Meng Wanyu added. "You needn't worry. I'm confident that no one is inside right now," Su Mu assured, having checked through his senses. "All right, give me 3 minutes." Meng Wanyu took out her phone and retrieved an instrument from the vehicle's toolbox, connecting it to her mobile device. What is she doing? This is the latest equipment from the American military, procured through the black market, capable of detecting nearby cameras. Meng Wanyu pointed to the blinking dots on the device. "Look, there is only one camera on this street." Having said that, she drove away from the deserted street, stopping at an intersection that conveniently lay within the camera's blind spot. She retrieved a screw from the car, rolled down the window, and hurled it out with a sudden motion. Crack! The camera lens shattered instantly. "Wanyu, you are truly fierce," Su Mu praised, giving her a thumbs up. Affection level 5. Su Mu glanced at the black text above Meng Wanyu's head, wondering if this girl enjoyed receiving compliments. Meng Wanyu's expression turned somewhat awkward as she drove back. After exiting the vehicle, she opened the back door and climbed in. Beneath the seat, she changed into a pair of flat shoes, donned a mask and a cap, and slung a tool bag over her shoulder. "Su, are you certain that room is unoccupied?" Meng Wanyu inquired as she stepped out of the car. "Absolutely. Not only is the room vacant, but there is also no one at this intersection," Su Mu replied with a smile. "Great." No sooner had Meng Wanyu spoken than the Wuling Hongguang shook slightly. She had already leapt onto the car's roof. Su Mu had just opened the window to observe when he saw Meng Wanyu spring into action, effortlessly grasping the external air conditioning unit's support on the second floor. Her movements were as agile as a cat, and within moments, she stood before a small window. From her backpack, she extracted her tools, and, within a mere 30 seconds, had the window opened. Chapter 62. Who exactly is this brother of mine? Meng Wanyu squeezed through the narrow window and found the room to be utterly empty. She first employed her device to scan the area, discovering the absence of cameras. However, she did spot a disassembled socket on the wall facing the sofa, which concealed a pinhole camera. Meng Wanyu was perplexed. Had someone previously installed this hidden camera only to be discovered by Feng Yu? She chose not to dwell on it, and immediately set up a listening device beneath the sofa. Once installed, she retrieved a cloth from her bag to wipe away any footprints left behind. "Wanyu." At that moment, a voice suddenly emanated from outside the window. Su Mu's head appeared. "What the hell?" Meng Wanyu was startled by Su Mu's unexpected arrival and cursed instinctively. She quickly asked, "Su, how did you get up here? Hurry." Feng Yu is already heading up the stairs, Su Mu urgently warned. His senses alert as he clearly observed Feng Yu and Qian Gang entering the bar through the front door. Initially, he had intended to notify her by phone, but this was far more expedient. Okay, Meng Wanyue had disregarded the floor, which would be inconspicuous to most, and swiftly cleaned the area by the window. Subsequently, she moved outside and used her tools to reinstall the lock on the window. Just as Meng Wanyue leapt down from the second floor, the door swung open, revealing Feng Yu. She quickly took her seat in the driver's position and drove away from the scene. Before departing, Meng Wanyue glanced back at the window. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Su, how did you manage to get up there? I've always been physically fit since childhood, so I simply climbed up." Su Mu replied with a grin. "Su, you are quite impressive. Where shall we go next?" Meng Wanyue asked. "Find a parking spot near the bar," Su Mu suggested with a smile. Meng Wanyue nodded, parking at the edge of another intersection, where she logged into the cloud using her phone. Feng Yu's voice resonated from the device. At that moment, Su Mu also expanded his senses, discovering that Feng Yu's room was just within the periphery of his awareness, allowing him to glimpse the scene inside. "Feng Yu, I was captured by Lin Yang today. He forced me to hand over the documents. I sent him the fake documents you provided me yesterday," Qian Gang stated while seated on the sofa. "Does he dare to do that? If he tries again, remember to call the police," Feng Yu replied, narrowing her eyes before smiling. "You seem quite eager to find me today. Is there something on your mind?" "I heard news about the Su Corporation. The approval has come through, and they are about to go public," Qian Gang remarked to Feng Yu. "If they go public first, we could infringe on their patents. Rest assured, do you think I went out for nothing today? While I may not match the Su Corporation in Jiang City, the situation is entirely different in Yang City. I have already discussed matters with the local officials, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should be able to commence production in a few days," Feng Yu replied with a faint smile. "How can it be so fast?" Qian Gang inquired, puzzled. "What I applied for was a health product, while the Su Corporation applied for a pharmaceutical. The review standards and speeds differ significantly," Feng Yu explained. Casting a glance at Qian Gang, "You should lay low for a few days. Once our weight loss drug hits the market, it will undoubtedly create a stir throughout the Dragon Kingdom and even the world." Su Mu listened to their conversation, gently shaking his head. Feng Yu might soon find herself disappointed. Since the recording was uploaded to the cloud, it only required logging into the account, making distance irrelevant. Even if Su Mu were at home, he could still hear their dialogue. The only distinction was that he could not perceive the visuals inside. According to Meng Wanyue, the listening device was expected to function for about 10 days before running out of battery. Su Mu believed that 10 days would certainly suffice. The two returned to the company, where Su Mu sat in his office, doing nothing but listening to the sounds from Feng Yu's room. He sensed that Lin Yang would soon discover that the medication Qian Gang provided was a counterfeit. At 3 in the afternoon, at the Flavor Foods factory, in the R&D department, Lin Yang and Li Feiping wore grim expressions. "What has become of those 5 test subjects?" Lin Yang inquired, his brow furrowed. "Mr. Lin, those 5 individuals are still experiencing severe diarrhea. One of them is reportedly on the verge of collapse," Li Feiping replied solemnly. "Li, while we may originate from the food industry, as long as we have materials, proportions, and production techniques, we can create anything," a bespectacled middle-aged man in a lab coat remarked, looking at Li Feiping. "Moreover, I am producing in batches. It can't all be wrong, can it?" "It certainly isn't your fault." Lin Yang's gaze turned icy. "There is an issue with the production process." "What?" Li Feiping gasped. "Are you suggesting that Qian Gang deceived us?" Thankfully, he had heeded Lin Yang's advice and refrained from full-scale production. Otherwise, he would have been facing ruin. "Either Qian Gang has duped us, or the Su Corporation supplied us with fakes." Lin Yang narrowed his eyes before saying, "I will go find Feng Yu." Meanwhile, Su Mu continued eavesdropping. But it was evident that Qian Gang had left, and the sounds from Feng Yu's room ceased as well. Just then, a knock echoed at Su Mu's door. "Come in," Su Mu called out. The office door swung open, revealing not Meng Wanyue, but rather Su Ningbing, clad in uniform, flanked by 2 exceptionally intimidating figures. Su Ningbing adjusted her glasses, her expression calm as she entered. "Sister, what brings you here?" Su Mu asked, somewhat taken aback. Su Ningbing inwardly cursed. For these past few days, besides the matter of the company's weight loss medication, another issue had been weighing heavily on her heart: the desire to become a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Su Mu had promised her that he would enlighten her on the appearance of celestial materials and earthly treasures, yet he had yet to fulfill that promise. All she knew were the names, and her attempts to search online yielded no results, leaving her at a loss. "Ahem, have you forgotten something?" Su Ningbing approached Su Mu's desk and cleared her throat softly. "What have I forgotten?" Su Mu inquired. "You previously mentioned that you would provide me with images of celestial materials and earthly treasures," Su Ningbing stated directly. "Oh, I've been preoccupied with company matters lately and completely overlooked that. I'll draw it for you now," Sumu replied, pulling out a sheet of A4 paper. Let me do the drawing. I've studied sketching before. Su Ningbing walked over and suggested. Given Sumu's skill, what if he drew inaccurately? Rest assured, I possess a modicum of artistic talent, Sumu said nonchalantly as he picked up a black pen. Upon hearing this, Su Ningbing's eyes widened in surprise. By the way, am I handsome? Sumu asked. You are handsome, very handsome. Su Ningbing gritted her teeth in response. Am I good to you? Sumu began to sketch but continued his questioning. Su Ningbing found herself momentarily speechless. Sumu was exceptionally capable, yet he had always feigned weakness since childhood. Moreover, he possessed the ability to enable Su Shou to become a practitioner of ancient martial arts, which likely indicated that he himself was one. The fact that he allowed her to strike him in their sparring sessions genuinely moved Su Ningbing. Affinity level, 10. All right, you treat me very well, Su Ningbing stated plainly. As it was the truth. Just as she spoke, Sumu had already sketched 3 types of plants, meticulously annotating their colors and characteristics. Su Ningbing gazed at the vibrant illustrations on the paper, utterly astonished. This was done with a signature pen? It resembled a photograph. What kind of extraordinary person was her brother? At that moment, Sumu's phone emitted a woman's voice, asking, Why are you here? Then, a man's voice followed, saying, I missed you, so I came to see you. Sumu smiled. Lin Yang had finally met Feng Yu. Chapter 63. This woman is infuriating. What is going on? Su Ningbing listened intently to the voices emanating from the phone. A listening device. I installed one in Feng Yu's room, Sumu chuckled. Su Ningbing did not leave and stayed nearby to eavesdrop. Lin Yang, seated on a black leather sofa, immediately noticed a pinhole camera in the socket across from him. How did you remove the camera? Lin Yang asked with a smirk. This camera was originally intended to monitor my room to prevent any intrusions. But I never anticipated that the very device I installed would become an eye for others to surveil me. Feng Yu smiled alluringly. Initially thinking that something was hidden elsewhere in the room, she had even had someone turn everything upside down, only to discover that it was her own device watching her. Sumu nodded inwardly as he listened. Meng Wanyue had mentioned this matter upon their return. Sumu had speculated that someone had surreptitiously installed a pinhole camera, but he never expected that the camera was installed by Feng Yu herself, just like the one at his home. It now confirmed that Lin Yang was the one monitoring him. Sumu mused that luck was on his side, since Feng Yu had just thoroughly checked her entire house. It was unlikely that the listening device installed by Meng Wanyue would be discovered anytime soon. Sumu continued to listen. I wonder who is so uncouth. Lin Yang chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps it's an animal. Feng Yu giggled, covering her mouth. All right, let us get to the point. Hand over the actual proportions and manufacturing processes to me, Lin Yang said, his smile fading. I have a good deal of patience when it comes to beautiful women. If you give it to me now, we can remain good friends. What do you mean? Didn't Tiqian Gang give you the money? Feng Yu queried. Her face a mask of confusion. He did, but it was counterfeit. Qian Gang acted on your behalf, and if he dared to do so, it must have been with your authorization, Lin Yang replied, extending his hand, his expression growing colder. I'll say it again. Give me the real deal, and we can still be friends. That is impossible. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? I understand now. It must be a conspiracy from the Su family. No wonder Qian Gang managed to acquire the information so easily, Feng Yu pondered aloud. Lin Yang nodded slightly. This was also what he suspected. Compared to Feng Yu, he was more suspicious of the Su family, as Qian Gang had obtained the information with alarming ease. Given a week, he completed it in a day. Ha! Miss Feng. We are on the same wavelength. I too believe that the Su family is behind this. Lin Yang's previously cold demeanor instantly transformed into a smile. I thought you were planning to make a move against me. Feng Yu retorted with a cold snort. No, as I mentioned earlier. I have a high tolerance for beautiful women, Lin Yang replied, grinning as he rose. This Qian Gang truly cannot handle his responsibilities. It seems he needs a stern lesson. With that, Lin Yang left the bar. Su Ningbing had also heard Su Mu's recording, and it was evident that Feng Yu intended to claim everything for herself, deliberately providing Lin Yang with erroneous information. Unfortunately, she believed the correct information was also false. Contemplating this, Su Ningbing glanced at Su Mu, realizing that it was he who had devised this plan. Su Ningbing was unsure why, but she suddenly felt that Su Mu was not as insufferable as before. I'm leaving, Su Ningbing said as she turned to depart. Su Mu, resting his chin on his hand, thought that now Lin Yang believed the information he obtained was false, he should have some free time. Therefore, Su Mu planned to stage a performance for him tonight, hoping he would witness a live broadcast. After work, Su Mu drove home, parking in the underground garage before taking out his phone to message Yitong. He outlined the approximate proceedings for the evening. The other party would be able to observe the living room through the camera and hear the sounds, but the text on the phone would be undetectable. After receiving Yitong's reply, Su Mu exited the car and made his way to the villa. I'm back. Yitong greeted him with her usual smile. Something significant happened at the company today. Would you like to hear about it? Sumu asked as he settled onto the sofa, looking at Yitong. What is it? Yitong feigned ignorance. One of the elders of the Su family, Qiangang, is a traitor within our company. The materials I previously mentioned to you were leaked by him, Sumu informed Yitong. What? Such a thing? Yitong exclaimed, her face a picture of shock. It must be false, right? After all, he is an elder of the company. False. I have all the evidence. Last night, Qiangang dined with another elder and even drugged him during the meal. Sumu recounted the events to Yitong, albeit with slight embellishments to ensure the narrative flowed smoothly. Sumu conveyed to Yitong, or rather, to the Lin Yang behind the camera, that Qinbei had been coerced into divulging the genuine materials. Yet, all of this was under Su Shou's control, with company secrets compromised. What good could come from two individuals privy to core information dining together? Thus, Su Shou had preemptively installed a listening device on Qinbei, capturing their conversation. Lin Bei remained oblivious to the presence of the listening device. After a night of inner turmoil, he confided in Su Shou at noon, exposing Qiangang's treachery. He also admitted to betraying the company and expressed his willingness to face legal repercussions. However, Su Shou chose to forgive him, valuing his courage to speak the truth. Do you have a recording? Yitong inquired proactively, as Sumu had previously instructed. Lin Yang, being astute, knew that without tangible evidence, Sumu's word alone would likely not be taken seriously. Of course I do, Sumu replied, pulling out his phone and cranking up the volume. Playing a recording of the conversation between Feng Yu and Qiangang, particularly their scheming remarks about Lin Yang. After everything was revealed, Sumu added, due to this leak of information, my father intends to expedite the launch of the weight loss drug, ensuring that no one else beats us to it. Sumu's assumption was somewhat off. Lin Yang had not been monitoring the cameras. His busy schedule precluded him from keeping a constant watch on Sumu. Nevertheless, he had instructed his subordinates to keep an eye on matters. Upon hearing the news, they promptly dispatched the recording and video to Lin Yang. At that moment, Lin Yang was preoccupied with how to obtain the precise ratios and processes. However, upon receiving Sumu's message, a fierce killing intent washed over his face. He loathed betrayal and deception. His closest ally abroad had perished due to treachery. Feng Yu's cunning was indeed profound. She had secured genuine information but sought to claim it for herself, misleading others and shifting the blame onto the Su group. This woman deserved retribution. Lin Yang sprang into action, determined to make Feng Yu pay a heavy price for crossing him. The king of mercenaries. How many lives did she think she had? At the Moonlight Bar, the evening was the prime time, with pulsating music and a DJ igniting a frenzied atmosphere where patrons danced as if entranced. Feng Yu sat in a second-floor room, reclining on a sofa, basking in the dim light while toasting herself with a glass of red wine. Already envisioning her future as a renowned entrepreneur, trampling the Feng family beneath her feet, she swore she would not let her so-called father and his domineering children escape unscathed. Suddenly, a sound from the window startled her. As she rose, a loud crash echoed, and the glass shattered explosively. Chapter 64. Feng Yu regrets it. Lin Yang's hand reached through the opening, slowly pushing the window aside to enter. This window is quite the challenge, he remarked. Feng Yu furrowed her brows. Mr. Lin, why not use the front door? Why destroy my window? I wish to remain inconspicuous, Lin Yang replied. After entering the room, he drew the curtains closed, ensuring there were likely no cameras present now. What do you intend to do? Feng Yu asked, her gaze wary as she noticed Lin Yang donning black gloves, instinctively retreating. I detest being deceived, yet it seems that some are determined to do so, Lin Yang stated with a calm demeanor as he approached her. Sensing danger, Feng Yu bolted for the door, but Lin Yang seized her hair, yanking her back uncontrollably. He pinned her down with a forceful blow, her face scraping against the ground, blood seeping from her wounds. Help! Ugh! Before she could cry out, Lin Yang's knee struck her abdomen, causing her to cough up blood, collapsing lifelessly to the floor. Unable to utter a sound. Beauty has its privileges with me, but you do not qualify, Lin Yang declared, grasping her hair and surveying her disfigured face. In my eyes, true beauty is pure, you are tainted. Lin Yang, Feng Yu cried, tears streaming from the pain. What have I done to provoke you? Lin Yang leisurely retrieved his phone, playing the recording acquired from Sumu. Terror flickered in Feng Yu's eyes upon realizing that Su Shou had indeed planted a listening device on Qinbei. What more do you have to say? You conspired with Qiangang to deceive me, and after your scheme succeeded, you spent nights with him, Lin Yang sneered. I suspect you've relied on these older men to reach where you are today. Initially, he had considered adding her to his harem, but the revelation left him feeling repulsed. I could indulge in the company of these older men. What does that have to do with you? Feng Yu retorted defiantly, with a sharp slap. Lin Yang struck her face, showing no mercy. leaving her bloodied. As a mercenary, he had encountered countless beautiful assassins. If he were to spare her merely for her looks, he would have met his demise long ago. Feng Yu, hand over the genuine information. I will not. If you have the guts, kill me. Feng Yu defiantly refused. Kill you? Apologies, but I truly possess that capability. You have no idea what I am capable of. With a swift motion, Lin Yang grasped Feng Yu's shoulder and twisted it gently, causing her to gasp in pain as her exquisite face contorted. I will dismember you and feed you to the fish, he threatened, grasping her other arm. No, please. Feng Yu finally succumbed to fear. She was just an ordinary person. Her resolve nowhere near that of a seasoned mercenary like Lin Yang. She understood that if she perished, everything would end. Surviving meant there was still a chance for a turnaround. Feng Yu, divulge everything you know, and I may spare your life. Should you dare deceive me again. Lin Yang's expression remained calm as he rose and approached the wooden bar, pressing his hand against it. With a thunderous crash, the entire bar trembled, fissures appearing in its structure, nearly collapsing. Feng Yu, witnessing this, began to tremble. Are you truly the legendary martial artist? No wonder you are the illegitimate daughter of the Feng family. You possess quite an understanding. I can assure you, should you attempt any further schemes against me, it will not be as simple as death, Lin Yang replied with an air of arrogance. Feng Yu, feeling defeated, lowered her head, tears streaming down her face as she grappled with her reality. Just moments ago, she had envisioned herself towering over the Feng family. Now, she was thrust back into the stark truth. She regretted ever collaborating with Lin Yang. Had she not crossed paths with him, she might have succeeded. Yet soon, she came to realize that not everyone was like Su Mu, who offered unconditional support. Su Mu was fully aware that she was betraying him and exploiting him. Yet he remained steadfast. A bitter smile crossed her lips. As Su Mu had said, she had become a wretched creature, aligning herself with those who treated her poorly to oppress those who treated her well. Damn it, truly damn it. She resolved to seek out Su Mu and confess her regrets. Meanwhile, Su Mu and Yi Tong had already nestled beneath the covers. They listened intently to the sounds emanating from the phone, unable to see the visuals, yet the audio painted vivid images in their minds. Is this the bar owner you frequented? Yi Tong whispered. Indeed, my prior approach was to uncover the fact that she had infiltrated my company to conduct investigations. Su Mu fabricated a benevolent lie, having long since shed the role of the antagonist he once was. He would certainly never engage in such sycophantic behavior. Favorability 20. I have misunderstood you all along, but I am indifferent to it. Yi Tong linked her arm with Su Mu's and declared, You are the only family I have left besides Yi. As long as you treat us well, I do not care if you have other women. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. Wife, you. He was at a loss for words, wondering if such a woman truly existed in the world. All right, let us not dwell on this matter any further. Yi Tong pressed her face against Su Mu's arm, feeling a bit shy to admit that he was simply too overwhelming for her to handle. She inherently possessed a pleasing personality. Given how well Su Mu treated her, she felt guilty for not being able to satisfy him fully, thinking it might be better for him to seek solace elsewhere. I will always treat you well. You are my wife, and no one can take you away from me. Su Mu embraced Yi Tong, asserting that if that Dragon King sought to claim his Yi Tong, then he would dare to take his life. Favorability 20. Yi Tong softly remarked, Has it ended over there? Please turn off your phone. I feel a bit sorry for that woman. All right. Su Mu nodded gently, knowing that the recording function was active, allowing him to listen to any important information later. At least one piece of information had caught his attention. Feng Yu was the illegitimate daughter of the Feng family. Suddenly, Su Mu's expression shifted. This Yi Tong had become increasingly audacious lately. With her relatives visiting, his accumulation of justice points had slowed, but he had still managed to amass 10 consecutive draws. Su Mu disregarded Yi Tong for the moment and activated the system to begin the lottery. Time, like water in a sponge, would yield if squeezed. He first checked his status panel. Name, Su Mu. Character, Villainous Sacred Body. Manager of Human Resources at Su Corporation. Realm, Early Dark Strength. Physique, 170. Spirit, 170. Cultivation points, 60, max 200. Destiny power, 40. Su Mu found it curious, logically, by pitting Feng Yu, the female protagonist, against Lin Yang. Lin Yang should have lost some destiny power, yet his own had not increased. Did he need to meet them in person to seize it? He shrugged off the thought and focused on the lottery. He initiated the 10 consecutive draws, and the wheel began to spin. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 20 cultivation points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a third-grade self-healing pill. Chapter 65. The self-healing pill can treat early-stage cancer. Su Mu was astonished. What was a third-grade self-healing pill? Judging by its name, it appeared to be some form of elixir. He decided to examine its primary functions later and continued with the draws. Ding. Congratulations, Host, you have obtained 10 attribute points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 50 cultivation points. Sumu nodded inwardly, pleased with the influx of cultivation points, as his foremost goal was to elevate his realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an Earth-level technique, Cloud Step. Wow, Earth-level. Sumu was thrilled to have drawn an Earth-level technique. Yitong, tidying up beside him, murmured, "What's wrong today? Are you tired? I'm not feeling well today. You should get some sleep." Sumu gently tapped Yitong's head. According to the narrative, techniques were categorized into 4 realms: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with those above heaven existing only in legends. Logically speaking, the most formidable techniques were the heaven-level ones, exclusive to significant forces and top sections. Earth-level techniques were scarce even among hidden families, only possessed by the most prestigious of them. Sumu never expected to draw one. The lottery was not yet over, and he continued to wait. However, the subsequent draws yielded only the minimum rewards. Once everything concluded, Sumu inspected the results of his 10 consecutive draws: a third-grade self-healing pill, 1 Earth-level technique, a commendable total of 150 cultivation points, and 40 attribute points. Sumu first examined the details of the self-healing pill. According to the description, it could resolve general early-stage tumors. It could instantaneously enhance the cellular phagocytic ability within the body, allowing it to decompose and absorb tumors, thus achieving self-healing capabilities. It was important to note that tumors equated to cancer, meaning this pill could treat early-stage cancer. Quite impressive. Sumu then checked the Earth-level technique, Cloud Step, and realized it was not an offensive type of technique. Cloud Step, in simple terms, allowed one to place energy beneath their feet, enabling them to perform double and triple jumps. As one's cultivation strengthened, the number of jumps would increase, ultimately allowing the practitioner to walk on air. Sumu marveled at the prowess of Earth-level techniques. Flight was indeed possible. However, given his current realm, he was uncertain how many steps he could take. He allocated all his attribute points, further enhancing his physical capabilities. Congratulations, host, you have entered the mid-dark strength realm. He reviewed his current attributes. Name, Sumu. Character, villainous sacred body, manager of human resources at Su Corporation. Realm, mid-dark strength. Physique, 190. Spirit, 190. Cultivation points, 10, max 200. Destiny power, 40. Logically, he should have been in a sage mode now, but with his elevation, his brother had once again risen. However, Yitong had already fallen asleep, and Sumu did not wish to wake her. Everything could wait until tomorrow. The next morning, Sumu awoke quietly, rising early to head downstairs to the bathing area. He preferred to practice his technique without being seen. The courtyard had cameras, as did the living room, and the second-floor bathroom was rather cramped. The most suitable location was the spacious bathing area on the first floor, designed for soaking. Sumu was adept at integrating the techniques he had drawn. Understanding how to utilize them, he leaped into the air and activated Cloud Step. Although he was airborne, he felt as if he was stepping on something solid beneath him, allowing him to jump even higher. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Currently, Sumu, at the mid-dark strength realm, could take 3 steps in the air. When he added his initial jump, he felt confident that he could reach heights of over 10 meters with ease. The self-healing pill. Sumu retrieved a black pill from his storage space, roughly the size of a marble from his childhood. He brought it to his nose to inhale its scent. And suddenly, his mind filled with knowledge about the drug. At that moment, he remembered that he possessed expertise in pharmacology. This meant he could analyze this pill and potentially replicate it, offering a solution for tumors, which was far superior to weight loss pills, right? Sumu scrutinized the pill further, even tasting it lightly, before shaking his head gently. The formulation contained 2 rare ingredients, making mass production impossible. Just then, Sumu's phone rang. He shook his head slightly, thinking it might be his father again, but upon checking, he discovered it was Zhao Yingying. After answering, Sumu asked, "Yingying, your mother's surgery should be over by now, right?" "Brother Mu woo woo woo." Upon hearing his voice, Zhao Yingying burst into tears, her sobs more intense than when she had previously borrowed money. "What happened?" Sumu furrowed his brow, concerned. "Mugu, during the surgery yesterday, the doctor informed me that my mother has been diagnosed with gastric cancer and requires transfer to another hospital. My mother insists on returning home and refuses treatment, and I am powerless to stop her. Zhao Yingying is sobbing over there. At her age, should it not be early-stage cancer?" Sumu inquired with a stoic expression. "Indeed. The doctor confirmed it is early stage, and there remains a chance for treatment, but it demands considerable financial resources. My mother has already taken a taxi home." Zhao Yingying's voice quivered as she spoke, tears streaming down her face. "Please send me your address. I will come over immediately," Sumu said into his phone. He felt that the self-healing elixir he possessed might prove useful, as this initial stage of cancer is treatable. The two precious herbs within are not of the highest quality. And should the need arise in the future, Su Mu could concoct more himself. As for the one in his possession, perhaps he could gift it to Zhao Yingying's mother. Skipping breakfast, Su Mu sent a message to Yi Tong before driving to the destination. Based on the address Zhao Yingying provided, he discovered their residence was in the same vicinity as Lu Shuyao's, albeit one to the east and the other to the west. Upon his arrival, he found Zhao Yingying waiting in front of a residential building. As Su Mu parked by the roadside and exited the vehicle, Zhao Yingying rushed towards him, burying her tear-streaked face in his chest. Mugu, I am so sorry for calling you so early. My mother went home while I was in the restroom this morning. Zhao Yingying was already in a state of distress. It's all right. I will have a word with her, Su Mu gently reassured as he patted Zhao Yingying's head. Affection level 10. All right, Su Mu Gu. Zhao Yingying turned and led the way. Their home was on the second floor. Upon entering, Su Mu noticed the iron gate of their home was already rusted. Inside, however, the atmosphere starkly contrasted the disorderly exterior, though the house was filled with many items. They were meticulously arranged, exuding a sense of warmth. At that moment, Li Yun sat on the living room sofa, dressed in black trousers and a snug blue sweater. Su Mu was taken aback upon seeing her. Previously, she had been covered with blankets in her hospital bed, revealing only her mature visage. Now, observing her fully, it was evident she was remarkable, possessing an even stronger presence than Su Ningbing. Unlike Su Ningbing, whose figure was almost cartoonish in its perfection, Li Yun had a slight softness around her waist, a pleasantly plump physique, complemented by her mature and alluring face. It was no wonder Fang Chu was enamored with Li Yun. Su Mu himself began to harbor doubts. Fang Chu's primary interest was undoubtedly Li Yun, with Zhao Yingying merely a secondary consideration. Mother, please stop talking. Li Yun's eyes were slightly reddened as she glanced at Su Mu. Xiao Su, my daughter has caused you trouble. Chapter 66. Auntie's illness, I can cure. Auntie, it's not that it cannot be treated. Why did you sneak home? You made Yingying worry. Su Mu approached Li Yun and took a seat beside her. It can be treated, but the expenses are exorbitant. We have already borrowed 150,000 from you. I can lend more. Su Mu interrupted Li Yun. Affection level 10. Li Yun looked at Su Mu's earnest expression, touched as she wiped her tears. Xiao Su, we would need several 100,000 more. Even if it could be cured, how would we repay? Zhao Yingying, seated beside her mother, wept. I will repay it. Your mother fears you will. So young, carrying a debt of several 100,000. How will you live on? Li Yun sighed deeply. Especially since the doctor mentioned a chance for recovery. What if it doesn't work? Auntie, I can directly provide you with the funds. You need not repay me. Su Mu stated, gazing at Li Yun. This is out of the question. Whose money isn't hard-earned? I cannot accept your money freely. Li Yun shook her head. Xiao Su, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I only wish for you to take good care of Yingying in the future. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Li Yun was implying something quite clear. To take care of Yingying would suggest a marriage proposal. To be honest, Auntie, I am already married. Su Mu clarified. Hearing this, Li Yun was momentarily taken aback. Why were all the good men she admired already married? However, rest assured, Auntie, your illness can be treated. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Zhao Yingying stood up, curious, and opened the door. Upon seeing the couple outside, she exclaimed in surprise, Uncle, Auntie, what brings you here? You've forgotten? When you were hospitalized, I drove your mother to the hospital and listed my number as the emergency contact. I just received a call from the hospital. The man, appearing to be around 35, with a square face and highlighted hair, was none other than Li Yun's brother, Li Kuan. Beside him was a woman with voluminous waves, heavily made up, and with slanted eyes. She was Li Kuan's wife, Qianjing. Sister, I heard from the doctor that you have cancer. Li Kuan hurried over, expressing concern. As for Qianjing, she was surveying the house with a critical eye. Gastric cancer. The doctor said it results from prolonged fatigue, irregular eating habits, and poor sleep, leading to gastrointestinal dysfunction, ultimately causing a mutation. Li Yun looked at Li Kuan with a calm demeanor, stating, I was just about to find you. I may not have much time left, so quickly give the 30,000 you owe us to Yingying. Su Mu's expression darkened upon hearing this. One sentence revealed much information. Li Kuan, her own brother, had borrowed 30,000 from Li Yun and had yet to repay it. In other words, Li Yun needed money for her surgery, and he had contributed not a single cent. Sister, don't worry, we will take care of Yingying in the future. Qianjing smiled as she approached. Li Yun looked at Qianjing, stating flatly, Yingying does not need your care. Qianjing's expression soured upon hearing this. Had Li Yun already caught wind of her ulterior motives? Zhao Yingying, a university student, was already an adult, beautiful, and academically gifted. Once Li Yun passed, they planned to adopt Zhao Yingying. Subsequently, Qianjing sought a wealthy suitor for Zhao Yingying. intending for her to marry and generously demand a substantial bride price to aid their family. They were acutely aware of Zhao Yingying's demeanor. She would never dare to ask for such a bride price. The prospect of not having to spend money on Zhao Yingying while ultimately receiving a bride price was undeniably advantageous for them. To their astonishment, Li Yun flatly refused. Sister, what do you mean by that? If you were to leave, Yingying would be all alone. What if she encounters ill-intentioned individuals? Li Kuan interjected. Who says Yingying is alone? She has me. Fang Chu naturally discerned the dynamics among them. After making his statement, he glanced at Zhao Yingying, seemingly conveying, look at your brother Fang Chu. How reassuring he is. Who do you think you are? This is a family discussion. You have no place to interrupt. Li Kuan glared at Fang Chu, his voice low and threatening. Yingying wants to be alone because Annie will be fine, Su Mu interjected calmly. At that moment, both Li Yun and Zhao Yingying turned their grateful gazes towards Su Mu. Affection level 20. Affection level 20. Fang Chu inwardly cursed, this insufferable brat. Focusing on Li Yun rather than himself was indeed cunning. And who might you be? Li Kuan asked, his expression unfriendly. I am Yingying's brother, a physician. I can treat Auntie's illness. You need not worry about anything. Just repay on time. Su Mu replied with a serene demeanor. Brother Mu, you're a doctor? Zhao Yingying exclaimed, tears brimming as she grasped Su Mu's arm. Indeed, I can treat early-stage gastric cancer without surgery, merely with medication, Su Mu affirmed with a smile. You arrogant brat. You think you can treat cancer? Are you hoping for my sister's early demise? Li Kuan scoffed, but was swiftly silenced as Qian Jing pinched his arm. If you can treat her, then do so quickly. We certainly do not wish for anything to happen to my sister, Qian Jing remarked, casting a significant glance at Li Kuan. Li Kuan was momentarily taken aback, then realized that Su Mu's claims of treating gastric cancer without surgery were far too convenient. If he were to treat her, it might hasten Li Yun's demise. And with Zhao Yingying's temperament, she would be easily led back home with just a word. No way. You're a doctor? Do you have a medical license? Fang Chu interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Mu. Li Yun was the one he had set his sights on. What if this brat ended up harming her? Even if it were cancer, one could survive for years. By the time his 3-year period expired, he would regain his strength and gather funds for her treatment. Was that not straightforward? You are quite the villain. While he offers treatment to my sister, you obstruct him. Do you have any means to treat her? Li Kuan accused Fang Chu, irate. From this moment on, he and Su Mu were allies. He secretly hoped Su Mu would treat her sister soon, hastening Li Yun's departure from this world. Chapter 67. Is this an elixir? Li Kuan, having never applied himself, was a typical parasite, initially borrowing from various sources to scrape together money for his wedding. After Li Yun's husband passed away, Li Kuan and Qian Jing, without Li Yun's consent, privately accepted red envelopes while introducing men to her. It must be said that a woman like Li Yun was a dream for many older men, especially since she had a daughter. Typically, women with sons were less desirable, as even the likes of Dorgan could not manage that. However, a woman with a daughter was a coveted prize. Initially, Li Kuan and his wife merely collected red envelopes, amassing a sum of 20,000. Later, those older men would block Li Yun's breakfast shop. When Li Yun sought the money and could not find Li Kuan, she ultimately returned the money to those men to quell the matter. Now, they sought to target Zhao Yingying, knowing that Li Yun, even if she entrusted her daughter to a married man like Su Mu, was a far better option than having Li Kuan as her so-called uncle. Little brother, I believe you can cure my sister. Please, treat her. With cancer, the later it is addressed, the more difficult it becomes, Li Kuan continued to plead with Su Mu. Li Yun gazed at her brother's vile countenance, feeling only disgust. She was fully aware of his cunning. He presumed that Su Mu could not cure her, wishing for her to perish sooner. Brother Mu, can you really treat her? Zhao Yingying implored, tears streaming as she held onto Su Mu's arm. Being a university student, she understood well that cancer was one of the most challenging adversities to conquer. Were it anyone else claiming that medication could cure it, she would certainly remain skeptical. Yet this was Su Mu, the one who had lent her over 100,000 without a second thought. She could not fathom why Su Mu would deceive her. There is a 90% chance. Even if it fails, the medication will not harm her health, Su Mu replied with a gentle smile, then turned to Li Yun, seated on the sofa. Auntie, would you be willing to take my medicine? Isn't this medication rather expensive? Li Yun inquired. Having gleaned information about Su Mu's financial status through her daughter, he had just claimed he would treat her without expecting repayment. Such a person would certainly not wish her harm. The price corresponds to its value, Su Mu stated with a slight smile, adding that if it could cure her, it would certainly be worth it. If not, it would be utterly worthless. Very well, I will give it a try. A dead horse as a living horse, doctor. Li Yun nodded gently. Auntie, no, I disagree. Medicine can be toxic, and especially for cancer treatment. What if it exacerbates your condition? Fang Chu interjected, positioning himself in front of Li Yun. You wretched brat. Are you wishing for my sister's demise? Do you think I won't dare to strike you? Li Kuan approached Fang Chu, fists clenched. Thank you, Xiao Fang, but I trust Xiao Su. He would never deceive me. Besides, I do not intend to undergo treatment. Even without medication, I will still meet my end. Li Yun offered Fang Chu a forced smile. Hearing this, Fang Chu clenched his fists. Since Li Yun had made her stance clear, he found it difficult to argue further. He genuinely did not wish for any misfortune to befall her. Su Mu produced a pill and handed it to Li Yun. Although he had previously tasted it, it would not affect its efficacy. Li Yun accepted the pill and swallowed it whole. Everyone around them was now intently focused on Li Yun. Su Mu glanced around, then remarked, "Why is everyone so anxious? Do you think this is an elixir that will cure her immediately? It certainly requires gradual adjustment." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Yun's complexion flushed crimson, akin to that of someone intoxicated. She suddenly clutched her abdomen, tears streaming from the pain. "My stomach hurts terribly. It feels as if there's a fire burning within." Li Kuan and Qian Jing exchanged glances, both recognizing the delight in each other's eyes. Once Li Yun perished, the property here would rightfully belong to them. Apart from Zhao Yingying. "Su Mu, you scoundrel. What have you given Auntie?" Fang Chu rushed forward to confront Su Mu. "If anything happens to her, I will not spare you." At that moment, Zhao Yingying was weeping as she clutched Li Yun's arm. "Mom, are you all right?" Qian Jing feigned concern, pointing accusatorily at Su Mu. "What did you make my sister take? We trusted you, and you poisoned her. I will call the police. Right now?" Li Kuan threatened. Pulling out his phone, Su Mu remained unfazed, calmly observing Li Yun. Once flushed, her complexion has now returned to normal. "Yingying, Mom is fine now." Li Yun, equally astonished, rubbed her abdomen and exclaimed in wonder, "It doesn't hurt anymore." "Not at all. Does your stomach not feel uncomfortable?" Zhao Yingying wiped her tears, noticing that Li Yun's previously pale face had taken on a rosy hue. "I feel fine. It seems I've returned to my former self." Li Yun rose from the sofa, lightly bouncing twice, causing an unsettling tremor that left Su Mu's eyes wide with disbelief. The others present were equally dumbfounded. How could this be? Just moments ago, Li Yun had appeared gravely ill, yet now she radiated vitality. Is this medicine some sort of elixir? Even if it truly has healing properties, it couldn't possibly work this quickly. Su Mu pondered, finding the rapidity a bit excessive. However, upon reflection, he recalled that Li Yun was in the early stages of stomach cancer, suggesting that the medication could act almost immediately upon entering the stomach. In contrast, other cancers would require the drug to be absorbed by the body before reaching the root of the illness, which would inevitably slow the process. "Auntie, are you really better now? Is there some hormone or painkiller in the medication that merely masks the symptoms?" Fang Chu inquired from the side, still finding it hard to believe. As a member of a once reclusive family, he had heard of miraculous herbs. But who was Su Mu? That he could possess such a thing? Fang Chu resolved to investigate further. "Auntie, cancer doesn't manifest overnight. I suggest you rest at home for a few days and then go to the hospital for a checkup," Su Mu advised with a smile directed at Li Yun. "Thank you so much, Xiao Su. I'm incredibly grateful that you came so early and brought me this medicine." Li Yun expressed her heartfelt thanks. Affinity level 30. "Brother Mu, knowing you is truly an honor," Zhao Yingying added, black characters floating above her head. Affinity level 30. Meanwhile, Fang Chu's irritation grew. It was infuriating. He had arrived first, and now Zhao Yingying and even Li Yun seemed to be drawn to Su Mu. He could not swallow this indignation. Destiny Power 20. "Li Kuan, I'm sorry to trouble you by coming over so early. Please remember to repay the money you owe us right away," Li Yun said to Li Kuan, her expression devoid of emotion. "As you can see, I've already incurred over 100,000 in surgery costs, and now I don't even have money for food. If you don't pay me back, I will have no choice but to sue. Sister, I haven't found a job yet, and I'm broke. But I'll gather the money soon and repay you," Li Kuan said hurriedly, grasping Qian Jing's hand as they prepared to leave. He was filled with regret, wishing he hadn't allowed that young man to give Li Yun the medication. "Xiao Fang, you should head home as well. Thank you for your hard work this time." Li Yun smiled at Fang Chu. Destiny Power 10. Fang Chu felt increasingly disgruntled. Was he being dismissed to leave Su Mu behind? Surely he wouldn't be rewarded for this. Chapter 68. The need for a celebrity endorsement. However, Fang Chu had no choice. The host had issued an eviction order, and lingering would only breed resentment. "Auntie, I'll take my leave then. Please take care of your health," he said before smiling at Zhao Yingying and turning to depart. Once outside, he closed the door behind him, his gaze growing colder. This Su Mu would undoubtedly take the time to investigate his identity. Anyway, his 3-year period was nearly up, and within this time frame, Su Mu might just win Zhao Yingying's heart. But he would never obtain someone like Li Yun. That was his opportunity. After the others had left, Su Mu turned to Li Yun with a smile. "Auntie, Since you're feeling better, I won't intrude any longer. Li Yun stepped forward, grasping Su Mu's hand and pulling him to sit on the sofa, with Zhao Yingying occupying the other side. Su Mu maintained a calm exterior, though internally he felt a bit flustered, glancing from one to the other, wondering what they intended to do. Xiao Su, tell me honestly. The medicine you gave me isn't cheap, is it? Li Yun's expression turned grave. Though she lacked a high level of education, she had graduated from college. A surgery costing hundreds of thousands might not guarantee a cure. Yet, Su Mu's medication had produced immediate results. She had read news articles about wealthy individuals whose cancers were frequently curable. Was it possible that this pill belonged to a similar category? Su Mu hesitated slightly. Given Li Yun's demeanor, it would be challenging to concoct a plausible excuse. He could only state the drug's value. Auntie, to be frank, this medication is valued at approximately 1 million. Su Mu replied calmly. It's a product of collaboration among medical experts both domestically and internationally. Due to its exorbitant price, it has not circulated widely in the market. Affinity level 20. Affinity level 40. Su Mu noted the black characters above their heads and wondered why Li Yun's affinity was higher. 1 million? How many breakfasts would I need to sell to earn that? Li Yun released Su Mu's hand, momentarily lost in thought. Her face nearly pressed against the terrifying reality before her. Zhao Yingying's expression was not one of anxiety, but fear. 1 million. Along with the previous 15,000 Su Mu had given, how were they to repay such a debt of gratitude? Xiao Su, had I known the value of the medicine beforehand, I would never have taken it. It's far too precious. Li Yun sighed deeply. Auntie, please don't feel pressured. The medicine is a gift from me, and you need not repay it, Su Mu said with a smile and a wave of his hand. Affinity level 30. The words repay appeared above Li Yun's head once more. No, I must repay you, otherwise I won't feel at ease. Li Yun was inherently a strong-willed person. Her husband had passed away over a decade ago. With her capabilities, she could easily remarry, yet she had chosen to raise Zhao Yingying alone. Auntie, I truly admire your strength. Please take better care of yourself and don't overexert, Su Mu said earnestly, looking at Li Yun. She flinched at his gaze, hastily averting her eyes, unsure of why she felt this way. An overwhelming urge to cry welled up within her. Even her late husband had never spoken to her with such kindness. Affinity level 50. I should be going now. Yingying, please take care of your mother. And remember to go for a follow-up at the hospital in a couple of days. If you need money, don't hesitate to call me. Su Mu glanced at his phone before turning to leave. Brother Mu, let me see you out, Zhao Yingying said gratefully, following closely behind him. Affinity level 20. After getting into his car, Su Mu found it somewhat incredible how much positive value he had gained from Li Yun today, while from Zhao Yingying he had received significantly less. He drove towards the company, and shortly after settling into his office, he received a call from Su Shou, requesting him to come to his office. Taking the elevator to the top floor, he knocked on the door of the chairman's office. Upon hearing Su Shou's voice, Su Mu smiled and entered. Inside the office were Su Shou and Su Ningbing. Su Ningbing glanced at Su Mu, her icy beauty unchanged, and asked indifferently, "What have you done?" "What do you mean?" Su Mu replied, nonchalantly reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed. "The materials for our weight loss medication have more than doubled in price. Just last night, on top of that increase, they surged another twofold, clearly indicating that someone is engaging in frenzied purchasing." Su Shou wore a smile, noting that the items experiencing the most significant price hikes were, ironically, the unnecessary materials we had replaced. It's a long story. To put it simply, Lin Yang obtained my counterfeit prescription, triggering this buying spree. Su Mu chuckled, anticipating how much they would end up losing this time. "Our pharmaceuticals are also ready for production and will soon hit the market." Su Shou turned to Su Mu, stating, "I intend to find a celebrity to endorse our product. I leave the selection of the candidate to you. What celebrity do we need?" "My sister is more beautiful than any star," Su Mu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Su Ningbing. Clad in her office uniform, her figure was accentuated, the buttons straining against her form. Coupled with her striking features, it was true that most celebrities would pale in comparison. Su Ningbing inadvertently raised her chin, resembling a proud swan. Favorability 5. Indeed, Ningbing was beautiful, yet we still required a celebrity to swiftly elevate our profile. Su Shou looked at Su Mu and said, "As a young man, you should have a say in this matter. I entrust it to you." "Understood," Su Mu nodded lightly, realizing he needed to seek out individuals with high evaluations. Being a pragmatic person, he would certainly not invite first-tier stars. Typically, engaging top-tier celebrities is reserved for products lacking core competitiveness, relying on the fans of these stars for sales. However, Su Corporation's weight loss medication possesses a distinct competitive edge. Others cannot replicate it, and its efficacy is exceptional. What they need is visibility to ensure swift recognition. After bidding farewell to Su Shou, Su Mu returned to his office, recalling a certain individual, Zhou Henning. He should be acquainted with some people in the entertainment industry and could conveniently introduce a few to him. At noon, in the gourmet food laboratory, Lin Yang turned to Li Feiping beside him and inquired, "How are things progressing? What is the status of the volunteers?" "Mr. Lin, it's perfect. This medication is indeed effective. Last night, we hurriedly produced a few capsules for several individuals to consume, and now, it's already noon, yet they still feel no hunger," Li Feiping exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement, adding that there were no occurrences of diarrhea and their sleep quality remained unchanged. "Good. It seems to be genuine." Lin Yang clapped his hands vigorously. "I've received news that Su Corporation's medication is about to launch. We must get our product out before them. I am investing all my savings from the past few years to expedite production." "I'll invest too," Li Feiping chimed in. Meanwhile, Su Mu was dining with Meng Wanyue at the company restaurant. At that moment, Su Mu's phone buzzed with a call from Feng Yu. Su Mu scoffed softly. This woman still dared to call him. Chapter 69. I only regret being blind, wasting so much time and money on you. Su Mu initially contemplated hanging up immediately. But after a moment's hesitation, he answered, curious about her intentions. "What is it?" Su Mu asked as he connected the call. "Su Xiao, do you have time now?" Feng Yu's voice, though still alluring, lacked the charm it once possessed. "I've been quite busy lately," Su Mu replied curtly. "I'm currently at the entrance of Su Corporation's building," Feng Yu's voice came through. Upon hearing this, Su Mu decided to continue the conversation. After all, she demonstrated some decorum by coming to see him in person. "Fine. Wait a moment. I'll come over after I finish my meal." Su Mu concluded the call. "Su Zong, who was that?" Meng Wanyue inquired from across the table. "The bar owner I had you place a listening device on," Su Mu replied with a smile. "Let us not dwell on her. We'll discuss it after lunch." Not every so-called leading lady required Su Mu to cultivate their favorability. For instance, Feng Yu, as the illegitimate daughter of the Feng family, might very well aim to undermine the Su family. As an adversary, why should Su Mu elevate her favorability? It was not as if he was dependent on her. Currently, figures like Yi Tong and Lu Xiao in Su Mu's circle provided stable sources of righteous values. After finishing his meal, Su Mu lingered in the restroom for half an hour before casually making his way downstairs to the entrance of the building. In a sense, he was demonstrating to the previous antagonist what it meant to be a man. A sycophant could never attain a woman's affection. All a sycophant could obtain was disdain. He stood at the entrance for about 10 seconds when a woman emerged from a distant Porsche Cayenne. She wore a black coat, a mask, and oversized sunglasses. However, the way she carried herself, particularly the sway of her hips, was unmistakable. It was indeed Feng Yu. "Su Xiao, you made me wait for so long," she said softly upon approaching him. "Given how busy I've been at the company, coming to see you is already quite a favor," Su Mu replied, casually placing his hands in his pockets. "What do you want? Can we talk in the car?" Feng Yu gestured toward the Cayenne. Su Mu scanned the interior with his senses and, finding it empty, nodded slightly. Once they were inside the vehicle, Feng Yu smiled and asked, "Do you dislike me so much that you prefer to sit in the back seat?" "Only somewhat," Su Mu replied coolly. Unlike before, Feng Yu did not seem angry. Instead, she drove away, finding a nearby underground parking garage and positioning the car in the darkest corner. She got out, sat in the back seat, and locked the doors. At that moment, they were entirely alone, with no one to notice their presence. Feng Yu removed her mask and sunglasses, and despite her makeup, Su Mu immediately noticed the bruises on her face. "Who hit you?" Su Mu feigned ignorance. "Lin Yang," Feng Yu replied, tears welling in her eyes. "Su Xiao, I'm sorry for what I've done. What exactly are you apologizing for?" Su Mu asked nonchalantly. "I have wronged you in many ways. The most despicable being colluding with Lin Yang to go against you." Feng Yu pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. "You treated me so well." "Stop. I have no time to listen to your lamentations. Quickly tell me why you sought me out, and then take me back to the company," Su Mu interjected, giving her a sidelong glance. "Su Xiao, I feel that you've been somewhat cold toward me lately." Feng Yu sensed a strange distance in Su Mu's gaze. "Would you like to know why?" Su Mu asked. Feng Yu nodded gently. "The reason is quite simple. I've encountered a woman who is more beautiful, more gentle, and whose eyes are filled with me. Compared to her, you are worlds apart. I only regret being blind and wasting so much time and money on you." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Feng Yu's cheeks once more. Indeed, Su Mu is no fool. He certainly knows who treats him well. "Take me back. I have no desire to listen to your grievances here," Su Mu stated flatly. "You can seek comfort with your other older men, like Qian Gang. They might show you some compassion." Feng Yu recalled the video recording Lin Yang had presented earlier, in which Su Mu had said those very words. Clearly, he was aware that he had previously told Qian Gang at the restaurant that he would accompany him for a few nights after the matter was resolved. "Su Xiao, you have misunderstood me. I admit to having taken advantage of many men, but I have never allowed them to succeed," Feng Yu said. casting a deep glance at Su Mu. You should have the most authority to speak on this matter. Why should I even discuss it with you? Whether you have accompanied them or not is of no concern to me. Su Mu furrowed his brows, pondering what in this world could not be fabricated. Undergoing a restorative surgery does not cost much. Very well, Su Xiao, then allow me to take you back, Feng Yu said, wiping her tears with a handkerchief as she exited the vehicle and took the driver's seat. After starting the car, she drove out of the underground garage. Once they had exited, she softly remarked, Lin Yang has already acquired all the information regarding the weight loss medication from your Su group, and he is currently producing it at full capacity. Su Mu, reclining in the back seat with his legs crossed, gazed out the window without uttering a word. I believe Su Xiao should immediately inform your father to launch the weight loss medication within these few days to seize the market first. Feng Yu glanced at Su Mu through the rearview mirror. I know you are not interested in the company's affairs, but what I say is not meant to harm you. I am genuinely trying to assist you. The weight loss medication was obtained through your collusion with Qian Gang, deceiving Qin Bei, and now you claim to be helping me? Feng Yu, does what you do not seem contradictory? Su Mu slammed the car door, declaring, stop the car. It's not far. I'll return to the company myself. Su Mu, if you refuse to heed my advice, you will regret it. I am truly helping you, Feng Yu said coldly as she parked the car by the roadside. Su Mu let out a derisive laugh and opened the door to leave. Regret? Holding on to a fraudulent prescription as if it were treasure. We shall see who truly regrets it in a few days. Watching Su Mu depart, Feng Yu clenched her fists in frustration. This Su Mu truly has a pig's brain. Whoever marries you in the future will undoubtedly be driven to despair. She pressed the accelerator, speeding away. Upon returning to the company, Su Mu called Zhou Henning, requesting introductions to several celebrities. Zhou Henning informed him that he happened to be performing in Yangshi, Jiangbei, and if it was not too much trouble, Su Mu could meet him today. If it was inconvenient, he would return to Jiang City after finishing his work, but it would likely be late in the evening. Su Mu did not hesitate, considering Zhou Henning an elder, and decided to visit him. He called Meng Wanyue to accompany him to Yangshi, Jiangbei. Jiang City is the capital of Jiangbei province, yet economically, it ranks only second within the province. The strongest city in Jiangbei is Yangshi. The once prosperous Su group had thrived in Jiang City before venturing into Yangshi, establishing a significant presence. Initially, they supported the Yi family, primarily due to the industries in Yangshi. But following the downfall of the Yi family, most of the industries in Yangshi collapsed, leaving only one barely surviving entity, which Su Mu heard was on the brink of bankruptcy. Meng Wanyue drove attentively, overtaking one vehicle after another. Suddenly, a red Ferrari darted out from the left, positioning itself alongside Su Mu's Cadillac. The passenger window rolled down to reveal a young man with ear piercings and styled hair, who raised his middle finger towards Meng Wanyue. Although the sound was inaudible, his lip movements clearly indicated he was cursing. The Ferrari then moved ahead of the Cadillac, intermittently braking to provoke Meng Wanyue behind them. What is going on? Su Mu had not noticed until Meng Wanyue slammed the brakes, revealing the Ferrari ahead. That must be because we overtook him earlier. He's likely annoyed, Meng Wanyue remarked calmly, showing no sign of anger. As a killer, one must never act impulsively, lest they meet an early demise. These individuals believe the world revolves around them, utterly oblivious. Despite Su Mu's assessment, according to his memories, the former antagonist Su Mu behaved similarly. Whenever he was on the road, he felt displeased if others overtook him. Believing that no one had the right to surpass him in his expensive vehicle, he would then become enraged, quickly overtaking them again. However, the previous Su Mu had not sunk so low as to chase after others just to berate them or brake deliberately in front of them. Meng Wanyue chose not to engage with the provocateur, and Su Mu remained equally composed. Wanyue, let it go. Change lanes, Su Mu suggested with a smile. All right. Meng Wanyue nodded, signaling to switch lanes. Yet, the red Ferrari followed suit, continuously braking in front of them. Suzong, what should we do? Meng Wanyue asked Su Mu. This highway is mainly straight. Our SUV's straight-line acceleration cannot compete with a Ferrari supercar. If there were curves, I could easily overtake him. Su Mu took a deep breath, opting to change lanes once more, offering them another chance. Good. Meng Wanyue switched lanes, but the Ferrari remained relentless, still in front and occasionally braking. Wanyue, just ram him. I refuse to believe that our full-sized vehicle cannot outmatch a little sports car, Su Mu said coldly. If we ram directly, we could also endanger ourselves. Leave it to me. Meng Wanyue suddenly began to decelerate, and the Ferrari followed suit. At that moment, Meng Wanyue swiftly moved to the far left passing lane and accelerated. The sports car attempted to change lanes as well, but this time Meng Wanyue did not brake, directly colliding with it. The front right side of her vehicle grazed the rear of the Ferrari, with its center of gravity compromised. The Ferrari spun wildly and ultimately crashed into the greenery with a loud bang. The front of the Ferrari was utterly destroyed, coming to a stop 100 meters away, leaving a trail of debris in its wake. Meng Wanhua activated the hazard lights and came to a steady stop. After exiting the vehicle, Su Mu checked his side, noting only a slight scratch. Wanhua, your skills are truly impressive, Su Mu remarked, walking toward the wrecked sports car. Hey, driver, take it easy. How could you be so careless? The young man with styled hair tumbled out, blood streaming from his forehead. He pointed at Su Mu, shouting, You little brat. Do you have any idea who was in that car? If anything happens to him, your entire family will pay the price. Ah, my leg, it's trapped. Another man cried out from the other side of the vehicle. Young master's son, are you all right? The young man with styled hair rushed over. But the other's leg was firmly wedged inside the vehicle, making it impossible to pull him out. Damn it, are you an idiot? Call the police. Get an ambulance. My leg. The driver yelled angrily. Right. The young man quickly pulled out his phone, and while dialing, he did not forget to point at Su Mu. You've gotten yourself into big trouble. Just wait for it. Su Mu smiled slightly, sensing that the driver was a familiar face. It was Sun Jianji, the heir of the Sun Group. The Sun family's enterprises are primarily based in Yangshi, ranking around 10th in Jiangbei. Sun Jianji was on good terms with several young masters from the Feng family, and had once insulted the former antagonist Su Mu. Su Mu approached and, seeing Sun Jianji bloodied and trapped, expressed surprise. Young master son. What a coincidence. You are Su Mu? Sun Jianji, with his hair tied in braids and tattoos on his neck, looked at Su Mu. Su Mu pointed to the young man beside him and asked with a smile. Who is he? What do you want? Sun Jianji scoffed. I want him dead. Just now, daring to insult me, I shall ensure his swift demise. Su Mu cast a cold glance at the man with permed hair. The man was momentarily taken aback, nearly dropping his phone to the ground. The name Su Mu was certainly familiar to him. After all, several years prior, the Su group ranked among the top 5 in the entire Jiangbei region. In the past, he had been a figure of great renown in Yang City. However, with the decline of the Su family, Su Mu had scarcely returned to Yang City. Even in the face of the Su family's downfall, he was not someone of such humble means, with a mere small company, who could compare. A person like Su Mu, who seemed rather obstinate and lacking in intellect, might genuinely be capable of hiring someone to eliminate him. Su. I did not realize it was you. Wang Pu stammered, his legs trembling in fear. Just a jest. We live in a society governed by law. Su Mu then broke into a smile, turning his gaze towards Sun Jianji. Young master son, I have a recording device in my car. Your reckless driving warrants consequences, and if I were to hand this evidence to the authorities, you would undoubtedly face a few days in detention. Sun Jianji gritted his teeth. If it were an ordinary person, he could easily outmaneuver them. Yet facing Su Mu, who had the upper hand in reasoning, he could only suffer in silence. Young master Su, please show some leniency. I was rather irate earlier. It was entirely my fault, and it has nothing to do with you. Sun Jianji could only force a smile. Since you accept full responsibility, my car has incurred some scratches. Shouldn't you compensate me? Su Mu inquired nonchalantly. Sun Jianji trembled with rage, shouting, What are you waiting for? Transfer 1,000 to young master Su immediately. Yes. The man with the perm nodded vigorously. It took merely 10 minutes for the traffic enforcement personnel to arrive. With Sun Jianji acknowledging his fault, Su Mu and the others were no longer involved. After Su Mu departed, the man with the perm approached Sun Jianji. Young master son, this Su Mu actually dares to come to Yang City. Damn it. Ouch, that hurts like hell. Sun Jianji cursed under his breath, then added, I need to inform young master Feng right away. We must find a way to deal with this scoundrel. Wanhua, having you here is truly delightful. Su Mu smiled at Meng Wanhua. Affection level 10. Meng Wanhua's eyes showed a hint of panic, but she quickly regained her composure. Mr. Su, this is what I ought to do. All right, let's hit the road, Su Mu said, turning his gaze to the window. A single phrase granted Meng Wanhua 80 points of justice value. Speaking of which, he had used a self-healing pill today, allowing Li Yun and Zhao Yingying to contribute a significant amount of justice value, and now he could perform 10 consecutive draws. However, upon glancing at the address, he realized they were almost there and decided to meet Zhou Henning first. Meanwhile, outside the Yang City Grand Theater, Zhou Henning was waiting at the entrance with 2 women. One of them was Su Yaya, who was about to perform on such a grand stage for the first time. The other was a striking beauty with long black hair, currently wearing a mask and a white straw hat, standing gracefully. Teacher, we've been waiting for over 10 minutes. Who exactly is this person? Such a big deal. The woman with long hair murmured. All right, no more suspense. His name is Su Mu, Zhou Henning replied with a grin. What? That wasteful scion? The woman with long hair was stunned. Chapter 71. Xiao Su, could you make a guest appearance? Upon hearing this, Zhou Henning turned to look at the woman beside him. Wan Ning, do you know Su Mu? Zhou Henning had indeed heard of him, once labeled as a good-for-nothing spendthrift. However, throughout his interactions with Su Mu, He had discovered that he was quite an admirable person. I know, several years ago, he was considered a figure of note in Yang City. But he is certainly not a good person. Shen Wanning remarked indifferently. Wanning, you must be mistaken. Brother Su Mu is not like that. Initially, I thought he was bad, but after getting to know him, I found he is truly a good person, Su Yaya defended Su Mu. I have indeed had contact with him before, Shen Wanning replied. As she spoke, Zhou Henning took the lead. For Su Mu had already exited his car from a distance. Zhou Henning was unconcerned with others' opinions of Su Mu. He recognized him as a master, and that was sufficient. Mr. Zhou, Su Mu called out from afar. Mr. Su, Zhou Henning approached briskly, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Please, no need for such formalities, just call me Xiao Su. Su Mu said, extending his hand to shake Zhou Henning's. In terms of age, you are my senior. Then I shall defer to your wishes. Zhou Henning replied with a smile. Brother Su Mu. Su Yaya approached with a bright smile. Su Mu looked at the vibrant young girl and greeted her warmly. Yaya is here as well. Zhou Henning then turned to the woman walking alongside Shen Wanning and introduced, Xiao Su. This is another one of my students. Shen Wanning. We both share the character Ning in our names. Perhaps there is a connection from the previous generation. No need for introductions, teacher. I have met young Master Su before, Shen Wanning interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Su Mu appraised the black-haired beauty before him, noting her tall and slender figure. Though she presented a friendly demeanor, at most, she had a B cup. Currently, she wore a mask and hat, revealing only her captivating peach blossom eyes. However, upon hearing her name, Su Mu's memory was stirred. The daughter of the Shen family, Shen Wanning. Years ago, under the instigation of several young masters in Yang City, Su Mu had pursued Shen Wanning. One of the grandest gestures he had made was to rent out an entire venue for her concert, allowing her to perform solely for him throughout the night. Yet, in the following days, Yang City experienced a seismic upheaval. The head of the Yi family went missing, and their conglomerate was dismantled. The Su family's presence in Yang City suffered a catastrophic loss, leaving them on the brink of collapse, especially since Su Mu had been an individual who valued his reputation immensely. He had originally been vying for a place among the top 5 with the Feng family from Jiangbei, suddenly falling outside the top 10. He felt utterly embarrassed to pursue any of the top 3 prominent families in Jiangbei. As for the young lady from the Shen family, according to the narrative, she was also part of the Dragon King's harem. Upon the Dragon King's return, he seized the Su family's assets and made his advance into Yang City. With his formidable strength, the Dragon King subdued the Shen family, compelling them to submit. Regarding Shen Wanning, she was also willingly offered to the Dragon King by the head of the Shen family. Initially, Shen Wanning was not fond of the Dragon King, but as he had a penchant for music, particularly pure compositions, and she specialized in pure music, they found a harmonious connection, leading to a deepening affection over time. In the later stages of the narrative, Shen Wanning ascended to stardom. Su Mu observed through the eye of God. Name, Shen Wanning. Role, musician. Protagonist of Dragon King's descent. Affection level, 50. Fate level, 8. Max level 10. Upon seeing this information, Su Mu nodded inwardly. It indeed resembled the standard attributes of a typical protagonist. Mr. Zhou, I have met Miss Shen before. No need for introductions, Su Mu said with a smile. That's excellent. You should spend more time with Wanning. My music company has received investment from the Shen family, Zhou Henning remarked with a smile. Your music has already been recorded. Unfortunately, the mechanical rendition lacks your unique charm. Upon hearing this, Shen Wanning's beautiful peach blossom eyes widened in surprise. Teacher, are you implying that Dawn was composed by Su Mu? Not only was it composed by brother Su Mu, but it was also an impromptu piece he casually played. Su Yaya interjected from the side. What? Shen Wanning could hardly believe that Su Mu possessed such remarkable talent. However, during the recording of Dawn, she was present and was astounded by the haunting beauty of the composition. After conducting a search, she confirmed that it was indeed an original piece. Surely, Su Mu must have secretly purchased someone else's original work. There was no other explanation. By the way, on the phone, it was mentioned that you need a celebrity, right? Zhou Hening turned to Su Mu and inquired which type he desired. Our Su family's latest product is about to launch, and we require a star to swiftly build its reputation, Su Mu explained with a smile. To gain notoriety, we undoubtedly need a top-tier celebrity, Zhou Hening remarked. I have no interest in those superficial stars. I need someone with genuine talent, even if they are niche. We will elevate each other, Su Mu stated confidently. Mr. Zhou, to be candid, our new product from the Su family is destined for success. Zhou Hening pointed at Shen Wanning, declaring, a niche individual with talent. Is that not the very embodiment of her? Wanning currently boasts over 10 million fans online. Although her circle is small, she possesses immense influence. Su Mu, brother. What the teacher said is true. This concert has 30,000 tickets, and within just an hour of sales, they were all sold out. Su Yi chimed in from the side. I disagree. Absolutely not. Shen Wanning and Su Mu exclaimed simultaneously. What is going on? Zhou Hining inquired curiously, turning his gaze towards Shen Wanning. I dislike advertisements, and I do not need the money, Shen Wanning responded, having already shown Su Mu enough courtesy. Perhaps this so-called product was merely a ruse by Su Mu to get closer to her, to pursue her. Favorability 5. Su Mu. Noticing the black text above Shen Wanning's head, added, Miss Shun is indeed not quite suitable. Her image does not align. You. Favorability 5. Shen Wanning shot a glare at Su Mu. Was he implying she was not beautiful? Su Mu, is Wanning not beautiful? Su Yi playfully nudged Su Mu's arm. No, you misunderstand. It is precisely because Shen Wanning is too beautiful that she does not quite fit our product. Su Mu gently shook his head. That's more like it, Shen Wanning muttered, though her favorability did not improve. We will discuss the celebrity matter later. The concert is about to begin. Xiao Su, could you do me a favor and make a guest appearance? Zhou Hining smiled at Su Mu. He wished to capture the live sound. Perhaps this concert could become a classic. Teacher, have you lost your mind? It's a venue of 30,000 people. Do you want the audience to berate me? Shen Wanning fumed. She wondered how much Su Mu had paid Zhou Hining to persuade him to this extent. She recalled that Zhou Hining had previously been a man of integrity who did not crave wealth. How had he now succumbed to the lure of money? All right. Enough of that. Let us head to the concert, Zhou Hining said with a slight smile. Shen Wanning had invited him to make a cameo, and he could simply refrain from taking the stage. How could Zhou Hining misjudge someone? Su Mu's piano skills would surely astonish the entire audience. Chapter 72. Shen Wanning's Concert. Su Mu initially thought Zhou Hining would merely introduce him to a few minor celebrities, and that he would only need to meet them briefly. Unexpectedly, he was also required to participate in the concert. So he had to return to the car and ask Meng Wanyu to get out. Wanyu, it seems we cannot leave for now. I still need to attend a concert. Let us go together, Su Mu said to Meng Wanyu. All right, Meng Wanyu replied softly, following Su Mu. Together, they made their way to the concert and arrived backstage. Zhou Hining was currently directing the crowd, encouraging them to warm up and conducting a brief rehearsal. Shen Wanning was tuning the piano. As a musician, she was not limited to just playing the piano. Unlike those singing stars, her primary focus was pure music, occasionally accompanied by some chanting. Currently, pure music was quite niche in the country, and most official state music selections were sourced from foreign compositions. She was navigating a less traveled path, as it was not as widely appreciated as pop songs. At that moment, a man in a suit entered the backstage area. He had a side part and appeared to be around 25 years old, evidently a regular at the gym, with an impressive physique. The Patek Philippe on his wrist highlighted his distinguished status. Wanning. As this man spoke, he suddenly spotted Su Mu. Su Mu recognized the man as well. Feng Jian. Su Mu's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated encountering his former rival, the antagonist of Su Mu's past, here. Feng Jian was the second son of the Feng family head. Years ago, in Yang City, the two had engaged in both overt and covert battles, with Feng Jian ultimately emerging victorious. Su Mu, what brings you here? Feng Jian asked with a hostile expression. Why can't I be here? Su Mu replied nonchalantly, hands in his pockets. Of course, you can be here. I'm simply curious if someone like you can appreciate a concert. Feng Jian retorted with a hint of derision. In the past, he had been somewhat wary of Su Mu, considering their families to be on similar footing, but now the Su family had fallen far behind. As he spoke, he approached Su Mu and whispered in his ear, This is Yang City. If you dare to approach Shen Wanning, I will make you disappear. Meng Wanyu, standing nearby, took a step forward upon hearing this. However, Su Mu quickly grasped her hand, signaling her to remain still. It was not the right time to provoke the Feng family. After all, once the weight loss medication succeeded, the Su family would surely return to Yang City, and they could settle matters then. I won't be disappearing today. I was invited, Su Mu said with a smile. You? Who would invite someone like you? Xiao Su. Come here, what do you think of this piano? Feng Jian's words were cut off by Zhou Hining's voice calling from a distance. Let me take a look. Su Mu smirked at Feng Jian with disdain before turning to leave. Did he genuinely believe he could make Su Mu vanish? Feng Jian's brow furrowed. When had Su Mu begun associating with Zhou Hining? In the past, in order to get closer to Shen Wanning, he had supplied Zhou Hining with numerous goods, but the man had never accepted them. What methods had Su Mu employed? Inside the Grand Theater, it was now filled to capacity. The audience was chanting Shen Wanning's name. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, plunging the venue into darkness, leaving only the shimmering light sticks. As the lights illuminated once more, Shen Wanning appeared at the piano, rising from a platform to center stage. The spotlight shone upon her. The melodious piano music gently flowed, resonating throughout every corner of the venue. The audience fell into a deep silence. In the front rows of the stage sat individuals of notable status, Some were scions of prominent families, such as Feng Jian, while others were officials from various state departments, alongside CEOs and heads of illustrious clans. This world was inherently one of social connections. These individuals attended the concert for one reason, but also because Shen Wanning was the daughter of the Shen family. Today, the head of the Shen family, Shen Hong, was personally seated among the audience, surrounded by the elite business figures of Jiangbei. After a piece concluded, thunderous applause erupted, echoing continuously. Shen Wanning, I love you. The prodigy Shen Wanning, Goddess Shen. Apart from the thunderous applause, an innumerable crowd chanted Shen Wanning's name. Wanning herself was taken aback by the overwhelming affection her music garnered from so many. She grasped the microphone and raised her hand to signal for silence. Concealed beneath her mask, her heart-shaped face, complemented by her captivating peach blossom eyes, radiated a natural charm. Thank you all. Thank you. Shen Wanning beamed into the microphone. Next, I shall perform my self-composed second concerto, with my little junior sister Su Yiya as the pianist. Today marks her debut on stage, so I kindly ask for your support. As her words faded, applause erupted once more. This concerto was a grand and majestic composition, where the piano's lively melodies danced amidst an array of instruments, remaining undiminished. Coupled with the lyrical singing in the latter half, the music ascended to extraordinary heights, leaving the audience in awe. Uncle Shen, this is phenomenal. Wanning's music is absolutely breathtaking. Feng Jian exclaimed, giving Shen Hong a thumbs up. The surrounding entrepreneurs echoed their admiration. Indeed, the sensation is akin to a divine presence, imparting an immense sense of awe. It is nothing short of epic music. Who could have imagined that it was composed by a mere girl in her 20s? Some in the crowd offered flattery, while others expressed genuine astonishment. Shen Hong, a slender middle-aged man with graying hair, smiled and nodded at those around him. Ha! You all may praise her in front of me, but I fear that if you do so before her, she may become too proud. Shen Hong chuckled. The others joined in laughter. Su Mu and Meng Wanyu were still backstage at that moment. Zhou Hening was conversing with Su Mu, who informed him about the weight loss medication developed by the Su family, which would soon hit the market. Ah, I see. No wonder you mentioned earlier that Wanning might not be suitable. You were hoping to find someone more plump, weren't you? Zhou Hening inquired with a smile. Not exactly. I merely seek a mutually beneficial partnership, Su Mu replied earnestly. If it's about mutual accomplishment, I would still recommend Shen Wanning. I spent 2 decades in the military artistic troupe and have been in the music industry for several decades after that. Zhou Hening remarked, gazing at Su Mu. I have encountered countless stars, and I can assure you that Wanning's talent is immeasurable. If she were to shoot an advertisement, I would find time to create another piece of music for her. That would be splendid. If you compose another piece, I shall ensure Wanning endorses it pro bono. Zhou Hening expressed, eager to see if Su Mu had reached his creative zenith. After all, many renowned musicians in the world have only produced one famous piece and were unable to surpass their prior pinnacle. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached briskly from a distance. He was the executive director of the concert. Mr. Zhou, it's time to prepare. After Miss Shen's performance, it will be your turn, the director said with a smile. Xiao Su, come with me, Zhou Hening said as he stood up, giving Su Mu's shoulder a light pat. Su Mu slightly shook his head, but rose to follow Zhou Hening. Meng Wanyu, curious, thought about her investigation into Su Mu, believing him to be lacking in musical talent, as there had been no record of his involvement in music. Why was the piano master Zhou Hening so dedicated to him? The executive director led Zhou Hening to the lift platform, where a piano awaited. Mr. Zhou, you should go up. There's 1 minute until the performance. After Miss Shen introduces you, it will be your turn, the director said, checking the time on his tablet. Zhou Hening remained still, turning to Su Mu. Xiao Su, do me a favor. This piano is far superior to the one at the Su family's last time. Mr. Zhou, what is going on? The director asked, perplexed. Aren't you supposed to be on stage? I know, but I've changed my mind, Zhou Hening replied calmly. I want Xiao Su to take the stage. Rest assured, if anything goes awry, I will take full responsibility. But, I said I will take responsibility. Get the staff ready for live sound, quickly, Zhou Hening asserted, gently pushing Su Mu onto the lift platform and seating him at the piano. The director dared not argue further. Zhou Hening was not merely a piano master. He was a revered figure, and he could only comply. Meanwhile, as the music on stage concluded, the audience erupted into thunderous applause once more. At this juncture, Shen Wanning took the microphone and smiled at the crowd, stating, in our dragon country, when one speaks of the piano, I believe the first name that comes to mind is Master Zhou Hening. Upon hearing this, the audience outside cheered exuberantly. Those who understood music recognized him as a national treasure. Today, I have invited my teacher as well, Shen Wanning announced with a smile. Let my teacher present to you a textbook-worthy piano performance. Even the prominent figures in the front row were astonished, never expecting Zhou Hening to be present. This was indeed a fortuitous occasion, granting them the opportunity to honor Shen Hong while establishing a connection with Zhou Hening. The lift platform gradually ascended, revealing a piano and a figure on stage. The surrounding lights dimmed, leaving a solitary spotlight illuminating the piano and its player. Shen Wanning, whose face had initially been filled with joy, suddenly froze upon seeing the individual above. The audience, observing through the large screen, was bewildered to find a young man seated at the piano. That can't be Zhou Hening, can it? He is an old man. And this is clearly a youth. What is happening? A performance mishap? The audience buzzed with speculation. In the front row, the elite whispered among themselves. This person looks somewhat familiar. Have I seen him somewhere before? An elderly gentleman mused, fixating on Su Mu. He is Su Mu, from the Su family in Jiang City. That wastrel who previously caused chaos in our city with fights and reckless driving, Feng Jian remarked, glaring at Su Mu on stage. Yes, the Su Mu from the Su family. I remember him. What is he doing up there? The others in the front row questioned, their voices rife with confusion. Hearing the murmurs around him, Shen Hong's expression darkened. This Su Mu was utterly insufferable. He recalled how this very individual had monopolized a concert hosted by Shen Wanning, leaving his daughter in tears after the performance. Now he was back to create further chaos. Was this not a slap in the face? A wastrel dreaming grand dreams. He was not even worthy to carry Shen Wanning's shoes. Shen Wanning was equally furious, grappling with the question of what was happening with her teacher. If this performance were to fail in front of 30,000 people, how could she ever show her face again at a concert? What benefits had this scoundrel Su Mu offered Zhou Hening? As these thoughts raced through her mind, her eyes began to redden. As Su Mu's music commenced, the jarring disarray left the audience in stunned silence. Is this music? One could randomly scatter rice on the piano keys, and it would sound better than this. Shen Hong's face darkened further as he waved to the security personnel in the distance. What are you dawdling for? Throw him out, Shen Hong bellowed. Feng Jian nearly burst into laughter. How had Su Mu managed to become even more foolish than before? What use was bribing Zhou Hening? Could he even play the piano himself? He harbored aspirations of performing on stage. What a disgrace it would be to embarrass oneself in such a grand venue. He felt a pang of sympathy for Su Shou, pondering what manner of offspring he had produced. Suddenly, Su Mu's other hand began to move, and what initially sounded like chaotic music gradually transformed into a harmonious melody. Shen Hong's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Hold on." The security personnel preparing to take the stage halted abruptly. The vibrations resonated with the soul, sending wave after wave of stimulation through the nerves. Not only those present, but even Meng Wanyue, listening backstage, were taken aback, her pupils dilating and eyes glistening with unshed tears. She could not fathom why a single piece of music compelled her to weep and crave resonance. Above her head, a flurry of approval ratings emerged. Likewise, Su Yaya experienced the same sensation. The music, which had previously been merely ordinary piano notes, now enveloped her entirely, creating a three-dimensional auditory experience. The tremors of the soul were more intense than before. Suddenly, Su Mu executed a bold variation, this time showcasing a wider range between the bass and treble. The alternating scales sent successive jolts through the audience's nerves. Truly, Su Mu was remarkable. Approval ratings continued to swirl around Su Yaya. Damn, Zhou Hening couldn't help but curse, closing his eyes and nodding his head in time with the rhythm, genuinely feeling inferior. Despite having played Dawn countless times, he could not replicate Su Mu's brilliance. This latest variation starkly illuminated the disparity between the two. Shen Wanning stood frozen, bewildered. What on earth was happening with this piece? The shock, the tremors. Her body involuntarily quaked. The audience was reduced to tears, especially those seated in the front row, prominent figures who had clawed their way to the top. They wiped their eyes while listening intently. At that moment, Shen Hong felt a lump in his throat, particularly during the clash of chaos and order, akin to a tempest that struck deep within his heart. Even Feng Jian, who had always looked down on Su Mu, found himself at a loss for words. As the final notes faded, tranquility descended. Yet, as Su Mu exited the stage, a thunderous applause erupted. Shen Wanning, microphone in hand, intended to say a few words, but found herself overwhelmed by the audience's fervor. Even the esteemed individuals in the front row rose to their feet, applauding fervently. Su Mu had already retreated backstage when Zhou Hening rushed over with a beaming smile. "Xiao Su, I truly feel inadequate. This time, it's bound to be a hit." Zhou Hening grasped Su Mu's hand, brimming with excitement. "Mr. Zhou, I've already performed on this side, so I'll take my leave now." Su Mu replied with a smile. "If you can persuade Miss Shun, I would welcome it. If not, please find me another capable second-tier performer." "Understood. I'll make it happen." Zhou Hening waved to Su Mu. "I want to see you off, as I have my own matters to attend to." "Then we shall take our leave." Sumu nodded gently. The concert continued, but the subsequent performances all seemed devoid of color. The audience remained entranced by the earlier piece, many experiencing their souls tremble for the first time due to music. As the concert concluded, the prominent figures in the front row rose to seek out Shun Wanning backstage. Wanning, who was that person just now? I wish to meet him. Miss Shun, was it Sumu who played earlier? Where is he now? Shin Wanning surveyed the eager crowd surrounding her, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Zhou Henning approached with a smile, drawing the attention of the gathering throng.